an improvement over what came before, but has a lot of flaws, you're right, that absolutely sometimes people can over fixate on the anecdotal, but sometimes the anecdotal illustrates a general pattern. Okay. For example, one thing that happens frequently on Wikipedia is there are editors who will plant a story, and then they will then go and use that story as like a neutral third party to win an edit war. So here's a phenomenon that happens in Wikipedia. You have an editor who's privileged above just random users, okay, who will plant a story and then cite that story as if it was a neutral third party. So there's a site called Wikipedia, okay, and it discusses the case of a person named Peppermint who had a name that they didn't want included, their so-called dead name on the Wikipedia profile. And there's a Wikipedia editor named Tenebrae who people allege was a Newsday reporter or writer that put a piece into Newsday that dead name Peppermint, and then was able to cite it on the Wikipedia article as if it was like a neutral third party when it actually wasn't, when people allege it was the same guy. Okay, now that is not an uncommon thing.
That's what I want to do.
Okay, I know.
How many articles? I'm not.
Who's auditing?
I'm dancing with you, not against you.
Sure.
Okay. I'm saying, how many articles have that kind of war where douchebags are manipulating each other?
So that's the question. What's the audit? Has Wikipedia actually been audited, right? Who are the editors? Like, who's actually writing this? It is actually something where, again, on technical topics, I think it's pretty good. On non-technical topics, there's something called the Wikipedia Reliable Sources Policy. It's a fascinating page, okay? So it actually takes a lot of the stuff that we have been, the world has been talking about in terms of what's a reliable source of information and some sort of other Wikipedia reliable sources, perennial sources, okay? And if you go to this page, okay, which I'm just going to send to you now, right? You will literally see every media outlet in the world, and they're colored gray, green, yellow, or red, okay? And so red is like untrustworthy, green is trustworthy, yellow is like neutral, okay? Now, this actually makes Wikipedia's epistemology explicit. They are marking a source as trustworthy or untrustworthy. For example, you are not allowed to cite social media, which is actually an enormous part of what people are posting. Instead, you have to cite a mainstream media outlet that puts the tweets in the mainstream article, and only then can it be cited in Wikipedia.
By the way, to push back,
Sure.
That those are rules written on a sheet of paper. I have seen Wikipedia in general play in the gray area that these rules create.
Oh, well, if you are an editor, then you can get.
So you can use the rules, and you can, because there's a lot of contradictions within the rules. You can use them to, in the ways you said, to achieve the ends you want. It really boils down to the incentives, the motivations of the editors. And one of the magical things about Wikipedia, the positive versus the negative, is that it seems like a very small number of people, same with Stack Overflow, can do an incredible amount of good editing and aggregation of good knowledge. As you said, that seems to work much better for technical things over which there's not a significant division. Some of that has to do less with the rules and more with the human beings involved.
Well, but here's the thing: is so first, let me take this. I should finish up this point of reliable source sources, right? So if you go to this, you'll see that Al Jazeera.
Welcome. I'm here. I'm just adjusting computers.
But let's say the Cato Institute is marked yellow, right? The Nation is marked green.
Shit! Oh snap! Okay. Right. Okay. Sure. Yes.
Right. The Nation is marked green, but National Review is marked yellow. Okay. You could probably go and do. So what's good about this is it makes the epistemology explicit, right? You could actually take this table, and you could also look at all the past edit wars and so on, and take a look at what things are starting to get marked as red or yellow, and what things are starting to get marked as green. And I'm pretty sure you're going to find some kind of partisan polarization that comes out of it, right? Number one. Number two is once something gets marked as being yellow or red, then all links and all references to it are pulled out. For example, CoinDesk, okay, was marked as being like, gosh, what was yellow? I think it's marked as red. CoinDesk, which is actually
I
like,
get a lot of useful information from this.
that's right, but it's marked as red. Why? Because there's some Wikipedia editors who hate cryptocurrency. So cryptocurrency in Wikipedia has been a huge topic where they've just edited out all the positive stuff. And these are senior editors of Wikipedia who can control what sources are considered reliable. So they've now knocked out CoinDesk, they've knocked out social media. They only allow mainstream media coverage, and not even all mainstream media, only those that mark the screen. This is the manipulation of
I want to know how many articles are affected by it, and
hundreds of
on that,
thousands. Hundreds of thousands.
you can just say that randomly.
I can, because all the things.
affected. There's different levels of effect in terms of it actual having significant impact on the quality of the article.
Let me give you an example. Let me cover an example, right? The fact that people cannot cite direct quotes on social media, but can only cite the rehash of those quotes in a mainstream media outlet, and not just any mainstream media outlet, but those that are colored green on the Wikipedia reliable correctness source policy, is a structural shift on every single article to make Wikipedia align with U.S. mainstream media corporations, right?
I am, as often, playing devil's advocate to counter a point so that the disagreement reveals some profound wisdom. That's what I'm doing here. But also in that task here, I'm trying to understand exactly how much harm is created by the bias within the team of editors that we're discussing, and how much of Wikipedia is technical knowledge. For example, the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
Mhm.
The Wikipedia article I've seen there, now that changes very aggressively a lot. And I hear from every side on this, but it did not seem biased. Here's like, as compared to mainstream media in the United States.
So now I'm going to sound extremely woke. Yeah. Okay. If you go and look at this, all right, Times of India is yellow, but Mother Jones, Jacobin, okay, they are green, right? So a niche, mostly white, Western, like partisan left outlet is marked green, but a billion people, like the Times of India is marked yellow, right? That's a structural bias towards Western media outlets and Western editors when much of the rest of the world hadn't gone online. Or
I would just love to see, in terms of the actual article, what ideas are being censored, altered, shifted.
Okay.
I just think it's an open. I'm not
so the edit logs are there. The edit logs are public.
Yeah,
right? So here's a way.
It'd be fascinating. Yeah, is there a way to explore the way that narratives are shifted because of?
Sure. So a very simple one is, if you were to pull all the edit logs of Wikipedia, you could see how many times are social media links disallowed. Okay. Like, first of all, think about it like this. Just the fact that social media is not allowed to be cited or inconsistent.
You think that's a problem?
It's a huge problem. You can't cite, let's say, Jeff Bezos' own tweet. You have to cite some random media corporation.
Here's the thing, and sorry if I'm interrupting.
Please.
Hopefully I'm adding to it. I think they're trying to create friction as to the sources used, because if you can use social media, then you can use basically bots to create a bunch of sources, right? And then that you can almost automate the editor war, right?
Here's the thing: is basically Wikipedia initially, said, "Oh, we'll only cite mainstream media as a way of boosting its credibility in the early 2000s." Okay, when its credibility was low. Now it's sort of become merged with the U.S. establishment, and now only cites these things whose trust. Have you seen the graphs on trust in mainstream media? Like, it's plummeted. It's down to 10% or something like that, right? So the most trusted sources for Wikipedia are untrusted by the population.
Yeah,
true.
That feels like it's a fix of the technological problem. I think I'm underinformed, and my gut says we're both together underinformed to do a rigorous 3 to 4 hour discussion about Wikipedia. Hold on a second. I think I have a gut sort of developed feeling about which articles not to trust on Wikipedia. I think I need to make that explicit also. I have a kind of an understanding that don't go to Wikipedia for this particular topic. Like, don't go to Wikipedia for an article on Donald Trump or Joe Biden. There's going to be, if I did, I would go to maybe sections that don't have room for insertion of bias, or like the section on controversy or accusations of racism or so on, sexual assault. I usually not trust Wikipedia on those sections.
Like math, that'll be great. Right? Wikipedia is great for that. On many topics that do not have a single consensus truth, it's structurally shifted towards basically white Western liberals, woke whites, right? Fundamentally, that's the demographic of the Wikipedia.
What kind of articles do you think are affected by this? Let's think about
everything that's on math and technology.
I think that's too strong a statement. So we can, like I said, war in Ukraine.
Sure.
I think that's too strong a statement. There's so much affect. I guess I'm saying affected to a large degree. Even his major battles in history, Battle of Stalingrad.
Sure.
Like that's not math. So you think all of that is affected to a point where it's not a trusted source?
Absolutely. If you look at the editors, for example, on Stalin versus Hitler, the tone on Hitler starts out legitimately and justifiably as basically genocidal, maniacal dictator. With Stalin, there's a fair number of Stalin apologists that edit out mention of genocide from the first few paragraphs.
I am playing devil's advocate in part, but I also am too underinformed to do the level of defense I would like to provide for the wisdom that is there, for the knowledge that is there. I don't want to use the word truth, but
sure,
for some level of knowledge that is there in Wikipedia. I think I really worry about, I know you don't mean this, but a cynical interpretation of what you're saying, which is don't trust anything written on Wikipedia. I think you're being very consistent and eloquent in the way you're describing the issues in Wikipedia, and I don't have enough actual specific examples to give where there is some still battle for truth that's happening that's outside of the bias of society. I think if we naturally distrust every source of information, there is a general distrust of institutions and a distrust of sources of knowledge that leads to an apathy and a cynicism about the world in general. If you believe a lot of conspiracy theories, you basically tune out from this collective journey that we're on towards the truth, and that's like if it's not even just Wikipedia. I just think Wikipedia was, at least for a time, and maybe I tuned out. Maybe because I am too focused on computer science and engineering and mathematics. But for me, Wikipedia for a long time was a source of calm escape from the political battles of ideology. And as you're quite eloquently describing, it has become part of the battleground of political ideology. I just would love to know where the boundaries of that are.
Glenn Greenwald has observed this. Lots of other folks, for example, I'm definitely not the only person who's observed that Wikipedia.
Let me just state, because I'm sensing this, and because of your eloquence and clear brilliance here, that a lot of people are going to immediately agree with you.
Okay.
And this is what I am also troubled by. This is not you,
sure.
But I often see that people will detect cynicism, especially when it is phrased as eloquent as yours, and will look at a natural dumbass like me and think that Lex is just being naive. Look at him trusting Wikipedia.
Let me argue your side. Okay.
Can you please do that, because you do that?
No, Lex, I enjoy talking.
And I'm doing devil's advocate a little bit, because I do really want to be. I am afraid about the forces that basically editors of authority of talking down to people and censoring information.
Yeah. So let me first argue your side, and let me say something, okay? Which is what you are reacting to is, oh, even those things I thought of as constants are becoming variables. Where is the terra firma? If we cannot trust anything, then everybody's just, it's anarchy and it's chaos. Like there's literally no consensus reality, and anybody can say anything and so on, right? And I think that there's two possible deviations from, let's say that the mainstream, obviously people talk about QAnon, for example, as like this kind of thing where people just make things up. They just go totally supply chain independent from mainstream media. And if mainstream media is a distorted gossamer of quasi-truth, these guys go to just total fiction as opposed to like, the alternative to QAnon is not BlueAnon, mainstream media, but Satoshianon, okay, which is an upward deviation, okay, not a downward deviation to say there's no such thing as truth. Rather, the upward deviation is decentralized cryptographic truth, not centralized corporate or government truth. Okay?
So how does the decentralization of Wikipedia look like?
Great question. It's this concept of ledger of record. First, whether you're Israeli or Palestinian, Japanese or Chinese, Democrat or Republican, those people agree on the state of the Bitcoin blockchain. Hundreds of billions of dollars is managed without weapons, okay, across tribes with wildly varying ideologies, right? And what that means is that is a mechanism for getting literally consensus. It's called consensus, cryptographic consensus, proof of work. And when people can get consensus on this, what they're getting consensus on are basically bytes that determine who holds what Bitcoin. This is exactly the kind of thing people would fight wars over. For hundreds of billions of dollars, let alone millions of dollars, people will kill each other over that in the past, right? So for hundreds of billions of dollars, people can get consensus truth on this in this highly adversarial environment, right? So the first generalization of that is it says you can go from bytes that reflect what Bitcoin somebody has to bytes that reflect what stocks, bonds, other kinds of assets people have. That's the entire DeFi, Ethereum, that whole space, okay? Basically, the premise is if you go from consensus on one byte, by induction, you can go to consensus on n bytes, depending on the cost of getting that consensus, right? And almost same thing digital, you're represented, or everything digital can be represented as bytes, right? So now you can get consensus on certain kinds of digital information, Bitcoin, but then also any kind of financial instrument. And then the next generalization is what I call the ledger of record. Many kinds of facts can be put partially or completely on chain. It's not just proof of work and proof of stake. There's things like proof of location, proof of human, proof of this, proof of that. The auditable oracles I talked about extended further. Lots and lots of people are working on this, right? Proof of solvency, seeing that some actor has enough of a bank balance to accommodate what they say they do. You can imagine many kinds of digital assertions can be turned into proof of X and proof of Y. You start putting those on chain, you now have a library of partially or completely provable facts. Okay? This is how you get consensus, as opposed to having a white Western Wikipedia editor or mostly white Western US media corporation or the US government simply say what is true in a centralized fashion.
So do you think truth is such an easy thing as you get to higher and higher questions of is the problem that the consensus mechanism is being hacked, or is the problem that truth is a difficult thing to figure out? Was the 2020 election rigged or not? Is the earth flat or not? That's a scientific one. That's just
By technical versus political truth spectrum, yeah.
But even the earth, like, well, that one is, no, that's a bad example because that is very, you can rigorously show that the earth is not flat. But there's some social phenomena, political phenomena, philosophical that will have a lot of debates, historical stuff about different forces operating within Nazi Germany and Stalinist Soviet Union. I think there's probably a lot of the historians debate about a lot of stuff like Blitz, the book that talks about the influence of drugs in the Third Reich, right?
Were they on math or something?
Yeah, they are. There's a lot of debates about how true, what is the significance of meth on the actual behavior and decisions of Hitler and so on. So there's still a lot of debates. It's just so easy to fix with decentralization, I guess.
So I actually have like basically chapter 2 of the network state book is on essentially this topic, and so it's like 70 pages or something like that. So let me try to summarize what I think about this. First is that there was an Onion article that came out. I can't find it now anymore, but it was about historians in the year 3000 writing about the late 90s and early 2000s. And they're like, clearly, Queen Brittany was a very powerful monarch. We can see how many girls around the world worshipped her like a god. And so it was very funny because it was a plausible distortion of, the current society by, a human civilization picking through the rubble 1,000 years later, having no context on it, right? And it's a very thought-provoking article because it says, well, to what extent is that us picking over Pompeii or the pyramids, or even like, the 1600s or the 1700s, like a few hundred years ago, we're basically sifting through artifacts. And, Summer Berger actually has this concept like, which is obvious, but it's also useful in the inference. Like, I think he calls it like dark history, which is, again, it might be getting this wrong, but it's like only a small percentage of what the Greeks wrote down, has come to us to the present day, right? So perhaps it's not just the winners who write history, it's like the surviving records. We have this extremely partial, fragmentary record of history, and sometimes there's some discovery that rewrites the whole thing. Do you know, like Göbekli Tepe's?
Everything I know about that is from Rogan because he's a huge fan of that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so that like rewrites it.
And then there's a lot of debates there.
There's a lot of debates. So basically, it's like the discovery of the site in northern Turkey that totally shifts our estimate of like when civilization started, maybe pushing it back many thousands of years further in the past, right? The past, it's like an inverse problem in physics, right? We're trying to reconstruct this from limited information, right? It's like X-ray crystallography. It's an inverse problem, right? It's Plato's cave. We're trying to reconstruct what the world looks like outside from these shadows, these fragments that have been given to us, right? Or that we found. And so in that sense, as you find more information, your estimate of the past changes, right? Oh, wow, okay, that pushes back civilization farther than thought. And one discovery just changes.
You want to try to, given all the gaps in the data we have, you want to try to remove bias from the process of trying to fill the gaps.
Well, so here's the thing. I think we're very close to the moment of it. And so that's why it'll sound crazy when I say it. But our descendants, I really do think of what the blockchain is and cryptographically verifiable history as being the next step after written history. It's like on par with that. Because anybody who has the record, the math is not going to change, right? Math is constant across human time and space, right? So, the value of pi is constant. That's one of the few constants across all these different human civilizations. Okay? So somebody in the future, assuming, of course, the digital record is actually intact to that point, because, in theory, digital stuff will persist. In practice, you have lost data and floppy drives and stuff like that. In some ways, digital is more persistent, in some ways, physical is more persistent. Okay? But assuming we can figure out the archival problem somehow, then this future record, at least it's internally consistent, right? You can run a bunch of equivalence and checksums, right? The Bitcoin verification process, just sum it all up and see that, okay, it's F and G of H of X, and boom, that at least is internally consistent, okay? Again, it doesn't say that all the people who reported it were, they could have put something on chain that's false, but at least the metadata is likely to be very difficult to falsify. And this is a new tool. It's really a new tool in terms of a robust history that is expensive and technically challenging to edit and alter. And that is the alternative to the Stalin-esque rewriting of history by centralized power.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do a lot of extra reading and thinking about. I'm actually, as you're talking, I'm also thinking about the fact that I think 99% of my access to Wikipedia is on technical topics. Because I basically use it very similarly to Stack Overflow.
And even there, it doesn't have unit tests. For example, one thing I remember, again, I might be wrong on this, but I recall that the Kelly criterion is a it's actually quite a useful thing to know. It's like how to optimally size your bets, okay? And you can have, given your kind of probability that some investment pays off or assumed probability, you can have bets that are too large, bets that are too small. Sometimes the Kelly criterion, it goes negative and actually it says you should actually take leverage. You're so sure this is a good outcome that you should actually spend more than your current bankroll because you're going to get a good result. It's a very sophisticated thing. And as I recall, many sites on the internet have the wrong equation. And I believe that was reprinted on Wikipedia. The wrong equation was put on Wikipedia as the Kelly criterion for a while. Okay? And so without unit tests, see, math is actually the kind of thing that you could unit test, right? You could literally have the assert on the right-hand side today, right? The modern version, we've got Jupyter, we've got Replit, we've got all these things. The modern version of Wikipedia, there's sites like golden.com, for example, like, there's a bunch of things. I'm funding lots of stuff across the board, on this. And, I'm not capitalizing these companies or capitalizing it that way, but I'm trying to see if, not just talk about a better version. It's hard to build something better, so actually go build it. And where you want is assertions that are actually reproduced. You don't just have the equation there. You have written down code, you can enter it, you can download the page, you can rerun it. It's reproducible.
So the problem with that kind of reproducibility is that it has friction. It's hard to put together articles that do that kind of stuff, unless you do an incredible job with UX and so on. The thing that I think is interesting about Wikipedia on the technical side is that without the unit tests, without the assertions, it still often does an incredible job. Because the reason it's the people that write those articles, and I've seen this also in Stack Overflow, are the people that care about this most. And there's a pride in getting it right.
Okay, so let me agree and disagree, right? So absolutely, there's some good there. There's, again, I think Wikipedia is a huge step up from what preceded it in some ways on the technical topics, yes. However, you're talking about the editing part, right? Like the markup for Wikipedia, it's very, mid-2000s, right? It is not crazy. Yeah, exactly. If at a minimum, for example, it's not WYSIWYG, right? So, like Medium or something like that, with Ghost, you can just go in and type, and it looks exactly like it looks like. Here, you have to go to a markup language where there can be editor conflicts, and you hit enter, and someone is over in your edit or something like that, and you don't know how it looks on the page. You might have to do a few, previews or whatever. That's number one. So editing, you talk about bearish editing. That's number two is, given that it might be read 1,000 times for one time it's written, it is important to actually have the mathematical things tested if they can be, given that we've got modern technology. And that's something that's hard to retrofit into this because it's so kind of ossified,
right? There's the interface on every side for the editor, even just for the editor to check that. Say the editor wants to get it right, you want to make it really not so easy, but easier to check their work.
That's
like debugging, like a nice IDE for the
that's exactly right.
The editing experience.
That's right. And the thing about this is, as I said, because the truth is a global constant, but incorrectness, right? Go ahead. Every happy family.
I love to think that truth will have a nice debugger.
Well, so here's right. So the thing is that what you can do is, let's say you did have a unit tested page for everything that's on. First of all, it makes a page more useful because you can download it, you can run it, you can import it, and so on. Second is it leads into one of the things that we can talk about. I've sort of a roadmap for building alternatives to not just existing companies, but to many existing U.S. institutions, from media and tech companies to courts and government and academia and nonprofits. The Wikipedia discussion actually relates to how you improve on academia, right? And so academia right now, one of the big problems, this is kind of related to the, oh boy, okay, the current institutions, we don't trust in them. Is it the answer to trust no one, right? And I think the alternative is decentralized cryptographic trust or verification. How does that apply to academia? First observation is we are seeing science being abused in the name of quote unquote science, okay? Capital S science is Maxwell's equations. That's a good one. That's a good one, right? Quote unquote science is a paper that came out last week. And the key thing is that capital S science, real science, is about independent replication, not prestigious citation. That's the definition. All the journal stuff, the professors, all that stuff is just a superstructure that was set on top to make experiments more reproducible. And that superstructure is now like dominating the underlying thing because people are just fixated on the prestige and the citation and not the replication, right? So how does that apply here? Once you start thinking about how many replications does this thing have, Maxwell equation, I mean, there's trillions of replications. Every time us speaking into this microphone right now, we're testing, our theory of the electromagnetic field, right? Or electrical and magnetic fields. Every single time you pick up a cell phone or use a computer, you're putting our knowledge to the test, right? Whereas some paper that came out last week in Science or Nature, we have 0 independent replications. Yet it is being cited publicly as prestigious scientists from Stanford and Harvard and MIT all came up with X, right? And so the prestige is a substitute for the actual replication. So there's a concept called Goodhart's law. Okay, I'm just going to quote it. When a measure becomes a target, it ceases to be a good measure. Okay, so for example, backlinks on the web were a good signal for Google to use when people didn't know they were being used as a signal.
Yeah, you talked about quantity versus quality, and PageRank was a pretty good approximation for quality.
Yes,
it's a fascinating thing.
Yeah, it's a fascinating thing. We can talk about that. But basically, once people know that you're using this as a measure, they will start to game it, and so then you have this cycle where sometimes you have a fixed point. Like Satoshi with proof of work was miraculously able to come up with a game where the gaming of it was difficult without just buying more compute. Right, so it's a rare kind of game where knowledge of the game's rules didn't allow people to game the game. Yeah.
But which is one of the reasons it's brilliant, is that you can describe the game and you can't mess with it.
Exactly. It's very hard to come up with something that's stable in this way. There's actually, on the meta point, there's a game where the rule of the game is to change the rules. Okay. It is.
You mean through simulation or what?
Yeah. It is called something. Nomic. Okay.
Nomic.
Nomic is a game where the rule of the game is to change the rules of the game. At first, that seems insane. Then you realize that's commerce.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But literally, it is so meta because there are laws or elections that elect the editors of those laws, who then change the laws that get them elected with gerrymandering and other stuff. Right? That's a bad way of thinking. The other way of thinking about it is this is what every software engineer is doing. You are constantly changing the rules by editing software and pushing code updates and so on, right? So, many games devolved into the metagame of who writes the rules of the game, right? Become essentially games of nomic. Proof of work is so amazing because it didn't devolve in such a way, right? Or it became very hard to rewrite the rules once they got set up, very financially expensive. That's not to say it will always be like that, but it's very hard to change.
If we could take a small tangent, we'll return to academia. I'd love to ask you about how to fix the media as well as to fix academia.
Yeah, these are all actually related. Yeah, Wikipedia, media, and academia are all related to the question of independent replication versus prestigious citation.
Sure. So that the problem is authority and prestige, as you see it from academia and the media and Wikipedia with the editors. We have to have a mechanism where sort of the data and the reproducibility is what dominates what these works.
That's right. And so one way to think about this is, I've said this in, I think I tweeted this one. Western civilization actually has a break classification emergency button. It's called decentralization, right? Martin Luther hit it when the Catholic Church was too ossified and centralized, decentralized with the Protestant Reformation. Okay, he said, at the time, people were able to pay for indulgences, like that is to say they could sin. They could say, okay, I sinned 5 times yesterday. Here's, the equivalent of $50. Okay, I'm going to sin. I'm going to sin some more. Okay, this is really by the way I sin. Okay, and people debate as to how frequent those indulgences were. These are one of the things he inveighed against in the 95 Theses. So decentralization, boom, break away from this ossified church, start something new, right? And in theory, the quote, religious wars of the 1600s that ensued were about things like, or the wafer was the body of Christ or what have you. But in part, they were also about power and whether the centralized entity would write all the rules or the decentralized one would. And so what happened was obviously Catholicism still exists, but Protestantism also exists. Okay. And similarly, here you've got this ossified central institution where, forget about, there's complicated studies, they're difficult to summarize, but when you have the science saying masks don't work and then they do, okay, which everybody saw. And this is not like, everybody knew that there was not like some massive study that came in that changed our perspective on mask wearing. It was something that was just insistently asserted as this is what the science says. And then without any acknowledgement, the science said something different, the next day, right? I remember because I was in the middle of this debate. And I think you could justify masks early in the pandemic as a useful precaution. And then later, post-vaccination, perhaps not necessary. I think that's like the rational way of thinking about it. But the point was that such levels of uncertainty were not acknowledged. Instead, people, were basically lying in the name of science, and public policy wasn't public health, it was political health. Okay, so something like that, you're just spending down all the credibility of the institution for basically nothing. Okay? And so, in such a circumstance, what do? Break glass, decentralize. What does that look like? Okay, so let me just describe what I call crypto science. By analogy to crypto, just like there's fiat science, crypto science, right? Fiat economics. Okay, so in any experiment, any paper when it comes out, right? You can sort of divide it into the analog to digital and the purely digital. Okay, so the analog to digital is you're running some instruments, you're getting some data, okay, and then once you've got the data, you're generating figures and tables and text and a PDF from that data, right? Leave aside the data collection step for now. I'll come back to that. Right? Just the purely digital part. What does the ideal academic paper look like in 2022, 2023? First, there's this concept called reproducible research. Okay, reproducible research is the idea that the PDF should be regenerated from the data and code. Okay, so you should be able to hit enter and regenerate. Why is this really important as a concept? John Clairbout and David Donahoe at Stanford 20 years ago pioneered this in stats because the text alone often doesn't describe every parameter that goes into a figure or something, right? You kind of sometimes just need to look at the code and then it's easy. Without that, it's hard, okay? So reproducible research means you regenerate the PDF from the code and the data. You hit enter, okay? Now, one issue is that many papers out there, science, nature, et cetera, are not reproducible research. Moreover, the data isn't even public. Moreover, sometimes the paper isn't even public. The open access movement has been fighting this for the last 27 years. There's various levels of this, like green and gold open access. Okay, so the first step is the code, the data, and the PDF go on chain. Step number one. Okay. The second thing is once you've got, so you can anybody who is, and that could be the Ethereum chain, it could be its own dedicated chain, whatever. Okay, it could be something where there's just the URLs are on the Ethereum chain, it's stored on Filecoin, many different implementations. But let's call that on-chain, right? Okay. Not just online, on-chain. When it's on-chain, it's public, and anybody can get it. So that's first. Second is, once you've got something where you can regenerate the code, or the PDF from the code and the data on-chain, guess what? You can have citations between two papers turn into import statements.
Okay.
That's cool, right? So now you're not just getting composable finance, like DeFi, where you have like one interest rate calculator calling another. You have composable science. And now you can say this paper on this, especially in ML, right? You'll often cite a previous paper and its benchmark or its method, right? You're gonna want to scatter plot sometimes your paper, your algorithm versus theirs on the same data set. That is facilitated if their entire paper is reproducible research that is generated. You can just really import that Python, and then you can generate your figure off of it, right? Moreover, think about how that aids reproducibility, because you don't have to reproduce in the literal sense every single snippet of code that they did. You can really use their code and import it. Okay, people start compounding them, so it's better science. Okay, now I talked about this, but actually there's a few folks who have been actually building this. So there's usescholar.org. Which actually has a demo of this, like just a V1 like kind of prototype, where it shows two stats papers on chain, and one of them is citing the other with an import statement. There's also a thing called I think DeSci.com, which is trying to do this, right? Decentralized science. So this itself changes how we think about papers. And actually, by the way, the inspiration for PageRank was actually citations. It was like the impact factor out of academia. That's where Larry Page and Sergey got the concept out, right? So now you've got a web of citations that are import statements on chain. In theory, you could track back a paper all the way back to its antecedents. Okay, so if it's citing something, you can now look it up and look it up and look it up. And a surprising number of papers actually, their antecedents don't terminate, or the original source says something different, or it just kind of got garbled like a telephone game. And there's this famous thing on like the spinach, does it actually have iron in it or something like that. I forget the details on the story, but it was something where you track back the citations and people are contradicting each other. Okay, but it's just something that just gets copy pasted, and it's a fact. It's not actually a fact because it's not audited properly. This allows you to cheaply audit, in theory, all the way back to Maxwell or Newton or something like that. Okay. Now, what I'm describing is a big problem, but it's a finite problem. It's essentially taking all the important papers and putting them on chain. It's about the scale of, let's say, Wikipedia. Okay. So it's like, I don't know, a few 100,000, a few million papers. I don't know the exact number, but it'll be out there. Okay. So now you've got, number one, these things that are on chain. Okay. Number two, you've turned citations into import statements. Number three, anybody can now, at a minimum, download that code. And while they may not have the instruments, and I'll come back to that point, while they may not have the instruments, they can do internal checks, the Benford's Law stuff we were just talking about. You can internally check the consistency of these tables and graphs, and often you'll find fraud or things that don't add up that way, because all the code and the data is there, right? And now you made it so that anybody in Brazil, in India, Nigeria, they may not have academic, library access to it, but they can get it. Right. Now, how do you fund all of this? Well, good thing is crypto actually allows tools for that as well. Andrew Huberman and others have started doing things like with NFTs to fund their lab. I can talk about the funding aspect. There's things like researchhub.com, which are trying to issue tokens for labs. But a lab isn't that expensive to fund. Maybe it's a few 100,000, a few million a year, depending on where you are. Crypto does generate money. And so you can probably imagine various tools, whether it's tokens or NFTs or something like that. Finally, what this does is it is not QAnon, right? It is not saying don't trust anyone. Neither is it just trust the centralized academic establishment. Instead of saying trust because you can verify, because we can download things and run. The crucial thing that I'm assuming here is the billions of supercomputers around the world that we have, all the MacBooks and iPhones that can crank through lots and lots of computation. So everything digital, we can verify locally, okay? Now, there's one last step, which is, I mentioned the instruments, right? Whether it's your sequencing machine or your accelerometer or something like that is generating the data that you are reporting in your paper when you put it on chain, okay? Basically, you think of that as the analog to digital interface. We can cryptify that too. Why? For example, an Illumina sequencing machine has an experiment manifest. And when that's written to this website called NCBI, National Center for Biotechnology Information, you can see the experiment metadata on various sequencing runs. It'll tell you what instrument and what time it was run and who ran it and so on and so forth, okay? What that does is allows you to correct for things like batch effects. Sometimes you will sequence on this day and the next day and humidity or something like that. Makes it look like there's a statistically significant difference between your two results, but it's just actually batch effects, okay? What's my point? Point is, if you have a crypto instrument, you can have, various hashes and stuff of the data as a chain of custody for the data itself that are streamed and written on chain, that the manufacturer can program into this. For anything that's really, you might say, well, boy, that's overkill, right? I'm saying actually not. You know why? If you're doing a study whose results are going to be used to influence a policy that's going to control the lives of millions of people, every single step has to be totally audited. You need the glass box model. You need to be able to go back to the raw data. You need to be able to interrogate that. And again, this is, anybody who's a good scientist will embrace this, right?
So first of all, that was a brilliant exposition of the future of science that I would like to see. The pushback I'll provide, which is not really a pushback, is like what you described is so much better than what we currently have, that I think a lot of people would say any of the sub-steps you suggest are already going to be a huge improvement. So even just sharing the code,
yes,
or sharing the data, you said, like, I think it would surprise people how often
It's hard to get data.
it is like the actual data or specifics or a large number of the parameters, not you share like one or two parameters that were involved with running the experiment. You won't mention the machines involved, except maybe at a high level with the versions and so on. The dates when the experiments were run,
Exactly.
you don't mention any of this stuff.
Right.
So there's several ways to fix this, and one of them, I think, implied in what you're describing is a culture that says it's not okay
Exactly.
to like. So first of all, there should be, even if it's not perfectly unchained to where you can automatically import all the way to Newton. Just even the act of sharing the code, sharing the data, maybe in a way that's not perfectly integrated into a larger structure, is already a very big positive step.
Yeah.
Saying, like, if you don't do this, then this doesn't count. And because in general, I think my worry, as somebody who's a programmer who's OCD, I love the picture you paint that you can just import everything and it all automatically checks everything. My problem is that makes incremental science easier and revolutionary science harder.
Oh, I actually very much disagree with that.
I would love to hear your argument. Guys, let me just kind of elaborate.
Sure.
Why sometimes you have to think in this gray area of fuzziness when you're thinking in totally novel ideas, and when you have to concretize the data. Like some of the greatest papers that are written don't have data; they're in the space of ideas almost. Like you're kind of sketching stuff, and that could be errors. But like Einstein himself with the famous 5 papers, I mean, they're really strong, but they're fuzzy. They're a little bit fuzzy, and so I think even like the GAN paper, you're often thinking of like new data sets, new ideas, and I think maybe as a step after the paper is written, we could probably concretize it, integrate it into the rest of society.
Sure.
Like you shouldn't feel that pressure, I guess, early on.
Well, I mean, there's different. Each of the steps that I'm talking about, right? There's like the data being public and everything. Just having the paper being public, that's like deep, right? Then you have the thing being generated from code and data, like the PDF being generated from content. Then you have the citations as import statements. Then you have the full citation graph as import statements. So you just follow it all the way back, right? And now you have that gives you auditability. Then you have the off-chain, the analog digital crypto custody, right? Like where you're hashing things and streaming things. So you have the chain of custody. Each of those is kind of like a level up and adds to complexity, but it also adds to the auditability and the verifiability and reproducibility. But one thing I'd say that I wanted to respond to that you said was that you think this would be good for incremental but not innovative. Actually, it's quite the opposite. I think academia is institutional and it's not innovative. For example, NIH has this graph, which is like, I think it's age of recipients of R01 grants. Okay. And what it shows is basically it's like a hump that moves over time, roughly plus 1 year forward for the average age as the year moves on. Okay. I'll see if I can find the GIF. Why is this? Let me see if I can find it. It's a ridiculously powerful movie in 30 seconds. I sent it in WhatsApp.
The name of the video is Age Distribution by NIH Principal Investigators and Medical School Faculty. And it starts out on the x-axis is age with the distribution and percent of PIs. And from early 1980s, moving 1 year at a time. And the mean of the distribution is moving slowly, approximately, as Elijah said, about 1 year
per year.
Per year.
And this is 10 years ago.
1 year in age per year of time.
And notice how, first of all, the average age is moving way upward before you become an NHPI. Second is, it's a cohort of guys, people, who are just awarding grants to each other.
Yeah.
That's clearly what's happening. That's the underlying dynamic. You're not awarding grants to folks who are much younger, okay? Because those folks haven't proven themselves, right? So it is this is what happens when you get prestigious citation rather than independent publication. The age just keeps creeping up. And this was 10 years ago, and it's gotten even worse. It's become even more gerontocratic, even more hidebound, right? And so the thing is that the structures that Vannevar Bush and others set up, the entire post-war science establishment, one thing I'll often find is people will say, well, gee, the government hath granted us the internet and self-driving cars and space flight and so on. How can you possibly be against the U.S. government? Kneel and repent for its bounty, And really, the reason they don't say it quite in that way, but that's really the underpinning kind of thing, because they've replaced God with Gov. They really think of the U.S. government as God. The conservative will think of the U.S. government as like the all-powerful military abroad, and the progressive will think of it as the benign, all-powerful, like nurturing parent at home. Okay, but in this context, they're like, how can you, as some tech bro, could possibly think you could ever do basic science without the funding of the U.S. government? Has it not developed all basic science, right? And the answer to this is actually to say, well, what if we go further back than 1950? Did science happen before 1950? Well, I think it did. Bernoulli and Maxwell and Newton, were they funded by NSF? No, they weren't, right? But aviation, railroads, automobiles, gigantic, industries that arose and both were stimulated by and stimulated development of pure science. Were they funded by NSF? No, they were not, right? Therefore, NSF is not a necessary condition for the presence of science. Neither is even the United States. Obviously, a lot of these discoveries, it was before, I believe it's before the American, exact, actually less old than people think. Okay, so Newton died in 1727, right? So I knew that, it was like in the 1700s. So Newton was before the American Revolution, right? Obviously, that meant huge innovations could happen before the U.S. government, before NIH, before NSF, right? Which means they are not a necessary condition, number one. That itself is crucial, because a lot of people say the government is necessary for basic science. It is not necessary for basic science. It is one possible catalyst. And I would argue that mid-century, it was okay, because mid-century was the time when the middle of the centralized century. 1933, 1945, 1969, you have Hoover Dam, you have the Manhattan Project, you have Apollo. That generation was acclimatized to a centralized U.S. government that could accomplish great things, partly because technology favored centralization going into 1950 and then started favoring decentralization going back. I've talked about this in the book. Sovereign Digital has talked about this, but very roughly, you go up into 1950 and you have mass media and mass production, and just centralization of all kinds of giant nation states slugging it down the world stage. You go out in 1950 and you get cable news and personal computers and internet and mobile phones and cryptocurrency, and you have the decentralization. And so this entire centralized scientific establishment was set up at the peak of the centralized century, and it might have been the right thing to do at that time, but is now showing its age. And it's no longer actually geared up for what we have. Where are the huge innovations coming out? Well, Satoshi Nakamoto was not, to our knowledge, a professor, right? That's this revolutionary thing that came outside of it. Early in the pandemic, there was something called project-evidence.github.io, which accumulated all of the evidence for the coronavirus possibly having been a lab leak, when that was a very controversial thing to discuss, right? Alina Chan, to her credit, Matt Ridley and Alina Chan have written this book, on whether the coronavirus was a lab leak or not. I think it's plausible that it was. I can't say I'm 100% sure, but I think at least certainly it is a hypothesis worthy of discussion. Okay, though of course it's got political overtones. Point being that the pseudonymous online publication at project-evidence.github.io happened when it was taboo to do so. So we're back to the age of pseudonymous publication, where only the arguments can be argued with. The person can't be attacked. Okay, this is actually something that used to happen in the past. Like, there's a famous story where Newton solved the problem. Someone said, "I know the lion by his claw," or something like that, right? People used to do pseudonymous publication in the past so that they would be judged on part by their scientific ideas and not the person themselves, right? And so, I do disagree that this is the incremental stuff. This is actually the innovative stuff. The incremental stuff is going to be the institutional gerontocracy that's academia, where it's like, do you know who I am? I'm a Harvard professor.
Yeah, I think I agree with everything you said, but I'm not going to get stuck on technicalities, because I think I was referring to your vision of data sets and importing code.
Sure.
And so that forces, just knowing how code works, it forces a structure, and structure usually favors incremental progress. Like if you fork code, you're not going to, it decentivizes revolution. You want to go from scratch.
Okay, so I understand your point there. Okay. And I also agree that some papers like Francis Crick on the claustrum or others are theoretical. They're more about like where to dig in the data itself and so on and so forth, right? So I agree with that. Still, I don't, the counter argument is rather than 1,000 people reading this paper to try to rebuild the whole thing and do it with errors, when they can just import, they can more easily build upon what others have done, right?
Oh, yeah. And so the paper should be.
Well, yeah. So here's what, Python has this concept of batteries included for the standard library, right? Because it lets you just import, and just get to work, right? That means you can fly. Whereas if you couldn't do all those things and you had to rewrite string handling, you would only be able to do incremental things. Libraries actually allow for greater integration. That's my counter.
I think you create, I think that paints a picture. I hope that's a picture that fits with science. It certainly does. It fits with code very well. I just wonder how much of science can be that, which is you import. How much of it is possible to do that? Certainly for the things I work on, you can, which is the machine learning world, all the computer science world. But whether you can do that for, all right, you can fix the biology. Seems to, yes, I think so. Chemistry, I think so. And then you start getting into weird stuff like psychology, which some people don't even think is a science. No, just love for my psychology friends. I think as you get farther and farther away from things that are like hard technical fields, it starts getting tougher and tougher and tougher to have like importable code.
Okay, so let me give the strong form version, right? Mm-hmm. So there's a guy who I think is a great machine learning guy, creator of actually Keras. He disagrees with me on Francois.
Yeah, he's been on this podcast twice. Yeah.
Okay, great. So he disagrees.
I disagree with him on all this stuff.
Yes, me too. I think we have mutual respect. Follow each other on Twitter, whatever.
I think he does respect the life.
Here's something which I totally agree with him on. And he actually got like trolled or attacked for this, but I completely agree. Within 10, 20 years, nearly every branch of science will be, for all intents and purposes, a branch of computer science. Computational physics, computational chemistry, computational biology, computational medicine, even computational archaeology, realistic simulations, big data analysis, and ML. That to me is incredibly obvious. Why? First of all we're doing every day is PDFs and data analysis on a computer, right? And so every single one of those areas can be reduced to the analog digital step, and then it's all digital. Then you're flying, you're in the cloud, right?
You put a date. Did you say how long? Or
10 to 20 years. Arguably, it's already there, right? And here's the thing. You were saying, well, you might drop off when you hit psychology or history. Actually, I think it's the softer sciences that are going to harden up. Why? One of the things I talk about a lot in the book is, for example, with history, the concept of crypto history makes history computable. One way of thinking about it is, remember my Britney Spears example, right? Where Queen Britney, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So at first, it's kind of a funny thing to say a computer scientist's term for history is the log files. Until we realized that, what would a future historian, how would they write about the history of the 2010s? Well, a huge part of that history occurred on the servers of Twitter and Facebook. So now you go from like a log file, which is the individual record of like one server's action, to a decade worth of data on literally billions of people. All of their online lives, like arguably, that's why I say that's like actually what the written history was of the 2010s, was this giant digital history. As we go to the 2020s and 2030s, more of that is going to move from merely online to on-chain and then cryptographically verifiable. So that soft subject of history becomes something that you can calculate things like Google Trends and Ngrams and stuff like that.
Yes, beautifully put. And I would venture to say that Donald Trump was erased from history when he was removed from Twitter and many social platforms, and all his tweets were gone.
Someone who has an archive of it, but yeah, I understand.
Yeah. Well, as the flood of data about each individual increases, censorship it becomes much more difficult to actually have an archive of stuff. But yes, for important people like a president, it's yes. Let me on that topic ask you about Trump. You were considered for a position as FDA commissioner in the Trump administration. And I think in terms of the network state, in terms of the digital world, one of the seminal acts in the history of that was the banning of Trump from Twitter. You make the case for it and against it.
Sure. So first, let me talk about the FDA thing. So I was considered for a senior role at FDA, but I do believe that, and this is a whole topic, we can talk about the FDA. I do believe that just as it was easier to create Bitcoin than to reform the Fed, right? Reforming the Fed basically still hasn't happened, right? So just as it was easier to create Bitcoin than to reform the Fed, it will literally be easier to start a new country than to reform the FDA. Mm-hmm. It may take 10 or 20 years. I mean, think about Bitcoin, it's only about 13 years old, right? It may take 10 or 20 years to start a new network state with a different biomedical policy. But that is how we get out from this, perhaps the single worst thing in the world, which is harmonization, regulatory harmonization.
Can you describe regulatory harmonization?
Regulatory harmonization is the mechanism by which U.S. regulators impose their regulations on the entire world. So they basically have a monopoly by U.S. regulators. This is not just the FDA, it is SEC and FAA and so on and so forth. And for the same reason that a small company will use Facebook login, they'll outsource their login to Facebook. A small country will outsource their regulation to the US, okay, with all the attendant issues. Because, I mean, you know the names of some politicians. Can you name a single regulator? The FDA? No, right? Yeah, they will brag on their website that they regulate, I forget the exact numbers, I think it's like 25 cents out of every dollar, something along those lines, okay? It's like double digits, okay? That's a pretty big deal. And the thing about this is, people will talk about, quote, our democracy and so on. But many of the positions in, quote, our democracy are actually not subject to democratic accountability. You have tenured professors and you have tax-exempt colleges. You have the Sulzbergers, the New York Times, who have dual-class stock. You have, a bunch of positions that are out of reach of the electorate, and that includes regulators who have career tenure after just a few years of not necessarily even continuous service. So they're not accountable to the electorate. They're not named by the press. And they also aren't accountable to the market because you've got essentially uniform global regulations. Now, the thing about this is it's not just a government thing. It's a regulatory capture thing. Big pharma companies like this as well. Why? Because they can just get their approval in the US and then they can export to the rest of the world, right? I understand where that comes from as a corporate executive. It's such a pain to get access in one place. So there's a team up, though, between the giant company and the giant government to box out all the small startups in all the small countries and lots of small innovation, right? There are cracks in this now, right? The FDA did not acquit itself well during the pandemic. For example, it denied, there's so many issues, but one of the things that even actually New York Times reported, the reason that people thought there were no COVID cases in the US early in the pandemic was because the FDA was denying people the ability to run COVID tests. And the emergency use authorization was, emergency should be like right now, right? But it was not, it was taking forever. And so some labs did civil disobedience and they just disobeyed the FDA and just went and tested academic labs with threat of federal penalties, because that's what they are. They're like police, okay? And so they were sort of retroactively granted immunity because NYT went and ran a positive story on it. So NYT's authority is usually greater than that of FDA. If they come into a conflict, NYT runs stories, then FDA kind of gets spanked, right? And it's not, probably neither party would normally think of themselves that way. But if you look at it, when NYT goes and runs stories on a company, it names all the executives and they get all hit. When it runs stories on a regulator, it just treats the regulator usually as if it was just some abstract entity. It's Zuckerberg's Facebook. You can't name, the people who drove bureaucrats at FDA. Interesting, right?
Very interesting.
Very important point. Like that person who's like named and their face is known. Like you, just as an example, Zuckerberg's face and name. Most people don't know Arthur G. Sulzberger. They couldn't recognize him, right? Yet he's the guy who's inherited the New York Times company from That is unaccountable power. It's not that they get great coverage; they get no coverage. They don't even think about that, right? And so it's invisibility, right?
There's some aspect why Fauci was very interesting. Because
He was a public face.
in my recent memory, there's not been many faces of science policy.
Yeah.
And he became the face of that. And as there's some of his meme, which is basically saying that he is science, or that some people represent science, but in the
Or quote unquote science.
the positive aspect of that is that there is accountability when there's a face like that.
Right, but you can also see the Fauci example shows you why a lot of these folks do not want to be public, because they enter a political, media minefield. I'm actually sympathetic to that aspect of it. What I'm not sympathetic to is the concept that in 2022, that the unelected, unfireable, anonymous American regulator should be able to impose regulatory policy for the entire world. We are not the world of 1945. It is not something where these other countries are even consciously consenting to that world. Just as give an example, there's a concept called challenge trials. Okay, the Moderna vaccine was available very, very early in the pandemic. You can just synthesize it from the sequence. And challenge trials would have meant that people who are healthy volunteers, okay, they could have been soldiers, for example, of varying ages, who are there to take a risk, their lives for their country potentially. Okay, it could have been just healthy volunteers, not necessarily soldiers, just patriots of whatever kind, in any country, not just the US. But those healthy volunteers could have gone. And at the early stages of the pandemic, we didn't know exactly how lethal it was going to be, because, Li Wenliang, 30-somethings in China were dying from this. It seemed like it could be far worse.
How lethal the virus.
Yeah, and it may be, by the way, that those who were the most susceptible to the virus died faster earlier. It's as if you can imagine a model where those who were exposed and had the lowest susceptibility also had the highest severity and died in greater numbers early on. If you look at the graph, like deaths from COVID were exponential going into about April 2020, and then leveled off to about 7,500, 10,000 a day, and then kind of fell, right? But it could have gone to 75,000. So we didn't know how serious it was. So this would have been a real risk that these people would be taking. But here's what they would have got for them. Basically, in a challenge trial, somebody would have been given the vaccine and then exposed to the virus and then put under observation. And then that would have given you all the data, because ultimately the synthesis of the thing, I mean, yes, you do need to scale up synthesis of manufacturing and whatever, but the information of whether it worked or not and was safe and effective, like that could be gathered expeditiously with volunteers for challenge trials.
You think there'll be a large number of volunteers?
Absolutely.
What's the concern there? Is there enough of concern of taking on volunteers?
Well, so let me put it like this. Had we done that, we could have had vaccines early enough to save the lives of like 1 million Americans, especially seniors and so on. Okay, soldiers, and we're generally first responders and others. I do believe there's folks who would have stepped up, to take that risk.
The heroes walk among us.
Yeah, that's right. Like if military service is something which is a ritualized thing, people are paid for it, but they're not paid that much. They're really paid in honor, and in duty and patriotism. That is actually the kind of thing where I do believe some fraction of those folks would have raised their hand for this important task. I don't know how many of them, but I do think that the volunteers would have been there. There's probably some empirical test of that, which is there's a challenge trials relatively for profit put out this proposal in the pandemic, and he could tell you how many volunteers he got. But something like that could have just shortened the time from pandemic to functional vaccine, right? To days, even, if you'd actually really acted. The fact that didn't happen, and that the Chinese solution of lockdown, that actually, at the beginning, people thought the state could, potentially stop the virus, stop people in place. It turned out to be more contagious than that. Basically, no NPI, no non-pharmaceutical intervention really turned out to work that much, right? Actually, at the very beginning of the pandemic, I said something like, look, this is actually February 3rd, about a month before people, I was just watching what was going on in China. And I saw that they were doing digital quarantine, like using WeChat codes to like block people off and so on. I didn't know what was going to happen, but I said, look, if the coronavirus goes pandemic, and it seems it may, the extreme edge case becomes the new normal. It's every debate we've had on surveillance, deplatforming, and centralization accelerate. Pandemic means emergency powers for the state, even more than terrorism or crime. And sometimes a solution creates the next problem. My rough forecast of the future, the coronavirus results in quarantines, nationalism, centralization. And this may actually work to stop the spread, but once under control, states will not see their powers, so we decentralize. And I didn't know whether it was going to stop the spread, but I knew that they were going to try to do it, right? And look, it's hard to call every single thing right, and I'm sure there's some will find some errors, but in general, I think that was actually pretty good for like early February 2020, right? So that's my point, though. The point is, rather than copying Chinese lockdown, what we should have had were different regimes around the world. To some extent, Sweden defected, from this, right? They had like no lockdowns or whatever. But really, the axis that people were talking about was lockdown versus no lockdown. The real axis should have been challenge trials versus no challenge trials. We could have had that in days, okay? And those are two examples on both vaccines and testing. There's so many more that I could point to.
So those are kind of decentralized innovations, and that's what FDA should stand
for. FDA can stand for.
Or something like FDA, right?
So let's talk about that, right? Something like FDA. So this is very important. In general, the way I try to think about things is V1, V2, V3, as we've talked about 5 times.
So FDA, V.
Well, right. So what was before FDA, right? So there was both good and bad before FDA, because people don't necessarily have the right model of the past, okay? So, if you ask people what was there before the FDA, they'll say, and by the FDA itself omits the, right? Their pronouns are just FDA, FDA, okay? But basically...
why is that important?
It's just something where...
Why is that either humorous or interesting to you?
They have a sort of in-group lingo where when you are kind of talking about them, the way that they talk about themselves, it is something that kind of piques interest. It's kind of like, in LA, people say the 101 or the, right? Whereas in Northern California, they'll say 101. Or people from Nevada will say Nevada, right? It just instantly marks you as like insider or outsider, okay? In terms of how the language works, right? And that's good.
That means just makes me sad, because that lingo is part of the mechanism which creates the silo, the bubble of particular thoughts, and that ultimately deviates from the truth because you're not open to new ideas.
I think it's actually like, in Glorious Bastards, there's a scene in the bar. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, but it's good. You can't, just to censor you, this is like when you could be a podcast like Wikipedia, you can't cite Quentin Tarantino films.
Okay.
Sorry,
so basically, like English start going like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I believe it's like the Germans start with like the thumb. Something that you'd never know, right? I may misremember that, but I think that's right. Okay, so that's
FDA's got the lingo. All right.
Yes. So FDA's got the lingo. So coming back up, basically, just talk about FDA and then come back to your question on the platform.
So what was V0 FDA?
Yeah. So
V1, what does the future look like?
V1 was patent medicines. Okay, that's something so gross. But V1 was also Banting and Best. Okay, Banting and Best, they won the Nobel Prize in the early 1920s. Right? Why? They came up with the idea for insulin supplementation to treat diabetes, and they came with a concept. They experimented on dogs. They did self-experimentation. They had healthy volunteers. They experimented with the formulation as well, right? Because just like you have like a web app and a mobile app, maybe a command line app, you could have a drug that's administered orally or via injection or cream, or so there's different formulations, like dosage, all that stuff. They could just like iterate on, okay, with willing doctor, willing patient. These these folks who were affected just sprang out of bed. The insulin supplementation was working for them. And within a couple of years, they had won the Nobel Prize, and Eli Lilly had scaled production for the entire North American continent. Okay, so that was a time when pharma moved at the speed of software, when it was willing buyer, willing seller. Okay, because the past is demonized as something that our glorious regulatory agency is protecting us from. Okay, but there's so many ways in which what's really protecting you from is being healthy. Okay, as there's a zillion examples of this. I won't be able to recapitulate all of them just in this podcast, but if you look at a post that I've got, it's called Regulation, Disruption, and the Future, Technologies of 2013, Coursera PDF, okay? This lecture, which I'll kind of link it here so you can put in the show notes if you want. This goes through like a dozen different examples of crazy things the FDA did, from kind of stuff that was dramatized in Dallas Buyers Club, where they were preventing people from getting AIDS drugs, to their various attacks on quote, raw milk, where they were basically saying Here's a quote from FDA, filing in 2010. There's no generalized right to bodily and physical health. There's no right to consume or feed children any particular food. There's no fundamental right to freedom of contract. They basically feel like they own you. You're not allowed to make your own decisions about your food. There's no generalized right to bodily and physical health. Direct quote from their like written kind of thing. Okay. The general frame is usually that FDA says it's protecting you from the big bad company, but really what it's doing is it's preventing you from opting out. Okay. Now, with that said, this is where I'm talking about V3. As critical as I am of FDA or the Fed for that, I also actually recognize that like the Ron Paul type thing of end the Fed is actually not practical. End the Fed will just be laughed at. What Bitcoin did was a much, much, much more difficult task of building something better than the Fed. That's really difficult to do because the Fed and the FDA, they're like the hub of the current system. People rely on them for lots of different things, okay? And you're going to need a better version of them. And how would you actually build something? So with the Fed and with, SEC and the entire, the banks and whatnot, crypto has a pretty good set of answers for these things. And over time, all the countries that are not, or all the groups that are not the US establishment or the CCP will find more and more to their liking in the crypto economy. So that part I think is go. Okay, we can talk about that. What does that look like for biomedicine? Well, first, what does exit the FDA look like, right? So there actually are a bunch of exits from the FDA already, which is things like right to try laws, okay, CLIA labs and laboratory developed tests, compounding pharmacies, off-label prescription by doctors, and countries that aren't fully harmonized with FDA. For example, Kobe Bryant, before he passed away, went and did stem cell treatments in Germany. Okay, stem cells have been pushed out, I think in part by the Bush administration, by other things. So those are different kinds of exits. Right to try basically means, at the state level, you can just try the drug. Okay, CLIA labs and LDTs. That means that's a path where you don't have to go through FDA to get a new device approved. You can just run it in the lab. Okay, compounding pharmacies. These were under attack. I'm not sure actually where the current statute is, but this is the idea that pharmacist has some discretion in how they prepare mixtures of drugs. Off-label prescription by MDs. So MDs have enough weight in the system that they can kind of push back on FDA. And off-label prescription is the concept that a drug that's approved for purpose A can be prescribed for purpose B or C or D without going through another whole new drug approval process. And then countries that aren't harmonized, right? So those are 5 different kinds of exits from the FDA on different directions. So first, those exits exist. So for those people who are like, oh my God, we're all going to die, or he's going to poison us with non-FDA approved things or whatever, right? Those exits exist. You probably actually use tests or treatments from those. You don't even realize that you have, right? So it hasn't killed you. Number 2 is actually testing for safety. There's safety, efficacy, and comparative. Safety is actually relatively easy to test for. There's very few drugs that are there's TGN 1412. That's a famous example of something who's actually really dangerous to people, right? With the early tests. So those do exist. Just they do exist. In general, testing for safety is actually not that hard to do. Okay, and if something is safe, then you should be able to try it. Usually. Okay. Now, what does that decentralized FDA look like? Well, basically, you take individual pieces of it, and you can often turn them into vehicles. And this is 50 different startups. Let me describe some. First, have you gotten any drugs or something like that recently? I mean, prescribed drugs.
Now that you clarify the answer.
Yeah.
Prescribed drugs, no.
Okay, so
not long. Maybe antibiotics a long time ago, maybe.
All right. No. So you know how you have a sort of a wadded up chemistry textbook, the package insert that goes into these, right? Okay.
Wadded up chemistry textbook. I love it.
That's what it is, right? That's what a terrible user interface. We don't usually think of it that way. Why is the user interface so terrible? That's a web of regulation that makes it so terrible. And there's actually guys who tried to innovate just on user interface called Help, I Need Help. That was the name of the company a while back, and it was trying to explain the stuff in plain language. Okay? Just on user interface, you can innovate. And why is that important? Well, there's a company called PillPack, which innovated on the user interface for drugs by giving people a thing which had a daily blister pack. So it's here's your prescription. You're supposed to take all these pills in the first and second, And basically, whether you had taken them on a given day was manifest by whether you had opened it for that specific day. Okay, this is way better than other kinds of so-called compliance methodologies, like there are guys who try to do like an IoT pill where when you swallow it, it like gives you measurements. This was just a simple innovation in user interface that boosted compliance in the sense of compliance with the drug regimen dramatically, right? And I think they got acquired or what have you for a lot of money.
And hopefully utilized effectively.
Utilize effectively, right?
Or sometimes these companies that do incredible innovation really makes you sad when they get acquired that leads to their death, not their scaling.
Sure. I mean, they did a lot of other good things, but this is one thing that they did well, right? So PillPack just shows what you can get with improving on user interface. Why can't, I mean, we get reviews for everything, right? One thing that, like people have sort of, in my view, someone put out context, they're like, oh, biology thinks you should replace the FDA with health for drugs. Actually, there's something called phase 4, okay, the FDA, which is so-called post-market surveillance. Do you know that that's actually something where, in theory, you can go and fill out a form on the FDA website, which basically says, I've had, a bad experience with a drug.
Like VAERS, but for drugs.
Yeah, so it's called MedWatch, right? And so you can do like voluntary reporting, and you can get like a PDF and just like upload it, right?
Is this a government? Is this the .gov?
Yeah, it's Form 3500B.
I love it. It's HTML. It's going to be like in the 90s. It's going to have an interface designed by somebody who's a COBOL/Fortran programmer.
Right, here we go. So basically, the 3500B.
I hope to be proven wrong on that, by the way.
So 3500B, consumer voluntary reporting. When do I use this form? You were hurt or had a bad side effect. Use a drug which led to unsafe use.
Yeah.
The point is, FDA already has a terrible Yelp for drugs.
Yeah.
It has a terrible version of it. Yeah. What would the good version look like? The fact that the fact you have to fill out a PDF to go and submit a report. How do you submit a report at Yelp or Uber or Airbnb or Amazon in town? Your star ratings, right? So just modernizing FDA 3500B and modernizing phase 4, okay, is a huge thing.
Listen, can you comment on that? What incentive mechanism forces the modernization, that kind of thing?
Here's how it would work. For one possible.
Create an actual Yelp.
Yeah, here's how that would work, right? You go to pharmacy or wherever, you hold up your phone and you scan the barcode of the drug. Okay, what does you see? Instantly you see global reports, right? By the way, because your biology, your physiology, that's global, right? Information from Brazil or from Germany or Japan on their physiological reaction to the same drug you're taking is useful to you. It's not like a national boundaries thing. So the whole nation state model will only collect information on by other Americans. So really you want a global kind of thing, just like, Amazon book reviews, that's a global thing. Other things are aggregate at the global level, okay? So what you want is to see every patient report and every doctor around the world on this drug. That might be really important to your rare or semi-rare condition. Just that alone would be a valuable site.
Who builds that site? It sounds like something created by capitalism. It sounds like
you could do it by capitalism.
It would have to be a company.
Yeah, you can definitely do. See,
but we don't have a world where a company is allowed to be in charge of that kind of thing.
Well, I don't know.
Health went down. It just seems like a lot of the.
So it depends, right? Basically, this is why you have to pick off individual elements, right? There's essentially a combination of first recognizing that FDA is actually bad. You can be able to say that. Let me put it like this. It does a lot of bad things. It is something which you need to be able to criticize. And you might be like, well, that's obvious, right? Well, in 2010, for example, there's a book that came out, if anybody wants to understand FDA, it's called Reputation and Power.
A lot of people don't want to criticize FDA.
Yeah, because they will retaliate against your biotech or pharma company.
Yeah, okay. And that retaliation can be initiated by a single human being.
Absolutely. The best analogy is, think about the TSA, okay? Have you flown recently? Okay. Do you make any jokes about the TSA when you're in the TSA line?
Usually you don't want to, but they're a little more flexible.
Okay.
You know what? Can I tell a story?
Sure.
Which is, it was similar to this. I was in Vegas at a club. I don't go to clubs.
Yeah.
I got kicked out. But I think the first time in my life for making a joke with a bouncer. And because I had a camera with me, and you're not allowed to have a camera, and I said, okay, cool, like, I'll take it out. But I made a funny joke. that I don't care to retell. But he was just a little offended. He was like, you're out. I don't care who you are. I don't care who you're with. And then he proceeded to list me the famous people he has kicked off. But there is, I mean, all of those. The reason I made the joke is I sensed that there was an entitlement to this particular individual, like where the authority is gone to his head.
My authority.
Yeah,
right.
I almost wanted to poke at that.
Right.
And I think the poking the authority, I quickly learned the lesson. I have now been rewarded with the pride I feel for having poked the authority, but now I'm kicked out of the club that would have resulted in a fun night with friends and so on. Instead, I'm standing alone crying in Vegas, which is not a unique Vegas experience. Sure, actually a fundamental Vegas experience. But that, I'm sure that basic human nature happens in the FDA.
That's exactly right. So just like with the TSA, just to extend the analogy, when you're in line at the TSA, right, you don't want to miss your flight. That could cost you hundreds of dollars. And so you comply with absolutely ludicrous regulations, like, 3-ounce bottles. Well, you know what? You can take an unlimited number of 3-ounce bottles, and you can combine them into 6-ounce bottles with a terrorist technology called mixing.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Advanced,
yes.
right? And the thing about this is everybody in line, actually some fairly high, let's say call it influence or net worth or whatever, people fly, right? Millions and millions and millions of people are subject to these absolutely moronic regulations. It's all, but I think security theater is Schreier's term. Right? A lot of people know this term. So millions of people are subject to it. It costs untold billions of dollars in terms of delays and what if you just walk it, right? It irradiates people. And this is another FDA thing, by the way. This is an FDA TSA team up. Okay, in 2010, the TSA body scanners, there were concerns expressed, but when it's a government-to-government thing, see, a .com is treated with extreme scrutiny by FDA. When it's another .gov, well, they're not trying to make a profit, so they kind of just wave them on through. Okay, so these body scanners were basically like applied to millions and millions of people, and this huge kind of optimum experiment. It's almost, I think, it's quite likely, by the way, that if there was even a slightly increased cancer risk, that the net, morbidity and mortality from those would have outweighed the deaths from terrorism or whatever that were prevented, right? And you can work out the numbers, but you can just get the math under reasonable assumptions. It's probably true. If it had any increased morbidity and mortality, I've not seen the recent things, but I've seen the concern expressed, 12 years ago. Point being that despite the cost, despite how many people are exposed to it, despite how obviously patently ludicrous it is, you don't make any trouble, nor do people organize protests or whatever about this, because it's something where people, the security theater of the whole thing is part of it. Oh, well, if we took them away, there would be more terrorism or something like that. People think, right?
But it is fascinating to see that the populace puts up with it, because it does. One of my favorite things is to listen to Jordan Peterson, who I think offline, but I think also on the podcast, is somebody who resists authority in every way, and even he goes to TSA with a kind of suppressed, like all the instructions, everything down to whenever you have like the yellow thing for your feet, they force you to adjust it even slightly if you're off. Just even, it's like it's Kafka novel. We're living like TSA. It makes me smile. It brings joy to my heart because I imagine Franz Kafka and I just walking through there, because it really is just deeply absurd. But and then the whole motivation of the mechanism becomes distorted by the individuals involved. The initial one was to reduce the number of terrorist attacks, I suppose.
Right, now it's guns and drugs. So basically it's like, essentially what they've done is they've repealed the Fourth Amendment, right? Search and seizure, they can do it without probable cause. Everybody's being searched. Everybody's a potential terrorist. So they've got probable cause for everybody, in theory. And so what they do, they'll post on their website the guns and drugs or whatever that they seize in these scanners. Well, of course, if you search everybody, you're gonna find some criminals or whatever. But the cost of doing that is dramatic. Moreover, the fact that people are sure being trained to have, compliance, it's like the Soviet Union, right? Where, just grudgingly, all right, go along with this extremely stupid thing. What's my point? Point is, this is a really stupid regulation that has existed in plain sight of everybody for 20 years. We're still taking off our shoes, okay, but it was some shoe bomb or whatever number of years ago, okay? All of this stuff is there, as opposed to, there's a zillion other things you could potentially do, different paradigms for airport security, but now apply that to FDA. Just like A lot of what TSA does is security theater, arguably all of it. A lot of what FDA does is safety theater. The difference is there's far fewer people who go through the aperture. They're the biotech and pharma CEOs. Okay, so you don't have an understanding of what it is to deal with them. Number two is the penalty is not a few $100s of missing your flight. It is a few $1 million or tens or hundreds of millions of dollars for getting your company subject to the equivalent of a retaliatory wait time. Just like that bouncer threw you out, just like the TSA officer, if you make a joke or they can sit you down and make you lose your flight, right? So too can the FDA just silently impede the approval of something and choke you out financially because you don't have enough runway to get funded, right? So just impose more wait time. Guess what? We want another 6 months. Data is going to take another 6 months. Your company doesn't have the time, you die, right? If you live, you have to raise a round at some diluted valuation, and now the price gets jacked up on the other side. That's the one thing that can give, by the way, in this whole process. When you push out timelines from days to get a vaccine approved or a vaccine evaluated rather via challenge trials to months or years, the cost during that time it just increases nonlinear, right? Because you can't iterate on the product. All the normal observations, if it takes you 10 years to launch a product versus 10 days, what's the difference in terms of speed of iteration, the cost, et cetera, right? So this is part of what, it's not the only thing. There's other things. There's AMA and CPT, there's other things. But this is one of the things that jacks up prices in the US medical system, okay? So now you have something where these CEOs, they're going through this aperture. They can't tell anybody about it because if you read Reputation and Power, okay, I'm gonna just quote this because it's an amazing, amazing book, right? It's written by a guy, Daniel Carpenter, a smart guy, but he's an FDA sympathizer. He fundamentally thinks it's like a good thing or whatever. Nevertheless, I respect Carpenter's intellectual honesty because he quotes the CEOs in the book, verbatim, and he gives some paragraphs. And essentially, from their descriptions, it's like think about like a Vietnam War thing where you've got a POW, and they're like blinking through their eyes, "I'm being tortured." Okay, that is the style. When you read Carpenter's book, you read the quotes from these CEOs. Oh,
do you recommend the book?
It's a good book. Yeah, or it's now a little bit outdated. Okay, because it's like almost 10 years old. Still, as a history of the FDA, it is well worth reading. And by the way, the reason I say the FDA is so insanely important. It's so much more important than many other things that people talk about, but they don't talk about, right? I just want to read his little blurb for it, right? This is 2010. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration is the most powerful regulatory agency in the world. How did the FDA become so influential? And how does it wield its extraordinary power? Reputation Power traces the history of FDA regulation of pharmaceuticals, revealing how the agency's organizational reputation has been the primary source of its power and also known as its ultimate constraints. Carpenter describes how the FDA cultivated a reputation for competence and vigilance throughout the last century and how this organizational image has enabled the agency to regulate while resisting efforts to curb its own authority. First of all, just that description alone, you're like, wait a second. He is describing this as an active player. It's not like a DMV kind of thing which is passed through. It's talking about cultivating a reputation, its power, resisting efforts to curb its own authority, right? The thing is, now you're kind of through the looking glass. You're like, wait a second, this is kind of language I don't usually hear for regulatory agencies. The thing is, the kind of person who becomes the CEO of a giant company, what do they want? They want to expand that company. They want to make more profit. Similarly, the kind of person who comes to run a regulatory agency or one of the subunits, that person wants to expand its ambit. Okay?
By the way, is that always obvious? Sorry to interrupt, but for the CEO of the company, I know that the philosophical ideal of capitalism is you want to make the thing more profitable, but we're also human beings. Do you think there's some fundamental aspect to which we want to do a lot of good in the world?
Sure, but the fiduciary duty will push people to get the ambitious, the profit maximizing expansionist CEO is selected for, right? Basically, they believe, crucially, they're not just, this is important, they're not just, some of them are Grand Theft Auto, make as much money as possible, but they believe in the mission, okay? They've come to believe in the mission, and that's the person who's selected. Chomsky actually had this good thing, which is like, I believe that you believe what you believe, but if you didn't believe what you believe, you wouldn't be sitting there.
So they select for the kind of people that are able to make a lot of money, and in that process, those people are able to have construct a narrative that they're doing good, even though they were selected for the fact that they can make a lot.
Yeah, and they may actually be doing good. But the thing is, with CEOs, we have a zillion images in television, media, movies of the evil corporation, greedy CEO. We have some concept of what CEO failure months are like. Okay. Now, when have you ever seen an evil regulator? Can you name a fictional portrayal of an evil regulator? Can you name an evil CEO?
Yes, a lot. But that's so interesting. I'm searching for a deeper lesson here. You're right. I mean, there is portrayals, especially in sort of authoritarian regimes or the Soviet Union, where there's bureaucracy. Chernobyl. You can kind of see within that there's the story of the regulator, but yeah, it's not as plentiful, and it also doesn't have a face to it. It's like bureaucracy is this amorphous thing that results any one individual you see, they're just obeying somebody else. There's not a face to it. That's right. The evil is the entire machine.
That's right. That's what I call the school of fish strategy. It's something where you are an individual and you can be signaled out, but there's more accountability for one person's bad tweets than all the wars and boots, right? Because it's a school of fish.
Yeah.
Right? So if the establishment is wrong, if the bureaucracy is wrong, they're all wrong at the same time. Who could have known? Whereas if you deviate, then you are a deviation who can be hammered down. Okay. Now the school of fish strategy is unfortunately very successful because truth is whatever. If you just always ride with the school of fish and turn when they turn and so on, unless there's a bigger school of fish that comes in, you basically can never be proven wrong, right? And this is actually, of course, someone who believes in truth and believes in, innovation and so on, just physiologically can't ride with the school of fish. You just have to say what is true or do what is true, right? Still, you've described correctly, how it's faceless, right? So I will give two examples of fictional portrayals of evil regulators. One is actually the original Ghostbusters. Okay.
Not exactly that one, but yes.
Yeah, so the EPA is actually the villain of that, where they flip a switch that lets out all the ghosts in the city. And essentially the guy's coming in with a head of steam as this evil regulator that's just totally arrogant, doesn't actually understand the private sector or the consequences of their actions. And they force and crucially, they bring a cop with them with a gun. So it shows that a regulator is not simply, some piece of paper, but it is the police, right? And that cop with the gun forces the Ghostbusters to whisk him and the whole thing spreads. The second example is Dallas Buyers Club, which is more recent. And that actually shows the FDA blocking a guy who with a life-threatening illness, with AIDS, from getting the drugs to treat his condition and from getting it to other people, right? Those are just two portrayals, but in general, what you find is when you talk about FDA with people, one thing I'll often hear from folks is why would they do that? Right? They have no mental model of this. They kind of think of it as, why would this thing, which they think of as sort of the DMV, they don't think of the DMV as this active thing, okay? Why would the FDA do that? Well, it is because it's filled with some ambitious people that want to keep increasing the power of the agency, just like the CEO wants to increase the profit of the company, right? I use that word ambit, right? Why ambit? Because these folks we know the term greedy, right? These folks are power hungry. They want to have the maximum scope. And sometimes regulatory agencies collide with each other, right? Even though FDA is under HHS, sometimes it collides with HHS and they've got regulations that conflict. For example, HHS says everybody's supposed to be able to have access to their own medical record. FDA didn't want people to have access to their own personal genomes. That conflicts, okay? And both of those are kind of anti-corporate statutes that were put out, with HHS's thing being targeted at the hospitals and FDA being targeted at personal genomics companies, but those conflict, right? It's a little bit like CFTC and SEC have a door jam who will regulate currency, right? Sometimes regulators fight each other, but they fight each other. They fight companies. They're active players. This Reputation and Power book, the reason I mention it is, I'm going to see if I can find this.
Reputation and Power, Organizational Image, and Pharmaceutical Regulation at the FDA.
So Genentech's executive, G. Kirk Robb, right? Robb would describe regulatory approval for his products as a fundamental challenge facing his company, and he would depict the administration in a particularly vivid manner. I've told the story hundreds of times to help people understand the FDA. When I was in Brazil, I worked on the Amazon River for many months selling terramycin for Pfizer. I haven't seen my family for 8 or 9 months. They're flying into Sao Paulo, and I was flying down from some little village in the Amazon to Manaus and then to Sao Paulo. I was a young guy in his 20s. I couldn't wait to see the kids. One of them was a year-old baby. The other was 3. I missed my wife. There's a Quonset hut in front of just a little dirt strip with a single-engine plane flying over us. I roll up, and there's a Brazilian soldier there. The military revolution happened literally the week before. So this soldier is standing there with his machine gun, and he said to me, "You can't come in." I speak pretty good Portuguese by that time. I said, "My God, my plane, my family, I gotta come in." He said again, "You can't come in." I said, "I gotta come in." And he took his machine gun, took the safety off, and pointed at me and said, "You can't come in." And I said, "Oh, now I got it. I can't go in there." And that's the way I always describe the FDA. The FDA is standing there with a machine gun against the pharmaceutical industry. So you better be their friend rather than their enemy. They are the boss. If you're a pharmaceutical firm, they own you body and soul. Okay, that's the CEO of a successful company, Genentech. He said he's told the story hundreds of times. And regulatory approval is a fundamental challenge facing this company because if you are regulated by FDA, they are your primary customer. If they cut the cord on you, you have no other customers. And in fact, until very recently with the advent of social media, no one would even tell your story. It was assumed that you were some sort of, corporate criminal, that they were protecting the public, that you were going to put poison in milk, like the melamine scandal in China. I'm not saying those things don't exist, but they do exist. That's why people are like, they can immediately summon to mind all the examples of corporate criminals, right? That's why I mentioned those fictional stories, those templates. Even if Star Wars doesn't exist, how many times have you heard Star Wars metaphor over there for something, right? Breaking Bad, go ahead.
Yeah, but the pharmaceutical company is stuck between a rock and a hard place because the reputation, if they go to Twitter or they go to social media, they have horrible reputation. So it's like they don't know.
But why is that? Because reputation and power. FDA beat down the reputation of pharma companies, just like EPA helped beat down the reputation of oil companies. And as it says over here, right, in practice, dealing with the fact of FDA power meant a fundamental change in corporate structure and culture. At Abbott and at Genentech, Rob's most central transformation was in creating a culture of acquiescence towards a government agency. As was done at other drug companies in the late 20th century, Rob essentially fired officials at Abbott who were insufficiently compliant with the FDA. What that means is de facto nationalization of the industry via regulation. Just to hover on that. That's a really big deal. Because if their primary customer is this government agency, then it has nationalized it just indirectly, right? This is partially what's just happened with Microsoft, Apple, Google, Amazon, the other MAGA, okay? They have been, that's funny.
Yeah, I didn't even think of that.
Right, so it's like I have this too, it's like MAGA Republicans and MAGA Democrats, right? Okay?
Oh, damn it. So many things you said today will just get stuck in my head and they change the way you think. Catchy, something about catchy phrasing of ideas makes me even more powerful. So yeah, okay. So that's happening in the tech.
It's happening in tech. So Facebook is the outlier because Zuck still controls the company. But just like, why had tech had a good reputation for a while? Because there wasn't a regulatory agency whose justification was regulating these corporate criminals. Right? Once that is the case, the regulatory agency basically comes back to Congress each year. If you look at its budget report, it's saying, we find this many guys, we found this many violations, right? They have an incentive to exaggerate the threat in the same way that a prosecutor or, policeman has a quota, right? Like, these are the police. One way I describe it also is like, like a step-down transformers. You have high-voltage electricity generated at the power plant. It comes over the wires, and then there's step-down transformers that turn it into a lower voltage that you can just deal with out of your appliances, right? Similarly, you have something where the high voltage of like the U.S. military or the police, and that is transmitted down into a little letter that comes from your mailbox saying, pay your $50 parking ticket. Where it's a piece of paper, so you don't see the gun attached to it. But if you were to defy that, it's like Grand Theft Auto, where you get 1 star, 2 star, 3 stars, 4 stars, 5 stars, and eventually, you have some serious stuff on your hands. Okay, so once you understand that, every law is backed by force, like that Brazilian guy with the machine gun that Rob mentioned. These guys are the regulatory police. Right now, see, for a time, what happened was you had the captured industry because all of the folks who were in pharmaceuticals were, as Carpenter said, the culture of acquiescence towards the FDA. The FDA was their primary customer. So just like, in a sense, it's rational. Amazon talks about being customer obsessed, right? What Rob did was rational for that time, right? What G. Rob did was saying our customer is the FDA. That's our primary customer. Nobody else matters. They are satisfied first. Every single trade-off that has to be made is FDA, right? And really, that's why the two most important departments of any pharmaceutical companies, arguably all, are regulatory affairs and IP, not R&D, right? Because one is artificial scarcity regulation, which jacks up the price, and the other is artificial scarcity patent, which allows people to maintain the high price, right? So this entire thing is just like, college education. These things may at some point have been a good concept, but the price has just risen and risen and risen until it's at the limit price and beyond, okay? So what has changed? What's changed is in the 2010s, the late 2000s and 2010s and so on, with the advent of social media, with the advent of a bunch of millionaires who were independent, with the advent of Uber and Airbnb, right, with the advent of cryptocurrency, with the diminution of trust in institutions, it used to be really taboo to even talk about the FDA as potentially bad in 2010, 2009, okay? But now people have just seen faceplant after faceplant by the institutions, and people are much more open to the concept that they may actually not have it all together. And I think it's you could probably see some tracking poll or something like that. I wouldn't be surprised if it's like a 20 or 30 point drop after the CDC failed to control disease and the FDA failed, and the entire biomedical regulatory establishment and scientific establishment was saying masks don't work before they do. This was just a train crash of all the things that you're paying for that you supposedly think are good. As I mentioned, one response is to go QAnon, and people will say, "Oh, don't trust him." A better response is decentralized. So I will say one other thing, which is I mentioned this concept of improving the Form 3500B, where you scan. Go ahead.
No, yeah, right. That just makes me laugh. I can just tell the form sucks by the fact that it has a code name.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, exactly, right?
UX is broken at every layer.
Yeah, so they have a bad Yelp for drugs. Could we make a better one? We could make a better one, just modern UX. The key insight here, by the way, which is a non-obvious point, and I've got a whole talk on this actually, that I should probably release. I actually did almost 8-9 years ago. It's called Regulation is Information. Product quality is a digital signal. Okay, what do I mean by that? Basically, when I talk about exit the Fed, that's the crypto economy, right? What does exit the FT look like? Well, one key insight is that many of the big scale tech companies can be thought of as cloud regulators rather than land regulators. What do I mean by that? Well, first, what is regulation? People do want a regulated marketplace. They want A, quality ratings, like on a 1 to 5 star scale, and B, bans of bad actors, like the 0-star frauds and scammers and so on. And these are distinct, right? Somebody who's like a low quality but well-intentioned person is different than a smart and evil person. Those are two different kinds of failure modes you could have in the marketplace, right? Why is it rational for people to want a regulated marketplace, especially for health? Because they want to pay essentially one entry cost, and then they don't have to evaluate everything separately where they may not have the technical information to do that, right? You don't want to go to a Starbucks and put a dipstick into every coffee to see if it's poisoned or something like that. You sort of want to enter a zone where you know things are basically good, and you pay that one diligence cost on the zone itself, right? Whether it's a digital or physical zone, and then the regulator's taking care of it, and they've baked in the regulatory cost into some subscription fee of some kind, right? So the thing is, the model we've talked about is the land regulator, or the nation state, a territorially bounded thing. But the cloud regulator, what's a cloud regulator? That is Amazon star ratings, that's Yelp, that is eBay, that is Airbnb, that is Uber and Lyft, and so on and so forth. It's also actually Gmail and Google. Why? Because you're doing spam filtering, and you are doing ranking of the mails with priority inbox, right? Google itself, they ban malware links, right? So the bad actors are out, and they're ranking, right? How about Apple, the App Store, right? They ban bad actors, and they do star ratings. When you start actually applying this lens, PayPal, they've got a reputation. Every single web service that's at the scale of like tens of millions or hundreds of millions of people has had to build a cloud regulator. And the crucial thing is it scales across borders. So you can use the data from Mexico to help somebody in Moldova, or vice versa, right? Because it's fundamentally international, right? Those ratings that you have a network effect. And there's another aspect to it, which is these are better regulators than the land regulators. For example, Uber is a better regulator than the taxi medallions. Why? Every ride is GPS tracked. There's ratings on both the driver and the passenger side. Both parties, know that payment can be rendered in a standard currency, right? If you have below a certain star rating on either side, you get deplatformed and so on to protect either a rider or driver, and on, right? What does that do? Think about how much better that is than taxi medallions. Rather than a 6-month or annual inspection, you have reports from every single rider. Okay, before Uber, it was the taxi drivers and taxi regulators were a little monopoly locally. Okay, because they were the persistent actors. These taxi riders had nothing in common, didn't even know each other. In New York, some guy gets in a taxi, another guy had no way to communicate with each other. So the persistent actors in these were the regulators and the drivers, and they had this cozy kind of thing, and medallion prices just kept going up, and this was this sort of collaboration of artificial scarcity. Afterwards, with Uber and Lyft and other entrants, you had something interesting, a different kind of regulator-driver fusion. If you assume regulatory capture exists and lean into it, Uber is the new regulator, and Uber drivers are the drivers. Lyft is the competing regulator, and Lyft drivers are the new drivers. Okay, so you have a regulator-driver fusion versus another regulator-driver fusion. You no longer have a monopoly; you have multiple parties. Okay, you have a competitive market. This is the concept of like polycentric law, right? Where you have multiple different legal regimes in the same jurisdiction overlapping that you can choose between with a tap and button. Right? All these concepts from like libertarian theory, like polycentric law or taxi, all these things are becoming more possible now that the internet has increased microeconomic leverage, and because that exit is now possible. Now, you may argue, oh, well, Lyft and Uber, they're not profitable anymore. And there's two different criticisms of them. One is, oh, they're not profitable, or oh, they're charging too much. And I think part of this is because of certain kinds of, the regulatory state has caught up to try to make them uncompetitive. For example, they don't allow people in some states to identify themselves as independent contractors, even if they are part-time. Okay? There's various other kinds of rules and regulations, even in Austin for a while, it was even banned, what have you, right? Net, though, like Uber, Grab, Gojek, Lyft, Didi, like ride sharing as a concept is now out there. And whatever the next version is, where it's self-driving, like, well, it's like a very hard-fought battle, and the regulatory state keeps trying to push things back. This is a fundamentally better way of just doing regulation. Similarly, Airbnb for hotels. It's basically the same thing. Okay, and now Airbnb could use competition. I think that it would be good to have, like competition for them. There are other kinds of sites opening up. But the fundamental concept of cloud regulator now that's applied here. Once you realize regulation is information, the way you'd set up a competitor to FDA or SEC or FAA or something like that is you just do better reviews. You just start with that. That's pure information. You're under free speech. That's like still, the most defended. Literally just publishing reviews. And not just reviews by any old person. It turns out that FDA typically will use expert panels. Whether expert panels, it's like professors from Harvard or things like that. So what that is this concept of a reputational bridge. What you want to do is you want to have folks who are, let's say, biotech entrepreneurs, or they're profs like Sinclair or what have you. You do want to have the reviews of the crowd. Okay. We also want to have, especially in medicine, you want to have the reviews of experts of some kind. So there's going to be defectors from the current establishment. Okay, just like there are profs who defected from computer science academia to become Larry and Sergey and whatever, or they weren't profs, they were grad students, right? The same way you'll have defectors who have the credentials from the old world, but can build up the new. Just like there's folks from Wall Street who have come into cryptocurrency and helped legitimate it, right? Just like there's folks who left Sulzberger to come to Substack. Okay, we have these folks who, by defecting, they help, and then they're also supplemented by all this new talent coming, right? That combination of things is how you build a new system. It's not completely by itself, nor is it trying to reform the old. It's some fusion. Okay, so in this new system, who do you have? You have like the most entrepreneurial and innovative MDs. You have the most entrepreneurial and innovative professors, and you have the founders of actual new products and stuff. And they are giving open source reviews of these products. And they're also building a community that will say, look, we want this new drug, or we want this new treatment, where we want this new device, and we're willing to crowdfund 10,000 units. So please give us the thing, and we'll write a very fair review of it, and we'll also all evaluate it as a community. So to turn these people from just passive patients into active participants in their health, that's a community part, and they've got the kind of biomedical technical leadership there. Now, what is the kind of prototype of something like this? Something like VitaDAO is very interesting. Things like molecule DAO are very interesting. It'll start with things like longevity, right? And why is that? Because the entire model of FDA, this 20th century model, is wait for somebody to have a disease and then try to cure it, okay? Versus, saying an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, right? Why are we not actually tracking folks and getting a constant dashboard yourself so you can see whether things are breaking, and then you deal with it just like you've got server uptime things. You don't wait necessarily for the site to go down. You start seeing, response rates are spiking, we need to add more servers, right? You have some warning, okay? Even 10 years ago, there was this article called The Measured Man in The Atlantic, where this guy, physicist, Larry Smart, okay? What he was doing is he was essentially doing a bunch of measurements on himself. And he was finding that there were predictors of inflammation that were spiking. And he went to the doctor, showed the charts, and the doctor was like, I can't do anything with this. Then it turned out to be an early warning of like a serious condition, and he had to, I think, go for surgery or something. And he was starting to think, well, look, the way that we're doing medicine right now is it's not quite like pre-germ theory of disease, but it is pre-continuous diagnostics. Okay, continuous diagnostics. Just to talk about this for a second, this is I mentioned one angle on which you go after FDA, which is like the better phase 4, right? I mentioned the concept of better reviews in general, okay? I mentioned VitaDAO, which is like a community that is going after longevity. Let's talk about continuous diagnostics. So basically, we know better what is going on in Bangalore or Budapest than your own body. That's actually kind of insane to think about. The stuff that, all the other side of the world, 10,000 miles away, but, a few millimeters away, you don't really know what's going on. And that's starting to change with all the quantified self devices, the hundreds of millions of Apple Watches and Fitbits and stuff, right? You're also starting to see continuous glucose meters, which is very important. They're starting to give you readouts. People are seeing, wow, this is spiking my insulin, or this is spiking my blood sugar. And it might be something you didn't predict. It varies for different people. For some people, banana isn't a big deal. For others, it's actually quite bad for your blood sugar. What happens when you extend that? Well, about 10 years ago, a guy, Mike Snyder, professor at Stanford, did something called Integral, where he just threw the kitchen sink of all the diagnostics he could himself over the period of, I think, a few weeks or a few months, I forget the exact duration. He's able to do things where he could see, during that period, he got a cold or something, and he could see in the expression data, the gene expression data, that he was getting sick before he felt sick. He could also see that something about that, like viral infection, made him develop diabetes-like symptoms, if I'm remembering it. So you can see, oh, wait a second, these are things that are that I can see in my readouts that I only have the vaguest interpretation of as like a human being, right? And moreover, he could take, I don't think he did this, but if you took treatments, if you took drugs, right, you could actually show what your steady state was if you tracked over time, show what your disease state or sick state was, and then this drug pushes you back into non-disease state. You can actually get a quantitative readout of what, steady state was, right? So that, and that steady state, your expression levels across all these genes, your small molecules, basically everything you can measure, that's going to vary from person to person, right? What's healthy and natural for you may be a different baseline than for me. For example, people who are South Asian or have dark skin tend to have vitamin D deficiency. Why? Because we need a lot of sunlight. So often inside you're tapping in your screen. So what do you do? Take actually significant vitamin D infusions, okay? That's a small example of where baselines differ between people, okay? So continuous diagnostics, what could that mean? That could mean, things like the continuous glucose meter, it's quantified self, it's like continuous blood testing, right? So you have a so-called mobile phlebotomist. This is something which phlebotomist takes blood, right? Mobile phlebotomy would come to your office, come to your remote office. This is a great business for people. I think you can revisit this in 2022. People tried this in the 2010s, but I think it's worth revisiting. Mole phlebotomist comes every week or every month, takes blood, runs every test, right? Maybe that's, a few $1,000s a year, maybe eventually gets to a few $100s a year. And that's expensive in some ways, but boy, that's better health insurance than other ways.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So there's a bunch of companies that do this, and actually we'd love to learn more about them. What one of them, a company called Inside Tracker, that sponsors this podcast, they do that. But the reason I really appreciate them, they're the first ones that introduced me to like how easy it is. But it's also depressing how little information exactly is beautifully put once again. How little information we have about our own body in a continuous sense.
Yes.
And actually, also sadly, even with Inside Tracker, as I collect that data, how not integrated that data is with everything else.
Right.
If I wanted to opt in, I would like, I can't just like riffing off the top of my head, but I would like Google Maps to know what's going on inside my body.
That's right.
Maybe I can't intuit at first why that application is useful, but there could be incredible, like that's where the entrepreneurial spirit builds. It's like, what can I do with that data? Can I make the trip less stressful for you and adjust the Google Maps and that?
That's right. So, I mean, one of the things about this, by the way, is because there are so many movies made about Theranos, okay? That's one of the reasons why people have sort of been scared off from doing diagnostics to some extent, okay? Why? Because VCs are like, oh, is this another Theranos? And like the diligence and everything, everyone's looking at, blood testing, one drop of blood, hurts the recruiting. Essentially, a lot of the media and stuff around that basically has pathologized the thing that we want to have a lot more entrance in, right? Now, one way of thinking about it is FDA has killed way more people than Theranos has, all right? Way more. Just take drug lag alone, okay? Whenever you have a drug that works and reduced morbidity and mortality after it was actually generally available, but was delayed for months or years, the integral under that curve is the excess morbidity and mortality attributable to FDA's drug lag. You could go back and do that study across lots and lots of different drugs, and you'd probably find quite a lot. Alex Tabarrok and others have written on this, right? Daniel Heminger has written on this, okay? That's just like one example. I mean, I gave the pandemic example, the fact that they held up the EUAs for the tests and didn't do challenge trials. That's like, they're not, that's like 1 million American dead that could have been orders of magnitude less if we had gotten the vaccine out to vulnerable populations, okay? So you're talking about something that has a total monopoly on global health, and you can't know what it is without that unless you have zones that are FDA free, but that have some form of regulation. As I mentioned, it's a V3. It's not going back to zero regulation, everybody in there for itself, but it's a more reputable regulator, just like Uber is a better regulator than the tax medallions. Right?
Yeah, I mean, you're painting such an incredible picture. You make me wish you were FDA commissioner. But
there are a bunch of people who tweeted something like that after the with the pandemic. Whatever. Go ahead.
Yeah. Is that possible? Like, if you were just given, if you became FDA commissioner, could you push for those kinds of changes, or is that really something that depends on the answer?
Short answer is no, and the longer answer, meaning,
that'd be funny. Like, the short answer is no, and the long answer is yes.
So basically, see, a CEO of a company, it's very difficult. They can hire and fire, right? So in theory, they can do surgery on the organism, and Steve Jobs took over Apple and was able to hire and fire, raise money, do this, that. He basically had root over Apple. Like, he was a system administrator, right? He had full permissions, okay? As FDA commissioner, you do not have full permissions over FDA, let alone like the whole structure around it, right? If you're FDA commissioner, you are not the CEO of the agency, okay? Lots of these folks there have career tenure. They can't be fired. They can't even really be disciplined. There's something called the Douglas factors. You ever heard of the Douglas factors? It's like the Miranda rights for federal employees. Okay, you have the right to remain silent. So basically, if you've heard that federal employees can't be fired, the Douglas factors are how that's actually operationalized. When you try to fire somebody, it's this whole process where they get to appeal it and so on and so forth. And they're sitting in the office while you're trying to fire them. And they're complaining to everybody around them that this guy's trying to fire me, he's such a bad guy, blah, blah, right? And everybody around, even if, they may think that guy is doing a bad job, they're like, wait a second, he's trying to fire you, he might try to fire me too. And so anybody who tries to fire somebody at FDA just gets a face full of lead for their troubles. What they instead will do is sometimes they just transfer somebody to basement or something so you don't have to deal with them if they're truly bad, okay? But the thing about this is there is only one caveat, Douglas factor number 8. The notoriety of the offense or its impact upon the reputation of the agency. There's that word again, reputation and power. So the one way you can truly screw up within a regulatory bureaucracy is if you sort of endanger the annual budget rule. Think of it as like this mini Death Star that's coming to dock against the max Death Star for its annual refuel. And it's talking about all the corporate criminals that it's prosecuted, the quotas, like the police quotas, the ticketing, and if they don't have a crisis, they will invent one. Just like TSA, just like other agencies you're more familiar with, you can kind of have a back a look at the guns and drugs we've seized. And so they have an incentive for, creating these crises or manufacturing or exaggerating them. And if you endanger that refueling, that annual budget renewal, or what have you, then the whole agency will basically be like, okay, you're bad, and you can be disciplined, or sometimes, with rare exception, you can be booted. But what that means is that FDA commissioner is actually a white elephant. The ceremonial role, really, right? The term white elephant, it's like basically, the Maharaja gives you a white elephant as a gift. Seems great. Next day, it's eaten all of your grass. It's pooped on your lawn. It has just put a foot on your car and smashed it. But you can't give it away. It's a white elephant. The Maharaja gave it to you, right? That's what being FDA commissioner is. It's the kind of thing where and a lot of people are drawn in like moths to the flame for these titles of the establishment. I want to be head of this, I want to be head of that, right? And really what it is, it's becoming head of Kazakhstan in the mid-1980s in the Soviet Union, the Kazakhstan SSR, right? Soviet Socialist Republic, before the thing was going to crumble, right? In many ways, it's becoming, folks who are just totally success getting these positions, but a lot of the merit, all the folks who merit are kind of leaving the government and going into, tech or crypto or what have you, right? So even if these agencies were hollow before, in some ways they're becoming hollower because they have less talent there, right? So A, you can't hire and fire very easily. You can hire a little, you can't really fire. B, a lot of the talent has left the building, it goes there. C, we're entering the decentralizing era. And D, be like Satoshi. Satoshi founded Bitcoin because he knew you could not reform the Fed. Everybody is trying to go and reform. The reason they're trying to reform is we haven't figured out the mechanism to build something. And now perhaps we have that. So I've named a few of them, right? I'll name one more. Related to those. Fitness is actually the back door to a lot of medicine. Okay, why is that? You go to any, conference, it could be neurology, it could be cardiology. You'll find somebody who's giving a talk that says something along the lines of fitness is the ultimate drug. Maybe not today when people are saying, fat phobia, but not too many years ago, you would see somebody, people saying fitness is the ultimate drug. If we could just prescribe fitness in a pill, that would improve your cardiovascular function, your neurological function, depression.
By the way, in that case, they use the word drug means medicine. So
medicine, sure.
Fitness is the ultimate medicine.
Yeah, the ultimate medicine, right? So if they could just prescribe the effects of it, it's just boom, just massive effect, right? You're fit enough, you do the resistance training, it helps with preventive diabetes, every kind of thing in the world you see as significant treatment. Yet your fitness is your own responsibility. You go to some gym, 24-hour fitness, what do they have? They have on the wall exhortations like your body is your responsibility, right? Am I right?
Yeah.
And go ahead.
No, it's hilarious. Yes.
It's funny, it's true, right?
Yeah, it's funny. It's true.
And so your fitness, your diet, that's your responsibility. But when you go into a doctor's office, suddenly it becomes lie back and think again. Okay, suddenly you become passive. Suddenly, your doctor is Dr. Google. Well, your doctor must be a moron. You're going and trying to take care of yourself. You're Googling symptoms. Oh, how stupid you are. I have a medical degree. And that doctor, see, the thing is, if you come in and you've self-diagnosed, you've done some of your research, if you're right, and if they've got an ego about it, they're undermined. And if you're wrong, they're arrogant. But either way, if they've got this kind of mindset, they have an incentive to resist the patient taking care of themselves. Isn't that the doctor's job, right? And they're kind of taught to behave like this, many of them. So what that means then is that intervention of that 15 or 30-minute appointment with the doctor whatever drug they prescribe better hit you like Thor's hammer to put you back on the straight and narrow, because that's only with you for like a few seconds, a few minutes or whatever. The doctor's only with you for a few minutes. The drug is only, some drugs are very powerful, so they actually do work like this, okay? But your fitness is your own responsibility, and that's a continuing course and function every day. And again, we get back to decentralization, right? The decentralization of responsibility from somebody thinking themselves merely as a patient to an active participant in their own health, who's doing their own monitoring of their own health, right, and logging all of their stuff, who's eating, properly and looking at the effect of their diet on things like their continuous glucose monitors of V1, but other things, right? Who is as fit as they can possibly be. Like, these are kind of obvious things, but why is this the backdoor medicine? Because since the FDA only regulates those things that are meant to diagnose and treat a disease, all the stuff that is meant to improve an otherwise healthy person is potentially out of the purview. Supplements are one interesting aspect that they were carved out in the mid-90s, and that's why the supplement industry is big, because FDA doesn't have as tight a rein on that. But all of the Fitbit, CGM, type stuff, you can crank out all kinds of things that help people get fitter. That will also actually have just general health value, but you're not marketing them to diagnose or treat, a disease. See what I'm saying? You're marketing them for the purpose of fitness. This is a market. Why? Because psychologically, people, they don't like paying to get back to normal, but they will absolutely pay tons of money to get better. They'll pay for fitness, they'll pay for makeup, they'll pay for hair, they'll pay for this and that, right? So that's actually the back door, and you can do tons of things there where obviously being healthy is also protective. You can actually show the studies on it. So this way you build up all the tooling to get healthier. That actually helps on this basis. Fewer things which kind of the U.S. medical system. So you got me on this topic.
I love it.
Okay. So
this is the most eloquent exploration of the U.S. medical system and how to improve it, how to fix it, and what the future looks like.
Yeah. So basically, part of it is decentralized control back to the individual, right? Now, I've talked about FDA at length, but let me talk about some of the other broken parts of the U.S. system, right? There's like AMA, there's CBT, there's CPOM, there's this, like all these regulations, which, see, normally in capitalism, you have a buyer and a seller, right? Duh. In medicine, you have third-party regulation and fourth-party pricing and fifth-party payment. Okay, so third-party regulation, FDA is regulating it. Fourth-party pricing, it is the CPT codes, right? Fifth-party payment, it's the insurance companies, right? And just to discuss these bits of the system, first, why are some people against capitalism in medicine? I actually understand why they're against it, because they are visualizing themselves on a gurney when they're being wheeled in, and now somebody at their moment of vulnerability is charging this insane price for their care. And many people in the U.S. have had this horrible experience where they're bankrupted or scared of being bankrupted or whatever it is. Therefore, the concept of adding more capitalism in medicine scares them, and they think it's horrible, and you're some like awful, greedy, tech bro kind of thing, all right? Let me say I understand that concern. Let me, tease that apart a little bit, right? Basically, the most capitalistic areas of medicine are the most functional areas of medicine. So that's it, places where you can walk in and walk out, okay? Whether that's dentistry, dermatology, plastic surgery, even veterinary medicine, which is not human, okay? Where you can make a conscious decision to say, okay, I want this care or I don't want this. I see a price list. I can pay cash, right? If I don't like it, I go to another dermatologist. There's few dermatological emergencies, so dermatologists have a great quality of life, okay? By contrast, when you're being wheeled in on a gurney, you need it right now, okay? And you're unconscious or what have you, you're not in the capacity to deal with it. And so these are the two extremes. It's like ambulatory medicine, you can walk around and pay, and like ambulance medicine, okay? And what that means is the more ambulatory the medicine, the more legitimate capitalism is in that situation. People are okay with a dermatologist basically turning you down because you don't have enough money. You go to another dermatologist because you can comparison shop there. It's not usually an emergency, right? Whereas if you're coming in with an ambulance, then people don't want to be turned down, and I understand why. Okay? What this suggests, by the way, is that you should only have insurance for the edge cases. Insurance should only cover the ambulance, not the ambulatory. I mean, most people are losing money on insurance, right? Because most people are paying more in premiums than they are getting out. It's just that this huge flight of dollars through the air that no one can make heads or tails out of. Oh, the other aspect that's obviously broken, is employer-provided health insurance, which started after World War II. So auto insurance is a much more competitive market. You don't whip out your auto insurance card at the gas station to pay for your gas, right? You only whip it out when there's a crash, right? That's what health insurance should be. And the Singapore model is actually a pretty good one for this, where they have sort of a mandatory HSA. You have to put some money in that, and that pays for your healthcare bills, but then it's cash out of it. It's like a separate pocket, sort of forced savings to pay for
Health savings account.
Health savings account, right? The thing about this is, once you realize, well, first, ambulatory medicine is capitalist medicine, ambulance medicine is socialist medicine, okay? You want to shift people more towards ambulatory. Guess what? That's in their interest as well. Now that brings us back to the monitoring, right? The continuous monitoring, where eventually it's Mike Snyder's integral. The V1 is the quantified self and the Apple Watch and the continuous glucose meters, and the VN is the Mike Snyder integral. There's the site called Q.bio, which is doing this also, right? Eventually this stuff will just be in a device. Just measures tons and tons of variables on it, right? There's ways of measuring some of these metabolites without breaking the skin. So it's not, you have to keep breaking the skin over. There's various ways of doing that. So now you've got something where you've got the monitoring, you've got the dashboards, you've got the alerts, and just like this Larry Smarr guy that I mentioned, the Measure Man, you might be able to shift more and more things to ambulatory. And one of the things about this also is the medical system is set up in a bad way, where the primary care physician is the one who is not the top of their class, but the guys who are at the bottom of the pinball machine, the surgeons and the radiologists, once your stuff is already broken, okay, they're the ones who are paid the most. So a lot of the skill collects at the post-break stage, right, where you actually want Doogie Howser MD is at the upstream stage, okay? So you want this amazing, amazing document, right? How can we get that? I mentioned the app that doesn't exist, which is like a better version of the 3,500 people, right? Here's another app that doesn't exist, and this is one that FDA has actively quashed. Why can't you just take an image of a mole or something like that? With the incredible cameras we have, a huge amount of medical imaging should be able to be done at home. And it goes to doctors, whether it's in the US or the Philippines or India. I mean, teleradiology exists, right? Why can you not do that for dermatology, for everything else? You should be able to literally just hold the thing up, and with a combination of both AI and MDs, just diagnose. That should exist, right? Answer is, there's a combination of both American doctors and the FDA that team up to prevent this or slow this. And one argument is, the AI is not better than a human 100% of the time because it's not deployed yet. Therefore, it could make an error. Therefore, it's bad. Even if it's better than 99% of doctors, 90%. Another argument is the software has to go through design control. Okay. Now, basically, once you understand how FDA works, basically imagine the most bureaucratic, frozen process for code deployment of any company ever. And that is the most nimble thing ever relative to FDA's design. So just to review, A, talked about how FDA was blocking all this stuff. B, talked about why ambulatory medicine is capitalist medicine, ambulance medicine is socialist medicine. C, talked about how with the diagnostic stuff, we can shift it over to ambulatory. D, talked about how there's lots of things where you could have a combination of doctor and AI and an app that you kind of quickly self-diagnose. Some of this is happening now. Some of the telemedicine laws were relaxed during COVID, where now people, a doctor from Wyoming can prescribe for somebody in Minnesota. Like some of that stuff was relaxed during COVID. Okay. There's other broken things about this. I'll just name two more. And then kind of move on. Okay. I mentioned like AMA and CPT. Okay.
Those are two regulatory bodies.
AMA, American Medical Association, CPT, current procedural terminology. Okay. Basically, Marx's labor theory of value, where people are supposed to be paid on their effort, right? Of course, the issue with this is that you'd be paying a physicist to try to dunk, and they'd be trying, but they wouldn't actually probably be able to do it. They'd be trying real hard. Whereas you actually want to pay people on basis of results, right? cheaply attained results are actually better than expensively attained non-results, perhaps obvious. Okay. Nevertheless, the way that the U.S. medical system has payouts is based on something called RVUs, relative value units. And this is something where there's a government body that sets these prices, and it is in theory only for Medicare, but all the private insurers key off of that. And AMA basically publishes a list of these so-called the CPT codes, which is like the coding, the biomedical coding of these, and what each medical process is worth and whatnot. So it's like, I don't remember all the numbers, but it's like a 5-digit code, and it's like, okay, I got a test for cystic fibrosis, or a test for this, or a test for that. God help you if your medical billing is erroneous. Why? The insurance company will reject it because it doesn't pay for it. This is this giant process of trying to encode, every possible ailment and condition into these CPT codes, and you can literally get degrees in medical billing just for this. Okay, this enormous, inefficient industry. Okay, like literally, medical billing is a whole field. Okay, now,
What do you want to do when you grow up? I want to work in medical billing.
in medical billing, okay, where everybody's mad at you at all times.
Yeah.
Part of what happens is when you give a treatment, when a doctor gives a treatment to a patient, they can't like repo the treatment. Okay, like a car, you sell a car, you can in theory repo the car. So the patient has a treatment. Now, what happens? Well, the insurance company, that treatment is perhaps provided, look, it's a lab test provided by a company, right? The company bills the patient. The company is supposed to charge a high price. Why? The insurance company wants it to try to collect from the patient. The patient is scared. Oh my God, they see this huge price. They sometimes don't pay. Sometimes the insurance company doesn't pay either. And when a company is stiffed by an insurance company, when a diagnostic company is stiffed by an insurance company, it has to jack up the price on everybody else, right? Everything boils down to the fact that you don't have, a buyer and a seller. The doctor doesn't know the price of what is being sold. The buyer doesn't know the price of what is being bought at the time it's being bought. Neither party can really even set a free price because there's this RVU system that hovers above. The buyer feels they've already bought it because they bought insurance. The insurance company doesn't want to pay for it. Everybody is trying to push the price onto somebody else and not actually show the sticker price of anything and hide everything and so on and so forth. No, the other thing about it is lawsuits are over everything. Everybody's mad about everything. It's health, people are dying. Okay, so everything is just optimized for optics as opposed to results, right? Similarly, actually, many drugs are optimized for minimizing side effects and optics rather than maximizing effects, which are totally different criteria, right? You might have, for example, a drug that only cures 1,000 people but doesn't have any side effects versus one that cures 1 million people but that has 10 really serious side effects a year, right? And the second one would probably not happen because those side effects would be so big. How do you attack this? I name a few examples, but I actually think the reform is going to come in part from outside the system. In particular, India is coming online. Okay, why is that important? Well, you may have encountered an Indian doctorate. Okay, maybe an Indian program, or one or two. All right, and I do think telemedicine could explode, right? Where you could have an Indian doctor in India, and there's a U.S. doctor, okay, who's like a dispatcher. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They've got all these other Indian doctors behind them. They've got a telemedical app, and you are now doing something where these relatively inexpensive Indian doctors who are vetted by the American doctor or the doctor in the jurisdiction license become the back-end doctors of the world. To some extent, it's already there with teleradiology and other kinds of things, right? But now that you've got literally like 1 billion Indians who just come online, okay, you have this huge pool of folks who have a different attitude towards medicine. For example, it's a lot more cash payment. For example, India is big on generic drugs. For example, during COVID, it had something called the Road Estate Theory, which is a national telemedicine. Okay, the U.S. wasn't able to ship that. In some ways, India's digital infrastructure. Again, you'll have to read a post called "The Internet Country" by tigerfinch.substack.com, and you'll see that actually India's national software infrastructure is surprisingly good. It's not as good as China's in some ways, but it's like better than the US's, which is like healthcare.gov, but like non-existent. It's like kind of impressive how good some of India's software is. The fact that it exists. So you have all these new doctors coming on, India cranks out generics, right? Telemedicine is now more legal in the US, and you have cash payment in India, right? And in a lot of other places. You don't have the whole insurance, employer health thing. And this market is growing. So you could have a sort of parallel market that starts evolving, right? Which is, and people are already doing some medical tourism. I think that's another exit from the FDA. You have a parallel market that starts evolving that just starts from fundamentally different premises. Just cash for everything, right? There's downsides with cash for everything. There's a huge upside with cash for everything. Cash for everything means you get customer service from the doctor. It means the prices are actually visible. It ideally pushes you, again, towards more ambulatory medicine rather than ambulance medicine. It is monitoring, constant monitoring with quantified self and whatnot, as opposed to just let your system fail and then wheel you in, right? There's a reputational bridge because now we've had a couple of generations almost of Indian doctors in the US, so people know that there's some very competent Indian doctors. They're a good chunk of AMA, and so they can sort of lobby for this. And you have plenty of Indian engineers. Now, I'm not saying India alone is a panacea, but I do think that this is a large enough parallel market to start doing interesting things.
And you could see sort of medical tourism, medical migration, to where it gives India an opportunity to quickly let go of the constraints of the FDA.
Yeah.
And innovate aggressively. And I mean, it's such a huge opportunity to define the future of medicine and make a shit ton of money from a market that's desperate for it in the United States because of all the over-the regulation.
That's right. And I think basically something where the reason it needs
And
to
that would fix the FDA, so I think.
yes, we fix the FDA by exiting the FDA, right?
And then the FDA would dry out, and then it would hopefully.
It might reform, it might dry out, right? And this is, why people are, for example, they're traveling across borders, they're getting orders from Canadian pharmacies. A lot of this type of stuff, we can start to build alternatives, right? I mean, India's generic industry is really important because it just doesn't enforce American IP there. So generic drugs are cheaper, right? And it's quite common. It's been around for a while. So there's enough proof points there where, again, I'm not saying a panacea. It's going to be something, which will require like American and Indian collaboration. I think there's going to be a lot of other countries and so on that are involved. You can start to see another pole getting set up, which is confident enough civilization that is willing to take another regulatory path, right? And that is in some ways doing better on national software than the US is. And it has enough of a bridge to the US that it can be that stimulation which you need, which is kind of something that outside poke, right? I want to talk about India, but let me just kind of wrap up on this big FDA biomedical kind of thing, right? With the book, The Network State, the purpose of the network state, is to, I want people to be able to build different kinds of network states. I want people to build the vegan village. I want people to be able to build a, if they want to do the Benedict option, like a Christian network state. If people want to do different kinds of things, I'm open to many different things. We'll fund lots of different things. For me, the motivation is just like you need to start a new currency, Bitcoin. It was easier to do that than to form the Fed. I think it's easier to start a new country than to form the FDA. And so I want to do it to particularly get to longevity, right? Meaning longevity enhancement, right? And what does that mean? So in an interesting way, and this will sound like a trite statement, but I think it's actually a deep statement. Maybe hopefully try to convince you it is. Crypto is to finance sort of what longevity is to, the current state of medicine. Why? It inverts certain fundamental assumptions. Okay, so at first, crypto looks like traditional finance. It's got the charts and the bands, and you're buying and selling and so on. But what Satoshi did is he took fundamental premises and flipped them. For example, in the traditional macroeconomic worldview, hyperinflation is bad, but deflation is also bad. So a little inflation is good, right? In the traditional macroeconomic worldview, it's good that there are custodians, banks that kind of intermediate the whole system, right? In the traditional worldview, every transaction needs to be reversible because somebody can make a mistake and so on and so on, right? In the traditional worldview, you don't really have root access with root. Satoshi inverted all of those things, okay? Obviously, the big one is hyperinflation was bad, but he also thought mild inflation was bad and deflation was good. That's just a fundamental shift, okay? If you root access over your money, you're now a system administrator of your own money. You can room-RF your entire fortune or send millions with a keystroke. You are now the system administrator of your own. That alone is why cryptocurrency is important. If you want system administration access at times to computers, you'll want it to currency, right? To be sovereign. There's other assumptions where, like, the assumption is every transaction is private in the existing system by default, where it's visible only to the state. Whereas at least the initial Bitcoin blockchain, everything is public, right? There are various kinds of things like this where he just inverted fundamental premises, and then the whole crypto system the crypto economy is in many ways a teasing out of what that means. Just to give you one example, the U.S. dollar. People have seen those graphs where it's like inflating, and so it just like loses value over time, and you've seen that, okay? Whereas, and most of the time, it's just sort of denied that it's losing value. The most highbrow way of defending it is the U.S. dollar trades off temporary short-term price stability for long-term depreciation. And Bitcoin makes the opposite trade-off. In theory, at least, long-term appreciation at the expense of short-term price instability. Because, there's the whole plunge protection team and so on. Basically, there's various ways in which price stability is tried to be maintained in the medium term at the expense of long-term depreciation. You need like a reserve of assets to keep, stabilizing the dollar against various things. So, what does crypto medicine look like relative to fiat medicine, to make sense, right? The existing medical system, it assumes that a quick death is bad and early death is bad, but also that living forever is either unrealistic or impossible or undesirable, that you should die with dignity or something like that, right? So a little death is good. That's the existing medical system. Whereas the concept of life extension and, David Sinclair and what you call health span rejects that fundamental premise. And it says, actually, the way to defeat cancer is to defeat aging. Aging is actually a programmed biological process, and we have results that are showing stopping or even reversing aging in some ways. And so now, just like with the other thing, you say a quick death is bad, and so is actually death itself, right? So we actually want significant life extension. This is similar. It's very similar to what the rejection of the fiat system, right? The fiat system says a little inflation is good. Fiat medicine says a little death is good. Bitcoin says actually no inflation, just get more valuable over time. And crypto medicine says actually let's extend life. This leads to all kinds of new things where you start actually thinking about, all right, how do I maintain my health with diagnostics? How do I take control of my own health with decentralization medicine? All the stuff that I've been describing sort of fits, like longevity is traditional medicine as crypto is to traditional currency.
If we take those assumptions separately, so we think cryptocurrency aside, is that to you obvious that this letting go of this assumption about death, is that an obvious thing? Is longevity obviously good versus, for example, the devil's advocate to that would be what we want is to keep death and maximize the quality of life up until the end.
Well,
so that you ride into the sunset.
Somebody who was listening to the whole podcast say, well, Archie, just a few hours ago, you were saying this gerontocracy runs the U.S. and they're all old, they don't get it, blah, blah, blah. And they're talking about making people live forever, so there's never any new blood to wash that. Ha, what a contradiction.
It's funny that you're so on point across all the topics we covered and the possible criticism of it.
Well, just trying to anticipate some of
good,
right?
Well done.
So I think the argument on that is, so long as you have a frontier, it is okay for someone to live long, okay? So long as people can exit to a new thing, number one. Number two is, in order for us to go and, colonize other planets and so on, if you do want to get to Mars, if you want to become, Star Trek, what have you, you're probably going to need to have, just to survive a long flight, so to speak, multiple light year flight, you're going to need to have life extension. So to become a pioneer in interstellar, I know that seems like it's the kind of thing which sounds like, okay, yeah, on the moon, we're going to use shovels. It sounds like a piling of fantasy on top of fantasy in that sense, but it's also something where, if you're talking about the vector of our civilization, where are we going? Well, I actually do think it's either anarcho-primitivism or optimalism/transhumanism. Either we are shutting down civilization's degrowth, it's Unabomber, etc., or it's the stars and escaping the prime limits.
It's like, to me, it's obvious that we're going to, if we're to survive, expand out into space.
Yes.
And it's obvious that once we do, we'll look back at anyone, which is currently most people, that didn't think of this future, didn't anticipate this future, work towards this future as Luddites, like as people who totally didn't get it. It would become obvious. Right now, it's impossible. And then it would become obvious.
Yes.
It seems like, yes, longevity in some form. There could be a lot of arguments for the different forms longevity could take, but in some form, longevity is almost a prerequisite for the expansion of the cosmos.
Yes,
right. Expansion of longevity.
There's also like a way to bring it back to Earth to an extent, which is how our societies used to be judged. You may remember people used to talk about life expectancy as a big thing, right? Mm-hmm. Life expectancy is actually a very, very, very good metric. Why? It's a ratio scale variable. There's like 4 different class of variables statisticians talk about. Ratio scale is like years or meters or kilograms. Okay. Then you have interval scale, where plus and minus means something. There's no absolute zero. Then you have ordinal, where there's only ranks, and plus and minus or anything. And then you have categorical, like the Yankees and the Braves are categorical variables. They're just different, but all you have is the comparator of whatever you have to call it. You don't have a rank. Okay. So ratio scale data is the best because you can compare it across space and time. If you have a skeleton that is like, 2 meters tall, that's from 3,000 years ago, you can compare the height of people from many, many years ago, different cultures and times, right? Whereas their currency is much harder to value. That's not like a ratio scale variable. Other things are harder to value across space and time, right? So life expectancy is good because as a ratio scale variable, with a very clear definition, right? Like when someone born and died, those are actually relatively clear. But most other things aren't like that. That's why murder or death, it can be scored. It's unambiguous. It's done when it's done. Whereas when does somebody get sick? Oh, they were kind of sick. They were sick today. They were sick at this hour. The boundary conditions, many other kinds of things are not like clear cut. Right?
And I should just briefly comment that life expectancy does have this quirk, a dark quirk that it, when you just crudely look at it, it incorporates child mortality
yes.
at age of 1 or age of 5, and maybe it's better and clearer to look at mortality after 5 or whatever. And that's still, those metrics still hold in interesting ways and measure the progress of human civilization in interesting ways.
That's right. You actually want longevity biomarkers. A lot of people are working on this. There's a book called The Picture of Dorian Gray, right? And the concept is sell your soul to, ensure the picture rather than he will age and fade, right? And so the concept is that thing on the wall just reflects his age, and you can see it, okay? So there's a premise that's embedded in a lot of Western culture that to gain something you must lose. If you're Icarus and you try to fly, then you will, you'll fly too high and you'll melt your wings. But guess what? We fly every day, commercial aircraft, right? So the opposite of like the Icarus or Picture of Dorian Gray kind of thing is the movie Limitless, which I love because it's so Nietzschean and so unusual relative to the dystopian, sci-fi movies where there's without giving, the movie's kind of old now, but there's a drug in it that's a nootropic that boosts, your cognitive abilities, and it's got side effects. But at the end, he engineers out the side effects. Amazing, just like there are planes that crash and you land, right? Okay, so why did I mention the Picture of Dorian Gray? Well, there's another aspect of it, which is longevity biomarker. The point is to kind of estimate how many years of life you have left by, that Q.bio or Integrome, or you take all these analyses on somebody, right? One of the best longevity biomarkers could be just your face, right? You image the face and you can sort of tell, oh, somebody looks like they've aged, oh, somebody looks younger, et cetera, et cetera. And this is actually data that you've got on millions and millions of people, where you could probably start having AI predict, okay, what is somebody's life expectancy given their current face and other kinds of things, right? Because you have their name, they have your birth date, you have their, date they passed away if they've already passed away, right? You have photos of them through their life, right? So just imaging might give a reasonably good longevity biomarker. But then you can supplement that with a lot of other variables. And now you can start benchmarking every treatment by its change in how much time you have left. If that treatment, that intervention boosts your estimated life expectancy by 5 years, you can see that in the data. You can get feedback on whether your longevity is being boosted or not, okay? And so what this does is it just fundamentally changes the assumptions in the system. And with that said, life extension may be the kind of thing, I'm not sure if it'll work for our generation. We may be too late. It may work for the next generation.
It will make you sad.
Oh, I've got something.
For the last generation.
Could be, but I've got something for you, which is, I call it genomic reincarnation. Okay, this one you probably haven't heard before. I tweeted about it. Okay. So,
by the way, good, how you mentioned that your Twitter is one of the greatest Twitters.
Lex Friedman has one of the greatest podcasts. You should listen to the Lex Friedman podcast, which you may be doing, right?
Which you may be doing right now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. So,
what was the term again? Sorry, genomic.
So I call it genomic, not resurrection, but genomic reincarnation. Okay. So here's the concept. You may be aware that you can synthesize strands of DNA. Okay. There's sequencing of DNA, which is reading it, and synthesizing DNA, which is creating strands of DNA. What's interesting is you can actually also do that at the full chromosome level for bacterial chromosomes. Remember that thing I was saying earlier about the minimum life form, that Craig Venter made? So people have synthesized like entire bacterial chromosomes, and they work. Like they can literally essentially print out a living organism, right? Now, when you go from bacteria to eukaryotes, which are the kingdom of life that we're a part of, right? Yeast are part of this kingdom. So it becomes harder because the chromosomes are more complicated. But folks are working on eukaryotic chromosome synthesis. And if you spot me that sci-fi assumption, then eventually we'll be able to take your genome sequence. And just like we can synthesize a bacterial chromosome, we can synthesize not just one eukaryotic chromosome, but your entire complement of chromosomes in the lab, right? Because you have 23, 46, whatever you take comparison. What you can do is potentially print somebody out from this, reincarnate them. Insofar, if your sequence determines you, and you can argue this is epigenetics, okay? But let's just say at a first order, your DNA sequence is Lex. You can sequence that. Okay, you can do full genome sequencing and log that to a file. Then here's the the karma part. Your crypto community, where you've built up enough karma among them. If when you die, your karma balance is high enough, they will spend the money to reincarnate the next life, who can then watch everything that happened in your past life, and you can tell them something. Everything I described there, I mean, if you spot me eukaryotic chromosome synthesis, that's the only part that, I think will be possible, right? Folks are working on it. I'm sure some.
But it's essentially a clone.
It's like a clone, right? But it is you in a different time.
You're in a different time, but you don't, unfortunately, remember.
Well, you could probably watch the digest of your life, and it would be pretty interesting, right? I mean,
yeah, that's actually a process for psychology to study. If you create a blank mind, what would it need to show that mind to align it very well with the experiences, with the fundamental experiences that define the original version, such that the resulting clone would have similar behavior patterns, religious perspectives, feelings, all those kinds of things,
right?
Including, sadly enough, trauma.
What happened, right? But basically, just like in a very simple version of it, by the time one is age 20 or 30 or something in your 20s, you'll sort of learn your own personal operating system. You're like, oh, alcohol really doesn't agree with me, or something like that. You just by trial and error things that are idiosyncratic to your own physiology. Like, I'm totally wrecked if I get 7 hours of sleep versus 9 hours or whatever it is, right? And people will have different kinds of things like this. That manual can be given to your next self. So like, don't do this, do this, don't do this, right? 7-10 personal genomics already gives you some of this where you're like, I'm a caffeine or slow metabolizer. Oh, that explains X or Y, or I have a weird version of alcohol dehydrogenase. Oh, okay, that explains, my alcohol tolerance. So, this is part of the broader category of what I call practical miracles, right? So it's longevity, it's genomic reincarnation, it is restoring sight, and it is curing deafness with, the artificial eyes and artificial ears. It is the super soldier serum. Did I show you that? So like myostatin, I tweet about this. Basically, X-Men are real. So here is a study from NEGM from several years ago. Okay. When is this? It was like the mid-2000s. This was in 2004. Okay, so it's now 17 years later. This is almost certainly a teenager by now. So this kid basically was just totally built.
Yeah.
Okay, extraordinarily muscular.
Very muscular at a very young age.
Yes. So the child's birth rate was in the 70th percentile. He appeared extraordinarily muscular, with protruding muscles in his thighs, motor and mental development being normal. Now at 4.5 years of age, he continues to have increased muscle bulk and strength. And so essentially, myostatin mutation associated with gross muscle hypertrophy in a child. So this is like real life X-Men. Okay. And
there's pictures of animals.
Yes. So it's a company called Variant Bio that is looking at people who have exceptional health-related traits and is looking for essentially this kind of thing, but maybe more disease or whatever related, right? For example, people who have natural immunity to COVID, understanding how that works, perhaps we can give other people artificial immunity to COVID, right? If you scroll up, you see my kind of tweet, Super Soldier Serum is real, where it's like wild-type mouse and a myostatin null. Look at the chest on that thing. See the before and after. Okay, this is what's possible. This could be us, but you regulate. Right? You're not saying like this could be us, but this could be us, but the FDA regulates. Right? All this. Okay.
Oh yeah, on steroids.
But it's not. That's the thing.
It's not steroids.
Well, that's the thing is people again, you go back to the Icarus thing. They think, oh, steroids. Well, that's definitely going to give you cancer, screw up your hormones, et cetera, et cetera. And it could, but you know what? Like, have we actually put in that much effort into figuring out like the right way of doing testosterone supplementation or the right way of doing this? Obviously, we managed to put a lot of effort into marijuana, increasing the potency of it, or what have you. Could we put the effort into these kinds of drugs, right? Or these kinds of compounds? Maybe. I think that would actually be a really good thing. The thing about this is, I feel this is just a massively underexplored area. Rather than people drinking caffeine all the time, that's a very mild enhancing drug. Okay, nicotine is also arguably kind of like that. Some people have it even without the cigarettes, right? Why can't we research this stuff? One way of thinking about it is, Lance Armstrong, the cyclist. Yes, he violated all the rules. He should have won the Tour de France or anything like that. But his chemists, and I say this somewhat tongue-in-cheek, but also, his chemists are candidates for like the Nobel Prize in Chemistry because they brought a man back from like testicular cancer. It was like winning Tour de France's against a bunch of guys who probably, a bunch of them were also juiced. Right? Whatever was done there, take it out of the competition framework. There's a lot of testicular cancer patients, or cancer patients, period, who would want some of that.
And we should take that seriously. We should take that pursuit really, really, really seriously.
Yes, except, again, just like the thermo stuff, all this pathology. Oh, it's an Alico scandal. Oh, it's this. Oh, my God. And yes, of course, within the context of that game, they're cheating. In the context of life, you want to be cheating death, right? So it's just a kind of a reframe of what is good, right? And it is just taking away these assumptions that mild inflation is good or mild death is good and going towards transcendence. So that gets me done with the giant FDA, biomedical, et cetera, et cetera.
Longevity, yeah.
Okay.
That's beautifully done.
You had two questions. One was on Trump and deplatforming, and the other was on crypto and the state of crypto, and the third was on which one should we do?
All right, since we talked about how to fix government, we talked about how to fix health, medicine, FDA, longevity. Let us briefly talk about how to fix social media.
Sure.
Since we kind of talked about it from different directions, but it'd be nice to just look at social media. And if we can perhaps first, as an example, maybe it's not a useful example, but for me, it was one that kind of shook me a little bit, is the removal of Trump. And since then, other major figures, but Donald Trump was probably the biggest person ever to be removed from social media. Do you understand why that was done? Can you steel man the case for it and against it? And if there's something broken about that, how do you fix it?
Steel man the case for is kind of obvious in the sense of you are seeing a would-be dictator who's trying to run a coup against democracy, who has his supporters go and storming the seat of government, who could use his app to whip up his followers across the country to reject, the will of the people. And so you're an executive, and you will take actions that, while perhaps controversial, are still within the law. And you'll make sure that you do your part to defend democracy by making sure that at least this guy's megaphone is taken away, and that his supporters cannot organize more riots. Right? That's basically the case, for the deplatforming. Would you agree with that?
So it's like really steel manning it.
I'm giving yes to steel man, so I'm giving the floor case. Yeah.
Well, I guess I would like to separate the would-be dictator. Oh, I guess if you're storming the Capitol, you are a dictator. I see. So those two are interlinked, right? You have to have somehow a personal judgment of the person who.
Bad enough to be worth this, significant step.
Yeah, it's not just their actions and words in a particular situation, but broadly, this person's
Context of
dangerous.
everything that led up to this moment, and right. So that's a for case, right? Now the against case. There's actually several against cases, right? There's obviously the Trump supporters, against case. There is the sort of the libertarian slash left libertarian, against case, and there is the rest of world against case. Okay, there's actually three because it's not just two factions. Right? So what is the Trump supporter against case? There's an article called "The Secret Bipartisan Campaign That Saved the 2020 Election," right? Which came out a few weeks after the inauguration, like February 4th, 2021. And essentially, the Trump supporter would read this as basically saying, in the name of defending democracy, they corrupted democracy, whether it was actually vote counts or just changed all the rules for mail-in ballots and stuff. There were regular meetings between the Chamber of Commerce and, AFL and the unions. In particular, they admit that the BLM riots of the mid 2020s were actually on a string, and they could say stand down, right? So that's a quote from this article where it's like, the word went out, stand down, protect the results, announced that it would not be activating the entire national mobilization effort today, remains ready to activate if necessary. Hoser credits the activists for their restraint. So basically, the activists reoriented the protected results protest towards the weekend of celebration. So point being that the fact that the Trump supporter would say the fact that they could tell them to stand down meant that the previous, unrest was in part, coordinated. And so they'd say, okay, so that makes it illegitimate in a different way, right? Plus, what was one riot on Jan 6 versus the attacks on the White House and stuff. They were storming the White House in 2020 and didn't actually storm the White House, but they were setting fires outside and quite a lot of stuff, right? So the second against case is the, let's say, libertarian slash left libertarian would say, do we really want giant corporations, regardless of what you think about Trump, and you don't have to be a Trump supporter, do you really want giant corporations to be determining who can say what on the show? And if they can deplatform a sitting president and the quote, most powerful man in the world, he's not the most powerful man in the world. In fact, the quote, people are electing a figurehead, and actually it's the heads of network that are more powerful than the heads of state, right? That the fact that the CEOs of Facebook and Twitter and Google and Apple and Amazon all made those decisions at the same time to not just deplatform Trump from Twitter, which literally billions of people around the world saw, but also censor or stop on Facebook, and to have Google and Apple pull Parler out of the App Store and Amazon shut down the back end. That would be corporate collusion by any other leader. It's actually very similar to the so-called business plot against FDR. FDR was a complicated figure who can, in some ways, best be thought of as the least bad communist dictator or socialist dictator of the 20th century. Why? Because he nationalized the economy, repealed the 10th Amendment, right? Tried to pack the courts. He, sicked the government on all of his enemies, from Huey Long to Andrew Mellon. Obviously, he interned the Japanese, which shows that wasn't really totally a good guy, right? We don't usually think about the same guy who did this, did that. Earlier in his life, most people don't know this one, he led a whole Navy thing to entrap gay sailors. And do you know about this one? Yeah, Google FDR entrapment of gay sailors. Basically, he got young men to try to find folks within the Navy who were gay, and then basically entrap them so that they could be prosecuted and what have you, right? FDR did a lot of stuff, but fundamentally nationalized the economy and set up the alphabet soup, is what they called it at the time. That's like all these agencies and whatever. And in some sense, he's, continues there's been a rising trend of centralization. Woodrow Wilson obviously centralized, Lincoln centralized, right? Even actually, 1789 was a degree of centralization over the more, loose thing that was 1776, 1789. So he was on that trend line, but he was definitely a huge kind of dog leg up. So the thing is that because of all the lawsuits that are flying, many, folks like Amy Schlaze, has written a book, The Forgotten Man, and essentially her thesis and the thesis of many others at that time, like John T. Flynn, was this journalist who was pro-FDR and then was that FDR made the Great Depression great. Okay, that it wouldn't have been such a bad thing without him mucking up the entire economy and giving it a sickness. It would have recovered quickly without that, right? This is a counterfactual, which people just argue about it really angrily back and forth, and you can't actually run the experiment unless you can fork the economy, right? Just like, were the bailouts good or bad? I think they were bad, but how can I prove it? I need to actually be able to fork the economy. Crypto actually allows you, in theory, to do that, like where folks could actually shift balance. This is a whole separate thing. We can actually start to make macroeconomics into more of an experimental science rather than simply arguing from authority. We could argue from experiment. Some of the virtual economy stuff that Andrew Castronova has done is relevant to this. Right? We can talk about that. The point is, though, with FDR, there's this thing, because he had waged such a war on private industry at that time and justified it with this narrative of bold, persistent experimentation, there was something called the business plot, where all of these captains of industry that he'd been beating up. And again, Teddy Roosevelt had also been doing this with, the trust buster. The journos at the time, Ida Tarbell, had gone and, basically ran all these articles on Rockefeller knocking down Woodrow Wilson's control. But FDR, the CEOs were thinking, oh, bad, this is so terrible. There's a so-called business plot to try to take over the government and stop FDR from, pushing the country in what they thought was a bad direction. Smedley Butler was the general that they recruited to try to help them with this, but he turned on them. And he went and kind of broke the whole thing open and told to Congress and so on. And so this guy's, the whole plot was broken up, right? Now, one way of thinking about today, or the whole aftermath of Jan 6, is it's a business plot in reverse. Because the generals and the CEOs both were against Trump, and actually the business plot happened. Now all the CEOs just pulled they pulled pushed all the buttons that they needed to, and now the network was prime over the steam. Okay. Now, why is that an interesting way of looking at it? Because one thing I have in the book is you could kind of think of 1950 as as peak centralization. You go forward and backward in time, things decentralize. For example, and you start getting mirror image events that happen with the opposite outcome. For example, 1890, the frontier closes. 1991, the internet frontier opens. The internet comes open for commerce. Okay. You go backwards in time, you have the Spanish flu. Forwards in time, COVID-19, right? Backwards in time, you have the captains of industry, the robber barons. Forwards in time, you have the tech billionaires. And there's so many examples of this. Like, other one is backwards in time. The New York Times is allying with Soviet Russia to choke out Ukraine. Now, today, they have reinvented themselves to cheerleaders for Ukraine against, nationalist Russia, right? And of course, I think you could absolutely support Ukraine and other measures, but it's pretty hypocritical for the guys who profited from the Holodomor. The Rothschilds were really profited from denying the Holodomor to now make themselves cheerleaders for Ukraine. It's actually insane thing, which we could talk about.
A tiny tangent on that.
Yeah.
You put it brilliantly. And a reminder for anyone who listens to me talk about Ukraine, it is possible to have empathy for a nation and not be part of the machine that generates the mainstream narrative.
Yes, that's right. Like basically, I was actually one of the first 3 Estonian EU residents. Okay. And I completely understand why Estonia, the Baltics, and all these countries, including Ukraine, that just recently, within living memory, got their independence from the Soviet Empire, would not want to be forcibly reintegrated into a place that they just escaped from. And so that is something which is sort of outside the American left-right, tired kind of thing, where when you understand it from that point of view, right, then there's like a fourth point of view, which is like India's point of view, or like much of the developing world, or what I call, parts of it are ascending, parts of descending. But much of the rest of the world outside of that border region says, look, we're sympathetic to the Ukrainians, but we can't allow our people to starve. So we're going to maintain trade. And guess what? Actually, we've got a lot of wars and horror, accidents, and human rights crises that Europe just didn't even care about. So it can't be that Europe's problems are the world's problems, but the world's problems are not Europe's problems, right? So that's like a fourth point. And a fifth point of view is China, which is like, guess what? We're going to be the Iran of the Iraq War. Where like, who won the Iraq War? Iran, arguably, right? Because they extended their influence into Iraq, right? So China's like, guess what? We're going to turn Russia into our gas station and build a pipeline. There's a power Siberia is like the name of the Eastern Russia pipeline, just like Nord Stream is, Nord Stream 1, Nord Stream 2. I think they're building a new pipeline, through Mongolia. So Xi Jinping and Putin and the Mongolian head of state were all photographed, kind of thumbs up into this pipeline. We'll see if it goes through, but it's ironic that, Russia wanted to make Ukraine their, colony, but the outcome of this war may be that Russia becomes China's colony. So that's at least like 5 different perspectives. Right? There's like the U.S. establishment perspective. There's the Tucker MAGA perspective. There's the Baltics and Ukrainian perspective. There's like the Indian and the poor countries perspective. There's Chinese perspective. And of course, there's the Russians, right? So, just with respect to that, by the way, that's another example of history happening in reverse. This is the Sino-Soviet partnership, except this time, China's a senior partner and Russia's a junior partner. And this time, they're both nationalists rather than communists. And there's so many flips like this. And, I'm going to list a few more, actually, because there's so.
Give an explanation why that happened.
Yes. Just a few. This is in the Never See a book. It's in the chapter called Fragmentation, Frontier, From Turning Futures Are Past, right? So I give this example of like a fluid unmixing. Just for a second.
This is on everyday unmixing column machine, ultra laminar reversible flow smart for day 217.
And so you can mix something, and then like this thing that you don't think of as reversible, you can unmix it, which is insane, right? That it works. Okay, the physics of that situation just works, right?
So for people just listening, if there is whatever the mixture this is ultra laminar reversible flow. This is probably has to do something to do with the material. We're used to mixing, not the reversible process.
Exactly.
And that's what that shows. And then he then reverses the mixing to do it.
That's right. So that's like the futures are past.
It shows that free will is an illusion.
Well, basically, there's some environments where the equations are like times neutral. So right. And this is one model, sort of just an interesting visual model of what's happening in the world as we re-decentralize after the centralized century, right? So basically, I mentioned the internet frontier reopens back when the Western frontier closed. Today we experience COVID-19, back then we experience the Spanish flu. Tech billionaires and the country, right? Today, founders like Elon and Dorsey are starting to win against establishment journalists. Back then, Ida Tarbell demagogued and defeated Rockefeller. I think net founders win this time versus the journos. Back then, the journos won over the founders. Okay. Today we have cryptocurrencies. Back then we have private banking. Today, this is an amazing thing. We have a populist movement of digital gold advocates. Back then, because Bitcoin maximalism and so on, where gold is populist because it's against the printing money and so on. Back then, we had a populist movement against gold in the form of William Jennings Bryan, the cross gold speaking. Gold was considered a tool of big business. Now gold is the tool against big business, big government, right?
Digital gold, yeah.
Digital gold, right? Today we have the inflation and cultural conflict of Weimar-like America. Back then we had the inflation and cultural conflict of Weimar Germany. Today in Weimar America we have right and left fighting in the streets. Same, unfortunately, in Weimar Germany. Peter Turchin has written about, today we have what Turchin considers antebellum, like polarization, like pre-war polarization. Back then, if you go further back then, we now know to be antebellum polarization, right? Today we have Airbnb. Back then we had flop houses. Today we have Uber. Back then we had gypsy cabs. So today we see the transition from neutral to yellow journalism. Back then we saw the transition from yellow to neutral journalism, right? And today figures like Mike Redsky, wrote about China's energetic and America's decline. But back then, Bertrand Russell actually wrote this whole long book. Actually, the mathematician Bertrand Russell, right, wrote this whole long book, which I didn't even realize he wrote about these kind of topics, about the problem of China. And one of his observations was, again, I'm not saying this is, I'm just saying he made this observation. He was saying that America was energetic and China laconic at the time. So everybody was in opium dens and so on and so forth. Okay? More examples, the one I just mentioned, where the Chinese and Russians are again lining up against the West, except this time the Chinese are the senior partner in the relationship rather than the junior partner. Today, I think in the Second Cold War, will also be a third world. But this time, I think that third world might come in first, because it's not the non-aligned movement, it's the aligned movement around Web3 protocols.
That's fascinating, yeah.
That's
where India comes in. By the way, something we haven't mentioned Africa that could be very interesting in Africa.
Nigeria has its first tech unicorn, and I'm investing there. And I think, it's one of these things where China's risen, India's like about 10 years behind, China, but I think this is the Indian decade in many ways. We can come back to that point. But there's absolutely, sparks of light in Africa. I mean, it's a huge continent.
It feels like the more behind, sorry to interrupt, the more behind you are, the more opportunity you have to cross.
Sometimes, that's right. And Pesa, a classic example where they did this in East Africa, but I think there's more possibility there.
What is the fact that this, there's a kind of symmetry? History,
right?
What is that? How did that take us from Trump? The different perspective you took, the libertarian perspective of it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, because the libertarian perspective, or the left libertarian perspective, would say it's a really good idea to have total corporate power against the elected government, even if you may disagree. Do you want to open the door to total, corporate oligarchy? And it's like the opposite. That's why I mentioned it's like the opposite of business policy, and they pulled on that. Okay? So, the macro explanation that I have for this future is our past thesis, and there's more. It also gives some predictions, right? If you go backwards in time, the U.S. federalizes into many individual states. Like before the Civil War, people said the United States are, and after they said the United States is. Before FDR, the 10th Amendment reserved rights to the states. Afterwards, it was just federal regulation. As we go forwards in time, you're seeing the states break away from the feds on gun laws, drug laws, right? Sanctuary cities, okay, many other kinds of things, And now Florida, for example, has its own guard that's like not a national guard, but like a state guard. Other states are doing this.
And that's the force of decentralization, saying the parallels.
Yes.
In reverse.
In reverse, right? So you have to make America state city.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I think happened, right? I'm not saying I think there's aspects of that are good, there's aspects that are bad, but just like that's the angle, right?
But then that's, I mean, from your perspective, that's probably not right. That's not.
It's part of the future. Let's just say.
I think you suggested all kinds of ways to build different countries. I think that's probably one of them. You said like start micro countries like this. I forgot the terminology.
Yeah, micronations. Yeah, that's not my. Yeah, I actually think the better term is microstates because they're actually not nations. That's why they don't work. But microstates are better, right? Coming back to the difference between the nation and the state. The nation is like the nation state is a term that people use without expanding it. The nation comes from the same root word as like natality. So it's like common descent, common birth, right? Common origin, like the Japanese nation. It's a group of people that have, come down from history, right?
That's nationalism.
Yeah. Whereas the state is like the administrative layer above it. It's like labor and capital, like labor and management. Okay. The American state stood over the Japanese nation in 1946 after
Oh, so you weren't talking about tradition in India, that doesn't matter. In terms of, like, I thought you meant nation is a thing that carries across the generations. There's a tradition, there's a culture, and so on. A state is just the layer.
I mean, that's also another thing.
The reverse of there as well. Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, one way of thinking about it is, one nation under God, indivisible, is no longer true. It is America is at least two nations, the Democratic Republican, in the sense of their own cultures. Where I can show you graph after graph. You've seen the polarization graphs. I can show you network diagrams where, there's this graph of polarization in Congress where there's red and blue, they're separate things. There's this article from 2017 showing how shares on Facebook and Twitter are just separate subgraphs. They're just separate graphs in the social network, pulling apart. Those are two nations. They're not under God because people in the U.S. no longer believe in God. And they're very much divisible because 96% of Democrats won't marry Republicans and a high percentage on the way. And what that means is in one generation, ideology becomes biology. These become ethnic groups. It takes on the character of Hutu and Tutsi or Protestant and Catholic, Sunni and Shia. It's not about ideology. If you think about all the flips during COVID, right, where people were on one side versus the other side, it's tribal. It's just tribe on tribe. And so it's not universalist. The identity of American makes less sense than the identity of Democrat and Republican right now, or perhaps the identity of individual states. But I think that's a good or bad thing. I think that's unfortunately, whatever it is, the hour of history, right? On the opposite side of things, India was 562 princely states at the time of Indian unification from 1947 to 1947. We got independence from the British. It was 562 princely states. Most people don't know that part. They got unified into a republic in about 1950. And India is actually a modern creative. India is like Europe. It's kind of like the European Union in the sense that we didn't have a unified India in the past. It was a lot of different countries North and South India, or like Gujarat and Tamil Nadu, are as different as Finland and Spain. Okay? But India has moved in the direction of much more unification, much more, centralization, whereas the U.S. is decentralized. Okay. A few more things that are flips, and I'll finish this up. Today, we're seeing the rise of the Sudan's founder and startup societies all the way back in the 1770s. We saw Sudan as founders of startup countries, like the U.S., right? Federalist Papers. Today, we're seeing so far unsuccessful calls for wealth seizures in the U.S. Back then, we saw FDR's Executive Order 622, which was a successful seizure of gold. I expect we may see something like that, an attempted seizure of digital gold. And I think that'll be one of the things that individual states like Florida or Texas may not force that. I think that's actually the kind of thing where you could see, a breakup potential in the future, right? One other thing that kind of rhymes is, in many ways, like the modern U.S. establishment, the story that you hear is the victories in 1945 and 1865 legitimate the current establishment. That is, beating the Nazis, beating the Confederates, right? So they beat the ethnic nationalists abroad, and they beat the secessionists at home, right? And the ethnic nationalists were, Aryan Nazis, and the secessionists were, slave owners and against freedom and so on. Okay, I'm not disputing that. I'm just saying that that's just like the way people think. There's a possibility. I'm not saying it's 100% at all. Okay, but if you're a sci-fi writer, there's a possibility that the U.S. loses to the ethnic nationalists abroad, except this time they're Chinese communists, non-white communists, as opposed to Aryan Nazis, which seem like the total opposite. Okay, and there's a possibility that there is a financial secession at home, where it's Bitcoin maximalist states that are advocating for freedom, the opposite of slavery. You see what I'm saying?
Oh boy, that's dark. You're looking for major things in history that don't yet have a
cognate going on, right?
And that's a nice way to think about the future.
It is only one model, and any mental model or something like that. That's why I say as a sci-fi scenario, it's like a scenario one could find, right? Where the new version has, the Chinese communists do not think of themselves as Aryans, right? But they are ultranationalists. And, the Hitler comparisons, people talk about Hitler, and Saddam is the new Hitler, everybody's the new Hitler, etc. If there is a comparison to quote Nazi Germany, it is, CCP China in a sense. Why? They are non-English speaking, manufacturing powerhouse with a massive military build out under one leader that is a genuine peer competitor to the U.S. on many dimensions, and in fact, exceeding on some dimensions of technology and science, right? That is like the problem is it's a boy who cried wolf. People will say this a zillion times, right? And that is like I'm not saying this by the way crucially. I am just like I think China is very complicated, and there's hundreds of millions of people, probably half of China, that disagrees with the current ultranationalist kind of thing, right? And so I kind of hate it when innocent Chinese people abroad or whatever are just like attacked on this basis or what have you. Plus, the other thing is that many Chinese people say, well, look, relative to where we were when Deng took over in 1978, we've built up the entire country. We're not starving to death anymore. The West wants to recolonize us, and so I understand where that's coming from. This way, you want to be able to argue different principles. With that said, there's one huge difference, right? Which is Nazi Germany was like 70 million people, and the U.S. was 150 million, and the Soviet Union was 150 million, and the UK was like 50 million. So they were outnumbered like 5 to 1. China outnumbers the U.S. 4 to 1.
This is going to be a fun century.
Things are going to be
under this model.
Under this model, things are going to be potentially crazy. Plus, people are like, "Oh, I think this is, again, I have nothing personal." There's a guy, Peter Zion. He writes these books, right? I probably agree with about 20 or 30%, but I disagree with a lot of the rest. And a bunch of it is basically about how China's really weak and America's really strong, and the rest of the world is screwed. And I think there's absolutely problems in China. And, like the current management is actually messing a lot of things up. We can talk about that. But I do think that, the U.S. is like fighting its factory. So one thing, Zion will talk about is how, America has this blue water navy, all the aircraft carriers, and China has nothing. It's got one case. Well, China ships things all around the world, right? It probably has, one of the most active fleets out there in terms of, its commercial shipping. And in terms of building ships, here's a quote: China's merchant shipping industry is the world's largest, building more than 23 million gross tons of shipping in 2020. U.S. yards built a mere 70,000 tons the same year, but they typically average nearly 20,000. That is a 100 to 300x ratio just in shipping. Pretty much everything else you can find in the physical world is like that. Okay, we're not talking like 2x. We're talking they can put together a subway station in 9 hours with prefab, and the U.S. takes 3 years. Okay. When you have 1,000x difference in the physical world, the reason the U.S. was won against, Nazi Germany in a serious fight is they had this giant manufacturing plant that was overseas, and they just outproduced, right? And they supplied the Soviets also with lend-lease, and the Soviets talked about how they would not have won the war without the Americans. People are like, oh, the Russians, fought the Germans. The Russians, armed by Americans, fought the Germans. Like it's a Soviet Union. They're not actually able to make high quality stuff. There obviously are individual people in Soviet Russia who were individual, right? I'm not taking that away. There's a tradition of amazing. I just want to be like, there's individual Russians who obviously I admire, Penteleyev and Lavrov and so on. There's amazing Russians at the center. So I'm not saying that.
I mean, in general, from building books like yourself that criticize communism, it's too easy to say nothing communism produces is good, which of course is not true.
Yes,
a lot of brilliant people and a lot of people. There's a lot of amazing things that they create.
Yeah, so they had some amazing mathematicians, amazing scientists, and stuff, right? However,
great branding on the bread and the branding is stellar.
So
Nazi Germany too, excellent branding with the flag and so on. Yeah.
So
ends there in terms of continents.
Yeah, well, actually, they copied a lot of stuff from each other. Like there's this movie called The Soviet Story. It basically shows a lot of Nazi and Soviet propaganda things next to each other, and you can see guys almost in like the same pose. It's almost like, how AI will do like style transfer. You can almost see, because the socialist realism style, like the muscular, brawny worker, very similar to like the style of the Aryan Superman, like pointing at the vermin or whatever.
And then there's the crappy open source version that tries to copy, which is Mussolini.
Yeah.
That just like, that does the same exact thing, but does it kind of shitty. So.
Right. So my main thing about this is basically like trying to fight your factory in the physical world is probably not going to work. People are, I think, overconfident on this, right? With that said, I think we want to, at all, the future is not yet determined, right? At all odds, we want to avoid a hot war between, a hot war between the U.S. and China would be.
Do you think it's possible that we get a war?
We're doing these things like Pelosi going to Taiwan and trying to cause something. Like, look, again, this is one of these things which is complicated because obviously, if there's more than one perspective on this, right? Again, you've got the U.S. establishment, the U.S. conservative, the Taiwanese perspective, the Chinese perspective, all the bystanders over there. There's more than one perspective on this, okay? If you're, one of China's many neighbors, you look at China with apprehension. Like Vietnam, for example, is sort of is partnering with India because they're usually apprehensive of China. China is not making like great friends with its neighbors. It's kind of, it's demonizing Japan. It's so ultra-nationalist nowadays. And so if you're Taiwanese, you're like, yeah, I do not want to be under the Chinese surveillance state. I completely understand that. Some people are pro-reunification, others are. There's more, trend, in some ways for independence. Okay, fine.
There's also an increasing temperature across the entire world. As we sit here today, there are speeches by Vladimir Putin about the serious possibility of a nuclear war. And that escalates kind of the heat in the room of geopolitics.
It escalates the heat in the room, of course, right? And the thing is, people have this belief that because something hasn't happened, it won't happen or it can't happen. But like, there were a lot of measures people took during the Cold War to make sure a nuclear exchange didn't happen. The whole mutually assured destruction thing, and communicating that out, and like the balance of terror. There were smart guys on both sides who thought through this, and there were near misses, right? There were, like there's that story about like the Soviet colonel who didn't order a nuclear strike because he thought it was just like an error in the instruments, right? Okay, what's the point? The point is, for example, Pelosi going to Taiwan, that didn't strengthen Taiwan. That didn't if you're going to go and provoke China, I thought Scholar Stage is sort of have a good point, which is you should, if you're actually going to do it, then you strengthen Taiwan with like huge battalions of like arms, material, and you make them a porcupine and so on and so forth. Instead, her kind of going and landing there and mooning China and then flying back in the middle of a hot war with Russia. That's absolutely, in the middle of an economic crisis or whatever. It just, can you pick battles or whatever, right? It's like, you don't have to fight Russia and China at the same time. It's like kind of insane to do that, okay? Plus, even with Ukraine, some people are like, oh, this was like a victory for the U.S. military policy or something. There's a guy who, I'm not trying to beat him up or anything, he's like, this in March, threat on U.S. security assistance to Ukraine. It's working. Ukraine might be one of the biggest successes of U.S. security assistance. And the reason is, U.S. didn't focus on some high-end shiny objects, but on core military tasks that focus should be. And it's like, how is this a success? The West gave massive arms to Ukraine only after the invasion, but not enough before to deter. And now Ukraine is like this Syria-like battleground with, 1 million refugees or whatever the number is, right? The country's blown to smithereens, thousands of people dead, whatever $1,000 gas in Europe with like 10x energy, radicalized Russians, the threat of World War III or even nuclear war. Shooting somebody that's not like the point of the military. The point is, there's a million ways to smash Humpty Dumpty into pieces and, unleash the blood-drenched ties, right? And people are shooting each other. It's really hard to maintain stability. That's what competence is, deterrence and stability, right? It's not like a success way. It's like an absolute tragedy for everybody involved, right?
Yeah, I mean, deterrence, of course, is the number one thing, but there's a lot to be said there. But I'm a huge not fan of declaring victory, as we've done many times beneath the wrong.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing about this is the whole mission accomplished thing during
mission accomplished is what I meant.
Exactly, mission accomplished was obviously, the thing is, Russia lives next door to Ukraine, and so, just like Iraq lives next door to Iran, and Afghanistan is next door to Pakistan and China, and so if the U.S. eventually gets tired of it and leaves, those guys are next door, right? And so, who knows what's going to happen here, okay? But one of the problems is, the whole Afghanistan thing or the Iraq thing is the lesson for people was the uncertainty. They're like, is the U.S. going to fight? Don't know. Will the U.S. win if it fights? Don't know. Therefore, roll the dice. that uncertainty is itself like tempting to folks, like. So point is, we're coming all the way back up. We were talking about how history, futures are past, and FDR, like the business plot, FDR failed, but like the tech companies were able to deplatform Trump, right? And the left libertarian would say, do we want that much corporate power? Okay. And so we gave the 4 case for Trump deplatforming, protecting democracy, the Trump supporter case against, which is on the secret history of the shadow campaign to save the 2020 election, basically that argument. The left libertarian and libertarian case against. And then to me, what is, like, I am more sympathetic to the libertarian / left libertarian against, and then also the 4th group, which is the non-American case, right? Which is to say, every AMLO is the head of state of Mexico, I think at that time. Okay, AMLO, Macron, other folks, everybody who was watching this around the world basically saw, let's say, U.S. establishment or Democrat aligned folks just decapitate, the head of state from digitally, right? Like, just boom, gone. Okay, and they're like, well, if they can do that in public to the U.S. president, who's ostensibly the most powerful man, what does the Mexican president stand against? Nothing, right? Like, these U.S. media corporations, these tech companies are so insanely powerful. Everybody's on Twitter or what have you, other than China, leaving them aside. They've got their own root system. If somebody tried to deplatform Xi Jinping off of Sino Weibo, they'd probably just fall through a trapdoor. Their whole family, right? But for the rest of the world, it's on that is hosting their business, their politics on these U.S. tech companies. They're like, regardless of whether it was justified on this guy, that means they will do it to anybody. Now the seal is broken. Just like the bailouts, as exceptional as they were in the first, everybody was shocked by them. Then they became a policy instrument. And now there's bailouts happening. Every single bill is printing another whatever $1 billion or something like that.
Can I ask your thoughts and advice on this topic? If I or anyone were to have a conversation with Donald Trump, first of all, should one do so? And if so, how do you do it? And it may not necessarily be Trump, it could be other people like Putin and Xi Jinping and so on. Let's say people that are censored.
Right.
Like people that platforms in general see as dangerous. Hitler, you can go, you keep bringing it up.
Of course, that's the ultimate edge case, right? In the sense of that saying, like, something must be done, this is something, therefore this must be done, right?
Okay.
Right?
I love it. Yeah.
So, this is just...
Can I just use that as an explanation with confidence in everything you do?
Yeah, sure. There you go, right?
Something must be done, this is something, therefore it must be done.
Therefore this must be done. So that is all kinds of regulations, all kinds of things are kind of justified in cases, right? There's a version of that which is punch a Nazi. I decide who's a Nazi. You're a Nazi.
Therefore, I punch you.
Yeah, and like people say, how many people are calling Israelis? Like these things, right? And so the problem with argumentum ad valorem is people would say Obama's a Nazi. Everyone would say everybody's a Nazi, right?
But there is a social consensus about who, let's set Nazis aside, but who is dangerous to society.
Okay, but now let's talk about that. All right, so basically, I think a more interesting example than Hitler in this context is Herbert Matthews. So Fidel Castro, before he became the communist dictator of Cuba, was on the run. He was like Osama bin Laden at the time. He was like a terrorist that the Cuban regime had seemingly defeated. And what Herbert Matthews did is he got an intro to him. He went to the, place where he was hiding out. He gave an interview and he printed this hagiography in the New York Times with this photo of Castro looking all, mighty and so on. And he's like, Castro is still alive and still fighting. Okay. And there's this book on this called The Man Who Created Fidel. Okay. Where basically NYT's article was crucial in positive press that got Castro's point of view out to the world and helped lead to the communist revolution that actually impoverished Cuba, led to gay people being, discriminated against there, led to people fleeing, and drowning, trying to escape, right? That's an example of where platforming somebody led to a very bad outcome. In fact, many of the communist dictators in the 20th century had their own personal journals, right? For example, there's a guy, John Reed. He's an American. He's buried, if I get this right, I think he's buried at the Kremlin Wall. Okay. Why is an American buried there? Okay. Because he wrote a book called 10 Days That Shook the World that whitewashed the entire Soviet Revolution and the Russian Revolution of 1917, the October Revolution, and made these guys out to be the good guys when they were actually genocidal psychopaths. Okay, he got their point of view out of the world, and it was a totally misleading point of view.
Do you think he was thinking?
He's
think he saw the psychopathy? Sometimes it's not obvious.
Well, the French Revolution had already happened, so people kind of knew that this sort of psychopathic, killing in the name of could produce badness, right? And but it's more than that, right? So it's John Reed, it's Herbert Matthews, it's Edgar Snow. So these are all people who should be extremely famous, right? So Edgar Snow is Mao's journalist. Okay, so he wrote, there's actually an article in this how 1930s reporter from Missouri became China's ideal journalist. Okay, and he wrote various books, including like Red Star over China. Okay, and it's just the hagiography of Mao, right? And then of course you've got Durante. He's like Stalin's biographer, right? Just to recap, John Reed brought Lenin's message to the world. Millen said. Durante helped Stalin starve out the Ukrainians. Millen said. Edgar Snow was Mao's biographer, and Herbert Matthews was like Castro's. This guy, David Halberstam in Vietnam, who was effectively Ho Chi Minh's. He basically went and took leaks from a communist spy. I'll give you the exact name. I'm going to mispronounce this, but it's Perfect Spy, The Incredible Double Life of PHAM Pham Xuan An, Time magazine reporter and Vietnamese communist agent. That guy was the source of many fabricated stories that David Halberstam printed in the New York Times that led to the undermining of the South Vietnamese regime. And, for example, stories of Willis being killed and so on. Ashley Rinsberg in The Great Lady Wink writes this whole thing up at length, so you can go and read it for his account. But basically, all of these communist dictators had a journalist right alongside them as their biographer. Okay?
But those are tools of the propaganda machine versus...
Well, so my point is, these are 5 examples that are on the far left that should be balanced also against the Times running profiles of Hitler on the far right. We know that, the Times actually also ran the whole thing, which was, Hitler's like mountain retreat or something like that. Do you know about that story? Hitler at Home in the Clouds.
Oh boy, please tell me it's like early 30s.
I think it's, this is Otto D. Tolsches. This is actually a guy that Ashley Rinsberg writes up in The Great Lady Wings, right?
1937.
37. There's another one where I think the date is wrong, but they're not, but essentially these titles are like, where Hitler dreams and plans, he lives simply, right? And there's another one, Herr Hitler at Home in the Clouds, okay? The thing about this is, absolutely, there are folks who are hagiographers of the far right, but whether you're talking Lenin and John Reed, or Stalin and Walter Durante of the New York Times, or Castro and Herbert Matthews, again of the New York Times, or Edgar Snow and Mao, or David Halberstam and Ho Chi Minh, again of the New York Times. Like, you start to see a pattern here where the guys who are being platformed and given a voice are these guys who end up being like far left, lunatics, right? And I think part of the issue here is, the saying about how communists don't understand self-interest, nationalists don't understand other interest. And so nationalists are more obvious. Isn't that good? I thought it was good. Pretty good, right? So the nationalist is very obvious in the sense of like, they're for the Aryans. They're not even for like the Slavs, right? Like, basically, had Hitler constructed a different ideology, then like he might have done more support in Eastern Europe, right? But he also called the Slavs inferior, not just, basically everybody was inferior to the Aryans, okay? Except maybe the English or whatever, but that was it, right? And the Japanese are honorary Aryans or something. So the nationalist declares the supremacy of their own race or culture or what have you, and doesn't understand people's other interests. But he also pumps up his own guys, okay? Same with, in some ways, China today, same with Japan back in the day. Whereas communist has a message that sounds more appealing. It's a universalist message ostensibly, but it's it's actually faux universalism because it's actually particularism. Like during the Soviet Union, communism, this faux universalism was basically a mask for Russian nationalism, where, or at least Soviet nationalism. In particular, Russians were pushed into many territories, and Russian speakers were like privileged in the Eastern Europe and the Baltics. Of course, Russians themselves were oppressed at home, as Sultan's writes here, both victim and victimizer of the regime. Their churches were crushed and so on. As compensation, they were agents of empire. It's a tragedy all around. I think Russians have been hard done in many ways. They got a very hard century, but also done hard by others. It's complicated.
Those journalists you mentioned, just to elaborate, maybe you just feel me. I don't know what you think.
Sure.
But I think conversation, like, not to glorify any particular meaning, there's something, one of the reasons I like long form podcasts or interviews, long form unedited interviews. There's been shows throughout the 20th century that do that kind of thing, but they seem to be rare. That's podcast made it much more popular and common. It somehow makes it easier not to do this kind of bullshit journalism that
Just yeah.
I feel like asking interesting and deep questions allow. I think you could sit down with Hitler in 1940, 1941, 1942, and the podcast actually served a purpose.
In 41 and 42,
And then a purpose of one, which is very important, get good information for the future, so history can study it, and two, reveal to the world the way a man thinks that is beyond the propaganda.
So all this stuff is complicated, but today, so the specific issue of the folks who were talking about, like Putin, Z, Trump, right? For those folks, they are very clearly outgroup for both the U.S. left and right, which is, let's say, the Western left and right, which are your audience. There's folks who are tankies and the folks who are MAGA, who are sympathetic. And
Is that what you think?
tankies are those who are, they may call themselves tankies. Let's say they're anti-imperialist left and MAGA right. Okay, for different reasons, are against the U.S. establishment and for Putin or Xi or something like that as as an agent against the U.S. establishment. Right? So leaving those aside, the point is that most of your audience is sort of on guard, vaccinated in a sense, right? Versus Z and Putin and Trump, right? Like they know the counter arguments, okay? In which case, I wouldn't think interviewing them would be like that big a deal relatively, because there's so much other coverage and so on out there. It's I think it's probably okay. However, for something like when what John Reed was doing, so when he was the sole source of information about the Russian Revolution, right? That's different, right? So it's something about it. Kind of gets back to the competitive environment. So there's no dearth of folks who are writing critical coverage of these 3 months, right? And so if I felt that was insufficient, then you might need more, right? Just like for example, nowadays at Stalin, there are a lot of articles and books and PDFs and so on it.
But at the time, not as much.
At the time, not as much, right? That's why I brought those guys, right? Because often it's kind of like, have you ever stocked shelves at a supermarket? So it seemed totally out of left field.
No, but shoes, but the same thing. Cereals.
The thing that is the most popular is the thing that's not on the shelf because it's been sold out, right? So in some ways, like this is similar to that famous photo that people have, or image that people have on Twitter of the plane and the parts that are shot versus not, right? The survivorship bias, right? And one way of kind of thinking about it is the guys who you think of as bad guys or possible bad guys or controversial guys or whatever are those who've already got some vaccination to. That's why you think of them at all. Whereas the folks that I mentioned, the regulators, invisible. You don't, right? Salzberger, Zuckerberg, his pros and cons, who he is as a person. You don't even know Salzberger exists, most people, right? Despite the fact that he's certainly as powerful. He owns the New York Times, he inherits it. He also got dual class stock, just like Zuck. But he's invisible, right?
Well, that's why I think studying the knowns, the people that are known, can help you generalize to the way human nature is, and then you start to question are the same kind of humans existing in places that wield power.
Yeah.
And you can assume they do exist there, and then you can start to infer
That's right.
and ask questions.
So this is kind of what I try to do is like, what is the dark matter? What is the question that is not being asked or held, right? And so that's not to say that you need to be so anti-mimetic that you only do that. But I think you need to do that as well as understand what is good about the conventional wisdom. And for example, if you notice, a lot of what I talk about is like the V1, V2, V3. For as critical as I am of, let's say, the FDA, I recognize that people want a regulated marketplace, and how do we do better? As critical as I can be of the fact, I recognize that some kind of monetary policy is necessary, and Satoshi came up with a better one, right? As harsh as one can be of a critic of the current system, it is really incumbent, as difficult as that is, upon one to come up with a better version. Just like academia, as much as I think current science is corrupted, what I propose is a way to actually improve on it. And actually, any true scientist say, yes, I want my work to be reviewed. Yes, I want citations to report statements and so on and so forth. And we don't have to get everybody to agree, but it's just enough to build that better version and not regress.
Yeah, there's an implied optimism within the V1, V2, V3.
Yes.
Let me ask you at a high level about social media, because you are one of its prominent users to communicate your wisdom.
I use Twitter. I wouldn't really think of it as communicating my wisdom per se or anything like that. I use Twitter like I might use GitHub as a scratch pad, which is kind of floating concepts. And I've got, okay, here's a frame on things, and we kind of put it out there and see what people think, get some feedback.
Don't you think it has a lot of impact?
I think it's good, but basically, like, if I'd say that's what's my primary thing on Twitter, it's that. It's a scratch pad for me to kind of put some concepts out there, iterate on them, get feedback on them, and so on and so forth.
Do you think it's possible that the words you've tweeted on Twitter is the
on the world? I don't. So, is it possible? Well, my tweets. It's a good question. I think the network state will be, I think, important, or I hope. Well, the book.
The book of conference.
Good question. The movement, right? In the sense that Zionism shows that it is possible to have a book, and a conference, and a fund, and eventually, in the fullness of time, with a lot of time and effort, actually get a state, right? And, as I mentioned earlier, a lot of countries are small countries. But I didn't mention, there's a guy who's the head of Kazakhstan, and he made a remark. He's like, if we allow every nation that wants to have self-determination to have a state, we'd have 600 countries rather than 190. Because the other option, there's many opposites of a nation state, but one of the opposites is a stateless nation. And so the network state is popular in places like Catalonia. Catalonian nationalists in Catalonia, guys who are committed Catalonian nationalists. So Catalonia, this region of Spain, right? The thing is that, again, V1, V2, V3, the nation state is V2, and it beat the city state, which is like V1. And the network state, I think, has potential V3, which combines aspects of V1 and V2. So Catalonia or the Basque region, these are underneath the nation state of Spain. But many Catalonians think of themselves as part of a separate nation. Not all, except many, okay? And so they want a state of their own. Who doesn't? If you're a nation, meaning that they've got a legitimate claim from history, language, culture, all that stuff, right? The Basques do as well. The Kurds do as well, okay? Lots of ethnic groups around the world do. So in the game of musical chairs, that was the formation of current national borders, they lost out, right? So what did they do? Well, one answer is they just submit to the Spanish state, and they just speak Spanish, and their culture is erased, and their history is erased. And so the second is they do some sort of Ireland-like insurgency, the Troubles, to try to get the thing of their own, which is obviously bad for other kinds of reasons, right? Violent, etc. What this Catalonian nationalist said, he's like, look, while we can't give up on our existing path, the network state is a really interesting third option. I mean, by the way, I hadn't talked to this guy, V. Partal, okay? And he's got this site called Via Web, and VILA, Villa Web, sorry. It can be, meaning the network state, can be especially appealing to us. Catalans are now embarking on the task of having a normal and current state in the old way, and this is a project that we cannot give up. But this does not mean that at the same time we are not also attentive to ideas like this, and we do not try to learn and move forward, right? Meaning, the network state, right? Because it's a third way. who says, okay, maybe this particular region is not something where you're going to be able to get, a state. But just like there's more Irish people who live outside of Ireland, right? Just like, the Jewish people, didn't actually get a state in Poland or what have you. They have one in Palestine. Perhaps the Catalonians could crowdfund territory in other places and have essentially a state of their own that's distributed. Okay. Now, again, what people are immediately going to say is, well, that's going to lead to conflict with locals necessarily, and so on and so forth. But if you're parallel processing, you don't have the all-in-one bucket aspect of I must win here, and the guy on the other side is like I must win. You have optionality. You can have multiple different nodes around the world, just like there's multiple Chinatowns. You can have multiple Catalonian towns, right? And some places you might be able to just buy an island, and that becomes the new Catalonia, right? Just like I think there's a region called New Caledonia, and that's in Southwest. So maybe New Catalonia is somewhere else, right? So if you're flexible on that, now of course, a bunch of people will immediately say they'll have 50 different objections to this. They'll say, "Oh, you don't get it. The whole point is the land, and so on. They've been there for generations." They're say, "I do get it," but this Catalan nationalist who's like literally written in Catalonian for I don't know how many years, right? Is basically saying this is worth thinking about, and so it's a peaceful third way.
Yeah, but it's interesting. I mean, it's a good question whether Elon Musk, SpaceX, and Tesla will be successful without Twitter.
Yeah, I don't think as successful. I mean, obviously they existed before Twitter, and a lot of the engineering problems are obviously non-Twitter, right? But Twitter itself has certainly probably helped Musk with Tesla sales.
The engineering, no, that's not what I mean.
Oh, go ahead.
The best people in the world solve the engineering problem.
Yes, but he hires the people to solve it, and he knows enough about engineering to hire the people.
That's the point I'm making. Is on Twitter, the legend of Elon Musk is created. The vision is communicated. And the best engineers in the world come to work with the vision. It's an advertisement of a man, of a company pursuing the vision. I think Twitter is a great place to make viral ideas that are compelling to people, whatever those ideas are. And whether that's the network state or whether that's humans becoming more dependent.
Here is a remark I had just before the pandemic related to this, okay? But Twitter helping along, just beyond that for a second. Maybe centralization is actually also underexplored in the design space. For example, today's social networks are essentially governed by a single CEO, but that CEO is a background figure. They aren't leading the users to do anything. What if they did? One example, could Elon Musk's then 30 million followers somehow get us to Mars faster? Tools for directed collaborative work by really large groups on the internet are still in their infancy. You can see a piece of what I was talking about, the Scratchpad thing, the network state being a group which can do collective actions. This is kind of the thing, right? And so technologies for internet collaboration that can be very useful to the software for future network states. Operational transformations, like Google Docs, coordinates, edits. Conflict-free replicated data types is another alternative, easier to code in some ways in operational transformation. Microtasks like Mechanical Turk, Scale AI, and Earn.com before we sold it. Blockchain and crypto, obviously. The Polymath project, where a bunch of people parallel processed and were able to solve an open math problem by collaborating. Wikipedia, with its flaws that we talked about. Social networks and group messaging. All these are ways for collaborating. They're not just simply attacking or doing something on the internet. This is something that Elon could use, right?
What works and what doesn't about Twitter? If there's something that's broken, how would you fix it?
A million things I could say here. So a few things. The first is fact checking. I had this kind of fun, I thought it was a funny tweet. To anyone who wants to quote, ban lying on social media, please write down a function that takes in a statement and returns whether it's true. If you can start with the Riemann hypothesis, that would be amazing.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Now,
But
that's kind of funny, right?
that's funny.
And so now...
That joke landed on like 5 people.
Sure. If you want to explain the joke, though.
Well, no, there's a lot of problems with citability where the truth, that's what proofs in math is. The truth of the thing is actually exceptionally difficult to determine. And that's just a really nice example. The problems that persist across centuries that have not been solved by these brilliant minds, they're essentially true or false problems.
That's right. And so when people are saying, when they were saying they want to ban lying on social media, fact check social media, the assumption is that they know what is true. And what do they mean by that? They really mean the assertion of political power, right? With that said, do I think it could be useful to have some kind of quote fact checking thing? Yes, but it has to be decentralized and open source. You could imagine an interesting concept of coding Trugle, like a Google that returns true. It's like a modified version of Google, right? It's like GPT-3, but the stable diffusion version where it's open. Okay, and so now stable diffusion shows that it's possible to take an expensive AI model and put it out there. Right? So you have, you know what a knowledge graph is? It's like basically, you wouldn't actually, whether you have it as RDF or like a triple store kind of thing, or some other representation, it's like an ontology of A is a B, and B has a C, and it's got probabilities on the edges sometimes, and other kinds of metadata. And this allows Google to show certain kinds of one-box information, where it's like, what is Steve Jobs's, what is Lorene Powell Jobs's age or birthday? They can pull that up out of the knowledge graph, right? And so you can imagine that Trugle would have both deterministic and statistical components. And crucially, it would say whether something is true according to a given knowledge graph. And so this way, at least what you can do is you can say, okay, here's the things that are consensus reality, like the value of the gravitational constant will be the same in the MAGA knowledge graph, and the US establishment knowledge graph, and the CCP knowledge graph, and the Brazilian knowledge graph, and so on and so forth. Okay, but there's other things that would be quite different. And at least now you can isolate where the point of disagreement is, and so you can have a form of decentralized fact checking that is like, according to who? Well, here is the authority, and it is this knowledge, right? So that's like a kind of thing, right? Yeah. So that is so that's one concept of like what next social media looks like. There's actually so much more. Another huge thing is decentralized social media. Okay, social media today is like China under communism in a really key sense. There's a great article called "The Secret Document That Transformed China." Do you know what China was like before 1978?
I know about the atrocities.
Sure. So,
but
put some flesh on the bone, so to speak. Okay? So basically,
there's a good book I'm reading because I think a lot of documents became public recently. And so
there was a window when it opened up. Now it's probably closing back down.
But great biographies because of that. And then, like, I'm currently reading Mao's Great Famine by Frank DeCarter.
Yeah,
which is oh boy,
it's crazy. Okay, yeah. Here's the thing: is capitalism was punishable by death in living memory in China. Just to explain what that meant, okay? I mean, that's what communism was, right? It was literally the same China that has like the the entrepreneurs and Jack Ma and so on. 40-some years ago, capitalism was punishable by death. But to give you a concrete example, this is a famous story in China, maybe apocryphal, but it's what the folks have talked about. There's a village in Zhaogang, and basically all the grain that you were to produce was supposed to go to the collective, and even one straw belonged to the group. At one meeting with Communist Party officials, the farmer asked, "What about the teeth in my head? Do I own those?" Answer: no, your teeth belong to the collective. Okay? Now, the thing is that when you're taking 100% of everything, okay, work hard, don't work hard, everyone gets the same, so people don't want to work, right? So what happened? These farmers gathered in secret, and they did something that was like, would have gotten them executed. They wrote a contract amongst themselves. It said, we all agree that we will be able to keep some of our own grain. We will give some of them to the regime, so when it comes to collect grain, they've got some. We'll be able to keep some of it. And if any of us are killed for doing this, then the contract said that the others would take care of their children. Okay, so to keep some of what you earned. I mean, just think about how
it formed a mini capitalism society within
yes,
secret capitalism society.
So what happened
amongst 5 people?
Now, right. So now that they could keep some of what they earned, right? So keep some of what they earned, they had a bumper harvest. And you know what happened with that bumper harvest? That made the local officials really suspicious and mad. They weren't happy that there was a bumper harvest. They're like, "What are you doing? You're doing capitalism, right?" And in a few years earlier, they might have just been executed. In fact, many were. That's what it means when you see millions dead. Millions dead means guys were shot for keeping some grain for themselves. Okay, it means like guys came and kicked in the door of your collective farm and raped your wife and took you off to a prison camp, and so that's what communism actually was. Okay, it hasn't been depicted in movies. There's a great post by Ken Billingsley in the year 2000 called, if I get this right, "Hollywood's Missing Movies." Okay, this is basically here, I'll paste this link to put in the show notes, right? This is worth reading. It's still applicable today, but now that we have stable diffusion, now we have all these people online. Now that Russia and China are America's national bad guys, as they were before, they are again. Perhaps we'll get some movies on what communism actually was during the 20th century, how bad it was, right? And vaccinate people against that as well as against Nazism, which they should be. Okay. The point of this.
No, because I'm congratulating myself on the nice, because you're sending me excellent links on WhatsApp. I just saw that there's an export chat feature.
Yes, great.
Because we all sent disappearing messages out, so I was like, all right, this is great.
Great.
Be able to get it. Your ability to reference sources is incredible, so thank you.
Anyway. Just, otherwise, if I say something that sounds too surprising, so that's why I want to make sure I have. Yeah. So people would be shot for holding some grain. So what happened though was Deng Xiaoping said, okay, we're not going to kill you. In fact, we're going to actually set up the first special economic zone in Shenzhen. He didn't try to flip the whole country from communist to capitalist in one go. Instead, he's like, we can reform in one place. And in fact, he fenced it off from the rest of China. And it did trade with Hong Kong. And he spent his political capital on this one exception. It grew so fast, they gave him more political capital. Some people think actually that the, Sino-Vietnamese War was Deng's way of just distracting the generals while he was turning China around to get it back on the capitalist road. And what he did was the opposite of a rebranding. He did a reinterpretation. Like a rebranding is where the substance is the same, but the logo is changed. Okay, you were Facebook, you're now Meta. That's a rebranding, right? Reinterpretation is where the logo and the branding is the same. There's still the CCP, there's still the Chinese Communist Party, but they're capitalist now. The engine under the hood, it's deniable. Okay, and this is a very common. Once you realize those are different things, it's like swap the front end, swap the back end. Good. Right?
Really good. Yeah. Your metaphors, a way of talking about stuff. Yes, I get. Yeah. Swap. You could. Yeah. When branding, swap the front end. Reinterpretation, swap the back end.
That's right. Once you realize that, you're like, okay, I can, just like as an engineer, you can kind of, okay, sometimes I want to do this on the front end, sometimes I want to do the back end, sometimes it's explicit, and sometimes the user doesn't need to see it, and it's on the back end. Lots of political stuff, is arguably not just best done on the back end, but always done on the back end. One of the points I make in the book is left is the new right is the new left, is, if you look through history, the Christian king, the Republican conservative, the CCP entrepreneur, the WASP establishment, these are all examples of a revolutionary left movement becoming the ruling class right. Okay, like Republican conservative, just as that one example. I go through extended description of this in the book, but Republicans were the radical Republicans, the left of 1865. They won the revolution, and their moral authority led them to have economic authority in the late 1800s. You wouldn't want a Democrat Confederate trader as the head of your railroad company, would you? Right? So all the Confederate traders that were boxed out from the plum positions in the late 1800s. And so what happened was that the Republicans turned their moral authority into economic authority, made tons of money. The Democrats then started repositioning, not as a party of the Southern racists, but the poor, right? And, the Cross of Gold speech by William James Brown was part of that. There's a gradual process that reaches let's say, a crucial mark with the election of FDR, where it was actually not the 1932, but the 1936 election that black voters switched over to FDR. Okay, that was actually the major flip to 70%, to the Democrats. Now they repositioned as the party of the poor, not the party of the South. Okay, and Republicans had lost some economic authority, or rather, they had moral authority. They turned into economic authority. They started to lose some moral authority. The loss of moral authority was complete by 1965. That was actually mop-up. People dated, the civil rights movement as the big wave of the Republicans lost moral authority. It's not really. That was a mop-up because 1936, 30 years earlier, was when black voters switched to the Democrats. Okay, so 1965 was another 10 points moving over of black voters to Democrats. Republicans had completely lost moral authority 100 years after the Civil War. Okay, then the next 50 years, that loss of moral authority meant that they lost economic authority. Because now you wouldn't want a Republican bigot as a CEO of your tech company, would you? Right? So by 2015, 2020, now you have, it's like two sine waves that are stacked, right? Moral authority leads to economic authority, leads to loss of moral authority, leads to loss of economic authority. And so now you have the Democrats, have completed a 155-year arc from the defeated party in the Civil War to the dominant party in the U.S. establishment. All the woke capitalists are now at the very top. Now the same repositioning is happening, where if you're so woke, why are you rich? You get it, right? Like, if you're so smart, why aren't you rich is the normal kind of thing, right? If you're so woke, if you're so holy, why is, like, for example, the BLM founder, why do they have this $1 million mansion, right? If you're so woke, it's all about being good and you're anti-capitalist, how come you seem to be raking in the money, etc., right? This is an argument which I'm not sure how long it will go. It might take years to play out, it might take decades to play out. I think it's probably on the order of a decade. You're going to see, in my view, the repositioning of, if the Democrats are the woke capitalists, the Republicans will eventually are becoming the Bitcoin maximalists. Why? Because, if one guy picks left, the other guy picks right. It's literally like magnets kind of repelling. They're sort of forced into the other corner here, right? The Bitcoin maximalists will essentially, where this guy says centralization, they say decentralization, where they defend the right of capital to do anything. The maximalists will say, actually, you're all cantillionaires. You're all benefiting from printing money. You don't have anything that's legitimate. You don't actually own anything. It's all a handout from the government, and so on and so forth, right? And so that's counter-positioning that will basically attack the wokes by how much money they're making. They're not contesting the ideology. So when one guy signals economics, you signal culture. When the other guy signals culture, you signal economics. That's a whole thing I can talk about. Should I talk about that for a second?
Sure. Is this integrated into the forces that you talk about? You've talked about the three forces, the trifecta of forces that affect our society, which is the wokes, let's say.
Woke capital, communist capital.
Woke capital talks so fast, it's and I think so slow.
No.
Woke capital, communist capital, and crypto capital. Can you explain each of those three? We actually talked about each of the three in part, but it would be nice to bring them together in a beautiful triangle.
And then I will also come back up and I'll talk about how the CCP sort of relates to social media and decentralized social media. Okay? All right. So NYT, CCP, BTC is woke capital, communist capital, crypto capital. And communist capital is the simplest is you must submit. The Communist Party is powerful. CCP is powerful, and you are not. If you're in China, you're just
CCP is an embodiment of communism.
Well, yeah. So basically, and by the in China they call it CPC. So basically they don't like it usually if you say CCP, right? So the Communist Party of China, as opposed to Chinese guys. Basically, that is capitalism. That is a Chinese pool of capital. That billion-person pool. Okay, that's WeChat, and it's it's Alibaba, and it's that entire kind of thing. That is one social network with currency. The whole thing is vertically integrated.
When we say communist, what do you mean? Why is the word communist important? Why don't you just say China? So is communist important?
Or is it
just a catchy little bit?
It's a catchy little, but I think it's also important because it's paradoxical, right? A thread on this. The future is communist capital versus woke capital versus crypto capital. Each represents a left-right fusion that's bizarre by the standards of the 1980s consensus. PRC versus MIT versus BTC, right? And why is it bizarre by the standards of the 1980s consensus? Well, in the 1980s, you wouldn't think the communists would become capitalists, but they did. You wouldn't think that the wokes, the progressives, right, would become so enamored with giant corporations and their power, right? They've seen something to liken that, right? And you also wouldn't think that the non-Americans or the post-Americans or the internationalists would be the champions of capital because you think it's the American nation, right? So rather than the conservative American nationalists being the defenders of capital, you have the liberal Americans who are with capital, you have the communist Chinese who are with capital, and you have the internationalists who are with capital. And it's the conservative American nationalists who are in some ways against that, which is kind of funny, right? So it's just like this weird ideological flippening that if you take the long lens, you have these poles that kind of repel each other. Okay? So just on the CCP NYT BTC thing.
NYT, by the way, is woke cap.
Yeah, what is NYT? So its formula is a little interesting. If CCP is just you must submit because they're powerful, okay, and then you bow your head because the Chinese Communist Party is strong. Woke capital is you must sympathize. Why do you bow your head, Lex? Oh, because you're a white male. Therefore, you're guilty. You sympathize. You must bow your head because you are powerful. Yet, notice it ends in the same place. In your head looking to the ground, right? In China, it's because they are powerful, so therefore you must bend your head. For the wokes, it's the left-handed version where you are powerful and it's shameful, so you should bow your head. Right? Okay? But it ends in your head down. It's an ideology of submission. It's not that subtle, but it's like somewhat subtle. And then finally, crypto capital is head held high. You must be sovereign. Okay? And one of the things I point out in the book is each of these poles is negative in some ways when taken to extreme, but also negative in its opposite. For example, obviously just totally submitting to total surveillance is bad, but a society where nobody submits is San Francisco, where people just rob stores and walk out, shoplifting, all these goods and nothing happens, right? A society where you have the woke level of sympathy, where you get to the kind of insanity of math is white supremacist and whatever nonsense is happening today is terrible. But a society that's totally stripped of sympathy is also not one that one would want to be part of, right? That's just like whether it's 4chan's actual culture or it's Spain culture or something like that, or some weird combination. That's also not good. It's like Russia in the 90s, like nobody trusts anybody. That's also good. And being totally sovereign, that sounds good, and there's a lot that is good about it. And I'm sympathetic to this point, but being totally sovereign, you go so capitalist, so sovereign that you're against the division of labor. You don't trust anybody. You have to pump your own water and so on. So you actually have a reduced standard of living over here, okay? And conversely, survivalist type stuff, right? And you just go kind of too crazy into that corner. And then, of course, though, the other extreme of, having no sovereignty is you will own nothing and be happy. Everything's in the cloud. It can be deleted at any point, right? So each of these is kind of has badness when it's there, but also its total extreme opposite is bad. And so you want to kind of carve out like an intelligent intermediate of these three poles, and that's the decentralized center or the re-centralized center. Now, with that said, I think there is a repositioning in particular of woke capital that's happening, and I think if the 2000s was the global war on terror, and then the channel just changed to wokeness in the 2010s. So when I mean channel change, have you seen Paul Graham's graph, or actually David Rosato's graph that Paul Graham posted?
No, well, there's a good chance to say that Paul Graham was awesome. Okay,
yeah. And so here is this graph, okay, David Rosato's data analysis, I think, that put this together. So basically, this is a graph of the word usage frequency at the New York Times, 1970 to 2018. And he's got some controls there.
Paul Graham tweets, hypothesis. Although some newspapers can survive the switch to online subscriptions, none can do it to remain politically neutral. The newspaper record. You have to pick a side to get people to subscribe, and there's a bunch of plots. On the x-axis is years, on the y-axis is the frequency of use. And sexism has been going up, misogyny has been going up, sexist, patriarchy, mansplaining, toxic masculinity, male privilege. All these terms have been going up very intensely in the past decade.
Yeah, but really, 2013 is the exact moment. You see these things; they're flat and then just go vertical. Mansplaining, toxic masculinity.
What precisely happened?
So I talk about this in the book. But I think fundamentally what happened was tech hurt media, and their revenue dropped by about $50 billion over the 4 years from 2008 to 2012. Tech helped Obama get reelected, and media was positive on tech until December 2012. They wrote like the nerds go marching in the Atlantic. And after January 2013, once Obama was ensconced, then the knives came out because basically these tech guys were bankrupting them. They were through supporting them. And so the journals got extremely nasty, and just basically they couldn't build search engines or create social networks, but they could write stories and shape narratives. So clear editorial direction went down. that essentially took all these weapons that had been developed in academia and status competitions and humanities departments, and then they just deployed them, right? And essentially, somebody observed that wokeness is the combination of Foucauldian deconstruction and civil rights, right? Deconstruction takes away, the legitimacy of the old order, and then civil rights says, okay, the only thing that's good is this, right? Which says the old order is also bad in a different way, but this is what's good. And that is the underpinning ideology that all these words have embedded in them, like an ideology, right? Another way of thinking about it is, this is not my reference, but I'll decide it. The glossary of the Greek military junta, right? The creation and or use of special terms are employed by the junta as propaganda tools, because essentially the word itself embeds a concept. You can Russell conjugate something one way or the other, right? Russell conjugation is the concept that I sweat, you perspire, but she blows. You can always take something, you are uncontrollably angry, but he is righteously indignant, okay? You have a thin skin, they clap back, right? So once you kind of realize that these words have just been chosen in such a way as to delegitimize their target, they all went vertical in 2013, and they were suddenly targeted against their erstwhile allies, in tech, but also just across the country. You can see that this Great Awakening, that's what Iglesias called it, by Plain Rights, the Great Awakening, right? This kind of spasm of quasi-religious extremism. I would call it religious because it's not God-centered, it's really state and network-centered, so I call it a doctrine, which is a superset of religion and political doctrine. These words went vertical, and all the terrorism stuff you just noticed kind of fell off the cliff. That was the obsession of everything in the 2000s, and just channel change, right? It's amazing how that happened.
Yeah.
It's not like any of the pieces got picked up. Some of those wars are still raging, of course.
And there's victims to this wokeism movement, and
but in a weird way, even though some parts of it, just like Syria, like there's wars and at least still keep raging. There's certainly active fronts of wokeism, but in a sense, the next shift is already on. You know why? It's a pivot from wokeism to statism. In many ways, NYT is sort of, and more generally the US establishment, is sort of kind of coming, you may not believe this, they're kind of coming back to the center a little bit. In the same way that Lenin, after the revolution, implemented the new economic policy, which you may be aware of, right? Which was just like X% more capitalism. You kind of boot on the neck, take control, but then ease up for a bit. And the so-called net men during the 20s were able to eke out something. It was like, oh, okay, fine, this is going to be easier. Then it intensified again because basically by loosening up, they were able to consolidate control. They weren't putting as much pressure on, right? Then it went extremely intense again, right? Similar to like Mao's like 100 flowers thing, let 100 flowers bloom. Everybody came out, and then he found all the people who were against him, and he executed a bunch of them, right? So what's happening now is NYT is, and more generally the establishment, is somewhat tacking back to the center, where they're not talking BLM and abolish the police. They're saying fund the Capitol Police, right? They've gone from the narrative of 2020, which was meant to win a domestic contest, where they said America's a systemically racist country, tear down George Washington, we're so evil, to the rhetoric of 2022, which is we're the global champion of democracy, and every non-white country is supposed to trust us. Now, obviously, those are inconsistent, right? If you're in India or you're in Nigeria and you just heard that America's calling itself the same guys, by the way, saying it's so institutionally racist, systemically racist, and you're saying, well, we're the leader of the free world and the number one. Obviously, there's an inconsistency between the domestic propaganda and the foreign propaganda, right? There's a contrast between abolish the police and put $2 billion for the Capitol Police. You can reconcile this, and you can say the U.S. establishment is pro-federal and anti-local and state. So abolish the local police, who tend to be, Republican or rightist, but fund the FBI, fund the Capitol Police, who tend to be, just like in the Soviet Union, the national things like the KGB, right? They're for the state, but there were always local nationalist ethnic insurgencies in like Estonia and other places, right? So you can reconcile them, but nevertheless, on its face, those are contradictory. So what are you going to get? I think you're going to get this rotation where a fair number of the folks on the sort of authoritarian right are kind of pulled back into the fold a bit. Okay, these are the cops and the military and whatnot, some of them, because as this decade progresses, you're going to see the signaling on American statism as opposed to wokeism, okay, which is 30 degrees back towards the center, right? Conversely, on the other side, you're going to have the left libertarians and right libertarians who are signaling crypto and decentralization and so on, okay? And so the next one isn't red versus blue, it's orange versus green. It's the dollar versus Bitcoin. And so you have the authoritarians, the top of the political compass versus the quote libertarians, right? And here's the visual of that. So that's why, like, you know, as I wrote the book and after I showed, I was like, you know, I'm already seeing this this shift happening from war on terror to wokeism to American statism, right? And here, just take a look at this visual.
Interesting. So the visual is an animation transforming the left versus right, libertarian versus authoritarian to Bitcoin, dollar versus crypto.
That's right. And some folks switch sides, right? Because you have folks like, you know, Jack Dorsey and a lot of the tech founders in basically the little left corner, right, who are blue but are now going to become orange or are orange. And you have folks in the upper right corner who are going to, at the end of the day, pick the dollar and the American flag over the internationalist ideals of cryptocurrency.
The realigning, as you call it. Let me ask you, briefly, we do need to get a comment, your visionary view of things. What are the low point in the cryptocurrency space from a shallow analysis perspective, or maybe in a deeper sense, if you can enlighten me? Do you think Bitcoin will rise again?
Yes.
Do you think it will go to take on fiat, you know, to go over $1 million, to go to these heights?
I mean, I think it's possible. And the reason I think it's possible is I think a lot of things might go to $1 million because inflation. Right.
What
That was an important point, right?
Yes, it's a very important point, yes.
Because you're seeing essentially, but sort of the choke pointing on energy is pushing up prices across the board for a lot of things. The supply, you know, China's not doing us any favors with the COVID lockdowns. Putin's not doing the world any favors with this giant war. There's a lot of bad things happening in the physical world, right? You know, you have, I mean, when China, Russia, and the U.S. are all, and Europe is, you know, like there's folks who are just insane about degrowth and they're against, you know, they're pushing for burning coal and wood, right? So a lot of prices are going up in a really foundational, fundamental way. And with that said, also the dollar is in some ways strengthening against certain other things because a lot of the countries are dying harder, right? You know, and you've got riots in Sri Lanka and riots in Panama and riots in, you know, all these places, right? So it's very complicated because you've got multiple different trends going in the same way. Your Bitcoin Maximus would just say infinity over 21 million. And so therefore you print all the dollars for only 21 million Bitcoin, so Bitcoin goes to infinity. But it can be something where lots of other currencies die and the dollar is actually exported via stablecoins. Okay. But I do think
still moves somehow into the cryptocurrencies.
Yeah. I think it's kind of like Microsoft, where I mean, Windows is still around, right? Microsoft is still around, still a you know, multi-hundred-billion-dollar company. It had
all my machines are Windows and
are they
still boot. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know a single Mac.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
You are unusual. Yeah. That's so at least for our.
It's not ideology, just convenience.
Fine. I mean, they actually now post that they do make some good stuff, right? Like Microsoft Teams is good. Right?
Yeah,
like,
there's a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
And UCO has done a lot of innovative things, like GitHub.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's no acquisition, but still,
the acquisition, the pivoting of vision, and motivations, and focus on that kind of stuff.
So,
anyway, yes,
okay.
Microsoft does an analogy, metaphor for something.
Oh yeah, so basically, just like, you know, they didn't need a turnaround, but they did endure to the present day. They didn't die from Google out. I mean, for the massive attacks, they didn't die. They're less powerful, but they make more money, right?
Yes.
And I think that might be something that, I mean, our best case scenario is the establishment or CCP has more power over fewer people. Okay, and so you know, but you can exit. If you're there, you're kind of knuckling under or whatever, but you can exit, right? And so I mentioned those three poles. CCP is obviously 1 billion people, 1.4 aligned under the digital yuan, and so on, right? NYT is the entire, it's the tech companies, it's the US dollar, it is this section. And then crypto capital is everybody else. But I actually think that over time, that third world is Web3 this time. And that's the third pole. And that's India and it's Israel. And it's lots of American conservatives and left libertarians and libertarians. And it's also lots of Chinese liberals. All the folks who are trying to get out of China because, it becomes so nationalist and crazy and difficult for capitalism. And so if you take basically non-establishment Americans on both left and right, okay, the bottom two quadrants in the political compass that I talked about, you take the liberal Chinese, you take the Israelis and the Indians. Why? Because both of them have a lot of tech talent, right? They're number one and number two demographics for tech founders. And they want to, while they are generally sympathetic to the West, right? They have more ties to the West. They also are more cautious about national interest rather than just starting fights. Right? That's how they would think about it, right? They just, India thinks of itself as a poor country. Israel thinks of itself as a small country. And so therefore it needs to not just get in every fight just for the sake of it. And so need to maintain a cautious distance with China, but not do what Pelosi is doing and try and start like a big thing. Okay. I think Israel is similar, where it's maintaining diplomatic relations with China. It's more friendly towards China than the U.S. is. India and Israel, I think, are two sovereign states that have a lot of globally mobile tech talent and obviously have ties to the West with a large diaspora that are hard to demonize, in around the sense of willing to argue on the internet. It's sort of in English, right? It's very important. And them plus enough Americans plus enough Chinese can stand up another pole that is not for Cold War or military confrontation, but for peace and trade and freedom and so on and so forth, right? That's the center, as opposed to the, left of the woke American U.S. establishment or the right of the ultranational CCP, right? That's what I think. Now, what I would say here is the reason I think these are the kind of the three poles. You can argue against this, right? You can say it's a unipolar world. America's totally dominant. That's one argument. Because it's a bipolar world. It's just the U.S. versus China. Everybody else will have to be forced to align with one or the other. Jayashankar, actually explicitly rejected this. He's like, look, there's a billion people in India. It's coming up on. It will eventually be like number 3 economy. It's on the rise. He's got the history and culture. He thinks he's entitled to have. India's entitled to have its own side, right? In such a thing. It's a funny way of putting it, right? But it's also true. And so you could say it's unipolar, you could say it's bipolar, you could say it's just multipolar, and everybody is kind of there, India, Israel, and these groups are out there. But I actually think it's going to be tripolar. The reason it's tripolar is these three pools are the groups that have enough media and money and scale and whatnot to really kind of be self-consistent civilizations. Obviously, China's like the vertically integrated, like Apple, just like
maybe a stable ideology.
A stable ideology, that's right, right? Obviously, the wokes have control of lots of institutions. They've got the U.S. establishment, they've got the tech companies, they've got the media companies, and so on. But crypto is basically everybody else, and crucially, crypto has inroads in China and America, where it's hard to demonize it as completely foreign because there's many, many, many huge proponents of the universalist values of crypto in America and China, because it is true global rule of law and free speech and so on. It is genuinely universalist in a way where America can no longer be, the number one rule of the rules-based order is America is always number one. And China doesn't even pretend to maintain a rules-based order, right? Yeah. Whereas for all those countries that don't want to either be dominated by the U.S. media corporations or social media that can just censor Trump, nor do they want to be dominated by China, this is an attractive alternative platform they can make them, right? So that's where I think, I wrote an article on this in Foreign Policy on, there's 2 articles that talk about this. It's called Great Protocol Politics. And then here's another one on the sort of domestic thing. Bitcoin is civilization for Barry West, okay? But I want to just come up the stack a little bit and just return to that original point, which I diverged on, which was why I gave the whole example of how we got into China because we talked about how China had gone from communist to capitalist and letting people have just a share of what they own, right? With social media, we're still in kind of the communist era of social media, where whatever you earn on social media, like Google takes its cut, Twitter takes 100%, you earn nothing for all your tweets or anything like that. Not only do you earn nothing, You might get a little rev share on TikTok or YouTube. You can do okay, right? But not only do you earn either nothing or a little bit, you have no digital property rights. Even more fundamental, you are at the whim of a giant corporation can hit a button and everything you worked for over years gone. Okay? That is, even if that is the current state of events, the state of affairs, rather, that is not the right balance of power. To be able to unperson somebody at the touch of a key and take away everything in the digital world, and we're living more and more in the digital world, we need a check on that power. And the check on that power is crypto and its property rights and its decentralization, right? And when I say decentralization, I mean your money and your digital property is by default yours. And there has to be a due process for someone to take that away from you. Everything, all work is online. All your money is online. Your presence is online. That can just be taken away from you with a press of a key. That just gives, bad governments, bad corporations so much power that that's wrong, right? That's why I'm a medium and long-term bull on crypto, simply because it's a check on this thing. And that if you think about it in terms of just abstract decentralization, it's one thing, but if you think about it in terms of property rights, it's quite another. And what that also means is once you have property rights and you have decentralized social media, it'll be like the explosion of trade that happened after China went from communist to capitalist. Literally billions of people around the world are no longer giving everything to the collective. They own the teeth in their head now, finally. Okay, it's funny, right? So you're like Freeman.eth, you own it, the keys are on your computer. The bad part is, of course, they can get hacked or something like that, then you can deal with that with social recovery, there's ways of securing keys. But the good part is, ta-da, you actually have property rights in the Hernando de Soto sense. You have something you own, ownership, digital ownership. The cloud is great, but crypto gives you some of the functionality of the cloud, while also having some of the functionality of the offline world where you have the keys. It's a V3, right? It's a continuous theme, right? The V1 was offline, I've got a key, I own it, I have de facto control. V2 is the cloud, someone else manages it for me, it's hosted, I get collaboration, so on. V3 is the chain where you combine aspects of this, right? You have the global state of the cloud, but you have the local permission and controlling of the private key, okay? So that's why I'm a medium to long-term ultra bull on crypto. And there's a podcast I gave with Simco where I talked through how crypto actually doesn't just go after finance. So it's gold, and it's wire transfers, and it's crowdfunding, and it's all finance and DeFi. But it's actually also search, and it's social, and it's messaging. It's actually even operating systems, and eventually cloud and whatnot. Do you want me to talk about those briefly?
Yeah. You can briefly see
Sure. Very briefly.
How broad you see the effect.
So first, crypto is fundamentally a new way of building backend systems, right? So if you think about how big a deal it was to go from AT&T's corporate Unix to Linux, permissionless, right? When you went from, as much as I admire a lot of the stuff that Sam Altman and Greg Brockman have done with OpenAI, and they're phenomenal in terms of research, they've pushed the envelope forward. I give them a ton of credit, right? Still, it was great to see Stable Diffusion out there, which was open source AI, right? And so from a developer, from a power user standpoint, whenever you have the unlocked version, like an unlocked cell phone, it's always going to be better, right? So what crypto gives you, obviously it's every financial thing in the world. You can do stocks, bonds, etc. It's not just like the internet wasn't just a channel. It wasn't like radio and TV and internet. It was internet, radio, and internet TV, and internet this and internet that. Everything was the internet. All media became internet. Crypto is not an asset class. It's all asset classes. It's crypto stocks, crypto bonds, etc. In a real sense, like private property arguably didn't exist in the same way before crypto. International law didn't exist before crypto. How are you going to do a deal between Brazil and Bangladesh? If a Brazilian company wants to, acquire a Bangladeshi company, you usually have to set up a U.S. adapter in between, because otherwise, what are the tax or the other obligations between the two? You set up a U.S. adapter or a Chinese adapter to go between. But now that Brazilian and Bangladeshi are peer-to-peer, they're using blockchain, right? They can agree on a system of law that is completely, international, and that's code, so each party can diligence it without speaking Portuguese and Bengali, right? So that's why I am a long-term bull on crypto. I just described the finance case. Let me go through the others, right? Social. So you have the private keys for your Guinness. You have apps like Farcaster. You basically have decentralized social media where there's different variants. Some you just log in with your crypto username. Others, the entire social network and all the likes and posts are on-chain, like DSO. But there's several different options, right? search. Once once you realize block explorers are an important stealth threat to search. The very high traffic sites like blockchain.com, Etherscan, that Google is just totally slept on. They don't have a block explorer. You don't have to do anything in terms of trading or anything like that. Google does not have a block explorer. Why? They don't think of it as search, but it is search. It's absolutely search. It's a very important kind of search engine. And once you have crypto social, you now show that you're not just indexing in a block explorer like on-chain transactions, but on-chain communications. Okay, so now you suddenly see, the entire social web that Google couldn't index. It couldn't index the whole web app, and not the social web. Now it's actually the on-chain signed web, because every post is usually signed. It's going to use that signals. It's way easier to index in either the World Wide Web or the social web because it's open to public. So this is a total disruptive thing to search in the medium term because it's a new kind of data set to index. Right? So that's how it's a threat to social, to search. It is a threat to messaging. Why? Because, or it's disruptive actually, because of ENS name, as I mentioned, is like a universal identifier. You can send encrypted messages between people. That's a better primitive to base it on. WhatsApp is just claiming that they're end-to-end encrypted. But with an ENS name or with a crypto name, you can be provably, audibly end-to-end encrypted because you're actually sending it back and forth, right? Because the private key is local, right? That itself, given how important that is, right? You could man-in-the-middle signal or WhatsApp because there's a server there, right? If you have, so end-to-end encrypted messaging will happen, and with payments and all this other stuff, okay? So you get the crypto messaging apps. You get operating systems. Why? Well, the frontier of operating systems, look, Windows, Linux, and Mac OS have been around forever. But if you actually think about, what is a blockchain? Well, there's operating systems, there's web browsers. A blockchain is the most complicated thing since an operating system or web browser because it's a kind of operating system. Why? It's got, something like Ethereum has an EVM. It's got programming language. It's got an ecosystem where people monetize on it. They build front-end apps and they build back-end apps. They interoperate between each other. This is the frontier of operating systems research. People haven't thought of it that way, right? It's also the frontier of a lot of things in databases. You will get a crypto LinkedIn where there's zero-knowledge proofs of various credentials, okay? Basically, every single Web2 company, I can probably come up with a Web3 variant of it, right? Like Ethereum is, and this is high praise for both parties, but Ethereum is like the crypto Stripe, right, or the Web3 Stripe. And you will see versions of everything else that are like this. But, I kind of described search, social, messaging, operating systems, the phone, right? Solana's doing the crypto phone. Why do you want that? Again, digital property. Apple was talking about running some script to find if people were having, CSAM, like child porn or whatever on their phones, right? And even NYT actually reported that like Google ran something like this and found false positives. Some guy had to take a photo of a kid for medical diagnosis. It got falsely flagged as CSAM. He lost access to his account. Total nightmare. Imagine just getting locked out of your Google account, which you're so dependent on, right? As more and more of your digital life goes online, is it really that much ethically different if it's the Chinese state that locks you out or an American corporation, right? Basically, it's operationally very similar. You just have no recourse. You're unpersonal, right? So the crypto phone becomes like insanely important because you have a local set of private keys. Those are the keys to your currency and your passport and your services and your life, right? So like becomes something you just hold on with your person at all times, like your normal phone. You might have backups and stuff, but the crypto phone is an insanely important thing, okay? And so that's search, that's social, that's messaging, that's operating systems, that's a phone. That's a lot right there.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
And I have 120 seconds to just finish up a few more thoughts on social media. Okay. AI and AR. Okay. Just massive impact, obviously, of AI and social media. You're going to have completely new social media companies, gestures, other things. TikTok having some of the AI creation tools in there is just like V1 of that. There's a whole thread with everything Stable Diffusion is unlocking. But basically, this is going to melt Hollywood. U.S. media corporations that took a hit in the 2010s, we're now going to be able to have everyone around the world able to tell their story. And all the stuff about AI ethics and AI bias, the ultimate bias is centralized AI. Only decentralized AI is truly representative. You cannot be faux representative. You cannot claim that Google is representing Nigerians and Indians and Brazilians and Japanese. Like those folks need to have access themselves, right? So that's a fundamental ethical argument against centralized AI. It's unethical, and it's like this faux thing where you might have like faux diversity in the interface, but you haven't actually truly decentralized it. This is the woke capitalism, right? You justify it with the wokeness and you make the money by centralizing it. But the actual way of doing it is letting it free for the world and letting people build their own versions. If people want to build a Asian Lord of the Rings, they can do that. If they want to build an Indian one, they can do that. If they, whatever they want, right? So that is the argument for AI decentralization and for how that kind of comes to this.
I love that AI decentralization fixes the bias, but the way to have it, a lot of people think.
Yeah, centralization
Talk about and focus on.
Yeah, centralization is inherently unrepresented. Fundamental, like you can mathematically show it. It's not representing. The decentralization allows anybody to pick it up and make it their own, right? And centralization is almost always a mask for like that private corporate interest, right? It's like one of the things about the woke capitalism thing, by the way, is the deplatforming of Trump was political. Other things are political. But do you know what deplatforming started with? In the late 2000s, early 2010s, all the open social stuff was when deplatforming was being used as a corporate weapon against Meerkat and Zynga and Teespring, right? These were companies that were competing with features of, TweetDeck, et cetera. They're competing with features of Twitter or Facebook, and the API was cut off. And that was when actually progressives were for net neutrality and an open internet, open social, against the concentration of corporate power, and so on. Remember that, right? And so what's going to happen is both those two things, the political and the corporate, are going to come together. Why? In the Soviet Union, denunciation was used as a tool to, for example, undercut romantic violence, right? There's a great article called Practice of Denunciation in the Soviet Union, right, which talks about all these examples where the ideological argument was used to kick somebody into the 300 pit that existed at the center of the Soviet Union. Anybody could be kicked into the pit at any moment. And ta-da, well, Ivan's out, and now, hey, Anna, whatever, right? Okay. That same thing is going to be used by woke capitalists, is being used by woke capitalists, where the woke argument is used to justify pushing their competitor out of the App Store or downranking them in search. Well, again, you wouldn't want a bigot to be in search who could compete with us or whatever, right? And conversely, so the wokeness is used to make money, and the money is used to advance the ideology. It's like this kind of back and forth. Sometimes, right now, you think of those as independent things, but then they fuse, okay? And so that's very clear with the AI bias arguments, where it just so happens that it's so powerful. This technology is so powerful in the wrong hands it can be used, so we will charge you $9.99 for every use. How's that? How altruistic is that? Is that amazingly altruistic? It's really good, right? So once you kind of see that, as I said, whenever they're positioned in economics, you can go in culture. Positioned on culture, you can go in economics. If they're so woke, why are they rich? If they're so concerned about representation, why is it centralized? Answer: they're not actually concerned about it. Right? Okay. So that is, I think, in a few words, blows up a lot of the AI bias type stuff, right? Okay. They're biasing. So the amount of stuff that can be done with AI now, it also helps the synonymous economy, as I was talking about with the AI Zoom. So you have totally new sites, totally new apps that are based on that. I think it may. It changes. You're going to have new Google Docs and all these kinds of things. You might have, once you can do things with just a few taps, you might have sites that are focused more on producing rather than just consuming. Because you might, with AI, you can change the productivity of gestures. You can have a few gestures, for example, the image-to-image thing with Stable Diffusion, where you make a little cartoon third graders painting and it becomes a real painting. A lot of user interfaces will be rethought now that you can actually do this incredible stuff with AI. It knows what you want it to do, right? So, and I saw this funny thing, which was a riff on Peter Thiel's line, which is AI is centralized and crypto is decentralized. And somebody was saying, actually, it turns out crypto is centralized with the CBDCs and stablecoin and so on. But AI is getting decentralized with Stable Diffusion. Right? Which is funny. And I think there's centralized and decentralized versions of each of these, right? And finally, the third pole that actually, Thiel, he talks about AI and crypto, but the third pole is actually that's sort of underappreciated because people think it already exists, is social. That's just keeping on going, right? And obviously, the next step in social is AR and VR. Why is it so obvious? Because it's Meta. It's Facebook. Now, I saw this very silly article. It's like, oh my God, Facebook is so dumb for putting $10 billion into virtual reality, right? And I'm like, okay, the most predictable innovation in the world, in my view, is the AR glasses. Have you talked about this on the podcast?
AR and VR, of course, a lot, but the AR is not as obvious.
Okay, so AR glasses. What are AR glasses? So you take Snapchat spectacles, Google Glass, Apple's AR kit, Facebook's Oculus Quest 2, right, or Meta Quest 2, whatever. Okay, you put those together. And what do you get? You get something that has the form factor of glasses that you wear outside. Okay, which can, with a tap, record or give you Terminator vision on something, or with another tap go totally dark and become VR glasses. Okay, so normal glasses, AR glasses, VR glasses, recording. It's as multifunctional as your phone, but it's hands-free. And you might actually even wear it more than your phone. In fact, you might be blind without your AR glasses because, one of the things I've shown in the book early on are like floating sigils. Did I show you that? So this is a really important, just visual concept. That right there shows with the AR kit, you can see a globe floating outside. Okay, secret societies are returning. This is what NFTs will become. The NFT locally on your crypto phone. If you hold it, you can see the symbol. If you don't, you can't.
By the way, for people just listening, we're looking at a nice nature scene where an artificially created globe is floating in the air.
Yes, but it's invisible if you're not holding on the AR kit. Oh, yes. Right? So
only you have a window into this.
That's right. And then here is another thing, which shows you another piece of it. And this is using ENS to unlock a door. So this is an NFT used for something different. So the first one is using the NFT effectively to see something, and the second is using the NFT to do something. Okay, so based on your on-chain communication, right, you can unlock a door. That's the door to a room. So it could be a door to a building. It could be the gates to a community. It could be your digital wallet. Okay, and so
Amazing.
What this means is basically a lot of these things, which are like individual pieces, get synthesized, right? And you eventually have a digital, just like you have a digital currency. Digital currencies unify concepts like obviously gold, stocks, bonds, derivatives, every kind of financial instrument, plus Chuck E. Cheese tokens, karma, everything that's fungible and transferable. The digital passport unifies your Google style login, your private keys, your API keys, your NFTs, your ENS name, your domain name, all those kinds of things, and your key card for your door and so on, right? So the AR glasses are what probably, I don't know, it'd be Facebook's version 3 or version 4. Apple's also working on them. Google's also working on them. You might just get a bunch of those models at the same time. It's like predicting the iPhone, just like, Dorsey knew that mobile was going to be big. And that's why he had 140 characters for Twitter, because it was like an SMS code limitation, and Twitter was started before the iPhone. AR glasses are an incredibly predictable invention that you can start thinking about. The future of social is in part in person, okay? And it also means people might go outside more. Why? Because you can't see a monitor in the sun. You can hit AR, and maybe you have a full screen thing, and you just like kind of move your fingers or something, and you tap. You have to figure out the gesture. You don't have gorilla arms. Maybe you do have a keyboard outside, or just even like a. You could even have a desk like this. If you had, if you can touch type, you can imagine something where you look down and you can see the keyboard with your AR glasses, and it registers it, and then you can type like this, right? And probably you have some AI that could, figure out what you meant rather than what you were doing, right? Okay. So that's AI and social media. That's AR and social media. But really, one last thing I'll say, which is the non-obvious, non-technological part, is I think we'll go from very broad networks, which are hundreds of millions or billions of people, like Twitter and Facebook, which have many small communities in them, to much smaller networks that have 1 million or 10 million people, but are much deeper, right, in terms of their affiliation, right? And this is the long-term trend in tech. You're going from eyeballs in the 1980s, eyeballs in the 1990s, to daily active users in the 2000s, to holders in the 2010s. So you go from just like, I'm just looking to I'm logging in every day, to I'm holding a significant percentage of my network. And then this decade is when the online community becomes primary. you're a netizen. The digital passport is your main identity. And so this is not, see, the problem with Facebook or Twitter is it's a bunch of different communities that don't share the same values fighting each other. This brings us back to the network state where you have one community, shared values, shared currency, and it's full stack. It's a social network, and it's a cryptocurrency, and it's a co-living community, and it's a messaging app, and it's a this, and it's a that. And it's like a Sonia, with 1 million people, you can actually build a lot of that full stack. That is starts to get to what I call
There should be like a standing applause line here. This is brilliant. You're an incredible person. This is an incredible conversation we're covering. How to fix our government, looking at the future of governments, moving into network state. We covered how to fix medicine, the FDA, longevity. That was just like a stellar description. I'll have to listen to that multiple times to really think. And thank you for that, especially in this time where the lessons learned from the pandemic are unclear to at least me. And there's a lot of thinking that needs to be done there. And then just a discussion about how to fix social media and how to fix money. This was brilliant. So you're an incredibly successful person yourself. You taught a course at Stanford for startups. That's a whole other discussion that we can have. But let me just ask you, there's a lot of people that look up to you. So if there's somebody who's young in high school or in college, trying to figure out what the heck to do with their life, what to do with their career, what advice could you give them? How they can have a career they can be proud of, or how they can have a life.
at least what I would do, and then you can take it or leave it. So
yeah, to make it to your younger self. Advice to your younger self.
my friend Noel is this is a lot of what he puts out is the very practical, brass tacks, next steps. And I tend towards the, macro. Of course, we both do sort of, both kind of thing, right? But let's talk brass tacks, next steps, because I actually am practical, or at least practical enough, to get things done.
It's just like you said, you're breaking up the new book.
Yes, there's motivation, theory, and practice.
Motivation, theory, and practice.
That's right. And
How about practice?
So let's talk practice.
Like I said, the vision.
Right. So first, what skill do you learn as a young kid, right? So let me just give what the ideal full stack thing is, and then you have to say, okay, I'm good quantitatively, I'm good verbally, I'm good this, I'm good that, right? So the ideal is you are full stack engineer and full stack influencer, or full stack engineer, full stack creator. Okay, so that's both right brain and left brain, right? So what does that mean with engineering? That means you master computer science and statistics. Okay, and of course it's also good to know physics and continuous math and so on. That's actually quite valuable to know, and you might need to use a lot of that continuous math with AI nowadays, right? Because a lot of that is actually helpful, right? Great descent and whatnot. But computer science and stats are to this century what physics was to the last. Why? Because, for example, what percentage of your time do you spend looking at a screen of some kind?
A large percentage.
A large percentage, right? Probably more than, for many people, it's more than 50% of your hours. If you include laptop, you include cell phone, tablet, you watch, maybe a monitor of some kind, right? All those together is probably just a lot, okay? Which means, and then that's going to only increase with AR glasses, okay? Which means most of the rest of your life will be spent, in a sense, in the matrix, okay? In a constructed digital world, which is more interesting in some sense than the offline world, because we look at it more, it changes faster, right? And where the physics are set by programmers, okay? And what that means is, physics itself is obviously very important for the natural world. Computer science and stats are for the artificial world, right? And why is that? Because every domain has algorithms and data structures. Whether it's aviation, okay, you go to American Airlines, right? You're gonna have, planes and seats and tickets and so on. So it's data structures, and you're gonna have algorithms and functions that connect them. You're gonna have tables that those data are written to. If it's Walmart, you're gonna have SKUs, and you're gonna have shelves, you have data structures, and you have algorithms. So every single area you have algorithms and data structures, which is computer science and stats. And so you're going to collect the data and analyze it, right? And so that means if you have that base of CS and stats where you're really strong and you understand, the theory as well as the practice, right? And you need both, okay? Because you need to understand, obviously basic stuff like big O notation and whatnot, and you need to understand all the probability distributions, okay? Good exercise, by the way, is to go from the Bernoulli trials, right, to everything else. You can go Bernoulli trials to the binomial distribution, Gaussian. You can also go from, Bernoulli trials to the geometric distribution, and so on. Drive everything from this, right?
And computer science includes not just big O, but software engineering.
Well, computer science is theory, software engineering is practice, right? You could argue probability and stats is theory, and then data science is practice, right? And
so you include all of that together.
I include all that as a package. That's theory and practice, right? I mean, look, it's okay to use libraries once you know what's going on in it, right? That's fine, but you need to be able to kind of write out the whole thing yourself.
I mean, it's that could be true, could not be true. I don't know. Are you sure about that? Because
you should have.
You might be able to get quite far standing on the shoulders of giants.
You can, but it depends. You couldn't build. Well, okay. Somebody, if it
could. However, you were going to finish that sentence, I could push back.
You could probably push back, right? But here's what I was going to say. I was going to say you couldn't build Google or Facebook or Amazon or Apple without somebody at the company who understood computer architecture and layout of memory and your compilers.
So you might want to see, the thing is, if you just look at libraries, you might be able to understand the capabilities, and you can build up the intuition of what a great specialized engineer could do.
For example, at least a while back, Facebook.com was literally, it's just a single C++ compiled binary. Or so it's not C++. It was like hip hop. They had a PHP compiler where they had just one giant binary. I think I may be getting this wrong, but that's what I recall, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's it should be simple. It should be simple, and then you have guys like John Carmack who comes in and does an incredibly optimized implementation that actually.
Well, yeah, more than that, right? Yes, right. Go ahead.
I mean, there's some cases with John Carmack, by being an incredible engineer, is able to bring to reality things that otherwise would have taken an extra 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, or maybe even more than that. This is the great man theory of history versus sort of the kind of the determinist, waves of history are pushing things along. The way I reconcile those is the tech tree model, which civilization, you play against civilization. Yeah. So civilization, you got the tech tree, and you can go and be okay, I'm going to get spearmen, or I'm going to do granaries and pottery, right? And so you can think of it as something where here's everything that humanity has right now, and then Satoshi can push on this dimension of the tech tree. So he's a great man because there wasn't a Leibniz. Satoshi's new, right? Vitalik, as amazing as he is, was 5 years later, thereabouts, right? There wasn't contemporaneous, another person that was doing what Satoshi was doing. It was truly sui generis, right? That shows, what one person, probably Steve Jobs at Apple, given how the company was dying before he got there and he built it into the most valuable, or put on the trajectory to become the most valuable company in the world, it shows that there is a great man, right? Maybe more than just being 5 or 10 years ahead, truly shaping where history goes, right? But on the other hand, of course, that person, Steve Jobs himself, wrote that email that recently started saying that he doesn't grow his own food, and he doesn't, he didn't even think of the rights that he's got. So he's thought of those, and so it is always the tension between the individual and society, right? But coming back to CS and stats, that's what you want to learn. I think physics is also good to know because you go one level deeper, and of course, all these devices, you're not going to be able to build, LiDAR or things like that without understanding physics, right?
You mentioned that as one side of the grade, not the other.
Right. So CS and stats is that side. Okay. And then you can go in any domain, any company, kick butt, add value, right? Okay. So now the other side is creator. Remember, becoming a creator. First, online, social media is about to become far, far, far more lucrative and monetizable. People are not updated. They kind of think it's over or something like that, or it's old or whatever. But with crypto, once you have property rights in social media, Now it's not what Google just allows you to have, but it's what you own, right? You actually have genuine property rights. And that's just completely changed everything, just like, the introduction of property rights in China changed everything. It might take some lag for that to happen, but you can lend against that, borrow against that. You own the digital property, right? And you can do NFTs, you can do investments, you can do all this other stuff, right? So in many ways, I think anybody who's listening, who's like, I want to build a $1 billion company, I'm like, build a $1 billion company, yes. Also build a 1 million person media operation, or 1 million person following, or something like that, right? Because a U.S. media company is simply not economically or socially aligned with your business. I mean, the big thing, I think, tech and media actually, it's funny, there's this collision, and sometimes there's an atom smashing event, and there's a repositioning, right? And media attacked tech really hard in the 2010s, as well as many other things. And now, post 2020, I think it's now centralized tech and media versus decentralized tech and media. And centralized tech and media is NYT and Google, which have all become wokeified, the establishment companies. But decentralized tech and media is like Substack, lots of defectors from the U.S. establishment, from NYT, have gone to Substack. But also all the founders and funders are much more vocal on Twitter, whether it's Mark Anderson, Jack Dorsey, Jeff Bezos, Zuckerberg. Zuck is just cutting out the establishment, just going direct to posting himself, or posting the jiu-jitsu thing, which he recently did, or going and talking to Rogan, right? And so you now have this sort of atom smash and like kind of reconstitution. Why is that important? Well, look, once you realize U.S. media companies are companies, and their employees, Sulzberger's employees, are just dogs on a leash, right? They're hitmen for old money, assassins for the establishment. They're never going to investigate it. Okay, there's this thing right now, like some strike or possible strike that's going on here times. That obviously, the most obvious rich corporate zillionaire, the epitome of white privilege, is and again, I'm not the kind of person who thinks white is invincible, right? But the guy who inherited the company from his father's father. In the NFL, right? You're supposed to have the room rule. We're supposed to interview diverse candidates for the top job. The other competitors for the top job of the Publisher New York Times were 2 cousins of Sulzberger. So it's 3 cis straight white males in 2017 who competed for this top job. And everybody in media was like silent about this coronation. They had this coronation article in the Times about this, right? So you have this meritless nepotist, right? This literally rich cis white man who makes millions of dollars a year, and it makes like 50x the salary of other NYT journalists, okay, and lives in a mansion and so on, while denouncing, this is a born rich guy who denounces all the built rich guys at a company which is far whiter than the tech companies he's been denouncing, okay. And again, there's a website called Tech Journalism is Less Diverse Than Tech.com, which actually shows the numbers on this, right? Here, I can look at these numbers, right? So why did I say this? Well, centralized U.S. media has lost a ton of clout. Engagement is down. You've seen crypto prices down, like stock prices have crashed. That's very obvious and quantifiable. Less visible is that media engagement has crashed, right?
By the way, there's a plot that shows on the x-axis percent white, and then the y-axis are the different companies. And the tech companies are basically below 50% white, and all the different media, tech journalism companies are way above, 70, 80, 90 plus percent white. And hypocrisy, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, again, I'm not the kind of person who thinks white is an insult, but these guys are. And they are the wokest whites on the planet, right? It's like ridiculous, right?
It's like anyone who's homophobic, anyone it feels like it's a personal thing that they're struggling. Maybe the journalists are actually the ones who are racist.
Well, actually, it's funny you say that, because there's this guy, A.M. Rosenthal, okay, and on his gravestone was, quote, he kept the paper straight, right? And actually, he essentially went and this is managing editor of the New York Times for almost, from 69 to 77, executive editor from 77 to 86, and it was a history. Yeah, history of basically keeping gay report shots. So essentially, the way to think about it is, New York Post reported that just to talk about this for a second, because it's so insane, right? New York Post reported, and I've got some of this in the book, okay, but
Abe Rosenthal, managing editor of the New York Times, 1969 to 1977, executive editor, 1977 to 1986. Gravestone reads, he kept the paper straight.
And then here's cheat here on this. He kept the paper straight. As it happens, Rosenthal is notorious homophobe. He hated a specific policy of the paper not to use the term gay. He denied a plum job the gay man for being gay. He minimized the AIDS crisis. So, like, the thing about this is not like a one-off thing, okay? The New York Times literally won a Pulitzer for choking out the Ukrainians, for helping starve 5 million Ukrainians to death, and now is reinventing themselves as like a cheerleader to stand with the Ukraine, right? They were for, Abe Rosenthal's homophobia before they were against it, right? They were like, if you saw the link I just pasted in, okay, during BLM, it's credibly reported that, and I haven't seen this refuted, family that owns the New York Times were slaveholders. Somehow that stayed out of 1619 and BLM coverage, right? So they were literally getting the profits from slavery to help bootstrap, what was the Times, or went into it. They actually did this article on like the compound interest of slaveholders in Haiti and how much they owed people, right? If you apply that to how much money they made off of slaves, I mean, can anyone name one of Salzburger's slaves? Like, can we humanize that, put a face on that, show exactly, who lost such that he may win, right? And so you stack this up, and it's like, for the Iraq War, before they were against it, and it's like, yeah, sure, Bush, did a lot of bad stuff there, but they also reported a lot of negative, not negative coverage, like false coverage, right, about WMDs, like the whole juvenile clearing. And so it's like this amazing thing where if some of the most evil people in history are the historians, if the, they actually ran this ad campaign in the 2017 time period called The Truth. So giant Orwellian billboards, right, which say, the truth is essential. Here, it looks like this.
This was when?
This was just a few years ago, 2017.
This is New York. A billboard by the New York Times reads, "The truth is hard to know. The truth is hard to find. The truth is hard to hear. The truth is hard to believe. The truth is hard to accept. The truth is hard to deny. The truth is more important now than ever." And this is like, this is 1984 type of stuff.
Yeah, now here's the thing. Do you know what other truth? Yeah.
Big truth, period. Big white board.
So, okay, what other national newspaper proclaimed itself the truth in constantly every day? You know this one, actually.
Pravda?
There you go. That's right. What is the Soviet translation? What's the Russian translation for Pravda?
It's truth.
Yeah.
That's true. Sorry, that didn't even come to my head yet. Yeah, true. Unironically, huh?
And again, it just so happens that
Is this an onion article?
was it? Wait. So Pravda, like at least our companies, these guys have figured out how to charge people $99 a year or whatever it is for the truth. Wow, that's actually even amazing, right? So the corporate truth. So when you stack all that up, right? Basically, legacy media has delegitimized themselves, right? Every day that those quote investigative journalists don't investigate Salzburg shows that they are so courageous as to investigate your boss, but not their own. Ta-da! Total mask drop, right? That's like just obvious, right? Now, once you realize this, and every influencer who's coming up, every creator realizes, okay, well, that means I have to think about these media corporations as competitors. They are competitors. They're competitors for advertisers and influence. They will try, basically, what the media corporations did partially successfully during the 2010s is they sort of had this reign of terror over many influencers, where they give them positive coverage if they supported sort of the party line, and negative coverage if they didn't. Okay, but now the soft power has just dropped off a cliff, right? And many kinds of tactics that establishment journalists do. One way of thinking of them is like as a for-profit status. Why? Because they may stalk you, dox you, surveil you. Like they can literally put like 24 people following somebody around for a year, and that's not considered stalking, right? that's not considered spamming. They are allowed to do this and make money doing this. Whereas if you so much as criticize them, oh my God, it's an attack on the free press, blah, blah, right? But you are the free press and I'm the free press. Like, we're the free press. Again, it goes back to the decentralized, the free speech is not like some media corporation's thing. It's everybody's right. And what actually happened with social media, what they're against, is not that it is an attack on democracy, it's that it's the ultimate democracy because people have a voice now that didn't used to have a voice. It's saying freedom of the press belongs to those who own one, right? Or never argue with a man who buys ink by the barrel, right? In a real way, the entire things that were promised to people, freedom of speech, free markets, like a beggar's democracy, it's like, oh yeah, you can have freedom of speech, but not freedom of reach because you're just talking to yourself in your living room in, Buffalo, New York, right? Maybe you can gather some friends around. You can have the licenses to get, like a TV broadcast license, radio license. You can have the resources to buy a newspaper. You didn't have practical reach or distribution. Okay. What happened was all these people in the U.S. and around the world suddenly got voices, and they were suddenly saying things that the establishment didn't want them to say. And so that's what this counter decentralization has meant, both in the U.S. and in China. This crackdown, but it's as if like a stock went up like 100x and then dropped like 30%. All the deplatforming stuff, yes, it's bad. Okay, it's a rear move, but in the long arc, I think we're going to have more speech. I think the counter decentralization may succeed in China, but I don't think it's going to succeed outside because you're trying to retrofit speech and thought controls onto an ostensibly free society. Right now that check got cash, people actually have a voice. It's not going to be taken away from them very easily. Right. So how does this relate to my advice to young kids? Once you have that context, right? Once you realize, hey, look, Apple didn't do deals with BlackBerry. Okay. Amazon didn't collaborate or give free content to Barnes and Noble. Netflix was not going and socializing with employees of Blockbuster. These employees of established media corporations are your competitors. Okay, they are out for clicks. They are out for money. They will, if they literally choke out the Ukrainians before making themselves into champions of the Ukrainian cause, they'll basically do anything. And so once you realize that, you're like, okay, I need to build my own voice. Okay, if you're Brazilian, you're Nigerian, you're in the Midwest or in the Middle East, right? If you're Japanese, wherever you are, you need to build your own voice because outsourcing that voice to somebody else and having it put through the distorting filter, which maximizes the clicks of the distorting kind of thing, it's just not going to be in one's own interest. You don't have to even agree with everything I'm saying, or even all of it, just be like, well, look, I'd rather speak for myself. I'd rather go direct if I could speak on media in my own words, right? Because the choice for word is actually very important, right? So that's the second big thing. You need to, and this is the thing that took me a long time to understand, okay? Because I always got the importance of math and science, and in fact, I would have been probably just a career academic or a mathematician in another life, maybe statistician, something like that, electrical engineer, etc. But the importance of creating your own content, telling your own stories. If you don't tell your own story, the story will be told for you, right? The sort of flip of winners write history is if you do not write history, you will not be the winner. You must write a history. Okay, it's kind of a funny way of putting it, right?
Yeah, chicken or egg. Yeah,
contrapositive, right? And now, what does that mean practically? Okay, so in many ways, the program that I'm laying out is to build alternatives, peaceful alternatives to all legacy institutions, right? To obviously to the Fed, right, with Bitcoin, to Wall Street with DeFi and with Ethereum and so on, to academia with the ledger of record and the on-chain reproducible research that we talked about, to media with decentralized social media, decentralized AI. You can melt Hollywood with this, okay? Melt the RIAA, melt the MPAA. I mean, there's some good people there, but everybody should have their own movies. People should be able to tell their own stories and not just wait for it to be cast through Hollywood. And Hollywood's just making remakes anyway, okay? So you can tell original stories, and you can do so online, and you can do so by hitting a key, and the production values will be there now that the AI content creation tools are. I've mentioned disrupting or replacing or building alternatives to the Fed, to Wall Street, to academia, to media. I mentioned to Wikipedia, right? There's things like Golden. There's things like There's a bunch of Web3-ish Wikipedia competitors that are combining both AI and crypto for property rights. You'll also need alternatives to all the major tech companies. That was the list that I went through with, decentralized search and social and messaging and operating systems and even the crypto phone. Okay, and then finally you need alternatives to U.S. political institutions and more generally and Chinese political institutions. And what are those? That's where the network state comes in. The fundamental concept is if, as I mentioned, only 2% of the world can become president of the United States, about the number of Americans who are, native born and over 35 and so on and so forth. But 100% of the world can become president of their own network state. What that means is, this kind of related to those 2 points, right? If you're an individual, you're good at engineering and you're good at content creation, okay? Like somebody like Jack Dorsey, for example, or Mark Anderson. Actually, a lot of the founders are actually quite good at both now. So Bezos is actually funny on Twitter when he allows himself to be. You don't become a leader of that caliber without having some of both, right? If you've got some of both, now, no matter where you are, what your ethnicity is, what your nationality is, whether you can get a US visa, you can become president of a network state. And what this is, it's a new path to political power that does not require going through either the US or the Chinese establishment. You don't have to wait till you're 75. You don't have to become a gerontocrat or spout the party line and so on. The V1 of this is like folks like Francis Suarez or Nayib Bukele of El Salvador. But Suarez is a great example where, while not a full sovereign or anything like that, he has many ways the skills of a tech CEO. Where you just put up a call on Twitter and help build Miami, recruit all these people from all over. It wasn't a two-party system, but the end city system. It just helped build the city by bringing people in. Okay, and when I say Suarez is a V1, I love Francis Suarez. I love what they're doing. The next iteration of that is to actually build the community itself, rather than just kind of taking an existing Miami. You're building something that is potentially the scale of Miami, but has a digital community. And how many people is that? Well, like the Miami population is actually not that large. It's like 400-something thousand people. You could build a digital community like that. So if you have the engineering and you have the content creation and you build your own distribution, you own your own thing, you can become essentially a new kind of political leader where you just build a large enough online community that can crowdfund territory and you build your vision of the good.
And anybody can build the vision of the good. Talking about 8 billion people. There's no more inspiring. I mean, sometimes when we look at how things are broken, it can be a cynical paralysis.
Right.
But ultimately, this is a really empowering message.
Yes. I think there is a new birth of global freedom, and that in the fullness of time, people will look at the internet as being to the Americas what the Americas were to Europe. A new world, okay, in the sense of this cloud constantly just come down, okay, and people are, if you spend 50% of your waking hours looking at a screen, 20%, you're spending all this time commuting up to the cloud and coming back down, doing these day trips. And it's got a different geography, and all these people are near each other, they're far in the physical world and vice versa, right? And so this will, because this new domain, it gives rise to virtual worlds that eventually become physical. In the same way that most people don't know this that well, but the Americas really shaped the old world. Many concepts like the ultra-capitalism and ultra-democracy of the New World, the French Revolution was in part, that was a bad version, okay? That was in part inspired by the Americans, okay? There are many movements that came back to the old world that started here. In the same way, I don't call it the mainstream media anymore, I call it the downstream media, because it's downstream of the internet.
That's right.
Right?
That's right.
And, there's this guy a while back who he had this meme called the 1 kiloyear American Empire, that everything's American and so on. And his, I think, fundamental category error is he considers the internet to be American. You know why that's not the case? Because, and it'll be very obviously so, I think, in 5 or 10 years. Why? Because the majority of English speakers online by about 2030 are going to be Indian. Okay. They just got 5G, LTE, super cheap internet recently, last few years. It's like one of the biggest stories in the world that's not really being told that much. Okay. They've been lurking. And here's the thing. And this took me a long time to kind of, figure out, to identify with, to communicate. Actually, I realized this in 2013, but these folks don't type with an accent. Okay, they speak with an accent, but they don't type with an accent. And all the way back in 2013, when I taught this Coursera course, I was like, who are these folks? I had hundreds of thousands of people from around the world sign up. It was a very popular course even then, okay? And hundreds of thousands of people signed up. I was like, who are these folks? And there were like Polish guys and, like this lady from Brazil. And they knew Scumbag Steve and Good Guy Greg. But they didn't know Yankees or hot dogs or all the offline stuff in America. They didn't know physical America. They knew the digital conversation, the Reddit conversation, and what became the Twitter conversation. For example, I just saw this this YouTube video where there's the Indian founder, and he just said, just casually, like, "Oh, I slid into his DMs like this," right? He was kind of joking, but he said it in an Indian accent. Everybody laughed. Everybody knew what he meant, and you're like, "Wait, that is a piece of what people think of as American internet slang. It's actually internet slang, which will soon be said mostly by non-Americans." And what does that mean? That means that just like the U.S. was a branch of the U.K. that started with English, and certainly there's lots of antecedents you can trace back to England. But nowadays, most Americans are not English in ancestry. There's Germans and Italians, Jewish people, African Americans, everybody, right? And the same way, the internet is much more representative of the world than the USA is.
It may have started America, but it got forked by the rest of the world.
That's right. And it gives a global equality of opportunity. It's even more capitalist than America is. It's even more democratic than America is, just as America is more capitalist and democratic than the UK.
The meme has escaped the cage of its captor.
And by the way, that doesn't mean I'm in that. So I want to be very clear about something. When I see this kind of stuff, people will be like, "Oh my God, you hate America so much," and that's not at all what I'm saying. It's like, first, take Britain. Okay, would you think of the U.S. or Israel or India or Singapore as being anti-British? Not today. They're post-British, right? In fact, they're quite respectful to. I mean, look at the Queen and so on. People respect the UK, and so everyone's coming there for the respects.
Might not be the greatest example, but yes.
Well, put it like this:
broadly speaking,
they're not like burning the British flag and effigy or anything. Right? Essentially, the point is, each of these societies is kind of moving along their own axis. They're not defining every action in terms of whether they're pro-British or anti-British, right? Like, once you have kind of a healthy distance, people can respect all the accomplishments of the UK while also being happy that you're no longer, run by them, right? And then you can have like a better, kind of an arm's length relationship, right? And that's what post-British means. It is not anti-British, not at all. In fact, you can respect it while also being happy that you've got your own sovereignty, right? And you're happy that Britain is doing its own thing. I'm glad they're doing it, right? Okay. And they're actually doing some special economics on stuff now. And in the same way, if you think of it as not being pro-American or anti-American, because that's the with us or against us formulation of George Bush, like rather than just everything must be scored as pro-American or anti-American, you can think of post-American, that not everything has to be scored on that axis. Like, there are certain things around the world which should be able to exist on their own, and you should be able to move along your own axis. Like, like a perhaps obvious example, like is longevity pro-American or anti-American? No, it's like it's on its own axis. It's moving on its own axis. And new states and new countries should be able to exist that do not have to define themselves as anti-American to do so. They're just post-American, friendly to, but different from. That's totally possible to do. We've got examples of that, right? So when I talk about this, what I'm talking about is really in many ways U.S. and Western ideals, but manifested in just a different form, right? And also, crucially, integrative of global ideas. These are, in a sense, are global human rights, are global values, which is freedom of speech, private property, protection from search and seizure. And actually, so that's all the Bill of Rights type stuff. And I saw something that I thought was really good recently that's a good first cut. That's something that I might want to include. I credit him, of course, in the to the book, Digital Bill of Rights. Okay. And so this is a really good, decent first cut at a digital Bill of Rights. Okay. And he talks about the right to encrypt, the right to compute, the right to repair, the right to portability, right? So encrypt is perhaps obvious, e-commerce and everything. Compute, like your device, it's not like you can't just have somebody intercept it or, shut down your floating points. That might sound stupid, but in the EU, they're trying to regulate AI. And by doing that, they have some regulation that says like logic is itself regulated. Did you see this? I clicked the tweet, the essentially just before this one, right? So it was like, in woke America, they're abolishing accelerated math. Because math is quote white supremacist. Not to be outdone, Europe seeks to regulate AI by regulating logic itself. You can't reason without a license, right? Article 3, for purposes of this regulation, the following definitions apply. AI system is software that is developed in one or more of the techniques and approaches listed in Annex 1. You know what's in Annex 1? In Annex 1, logic and knowledge-based approaches. So, step away from the interesting. Okay? And the thing is, if you've dealt with these bureaucracies, the stupidest possible interpretation. I mean, think about, if you think, oh, no, that wouldn't make any sense, it wouldn't do that. The entire web has been uglified by this stupid cookie thing that does absolutely nothing, right? The actual way to protect privacy is with user local data, meaning like decentralized systems, right? Private keys are local.
I'm just laughing at the layers of absurdity in this. Step away from the if statement. I mean, it's hilarious. It's very, very clumsy. It's us struggling how to define the digital bill of rights, I suppose, and doing it so extremely clumsily.
It's funny, like I heard this thing, which is like, Europe's like, well, look, the U.S. and China are way ahead of us in AI. We're going to be a leader in AI regulation.
Yeah. And something we haven't mentioned much of in this whole conversation, I think, maybe implied between the lines is the thing that was in the Constitution of the pursuit of happiness, and the thing that is in many stories that we humans conjure up, which is love. I think the thing that makes life worth living in many ways. But for that, you have to have freedom. You have to have stability. You have to have a society that's functioning, so that humans can do what humans do, which is make friends, make family, make love, make beautiful things together as human beings. Balaji, this is like an incredible conversation. Thank you for showing an amazing future. I think really empowering to people, because we can all be part of creating that future. And thank you so much for talking to me today. This was an incredible, obviously the longest conversation I've ever done, but also one of the most amazing, enlightening. Thank you. Thank you, brother, for everything you do. Thank you for inspiring all of us.
Well, this was great. And we didn't get through all the questions.
We didn't. just for the record, we didn't get, I would venture to say, we didn't get through 50%. This is great. And I had to stop us from going too deep on any one thing, even though it was tempting. Like those chocolates, those damn delicious looking chocolates that was used as a metaphor 13 hours ago, or however long we started the conversation. This was incredible. It was really brilliant. You're brilliant throughout on all those different topics. So, yeah, thank you again for talking about it. This is great. I really appreciate it. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Balaji Srinivasan. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Ray Bradbury. People ask me to predict the future, and all I want to do is to prevent it. Better yet, build it. Predicting the future is much too easy anyway. You look at the people around you, the street you stand on, visible air you breathe, and predict more of the same. To hell with more. I want better. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time. You and Magnus played a private game, 40 games of Blitz in 2010 in Moscow at a hotel. This sounds and just feels legendary.
But the reason that I probably should not have agreed to play this match, and why I very oftentimes reference it as one of the biggest mistakes in terms of competitive chess that I made, is specifically because it gave Max a chance to understand my side of chess.
Are you and Magnus friends, enemies, frenemies? What's the status of the relationship?
Yeah, I think with all the rivalries in chess, everybody tries to hype it up like everyone hates each other. But the thing is, at the end of the day, yeah, we're very competitive. We want to beat each other, whether it's myself, Magnus, or other top players. But we also realize that it's a very small world. Like, a lot of us are able to make a living playing the game as professionals. And as I alluded to earlier, the top 20 to 30 players can make a living. So even though we're competitive against each other, we want to beat each other, there is a certain level of respect that we have, and there is a sort of brotherhood, I would say. So all of us are, I would say, friends.
The following is a conversation with Hikaru Nakamura, a chess super grandmaster. He's one of the greatest chess players in the world, including currently being ranked world #1 in Blitz chess. He's also one of the most popular chess streamers on Twitch and YouTube, which you should definitely check out. His channel's name on both is GM. This is the Let's Streamer podcast. It's supported. Please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, dear friends, here's Hikaru Nakamura. You and Magnus played a private game, 40 games of Blitz in 2010 in Moscow at a hotel. This sounds and just feels legendary. Final score is 24.5 to 15.5 for Magnus.
Where did you find out the score? I'm actually curious. I don't think it was publicly said, or it was very briefly said. It wasn't ever like mentioned in a serious way. So
I think it's a deep dive based on a few links that started in a subreddit, which is how all great journeys start.
yeah, so this is kind of a crazy story. This was not pre-planned at all. I remember this quite well. I went out to dinner that final night with someone who was actually very high up in the Trust Club at that time. I went out for a nice dinner. I think I had like a couple of drinks, maybe some wine, beer. I don't know what it was. And I think towards the end of the dinner, somehow they got word of this and they relayed the information to me that Magnus wanted to play a private match. Now, I agreed to play this match. Probably I should not have. And actually, it's nothing to do with like the state of having been out, had a few drinks, anything of that nature. But the reason that I probably should not have agreed to play this match, and why I very oftentimes reference it as one of the biggest mistakes in terms of competitive chess that I made, is specifically because it gave Max a chance to understand my style of chess. And at the time, I actually had pretty good results against Max. I think maybe he was up 1 or 2 games, but there were many games where I was pressing close to winning prior to that match. And so when I went and played that match, there were a few things that happened. First of all, Max really started to understand my style because we played all sorts of different openings. And so I think he understood that at times I wasn't so great in the opening, and there were many openings where I would play slightly dubious variations as opposed to the main lines. And then secondly, from my standpoint, the problem that I realized since we were playing an increment, there were many games where I was close to winning, and he would defend end games. Amazing. He would defend what are technically drawn end games, but where I would have like an extra pawn, we would work in bishop versus rook and knight. Say I had 4 pawns, he has 3 pawns, end games of this nature. Now, if you aren't super into chess, you might not understand what I'm referring to. If you are, you will. But there are end games where one side might have extra pawns, say extra 2 pawns, but theoretically,
can you give an example of the set of pieces? We're talking about 5, 6, 7 pieces. Like
okay, like a very basic one would be rook and 4 pawns against rook and 3 pawns. So that would be 9 total pieces on the board, 4 pawns on one side, 3 pawns on the other side. But it's all on the same side. Now, this is a technical draw. It's been known for probably, let's just say, 70 years roughly, give or take, that this is a theoretical draw.
No matter the position of the pawns.
It's just all the pawns are on one side. So like
where they are.
So it's like let's just say they're 4 pawns right now. They're just 4 pawns, and black is 3 pawns. So your pawns are on h6, g6, and f6, and there are no other pawns. Something like this, and you both have rooks, and it's a draw. No matter what the next like 15 moves of the game are, we know that it's not almost perfect. And so it was things like this where Magnus would actually saved. I want to say like 5 or 6 of these, and I remember it quite well because I think the score was very, very close up until probably the last 10 games of the match. And then at the end, he started winning. Phase. There were a lot of situations where he was up like 1 game or maybe 2 games in the match, and I had some end game like this, and I was not able to win the end. And so for me, after that match, it wasn't even so much that I lost the match, the margin I lost it by, but it was the fact that I realized how hard it was to beat him, even once we got the advantage. And I think for Magnus, he learned that my weakness was openings. I remember because I don't remember the game itself. There was a game we played in Sicily, and he played this variation of bishop g5 on rook 6. I'm sure you can insert a graph later. I can show you. And
So
I
it
think
is a type of opening.
Sicilian's the opening. Nightorf's variation is played by Bobby Fischer, the former champion, Gary Kasparov as well. And so we played all sorts of different openings. Of course, it's not a series. It's a serious match, but it's not serious where it's going to count for the ranking. So you're trying to fill out where your opponent's strong versus weak. And so there was one game I remember this very clearly. He played the Bishop G5 variation on Nightorf, and I think I played E5 or I played Knight D7 in E5, which is dubious. It's not the best response. And that's just one example where I was playing things that were a little bit dubious, and I was not playing the absolute main line with 20 moves of theory. So I was trying to get outside of theory. I think Magnus learned from that even though it appeared that I was very well prepared in these openings, I wasn't quite enough.
Couldn't you have a different interpretation of you going outside of the main line? That you're willing to experiment, take risks, that you're chaotic, and that's actually a strength, not a weakness, especially when you're sitting in a hotel room at late at night, past midnight, playing chess. I mean, why do you interpret that that's your weakness?
Because Magnus, going forward, was able to figure out the lines where you have to be super precise. You cannot deviate at all. And I got punished out of the opening. So it was like, it wasn't about the Nightorf, the opening, or the variation specifically, but he knew what my repertoire was, and he would pick lines where I had to play the absolute best lines in order to equalize, or I would be much better. It was very effective.
But nevertheless, pretty legendary. The two of you, you're one of the best chess players in the world throughout the whole period, still today. That you just sat down in a hotel room and played a ton of chess. Like, what was that like? I mean, I think there's a little video.
Sure.
I mean, this is like epic, right? How did this video exist, by the way?
I think there was one journalist, Macaulay Peterson, who was able to film parts. So it was in a room. It was me and Magnus. I think Henrik was there. I think Macaulay was there, and that was it.
People can go on YouTube and watch some chess digital strategies, Macaulay Peterson channel. For people just listening to this, there's a dimly lit room with a yellow light emerging out of the darkness of the two faces of Nagaro. I mean, and the deep focus here. What time is this? This
is probably like 1. This was, I believe, the day after the final. This was the final round occurred and the closing. We were playing.
I mean, are you able to appreciate the African this?
Many of my favorite memories are actually similar to this. Another memory that I really have, that I recall very fondly, was after the U.S. Championship. It was called the 2005 U.S. Chess Championship. It was held at the end of 2004 in La Jolla in San Diego. I won that event. And after that event, I was playing Blitz probably for like 4 or 5 hours in the lobby of the hotel. So it's the same kind of situation where you're just playing for the love of the game as opposed to anything else. Of course, nowadays, I think both for Magnus and myself, just playing a dimly lit room like this would almost certainly not happen. There would probably have to be certain stakes involved for us to play. But, you know, if you go back in time, these are the sorts of memories and moments that would happen all the time.
So is there a part of you that doesn't regret that this happened?
You know, I think it comes back to my general philosophy. I feel like everything happens for a reason. And so because I have that as one of my core beliefs, like, I don't really look back on it as mistakes. I feel like everything has happened and things have transpired the way they have for a reason. If I look at it in terms of potentially like world championship aspirations, I think certainly it was a big mistake. Because from a competitive standpoint, Magnus figured out what my weaknesses were at the time, and he exploited it for many, many years. In fact, I think if you look at the match I played against him in the Meltwater tournament I think that was in June, or no, it was later. It was like September of 2020. We played this epic match. It was the finals of the tour, and it went all the way to the 7th match. Magnus won Armageddon. And in that match, my openings were much better. I was able to match him in the openings. I was not worse out of the openings in most of the games, and that made a huge difference. But for many years, he was able to exploit my openings, and that's why he scored. I mean, it's not the only reason, but it's one of the reasons he scored so long.
Is there any of those games, you mentioned 7 games, that are interesting to look at, to analyze, the ideas that you remember that are interesting to you?
Well, it was actually to set it up, and this probably will come into play in terms of World Championships or not. It was 7 matches of 4 games. So we played a 4-game match. And after 4 games, say I'm up 2.5, 1.5, I win match number 1. And then it's like you're doing 4 matches of 4 games.
Do you remember how you won?
There were a couple of Berlin games, 6th. sixth match, I believe, in the seventh match as well, where Magnus actually made some mistakes, and I want some critical.
You're gonna have to explain some basics here. So Berlin's the type of opening was that
The Rui Lopez was Spanish opening. It actually existed all the way back to the 60s, but it really became popular in 2001, I believe it was, when Gary Kasparov and Vladimir Kramnik played the World Championship match. Kasparov had been the world champion for a very long time. I think it was close. I think it was about 15 years roughly, maybe a little bit more than that. And he lost the match because when Gary had the white pieces, Kasparov was not able to effectively get an advantage. A lot of those games were very good draws, and in chess, you want to put pressure on your opponent when you have the white pieces. So Kasparov was not able to do anything with white pieces, and Kramnik was able to beat him when the colors were reversed. Kramnik won a game with Grunfeld, won a game with his game with decline/Nimzo variations as well, and that was the reason Gary Kasparov lost the world championship title, was because of this.
Can you teach me the Berlin opening?
Absolutely. So the opening starts a little bit, starts with 4, and then it goes to 5, knight f3, knight c6, yeah, bishop b5, and now knight f6.
And at which point is this the standard? Like this is the Berlin.
Yeah, this is the Berlin. This is the starting position of the Berlin defense, and White has many options here. Now it's interesting because I did work with Gary at a certain point, and I remember I had access to his database, and he had something like 220 files on the Berlin defense. Because what happened is Gary's somebody who, the way that he learned chess is very much like, there are certain openings that are okay, there are other openings that are not okay. And so this was considered dubious at the time. And so Gary basically decided to go into his endgame with the castles, knight takes pawn.
Why is the castling an endgame?
So I'll show you, knight takes pawn. All these moves are very, very forced. You got pawn to.
What does it mean they're very forced? That means like those are the optimal things that you should be doing.
Exactly. These moves are, I think they're almost, at least for black, they're absolutely forced, or else they're
You said knight takes d4.
knight.
Oh, sorry.
So this attacks the bishop on d5. Takes. Black takes back the pawn in front of the queen. Pawn takes pawn. Knight to f5.
What? Very aggressive.
Yeah, so you get this position where we're in an endgame.
Right. You just ruined all the normal conventions, I guess.
Right. On the other hand, for Kramnik, it was quite brilliant because Gary, what he was known for was opening preparation and getting the advantage. He was a very tactical, very aggressive player, and you're playing an endgame right from the start. Now, Gary basically thought that this was better for White, and he tried to prove it. And he was unable to prove it. I think up until maybe it was game 9 or game 11. I got the order wrong, so I could do quite even number of games. Basically, he spent 4 or 5 games with White pieces trying to win this endgame, and he was not able to win. In fact, he didn't even come close to proving an advantage, so he kept wasting the white pieces in that match, and Kramnik basically took advantage. When he had the white pieces and Gary had the black pieces, he was able to win some games in very nice style, and that was the difference.
So that's kind of brilliant. So this is a new problem presented in that match, and Gary's gut says
White is better.
White is better, and so in White I'm going to push with this position, and I'm going to not change anything from match to match. I'm going to try to find a way that this is better. So it's like kind of stubbornness. And what do you think about that? That's the way of chess, right? Like, that's not a mistake. That's the way you should do it. If your gut says this position is better, you should capitalize, right?
I think that's an old school way of thinking in chess because before computers, basically it was up to humans. Your intuition, your calculation process really determined whether a position is better. So like in Gary's time, openings were dubious. They're dubious. It means somebody is better. But as we've learned with computers now, even small advantages, generally that doesn't mean anything, and a position is defendable where you won't lose the game if you play optimal moves. Even if the advantage is like half a pawn, like 0.50, with optimal play, a computer will still prove that position you can hold it and not lose the game. And so for Gary, he learned it where like if an opening's not right, he knows it's not correct, he has to prove it. Now finally towards the end of the match he tried to switch, but it was already way too late and he didn't have time to win with the white pieces. He did come close in one of the later games. But he spent the whole match trying to prove that this Berlin defense is not playable.
So this position, the computer would say, that black is better?
I would say that white's very slightly better because black has moved the king. They're unable to castle the king, and it's kind of open in the center of the board.
Oh, so wait, so Stockfish or Danjin would agree with Gary's intuition?
Yeah. But at the end of the day, when you go like 5 moves deeper in any number of the sequences, it's going to go to 0.0.
Which means draw.
Yes.
And that's a bad thing because white should be winning.
Well, you want to put pressure on your opponent when you the white pieces in any tournament, any match.
Got it. So if the engine says 0-0, that means you're not doing a good job with playing white.
Correct. You should be putting pressure. That doesn't mean you're going to win. There are going to be a lot of draws because the game of chess has drawish tendencies, but you want to try. Normally, the general approach these days, because of computers, is you try to put pressure on your opponent when you're white, and when you're black, you try to be solid and make it draw. That's the general approach. Now, when Gary was actually at his peak, it was quite the opposite. Gary was trying to win games with black pieces as well by playing openings like this Sicilian Knight. But with modern technology, and I did a podcast recently where I also spoke about this, computers are so good and players can memorize so many lines that nowadays trying to take risks with the black pieces, it almost always backfires. Or if you're very lucky, you might make the draw, but you never get the winning chance. So from a risk-reward standpoint, you have to play almost perfectly just to make the draw. But you're never going to have any winning chance. Where in the old days, generally you might lose the game, but you're going to have chances to win as well. But now it's very much one-sided. So a lot of players try to do this.
This is, by the way, this is Scoring Podcast?
Correct.
Yeah, this is an amazing podcast. So shout out to those guys. I'm glad that they started a thing. It seems to be a good thing. And I hope they keep going with this good thing. That was a great interview that I did with you.
In that podcast, I talked about the Sicilian Knight. Very aggressive opening. The problem is the white is the one who has the choices. After the first 5 to 6 moves, white has the choice of what do you want to do.
Can you show me that?
Sure. So it's, for example, it would be 4. C5. Now we get knight to F3, pawn to D6, 4, right? Knight to F6.
Knight to F6.
And now pawn. So this is the knight. Bobby Fischer really popularized it. Run up to become the world champion. Gary played it for probably the last 15 to 20 years of his career. So it's a very solid opening defense.
Sorry to interrupt. What's interesting about this? So there's for people listening, on the white side, there's a couple of knights out, and
black has many options. Black can play for B5 here to develop the bishop to B7 because the pawn on A6 guards the pawn on B5. Mm-hmm. You can also play other setup like G6 and putting the bishop on G7.
Okay, so bringing do different things like bringing out.
You can also push the pawn 5 or push the pawn. Okay. So there are many different setups, and it's very, very flexible. But white is the one who has the choice here in terms of what to play. And there are many moves. There's this move that I mentioned before, bishop to G5, which Magnus played against me. There's also bishop to E3, bishop to C4, and now there are also moves like H3, H4, rook G1, even moves like E3 and E4. So there basically are 9 or 10 moves that white can play. But the move that white plays sort of dictates the direction of the game, and you have to be extremely precise if you're black. So if white plays something like bishop G5, this is very sharp and aggressive, but you can also play something like bishop to E3, pawn to E5, something like knight to F3 here, and it goes in a positional direction. So, again, this is very advanced. These are very advanced sort of setups, and what I'm explaining is not at a basic level. But white is the one who chooses a type of very aggressive, very sharp with both sides of chances. Is something very positional, where if you're black, you're probably okay, but you have to play the best moves in order to equalize, or you can end up worse.
Okay, so you're always responding as black in this situation. So how different are all those different variations? So like with the bishop, with the different, said you bring out the bishop to this position, or to that position. Like how are those fundamentally different variations? Like I just wonder from a AI computation perspective, like a single step.
Yeah, well, I'll make it even simpler. If you put the knight here, it's very positional. If you put the knight on this square, it's very aggressive because normally white is going to push this pawn from F2 to either F3 or F4 and potentially a pawn to G4 later. So even here, based on where you go, it changes whether it's a positional game or it's a very tactical
just those little, and that those are the choices you're constantly making. Am I going to be standard, basic, and positional, or am I going to be aggressive?
And I can actually give you another example. So psychology plays a big role. And in the candidates room, which I played in June of this past year in Madrid, Spain, I had the white piece against Ali Reza Firouzja, who was a rising junior, originally from Iran, representing France. And I knew that he wanted very aggressive games. He doesn't normally play this lane either, and he chose to play it in this one tournament. So I knew that he wanted these very sharp positions where he can lose, but he can also win. And so when I played him, I intentionally played this variation because I knew that he was going to be unhappy. He wanted these sharp, exciting games. And here I am playing something very boring where if he plays it correctly, it's going to be a draw, but he's not going to be happy. And so he actually did something dubious because he wanted to create tension. He wanted to create chaos.
So you knew by being boring, you were frustrated and losing.
Exactly.
So
So
the ultimate troll at the highest level. Just yeah, you mentioned psychology, taking us back to Magnus, even in 2010, the Magnus games. Reddit said that you've spoken about losing to Magnus being a hit on your confidence. Is there some truth to that? So, is there some aspect about that 2010 match? It's not just about Magnus figuring stuff out, but just a hit on confidence. Like, how important is confidence at that level when you're both young and like firing on all cylinders?
Well, it's not just a problem. This is the problem. Everybody has against Magnus because what happens is on a broader level, when you play against somebody, no matter who you're playing against, but when they're somehow able to save positions where they're much worse, almost in miraculous ways, the way that Magnus has done against everybody. He's done it against me, done it against Aronian many times, done it against Cranley, just about everybody. When someone's able to save games, it really starts to affect you because you don't know what to do. And the more and more times that happens, it starts adding up and it just affects you in a way that's very, very hard to overcome. And I think every top player has that issue where if they've played against Magnus more than like 5 times, they've seen things happen in the game that don't happen against anybody else. And then psychologically, it becomes harder and harder to overcome it, which is why I think a lot of the junior players, they don't have this long history and it does affect them. As far as myself directly, certainly after that match, though, it was not the same plan because I viewed him completely differently too. After all these games where he was saving these end games, I started thinking like this guy is superhuman. But you can't really have those thoughts when you're playing competitive. But the back of your mind is always there, and I think every top player has it.
Is there a way to overcome that? Because you have to.
I don't know if I'll necessarily do better against Magnus going forward, but I felt that when I started playing against him more than just a game here or there in classical chess. During the pandemic, I played in these online tournaments, seemed like every month. I came very close. I beat him in one event. I think I lost 2 others to a final. But when I was playing against him more and more, he didn't feel super human. It felt like as I'm playing more and more and learning about his style, that I was doing better. So I think for me, the weird thing is that I just wasn't playing against him that many games. When I started playing against like 20, 30 games during the course of the year, I actually started feeling more confident because I feel like I compete. Whereas when I was only playing him like 3 or 4 times in classical chess in the previous couple of years, I wasn't doing great, and then you don't have those glimpses of, you don't have those moments where you feel like you're going to be able to win against him. When you start playing 20, 30 games and you get these opportunities, even if you don't convert, you feel like you have the chance. But when you play 3 or 4 games and you might lose 1, draw 3, you never have those opportunities, so you feel very negative about what's going on.
When you were able to beat him, or not necessarily win the game, but win positionally something, what was the reason? Like, technically speaking, the matchup between the two of you, where are the holes that you were able to find?
I mean, the answer I think is actually quite simple. I think it's all psychological, actually, more than anything else, because I didn't feel like I was doing anything differently, but I was also not making the mistakes that I was making before. So I think it was more psychological than
on your part versus his part.
It's very weird because when you think about chess, it's a mental game. But we all are capable of beating Magnus, all of us. But we all have very, very bad scores against him. And I think people underestimate how much of a role that plays. And for me, when I played him in these online events in 2020 specifically, I felt like there was really nothing to lose, which also ties into everything else that happened during the pandemic as well. But I just feel like there was nothing to lose, and I felt like I was playing very freely, unlike before. Now, that's not to say that Magnus isn't a better player, that like somehow I expect to beat him, but I felt like I wasn't making the same mistakes that I was making in the previous years.
If we dig into the psychological preparation, is there something to your mental preparation that you do that makes you successful? Like, what are the lessons of all these years that you learned? What works, what doesn't? Do you drink a bunch of whiskey the night before? Or is there some small hacks or major ones about how you approach the game?
It's really hard, sort of, in a way, because I feel like I'm two different people. I was one person up until the pandemic as a professional chess player solely, where I earned all my income. Everything was derived from that. And from the pandemic on, I'm sort of a different person because that is not where I'm making my income from. And so the whole psychological profile that I had before is completely different now. There's just this joke about that I literally don't care, the phrase that I've used. And in a sense, what that means is not that I don't care. Obviously, I'm competitive. I want to do well. But if I lose a game or I don't do well in a tournament, it's not the end of the world in the same kind of way that I felt it was before, because that pressure of needing to always perform was very, very hard. And so I think before the pandemic, what I would try to do more than anything is just not think about the previous game for the most part. Like, say I had a bad game, I'd go out for a walk that evening, just clear my mind, these sorts of things. Now, they aren't really hacks per se, but it's trying essentially to have short-term memory.
So I literally don't care. It's not just the meme. It's a philosophy.
In a sense,
It's a way of being.
I mean, it's basically that, yes, like I do want to perform well, I'm going to give it my all, but it's not like if I lose a game, it's not the end of the world.
That should be the title of your autobiography, and it should be I know you're probably immortal, but if you do happen to die, that should also be on YouTube. So Charles Bukowski has "Don't Try," which I think emphasizes a similar concept, but slightly different, more in the artistic domain, which is a lot of people have different interpretations of that statement, but I think it means don't take things too seriously.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that completely. I think that if you look at my career prior to the pandemic, I put huge amounts of pressure on myself because I really wanted to be as good as I could be, but it was the way I was earning a living. And one thing that's very difficult about chess is that only the top 20, maybe 30 players in the world make a living from it. Now, you make a very good living. There's no way am I finishing chess. But the problem with it is it's not secure at all. So if you don't get invitations to the absolute top tournaments, which have prize funds from anywhere from maybe $100,000 up to potentially $500,000, if you don't get those invitations, it's very, very hard to earn a living. You can go from earning maybe $200,000, $300,000 a year to earning like $50,000. So it's very, very unstable. I think for myself, I really put a lot of pressure on myself in a way that it affected me. Not in a
So in part, there's also financial pressure. So like once you're able to make money elsewhere, it makes you more free to take risks, to play the pure game of chess.
Yeah, exactly. It took all that pressure off, and I'm just trying to play as well as I can, and I don't really worry. Like if I lose a game, it's not the end all be all, and maybe that's just like psychological stuff that I should have tried to sort out before. I mean, I did it for some period of time, like do certain things along those lines, but I became free. And I think it definitely was not about the chess, and that's one of those things that's also very hard. Because when I look at myself and when I had these periods where it seemed like I played better and improved, one of these periods was in 2008 where I dropped out of college. I was about 2650 ELO, so I was roughly top 100 in the world. And for the first probably part of 2008, I played very little, almost not all. I went up to Vancouver. I was living on my own for the first time, and I was not studying that. And then after that period, I started playing, and I actually improved very quickly. And I broke 2,700 shortly thereafter. So it had nothing to do with chess.
When you moved to Vancouver and weren't doing much, what were you doing exactly?
Oh, I was enjoying nature. I was going outside, hiking mountains, like going and kayaking. All these things that I was not that I had not done for many years.
I'm glad I asked because I was imagining something else. I was imagining you like in the dark room drinking and playing video games and. Okay, cool. That's good. That's an interesting break from dropping out of college and then giving taking a break and then giving everything to chess in terms of preparation. So maybe actually if you can rewind back to the beginning, you said about yourself that you're not a naturally talented chess player. Your brother was, but that's really fascinating because what would you say was the reason you're able to break through and become one of the best chess players in the world, having been not a naturally talented chess player?
Yeah, I think that this applies to actually chess or any number of sort of basic games, actually, for that matter, is that I'm not naturally talented, but if I don't get something, I try to figure out why don't I get it? What am I doing wrong? Over and over and over again. And I mean, there are many games like this. There's this funny game on the phone. I'll just use it as an example. There's a game called Geometry Dash. Now I'm not world class or anything at it. It's just a silly little game on the phone that you play. You just tap and it goes up and down. People will probably know what that is. But like I played that for maybe like an hour or so. I just randomly played for 1 hour, and I was terrible at it. And I kind of forgot about it for a week. And then I came back. I saw it on my phone. I'm like, okay, what am I doing wrong? Like, why am I not good at this game? So I spent like probably like 100 hours over the following month just playing it nonstop, over and over and over again to get better. And again, I'm not like world class or anything, but I'm pretty good at the game. And so with chess, it's the same thing. It's like when I started out, it's like, why am I not good? What am I doing wrong? And I basically refused to accept that I couldn't be good at the game. And so, at the start, I played for a couple of months. I did very poorly. And then my parents stopped me from playing for about 6 months. They just said, no, you're not playing. Your brother's quite good. And my brother was one of the top ranked players in his age group in the United States. So you're not. Then after about 6 months, they relented and they let me play. And the first tournament back, it was 4 games. I was playing against other kids. And I won the first 3 games, so it was really good. And I lost the form of checkmate in the 4th game, which is, of course, quite ironic.
How did you?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess this is, how old were you at this time?
I would have been about 8 or 7 or
An 8-year-old future top-ranked chess player has. So that's great to know that somebody has lost to that checkmate. So it's possible to lose that checkmate.
I remember that game.
Was it? I mean, at that time, did you know that checkmate exists? Obviously.
I mean, I think I probably knew it existed, but I didn't. I was just playing. Like, it's a completely different world than now. If the kid goes on their computer, they can immediately figure out what are the basic checkmates, all these different things. At the time, that didn't really exist. You'd have to find it in a book.
Yeah. So this is just a basic blunder.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah. So it's like I came back. It was a very good start, and then I lose like this. But I stuck with it. I improved very, very quickly thereafter. And yeah, it was very straightforward.
What was the secret to that fast improvement? So you said like this very first important step, which is saying like, what am I doing wrong? Like I have to figure out what I'm doing wrong. But then you actually have to take the step of figuring out what you're doing wrong.
Yeah, I think it was just I played as much as I could. Like it wasn't like I was consciously thinking about it. As an 8-year-old, you're not really thinking about those sorts of things in the big picture. So I just basically kept playing as much as I could, whether it was online, whether it was with my brother, reading his chess books as much as I could. I just devoured as much information.
You were studying chess. You were.
I wasn't studying the cover to cover. It's like you just study certain diagrams, certain positions.
The openings, stuff like that. You were.
Mostly openings were not, other than top level chess, openings were not a thing probably. I want to say for players below maybe master level in a serious way until maybe like the early 2000s.
So for people who don't know chess, what kind of tactical ideas are interesting and basic to understand? And once you understand, you take early leaps in improvement.
Yeah, so it's things like forks, for example, where you attack 2 pieces at the same time, discovered attacks like checkmates, and again, winning like a queen or other material. Those are probably the 2 most important ones. Batteries and things of that nature.
How rich is the world? And by the way, discovering attacks are when you move a piece.
Mm-hmm. And you put a king in check to win like a rook, for example, or other material.
And 14 pieces is when you attack with 2 pieces. So obviously the other person can't move 2 pieces at a time, and you have to lose one of them. Okay, so how big is the world, the universe of forks and discovered attacks? I myself know. So there's like knights attacking like
They're forks knight attacking like a queen and a rook, for example,
Queen and a
or
rook.
a pawn attacking a queen and a rook, or like a rook and a bishop. It's innumerable. But I will say that I think that with chess, the more of these patterns you see, the quicker you catch them. And that's how you improve, I think, the most is by learning these basic tactical themes at the beginner level.
Are you, when you're discovering those patterns, are you looking at the chessboard, or are you looking at some like higher dimensional representation of the relative position of the pieces? So basically something that's disjoint of the particular absolute position of the piece, but like you're seeing patterns, like this kind of pattern, but elsewhere on the board.
Yeah,
are you thinking in patterns or in like absolute positions of the pieces?
Both. I think that at the higher levels, you're always thinking about like you're thinking about the patterns on one side of the board specifically, but then also what happens is you play more and more for very strong players, you will be able to remember the pawn structures, put pawns on certain squares from games that you played 15, 20 years ago. So it's a mix. I think a lot of it is more subconscious than actively thinking about it and like figuring it out like that. The only thing for me that I definitely am doing very frequently when I play is trying to look at my pieces. Are they placed on the optimal squares? Are there better squares? And then once I get past that, like using the basic logic, I start to think about, okay, what pure calculation, like what are the moves that make a lot of sense, and start calculating direct moves. But one of the most basic things that I think that I do that a lot of people actually should do that they don't do is looking at the piece placement, trying to figure out what pieces look like they're on good squares versus bad squares.
So am I, for each piece asking the question, am I in my happy place? Am I in my like optimally happy place?
Yeah, I think it's very important. If you look at this position on the board right now, it's a good example.
Who's not in their happy place on the board?
I think both sides are actually pretty happy right now. But the thing is, if you're playing with the black pieces, what is a move that sticks out to you to like follow basic principles?
Basic principles probably bring out the bishop
And the castle.
Yes.
Right, exactly. That's correct. And that's what you should do. That's the best way to play the position. Now, once you do that,
By the way, I have a vibrating device inside me right now, so I knew that.
right.
And so my rating's 3,400, which is what I believe Stockfish is. Anyway.
It's like 38.
Is it 38?
I think it is.
I'm using an earlier version of Stockfish. Okay. Anyway, sorry, you were saying.
So, like, that's very basic. But then, if you move the bishop out and you castle the king, let's just say h7. Play this, you castle. Okay, so now you've done everything with the piece on the king's side. So, what would be the next set of what's the next way to try and develop the pieces?
So everything here is pretty strong, except maybe this pawn.
Okay, but think about the pieces. So by pieces, I mean everything except
the pawn. Okay, except the pawn. Okay. Probably either bishop or knight.
Right.
On the other side.
Yeah, and that is correct. You want to bring out the bishop and the knight. So let's say you go bishop e6.
E6, yeah.
Castle. Now you can move the knight to either square. It's somewhat irrelevant. Move the knight.
Knight to c6. What was your random move? Bring the bishop up. Okay. Oh, well, yeah, what's your on that?
Okay, so let me move the balls in case. Okay, because I want to bring my rook to the center of the board.
Yes.
So, like in this position, you've pretty much developed all your pieces. There are only two pieces that you haven't brought to the game.
The queen and the rook. And this you consider to be in the game because of
I wouldn't say it's in the game, but there isn't really a great square for that. But in this position, you would probably move the rook to c8, and then the middle game begins after.
Got it. So here,
because now you've gotten your pieces to all the optimal squares. Now you have to look for a specific plan, but you have gotten these pieces developed out of the open. Yeah. And that's like a very basic thing that I think a lot of people don't think about. Just like, what are the optimal placements for the pieces?
You're constantly thinking about the pieces that are not in their optimal placement as you're doing all the other kind of tactics.
Right. Yeah. But that's a basic thing that people can't do. Actually doing pure calculations, like moving 5 or 10 moves in your head, that's not realistic. But trying to use basic logic to figure out what pieces are on squares that look correct is something anybody can do.
What about looking at the other person's pieces and thinking about the optimal placement of them? Like, if you see a bunch of pieces not in the optimal placement for the opponent, what does that tell you?
I mean, that's a higher level concept, of course. So, like, I'm trying to give a beginner
Yes.
example. That is something that I do think about as well. Like, I try to think about my opponent's pieces. Like, that is basic logic. I think a lot of people these days at the upper levels of chess, they look at the game as something of pure calculation, and you lose that human element. You're trying to just calculate all these different sequences of moves, and you don't think about the basics. And it's something, it'll be interesting to see what happens with the next generation of kids who become very strong, because that is really how they approach the game. They learn with computers. Whereas, like, I learned with computers at a certain point, but I did not start off with computers from the get-go. So that human element still exists in my game, and actually Magnus, I think, has said this too, where he did not use a computer, I think, until he was maybe like 11 years old, something around there. And so we have that human element to our game that I think the newer generation won't have. Now, it doesn't mean they aren't going to be better than us, but it's going to be a completely different approach.
What do you mean by human element? Just basic logic versus raw calculation.
So it's like anybody now will use a computer from the time they start the game. And you use the computer, you look at the evaluations after the game to see how you're doing. But you don't really ever have those moments where it's you.
Yeah.
Or it's just you and your opponent. One thing that was great in the old days before computers simply became too strong is that you would actually do analysis with your opponent after the game. And that's very much it's two humans analyzing the game. It's you and your opponent, two peers, and you come up with these human ideas. It's not automatically run back to your room, look at the computer, and, oh, I should have played this move, and it's just like winning the game. So that is kind of something that no longer exists in the game of chess, because, as I said, there's no reason to analyze with your opponent.
Are there ideas that the engine tells you that you can't reverse engineer with logic why that makes sense, and you start to just memorize it? That's good.
Yeah, so in the opening, for sure, there are certain positions where moves are playable. And I can even give you an example, actually, in this knight over. We can set the position up a few moves earlier. Yeah, knight over on b8, bishop on c8, and just move the king back to the center, and bishop back to f8, and pawn to e7. So the pawn in front of the king just pushed back 2 squares. So, like, here's an example. There's a move here that nowadays humans will play, which is this move, pawn to h4. And this is a move that 20 years ago, if someone showed this move to Kasparov, he would just laugh at them, no matter who you were. He would basically say, you're an idiot. What is this move? Like, you're pushing a pawn on the edge of the board. It does nothing. And this is something that's it's but even if you were to ask me or any other top grandmaster why it's playable or why it's a move that makes sense, we wouldn't be able to say why it makes sense. Because it doesn't. We just know that it's fine because the computer says
It's fine or is it good? It's just fine.
it probably, like everything else, is equal to perfect play, but it definitely, if you're not careful with black, you can do worse, for sure. But if you ask me, I can't say why it's a good move. I can say, okay, maybe I'm going to expand on the king side. I'll push this pawn here and push the pawn forward. Maybe I can put the bishop on g5, and in some position the pawn guards the bishop. But I can't give like an actual good explanation for why it's a move that makes sense, because it doesn't make sense.
It's fascinating that young people today, kids these days, probably do that much more nonchalantly. You'll see that a lot more because they know it's safe, at least.
Right, because I know the computer says it's fine. But I grew up without computers, and so to me, it's you're pushing a pawn on the edge. It's the opening phase. You don't do things like this. It's just it looks ridiculous. Now, of course, I have worked with computers long enough that I know, like, I'm not. I know the computers prove that everything is fine, but still, to me, it does feel wrong.
Well, I think as computers get better, they'll also get better at explaining, which they currently don't do, at basically being able to do. So first of all, simple language generation. So a set of chess moves to language conversion, explaining to us dumb humans why this is an interesting tactical idea. They currently don't do that. You're supposed to figure that out yourself. Like, what's the deep wisdom in this particular pawn coming out of this kind of way? Let me ask you a ridiculous question. Do you think chess will ever get solved from the opening position to where we'll know the optimal way to play?
I highly doubt it. Without major advances in quantum computing, I don't think it's realistic to expect chess to be hard solved. I don't think that will happen. But I don't know. It could happen 20, 30 years maybe, but I think in the near future it's not realistic.
Well, then let's go up with a pothead follow-up question. suppose it does get solved. What opening do you think would be the optimal?
Well, everything will be a draw for sure. After
For sure.
after
For sure. So you're absolutely sure, right?
Yeah.
Why are you so sure?
I'm so sure because when you look at the computer games, you see these decisive results. It's because they play the openings are set. They can't for move one they play set openings. You might play the knight or you might play the Berlin defense. Normally it's set openings as opposed to computers being able to do whatever they want. I just believe in general in the openings that are symmetrical, like e4, e5, d4, d5, the computers will draw. And I think the optimal opening, I think e4, e5, knight f3, knight f6 is probably a guaranteed draw. If we have perfect information and we know that chess solved e4, e5, knight f3, knight f6, the Russian or the Petrov defense, that will be the optimal strategy.
See, so that's
Sure.
Symmetrical play is going to lead to a draw. But what if you can constantly, as the white, maintain asymmetry, constantly keep the opponent off balance? So yes, e4, and then you're always doing asymmetry. But what if chess inherently, there's something about the mathematics of the game that allows for like that thin line that you walk that maintains to the end game the asymmetry constantly, that there's no move that can bring back the balance of the game.
Yeah,
You don't think that exists?
I don't think so. So basically, I'm saying e4, e5. I think is a draw. I think d4, d5 is a draw. c4, c5. I think basically symmetry. That's
All of it's a draw.
I think
Okay.
that's why it's a draw.
So it doesn't even matter. Like you're saying, what if it's solved? Most openings will be a draw.
Yes, I think e4, d4, c4, and knight f3 for sure would be a draw. Other openings, I'm not sure. But those first four possible starting moves, I think that's a draw.
Knight f3. What's the response to knight f3?
Knight f6 again. Or if I play knight f3 on move one, black here can also play d5 on move one. And normally at some point, white's going to end up playing d4.
So the order goes.
So it's probably going to lead back. Yeah, all roads kind of lead back there as well. There probably are other ways which where there is play, but I think that's at the end of the day, symmetry is what's going to lead to like a forced equality or drawing.
So Demis Hassabis is the CEO of DeepMind created AlphaZero. He says that he's also a chess player and he's a fan of chess. And he says the reason, his hypothesis is that the reason chess is interesting as a game is the creative, quote unquote, tension between the bishop and the knight. So like there's so many different dynamics that are created by those two pieces. I think there's truth to that. Maybe some of that is just poetry, but is there truth to that?
I think it's definitely true when you look at the imbalances that are not like crazy attacking positions. Like one thing that Bobby Fischer was really, really good at when he was the world champion is playing endgames with a bishop versus a knight. Now, traditionally, we think of the knight being better than the bishop, even today in endgames, but Fischer proved that there were a lot of endgames where the bishop is better than the knight. So I do agree with that statement. It's like the imbalances between like bishops and knights in many positions. You never really know. Like, there are many positions where a knight is better than a bishop, or a knight and bishop are better than two bishops, or like it is all the imbalance. Generally, it is the imbalance. So between the bishops and the knights, or combinations of the two pieces, that they lead to the most interesting positions. So I agree.
Interesting positions. What about fun? Is there like aspects that you find fun within the game itself? Not all the stuff around it, but just the purity of the game.
I think for me these days, when I see some of these moves that computers suggest after a game that I play, and I just go, wow, that is the beauty. Because these are not moves that I would ever consider. And when I then see the move, and like I might make a couple of moves to try and understand why, that is the beauty. Is seeing all these things that just like 10 years ago I never would have even seen. Because computers weren't at the level they're at today. So the depth and creativity of what they're saying, even if it's not like in our language, but in the evaluation, that's where I find it.
Oh, that's fun. So like the computer is a source, is a source of creative fulfillment.
Absolutely. I mean, I think also it's very humbling as well.
Yeah.
It's like, when you spend your full life playing a game and you get pretty good, you think you're pretty good at it.
Yeah.
But even for Magnus, I think when we look at it and you see like these things that we spent 20, 30 years playing this game, and it doesn't click, and then you see it, it's just like, it really is beautiful.
You're known for being a very aggressive player. What's your approach to being willing to take big risks at the chessboard?
Well, I think that's another thing. I was a very aggressive player probably until I got to about this 2,700 kilo, and then kind of my style changed a little bit. I think what it is I like to play attacking chess. I love playing openings like the King's Indian, Sicilian Neidorf as well when I was a little bit younger. And it's just like, why not try to fight with both colors? Try to fight in every game and win if you can. Try as hard as you can. Now, one of the things is, as you get better and better, players are also better and better prepared. So you have diminishing returns when you play these very aggressive openings like King's Indian or even in Dutch, which I played for a while. It only takes you so far, and then at a point, people figure out how to respond to those choices. So I still do play these openings. For example, I played a tournament in St. Louis about 3 weeks ago, and I played a great King's Indian game, which I won against Jeffrey Jean, an American junior player. So I still do play it here and there. When you start playing it every game, there's a point at which when you lose these games, you just can't. It becomes too much. And I spoke about this in the C-Squared podcast where I played the Neidorf, and then I played Fabiano Caruana, a very strong American player as well, and he just blew me off the board like 4 straight games. I'm like, okay, enough of this. I can't keep doing it.
Because do you think he prepared for that opening thing?
Absolutely.
Because to see what has my opponent been playing recently, where's their ideas, and so we'll prepare for those ideas that they've been playing with.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what you do. And also, you have to be very self-critical, because for Fabiano, the Neidorf was the one opening he did very poorly against. But he worked really hard, and he came with a lot of different ideas, and he solved that weakness.
What's the role of, you're also known for having a bit of an ego. What's the role of ego in chess? Is it helpful or does it get away?
I think it's a mix. I think there's a fine line. I think you have to be very confident in order to get to the top. I know some players are very expressive, like myself, like Sparov and others. There are other people like Anand who don't express it. But then there was a book that I think was released fairly recently where he basically said like he was really angry in his room. He was banging walls or doing something with chairs. I don't remember the exact story, but like he was able in public he kept it very buttoned up, but then in private he wasn't. I think you have to have that edge. If you don't have that edge and you don't get upset when you lose games, because you will lose games along the way, then it's impossible to get anywhere near the top. So I think every top player has that ego or extreme confidence that is necessary. If you don't have that, you'll never, I think, get to the top, probably in almost any field.
Do you have to believe you're the best, the capacity to be the best in the world?
Yeah, I think you have to have that. I think for me, it wasn't really ever about thinking I'm the best in the world. It's about like going into that game. That game, whoever I'm playing, I believe that I can beat them, or I know that I'm going to beat them, or I'm better than them. That's, for me, it was always about that whenever I'm in that moment of the game, just knowing that I can do that. I think that is also another thing that when you start playing more and more in these top tournaments, you kind of lose that sometimes because the positions you have the same opening strategies. You end up with positions that are very drawish, where you reach end games, things of this nature, and so it can also make you very jaded as well after you've been up there.
Were there times you were an asshole to someone and you regret it at the chessboard or beyond?
Yeah, so
asking internet questions.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely true. I'm not going to pretend it isn't. When I was younger, I was very angry when I would lose games on the internet. Many of these stories are specifically from the internet, of course. And I think I look back on it, and of course, I wish that I'd been able to channel the anger differently. Basically, I think the simple gist of it is, I would play blitz games online. Now I lost. I would get angry at my opponents instead of getting angry at myself. Yes. Which of course it's silly because they're playing the game, they're trying to win. Why shouldn't they try to beat you? I think for me, I'm not happy about that when I was a young teenager, getting so angry over these online games and insulting a lot of people along the way.
Or maybe that paved the way to your streaming career.
I think for me, I feel like having that me against the world attitude, though, it really fueled me when I was young. Feeling like it was me against the world, everyone hating me or me hating the world. That was very important. I was able to channel that anger in a way that really helped me improve. So, do I regret it? On the one hand, yes. Of course, you don't. I think you don't want to be like that. On the other hand, would I have gotten as good as I am if it was different? I'm not so sure. So, next.
Well, then I'll ask you to empathize with somebody else who's currently has a me against the world attitude, and it's helping it, which is Hans Niemann. For several reasons, as me against the world kind of attitude. Well, let me ask. There's been a chess controversy about cheating and so on that you've covered. People should subscribe to your channel. You're hilarious, entertaining, brilliant, and it's just fun to learn from you. Do you think, as we stand now, Hans ever cheated in over-the-board chess? But as things stand now at the beginning of October.
Yeah, that's a very tough question for a couple of reasons. I think, first of all, when people refer to evidence in regards to whether Hans cheated over the board, there is not, and I don't think there ever will be, quote unquote, hard evidence. The only thing that would ever constitute that is if he's caught in the act. Literally, he's caught using a phone with an earpiece, whatever it might be. That is the only way that there would ever be hard evidence. So, as it stands right now, there's a lot of circumstantial evidence. How much of it is legitimate or not remains to be seen. I know people have questioned the statistics. Some people think it's very convincing. Some people think it's complete nonsense. I think that right now I'm very undecided, but I do feel that within the next 3 to 6 months, assuming Hans is able to play over the board in more tournaments, the staff will make it very clear one way or the other based on results whether it's legitimate or not. I think for me, I would say that regardless of whether I believe he cheated or not, he is playing at probably he's probably at least 2,650 no matter what. Regardless of whether he's cheating or not, he's already at that level, which is very, very high. So I think the stats will bear it out in the next probably, I said 3 to 6 months, probably I would say next 6 to 12 months on whether something happened, but I really don't.
Do you find compelling or interesting the kind of analysis where you compare the correlation between engines and humans to try to determine if cheating was done?
So initially, I thought that was actually quite legitimate, but as I found out much more recently, anybody basically upload this data. So that the whole theory, while it seemed very convincing at the time, it simply isn't any statistical evidence in my opinion now. But there are games from some of those tournaments that definitely, considering where his rating was, look very suspicious in 2020. I would say. Again, that's not the role of myself to decide or Chess.com. That's obviously going to be up to D-Day whether they think that's compelling evidence or not. I think for me, what I would say from an intuitive standpoint is that I've been in this world for a very, very long time. I've seen mostly juniors as they've risen through the ranks, Magnus and many others. And there's always been something about them that has stood out. It's been a brilliant game they played against much higher rated. I've just seen it from all of those players. I never really saw that with Hans Niemann. So it's very difficult for me to sort of, with my own two eyes, being in this chess world so long, see things a certain way, and then something that's never happened before is happening. But at the end of the day, it is still possible. It is completely possible that Hans, something clicked at a certain age and he started improving in spite of the fact that the statistics look weird in terms of his rating improvement. So I don't know. I think that in 6 to 12 months, I'll probably be able to say one way or the other with very certain confidence, whether he should be there or not.
Speaking of statistics, I should ask, I'm not sure about this. Are you a data scientist?
Right, that's a good one. No, of course not. But that's the thing. You see all these stats are thrown out there, and you try to understand what's being said. But it's also very scary because when you see these things that look very legitimate and then they're disproven, or people say cherry picking, the dates and all these other things, it almost feels like you can come to any conclusion that you want.
Yeah.
And that's why I think this is such a serious issue for the world of chess, because going forward, if we don't take it seriously now, I think at some point there is the potential for a much, much larger scandal.
Do you agree that Magnus, I think, said that it is an existential threat to chess? This is a very serious problem that's only going to get bigger because you're basically from a spectator perspective, from a competitor perspective, we're not sure that you can trust any of the results.
Yeah, I think that's for sure true. When I think back to the last 5 to 10 years, there are plenty of top level tournaments that I played in where there was no security at all. Yeah. You just go into the auditorium and play your games, and that was that. So I do think it's a big issue. I think it has been a big issue, but the reason it's only coming to light now is because it features a very strong junior player who's very close to the world's elite. There have been many cheating scandals before. There was this French player, Sebastian Feller. There was this player, Igor Zrauzis from Latvia, versus, I think it's from Belarus, or maybe I have that wrong. Maybe it's Bulgaria. Borislav Ivanov as well. Those are three big cheating scandals, but they were not at the absolute top levels of chess, which I think is why it never became the huge news story that this is, or it wasn't viewed in the same kind of way. It's why I think organizers were perhaps a little bit too lax in terms of security.
So you said 2,650. Is it possible that Hans is in fact a kind of Bobby Fischer level of genius, and he's capable at times of genius at the chessboard?
Oh, absolutely, 100%. That is absolutely possible. I think that's why I think for everybody in the situation, we want to see what happens in the next 6 to 12 months, because I think it will be very clear. Also, it's very interesting to me because there are other stats from that 72-page report that Chess.com compiled, which in essence say certain other junior players basically have peaked, that they're not likely to improve further. So it's also going to be very interesting when you look at those, like, I think it was like 50 pages of graphs, because there are graphs that say like some of the other junior players have done. When we look forward, like in a year or two, if those players don't improve, it will also say something about their methods as well that they've used to sort of compile this down.
Yeah, I wonder what those junior players do if they look at that data. So there's a point where you should look at yourself like practically, like what is the actual empirical data over the past year of how much I've improved at a particular thing. Like it's one thing to kind of tell yourself that these are the ways I need to improve, and it's another to actually look at the data and face the reality of it.
Right. I think also that could have a psychological effect. That is the other thing that makes the whole Han situation so tough, because if you think that he's cheated or you're unsure about what's going on, that is another psychological factor whenever you play against him.
In his favor or against him?
Definitely in his favor. Because, for example, if I go online and play against a computer, let's just say I go play against Rothschild, I'm going to play a very certain type of opening strategy, try to keep the board closed, and maybe hope to get one. Now, computers have gotten so good that generally even that doesn't, I don't even have a chance, even with such strategies. But you play differently than you normally would. And so if you're playing a game against him and there's a move that looks really weird, it doesn't seem logical at all, that can also start to affect you, where you immediately make a mistake, where you start questioning yourself, you start thinking, well, what's going on here? Is there something unbecoming? Like you start worrying about what is happening. And so it definitely is, it's a very tough situation.
Do you agree with Magnus's decision to forfeit the match, his most recent match with Hans?
Tough question. I don't, in my heart of hearts, I feel like there had to be a better way to handle it than what Magnus did. On the other hand, sort of being in this world of top grandmasters, having heard these rumors for 2 years, I think that the fact that it was blown off and wasn't treated seriously, I'm not sure if there was a better option. So in my heart of hearts, I feel like there had to be a better way to handle it. But in practicality, like in the practical world, I think he might have made the only decision where it became a big issue.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would have loved to see just where 100% it's certain that there's no cheating involved, that they play a bunch of games.
Yeah, I think there was actually an article that was released today by Kent Rothschild, who is a grandmaster of chess, where he wrote this article in the Boston Globe, and he essentially said that, like, have Hans and Magnus play a match and see what his score is. Statistically, if it's above a certain percentage, that means he's legitimate. Of course, you have security. If it's below, that probably means that he's not at the level that he's at. So I don't know if that's a real way to settle it necessarily, because also for Magnus, to ask him to play against someone who's cheated, I think for him, he would never entertain the idea, because it's like, why am I going to play against someone who cheated? So
yeah.
I don't know. It's very tough. And the one other thing I would say on the topic that's really important to note is this sort of came from left field for most people who are in the general public or very casual chess players. But this is not something that wasn't even on the radar. I think this has not been said before, but there's one of these things where they talk about how Hans has he played better during a period of time when in for broadcast versus not broadcast. I actually heard this rumor 2 years ago during one of the terms he's playing specifically. So that is the thing, is that this has been out there for a very long time, and so it's hard, because you do believe that Magnus could have handled it better, but if it was 2 years of these rumors and nothing was done about it, I don't know.
And for people who don't understand, when it's broadcast, it's easier to cheat, because you can have it removes one of the challenges of cheating. which is the one-way communication from the board to the engine. Here, the engine can just watch the broadcast, and then all you have to do is send signals right back. I mean, that's really, I've woken up to this fact, actually, program. So, setting all the sex stories aside, I have a bunch of these devices. So, like, this is the size of a coin, and it has a high resolution vibration you can send. You can just have this in your pocket. It's basically your smartphone has the ability to vibrate. You can do programmatic communication through anything. Bluetooth is the easiest. So like this made me wonder, like, wait a minute, how often does this happen?
Mm-hmm.
Like at every level of play. You said this only became a huge concern for at the highest level of play. But then how much cheating is going on at like the middle level of play, especially when more money is involved. So in poker, when like uh, it really made me think like the future will have devices like this much easier to, like, you will engineer smaller and smaller and smaller devices that have onboard compute that like this is the future. I mean, I just, it makes me I think probably with all kinds of cybersecurity, that means the defense would just have to start to get better. And even with chess, it seems like the security is very clumsy. Just looking at the scanning of every tournament.
One thing you'll see is there a lot of people are talking about whether Hunt is cheated or not.
Yeah.
The one thing that almost nobody is doing is actually like trying to show how it can be done.
Yeah.
Everyone's basically avoiding that. I think the single biggest reason for that is simply because it can be done very easily at like a weekend tournament. You play a weekend tournament where the top prize is $100 and players made mass level. Somebody could already do this, because even in St. Louis now, where they have the security, my understanding is the non-linear junction device they bought cost about $11,000. And organizers, if you have a weekend tournament at the local club, you don't have $11,000 to spend on such a device. And so that is why a lot of people talk about it, but I think it is very, very serious. And that's why it is good, even if, aside from Ponzi, it is a very important question or debate to be having at the present moment.
Well, I think it's good to talk about it, right? To make it so that the defenses will really step up. I think you could do pretty cheap, like the security, pretty cheaply. But you have to take it seriously.
Right, of course. And again, we'll see what happens. I think that's going to end up being on FIDE more than anyone else to try and do that. I don't think asking the organizers to do it. I mean, like FIDE, they are the governing body. It will be on them at the end of the day to figure it out. But it's going to be interesting to see what happens in the next couple of months.
Will you play Hans if the opportunity arises?
Well, right now that's not in the near future for me. I think, fortunately.
Why not?
Well, because there's maybe only one tournament that I'm playing in that he could be playing in potentially, and it's not even set to be happening at the end of the year. There might be like a World Blitz and Rapid Chess Championship. So I don't think I'm going to have to make that decision.
What about a challenge match? You're the most famous super grandmaster in terms of online.
Mm-hmm.
So it makes sense in terms of chess is going through a kind of like a serious controversy. This is not just like the drama or something like this. This is in part an existential threat to the game in terms of how the public perceives the game.
Yeah.
So if the story that lingers from this is chess is full of cheaters, like you never know who's cheating or not, that's not good for the game. So it makes sense for a high profile person to go head to head. How do you think you do against?
I mean, I think I would probably beat him in Blitz and Rapid. Classical is a whole different question altogether. I think in Blitz and Rapid I would. I mean, one thing actually that was very telling in both report and also Hans's interview for all the other stuff that was said is the one thing he did say and seemed very adamant about was the fact that he had never cheated against me. Which, so that was the one thing he did say that, at least according to report, was truthful. So it's something possibly down the road to consider. But I do want to see what happens with everything else first, with FIDE and their whatever they choose to do in regards to Hans and Magnus, and then see where Spoke stands. But I think also one other thing that is potentially very dangerous about the whole situation is that I'm not convinced that FIDE actually has the ultimate say in this, and that the top players, if they feel that he has cheated over the board, even if there's reports that says that Hans has not cheated, top players can still decide not to play him and sort of override whatever ultimate decision FIDE comes to. So that's also why it's very unclear. This tournament, the U.S. Championship, Hans qualified. He's playing the tournament, but beyond this, there are no tournaments where he's automatically qualified to. So it also is on the top players to sort of have to reach some conclusion on their own separate.
So to flip that, is there some part of you that regrets that the chess community, and you included, implied that Hans cheated early on, and I think without having evidence? And that kind of thing, as we learn now, can stick, right? And it kind of divided the chess community apart, but I guess I do want to empathize from your position. Can you empathize with Hans that his reputation is essentially, in part or in whole, destroyed at this point?
Yes, I absolutely can. Again, I think it comes down to the specifics of how it was handled. Now, as far as I go, I was covering the and this is what makes it so difficult for me versus, say, some of the other content creators, is that I do, in a sense, have that insight. Again, this is also not really public knowledge, but when I went to St. Louis to play this Rapid and Blitz tournament before the Single Cup happened, where Magnus was playing, there were people who told me very specifically that they thought he was cheating. Other players in the event, they even gave me actual theories about things in his shoes, things of this nature.
Yeah.
So I'm in a very awkward spot there as well, because I know why. I was 99% sure why Magnus dropped out. It would have come out regardless. It would have come out no matter what, because Magnus was not going to back down on his stance about Hans, and others would have brought it up anyway. So it's very tough. I think if you want to look for blame, I think probably it would be on chess.com ultimately, because they were the ones who probably could have nipped all this in the bud at a much earlier stage, and it wouldn't have gotten to where it got to.
Because they could have released the online cheating, and that would have...
I think they could have released that. I think also they could have probably not let him play after it happened the second time as well, because it seems like it happened I think it was at least 4 or 5 different times. I haven't looked very, very closely at that, but it wasn't just an isolated incident. And so I think if there is blame for that, it's definitely on, which should stop people from thinking that that I'm in some way influenced by.
Yeah, are you biased because are you supporting chess.com?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So does that affect your bias?
No, it doesn't. I'm actually quite independent of them. One thing that's interesting to note is that a lot of people are under the assumption that when I do broadcast tournaments or things of this nature, that chess.com is actively helping me. They are not helping me. I'm an independent contractor, and so my opinions are my own. And there are no lists given to me about cheaters or anything of this nature. That has always been completely separate.
Do they have compromising video of you that forces you to, if you don't follow the main narrative, that they will release that video?
No, they definitely don't.
Right.
But yeah, I think when I look at it all, I feel like if people are looking for someone to blame, I don't think it's actually Magnus. At the end of the day, I think it's on chess.com very squarely for not handling it soon.
So you're okay with Magnus being silent for long periods of time?
Well, I don't know why Magnus is still silent, because my read of the situation was that there was some sort of NDA or some information that chess.com had that they could not release. And so my read of it was Magnus was essentially saying the same thing chess.com said, where I can't say anything about it because of whatever or whatnot. But then chess.com releases what I perceive to be the stuff that they could not talk about anyway, and Magnus still isn't saying anything. So I don't really understand why Magnus is not saying anything further.
There could be legal implications of accusing somebody of cheating over the board. That could be lawsuits that he just doesn't want the headaches. He just wants to focus on the game and have fun playing the game and not get bogged down into lawyers and all that kind of
Yeah,
shit.
it's definitely possible. But Magnus could also take the other route and just say, well, he cheated online in 100 games. I'm not going to play against a cheater. But it's very easy to say that's factual, it's proven, and that doesn't have to go into the speculation with the board. So I find it a little bit odd that Magnus hasn't said anything further. At the same time, it's also kind of peculiar because Magnus' reputation is also kind of in tatters in a sense. Like a lot of people are not happy with him for what he's done. But still, he goes and plays this tournament, this European Club tournament, and he's just gaining like 10 points as though nothing has happened. So, I mean, I don't really know where Magnus' head is at. Like if I was in that situation and everyone's coming after me for making such an accusation, I don't think there's any way I would be able to play chess anywhere near the level that Magnus is playing at. So the whole situation is, it's very strange.
Yeah, I wonder where his mind is at that he's able to play at that level. Before I forget, let me ask you a technical question about cheating. At your level, not your level, but at a very high grandmaster level, how much information do you need? This is a technical question. It's like, so for me, in terms of Morse code and all those kinds of things, I would need the full information. So I would need probably, in order to make a move, just let's think about a very simple representation. I would need 2 squares. The first to designate which piece, the second where the piece is moving. That's probably the easiest. What's the smallest amount of information you need to help you?
Basically, like a buzz in a critical position. That would be.
And what would the buzz say?
It'd be something like 1 buzz means the position is great, and 2 buzzes means the position is completely equal. Or there's nothing special in the position.
Oh, just to know that it's great will tell you what.
It will tell me that like my intuition. Like there are many times I play Blitz online, I'll say something along the lines of, I can feel like there's something here. Like intuitively, I feel like there has to be a good move, or I'm probably winning. There's something there, but I don't know that. And most of the time, I'm actually right. Like after the game, when I look at the computer, usually it's like, oh, I should have played this move, and it would have given me a big advantage right now in the game. So if I just know whether there's something there, that's good.
That means it's worth it to calculate here.
Yes, and I can follow that intuition probably to, because what normally is going to happen in such a situation is there probably are 2 moves or 3 moves that you're going to consider in a really critical position. Like if I feel like there's something there are 2 to 3 moves. So if I know something is there, I'll be able to figure it out if I know the position is there.
Okay. 1 buzz for a good position. For the current position.
So I just need to know. I just need to know whether like there's something really good, the position's really good, or it's just like an equal position, or it's just
so the current position, not even future moves, just the current position. There is a lot of problems here. What about the reverse? Like something's bad.
So you're saying if I'm in trouble in a game, and I'm in the same situation, if I'm in trouble in a game, it's probably a little bit more. It's probably like I would say 2 to 3 times where I would need to know
The source of the trouble.
Yeah, I would need to know. Yeah, I would need to know, like, is there like 1 move that's good, or there's more, and how you extrapolate that.
Well, wouldn't it be useful to know the information that you're now in a position where the other person could create a lot of trouble for you? So find that. Like, it's out there, find it.
Like, if you look at Magnus, there are a lot of situations where the position is equal, but it's equal with 1 move. But only 1. If you don't find that 1 move, you're significantly worse. A lot of times that's the case. So, like, if I can somehow know that there's like only 1 move where I'm okay, I could figure it out.
Yeah. That's 1 move is significantly better than the rest.
I mean, I could give you a perfect example is I played a game in the Canada's tournament last round against Ding Loren from China. There were many times where it was completely fine for me, but it started drifting. I started making some mistakes, and I was worse. But there was one last moment where I think I had 1 move where I would have been able to draw the game quite easily, and every other move I was significantly worse. And I could not find that move, and I lost the game. But if I known,
it would have been nice to have a buzz.
Right? Yes, I would have.
So who do you think is the greatest player of all time? You've talked from different angles on this. Magnus Carlsen, Gary Kasparov, Bobby Fischer, many others. Can you make the case for each? Can you make the case for you?
No. I know there are a lot of people who want kind of like me to give off some kind of ego like that, but no, obviously I'm nowhere near the conversation. I actually, on that note, I would say also, I know people wanted to know if I'm the greatest player to never play for the World Championship or to have not become World Champion. I don't think that I'm actually anywhere near the top of that conversation. I actually think Levon Aronian tops that conversation by a big margin, simply because he was number 2 in the world for a very, very long time, and he never even got to the match. So As far as world champions and who's the GOAT, I think Magnus is the GOAT simply because he's playing the best chess by a bigger margin. He has the highest elo of all time. On the other hand, chess is a game where you build upon the giants of the past. We learn from them, and so you can definitely make the case for Gary as well. I mean, he's the number one player in the world for 20 plus years. A lot of opening strategies he came up with, and people still play them today. Bobby, I'm not for sure you can really make that case because he shot up really quickly, but he was the world champion for a very short window of time, and then he quit the game as soon as he became world champion. So I don't really feel like you can put Fischer in that conversation simply because he didn't have that longevity at all. He was up there for a couple of years. So I would say it's probably Magnus, but I understand people can also say Gary's the best player ever. Remains to be seen, but I think Magnus is number one for probably another 3 to 4 years. I don't debate at all.
Can you break down what makes him so good? We've already talked about different angles of this, and I would also try to get the same from you because we talked about early the card. Like I'd like to talk about that for. But first, Magnus. What makes Magnus so good? What are the various aspects of his game that make him so good?
I think for Magnus, he just that in the end games, if you get there, he's not going to blunder. That's the first thing. So if you reach an end game, he's not going to make a mistake. He obviously plays great openings, and there's just really no defined weakness that he has. There's no weakness that I can think of very specifically. There are many times where players actually out-prepare him in the opening phase, but as soon as they're on their own and they have to think, very oftentimes they'll make mistakes. So there's just no weakness for him. Really no weakness. Well, unlike say Kasparov, on the other hand, there are very clear weaknesses in his game. Like Kramnik exploited. First of all, I don't want to say ego is the right word, but very stubborn, believing that his openings were infallible, that he could just win, he could just prove an advantage and win the game out of the opening, like against Kramnik when he ultimately lost. Also, generally not a great defender either. Very strong tactically, but if he was in positions that were defensive, he would make mistakes and lose end games like he did in one of those games of the World Championship against Kramnik. So there were very clear defined weaknesses in Kasparov's game. Whereas Magnus, there are no clearly defined weaknesses. Maybe he doesn't like being attacked. Maybe that's the one thing. He likes king safety. He doesn't like being attacked. But that's not something that you can easily do. Whereas say if someone's very tactical and they're not as strong positionally, that is something you can that will happen quite frequently in games. You can steer games a certain way. Doesn't mean you'll always get there, but that is something tangible. Whereas king safety, that's not something tangible at all. It's very, very hard to attack someone based on unless they play certain style of openings.
Do you think Garry Kasparov, reflecting on your comment, would agree? What is it about his relationship with Kramnik that was so challenging?
I mean, I think this is Kramnik understood. Actually, one thing that's funny, speaking of Kasparov, is that I think it got under skin. When I worked with him, Kramnik actually played a certain style, very aggressive, very sort of risky opening play during the time when I was working with Gary. And I know that it annoyed Gary because he's like, why could Kramnik play like this against me? Because I think Gary felt if Kramnik did that against him, he would have just blown him off the board and had many great victories. So I think it's Kramnik understood Gary. They worked together, I think, during the late 90s. I think Gary actually was very useful or very helpful in terms of Kramnik getting a spot on one of the Russian chess Olympiad teams in the mid-90s. So I think it's just Kramnik understood him very well, and Gary could not. He couldn't figure it out. I think also another thing, coming back to psychological part, is that Kramnik actually beat Kasparov in many games in the King's Indian defense. Kasparov played the King's Indian defense for many years, and then he started losing 4 or 5 games in a row to Kramnik, very similar to what I mentioned about Slay Nidor and Fabiano. And Gary gave it up. He started switching to playing the Grunfeld defense. And so I think that also instilled some psychological fear as well, because Gary was the boss. In openings, no one could compare to him.
What makes you so good? What's the breakdown of the strengths and weaknesses of Ficarra and Nakamura?
So I think probably my biggest strength is that I'm a universal player. I play pretty much any opening strategy. It doesn't really matter. Beyond that, I think it's mainly that I don't really make many blunders. I don't make blunders unless I'm under a lot of pressure generally. So that, I mean, I know I'm oversimplifying. It's not as simple as
Does this apply to Blitz as well?
I think it's much more applicable to Blitz in particular because my intuition is very good. So when I'm making less blunders with limited time on the clock, my opponents actually make a lot more blunders. That's why I think it's much more pronounced in Blitz than it is in classical chess, because in Blitz, when you're down to like 10 seconds in the game, both players at 10 seconds, my intuition is just better than theirs. I mean, Mac is maybe not so clear, but like if you look at other players, say Fabian Caruana, a very strong player, when he gets down to 10 seconds or in these situations, he almost always makes one. Almost always. So I'm just more precise. I make less blunders, and that really the effect is much more dramatic.
What do you think that intuition is? Like, sorry for the kind of like almost philosophical question. What is that? Is that calculation, or is it some kind of weird memory recall? What is that? Like being able to do that short line prediction.
I think that just playing so many games online, and there's some kind of subconscious feel that I have. Because when you're that low on time, you can't calculate. It's just, you have to look. You just have to figure out what move you want to play is. No calculation. You just go with it. And I think just playing so many games, probably. I mean, I'm guessing I've played over 300,000 games online, and I think just playing all those games, it's a feel. There's no tangible way that I can't put that really into words. It's just a feel.
What do you vision? And we should say that you're, I think, currently the #1 ranked Blitz player in the world. You have been for a while doing unquestionably one of the great. So classical, the rapid, and Blitz. You're one of the best people for many years in the world. Okay, but you're currently #1 in Blitz. So I'd love to kind of for you to dig into the secret to your success in Blitz. Is it, as you're saying, that intuition, being able to, when the time is short, to not make blunders and then to make a close optimal?
I think it's generally that I'm able to keep the games going no matter what until we're low on time. I'm always able to do that. Like if we play a game with 3 minutes, like there are games I would just win very quickly, but a lot of games between top players have to think, you have to use time, and in those final critical stages, I just don't blunder, and I just don't blunder really at the end of the day. That's really the only difference. Everybody's very, very strong, but it's sort of like who is the better like brain, who is better like CPU, for lack of a better way of putting it. It's like who makes a split second decisions the best, and I do think that I'm extremely good at that in a way that almost nobody else is. That really is the only difference, that the split second decisions. Because you can get a worse position, but again, if you keep the game going, players have to use the time when you get down to those final 10, 15 seconds. I almost always end up winning those situations.
What are you visualizing? Like when you're doing the fast calculations, what is it?
It's basically you look at a move and you see, like when it's like 5 seconds or 10 seconds, you play a move and you just make sure that it's not a blunder. You just make sure it's not a blunder, and you just go with it. And the first part does the feel. So it's like I see this move and it looks right. I don't know why it's right. I can't put that into words, but it looks like the right move. And then I look for like a split second, see it as long as it's not some kind of blunder, and you just play that.
Is there a bit of a tunnel vision? Are you able to understand the positions of all the other pieces on the board, or are you just focusing on a very specific interaction?
It's just feel. It's really just feel. Like this move feels right. That's how I play it. When you're at that stage of the game, it's like as long as it's not a blunder, and it's just that feel. There is no way.
And that feel, like empirically, does result in low probability of blunder.
Yeah.
So like you don't blunder, even though there could be, like you don't forget like a random piece that was like
very. I mean, it does happen, of course, but very rarely. I mean, I've done it on stream many times. Like it's just you go with the move that for whatever reason, like it just intuitively, whether it's from playing hundreds of thousands of games on the internet, or just that experience, like you just intuitively feel like the move is right.
So over those 300,000 games that are on the board, online, all kinds of variations, what's a game that stands out to you as particularly one you're proud of? Or maybe what's the Carl Immortal game, or a strong candidate?
Yeah, so there are 2 games. There's a game that I won against Boris Gelfand in 2010 where I offered a queen sack, I think, on 5 consecutive moves.
Sacrifice.
Sacrifice the queen. So
Coming through with the lingo. Okay, take me to that game.
it's just there's one sequence in the late middle game where it's funny because I think because I remember I tried to show this game to Peter Kill, and I confused the move order in the late middle game, so I don't want to do that again.
2010?
Yeah, 2010. Yeah,
What kind of opening is this?
this King's Indian defense.
So the Knights are out. For the bringing the Knight back.
You
Who's
want
black
to push
and
it. I have a black pieces, and you want to push it.
make room for the pawn.
Yeah, normally the King's Indian you try to it's sort of like storming with the pawns on the king side where the white king is. So you see now it's pushing. I start pushing all my pawns.
Are you happy with this position with all the pawns and diagonal like this with the knights behind it? This looks
This nowadays is very well known and very. But at the time, the reason that I was aware of this is I played a tournament I think in Montreal. It was Montreal like the summer before, and one of my friends had actually played this variation with the black pieces, so I was aware of it, and it seemed very dangerous. But I feel like it's very hard for white to play. Very hard for white to play. It feels like you're getting attacked. Your king, you see the black pawns are coming down towards the king, and it's very hard to defend. And also, a lot of players don't like being attacked. But generally, you try to avoid positions where your king is under fire, which comes back to what I said about Magnus as well. Like, he doesn't like it when his king is under fire. So therefore, you can't always get that. We see white had to play a lot to get to this point. Well, if white didn't want something this double edged and it was complicated, he could have avoided it.
So is the black bishop also a threat? Are you like
Yes, the white square bishop in the King's Indian is vital to any attacking possible.
so you're always like
You don't want to lose that bishop.
got it, and so he's bringing out the knights. Is there a particular moment that's interesting to you here?
So keep going. Yeah, there's I play rook f7. This is all standard. So I take. Now this is an exception to the rule. Normally the King's Indian, you don't want to break this pawn chain from the 4 pawns in a row that come at 4.
Why'd you break it?
Because it's an exception where you can do that. There almost are no variations in King's Indian where you do that. You almost always retreat the bishop to guard the pawn, bishop to f8. You break the pawn chain, it's an exception to the rule because you're not actually worried about white being able to push the pawn to d6 here. It was probably the best game I ever played. So he keeps going. a5, g4.
No, the diagonals there again. That looks the right thing.
Right, like white basically trying to guard the king is going to retreat this bishop from c5 to g1, which you'll see in a second. Actually, not quite yet. Yeah, he goes here, and so he's trying to guard his king with the bishop on g1. But I mean, it was to keep attacking here.
Is there any case to be made for you to take the pawn here?
No, that would actually be a mistake. It's very high level, but it's a mistake because white will actually not recapture the pawn. And this is very high level.
Also the pawn.
The pawn
Your
ends
pawn would be.
up in front of the king. Yeah, I saw the white king from being attacked, basically.
Oh, interesting. So your pawn is stopping their king from being attacked.
Yeah,
So the pressure continues from you.
right. And then I sack.
Is that option? Wait, what's the sack? Oh,
Knight takes pawn. Yeah.
is this what are the strengths and weaknesses of you throwing the knight
Well, basically, I'm
to
going
get this
I'm destroying the protection in front of the white pawns there.
and willing to take risks, but
I basically want to open up the king and try to check. If I don't checkmate, I'm probably going to lose the game here on the center of the board. So, yeah, now there's very nice moves after pawn. I take this because now white takes the queen, and I push the pawn forward and checkmate.
so give me a second. So your knight you're losing pieces left and right.
Right.
And you're pushing the pawn forward, check. He takes the pawn, the rook check. You just check nonstop.
Same theme. I keep going for this checkmate with a pawn or a bishop on just square in front of the king. You see, the queen is still hanging. In fact, I actually sacked the queen again.
He never takes the queen.
He couldn't take the queen, so it'd be checkmate.
Got it. So constantly, and that's what you get by sacrifice too, actually.
Yeah.
Got
Yeah,
it.
he couldn't take it. He would have gotten checkmated. But anyway, the smoke clears, and I'm up material here. I win this game. So this is the game that I would say.
Why did it stand out? I mean, it's beautiful, but just the fact that
It's mainly that I was able to offer the queen sacrifice so many moves in a row. You almost never have that opportunity. And actually, normally the games you're going to consider your best involve sacrifices, and you get to sacrifice the queen. That makes it very memorable. There's just this constant theme of this one check we have. So
how often do you play with the sacrifice of a major piece? Like how often do you find yourself in that position?
pretty rare because players tend to avoid these sorts of situations. Players don't like games that can go either way. So when like both players have to sort of cooperate, you have to want that kind of game in order for that situation to arise. And a lot of games at the top, neither player wants to go into that situation for the most part. So you don't really have those opportunities.
Nevertheless, Stockfish loves those opportunities.
Yeah.
The sacrifices.
Well, that's one thing also that we're starting to learn more and more is that Stockfish and the other programs, they don't care about pawns. You can sacrifice one pawn, two pawns, three pawns in a lot of cases if the rest of your pieces are very happy. And that's something that we kind of do on a basic level about the initiative is what we call it in chess, where like you'll give up material but your pieces are very well placed. We didn't realize just how important that is, and computers will do that all the time. And even actually, like they're in this variant Fisher Random, there's another variant where you arrange pieces on the back row. They will gladly stack rooks for bishops or for knights all the time. And so
you take from that?
material imbalance or the material you give up doesn't matter as much as having this attack or having these pieces on certain squares.
Well, as long as you can hold on to the attack.
Right, and computers can't. But it's also very tricky because when we as humans sometimes you'll look at an opening variation and you'll see something like this. You want to do it in a game. But the problem is we don't know how we're supposed to follow it up afterwards. And so if you do that and you don't know how to follow it up afterwards, very often we'll make mistakes to try to look at it in a human way, and then of course you end up losing in the long term because you've given up too much material. So it's a very double-edged sword.
But that's why it's dramatic and why people love those kinds of sacrifices. You're putting it all on the line. What's the other game?
It was a game also with a queen sacrifice. It was a game against this Polish player, Michael Krasenkow. It was played in Barcelona in 2007, I believe it was. I sacrificed a queen for one pawn to just bring the king out into the middle of the board.
You actually sacrificed it?
Yes, I did sacrifice. I took a pawn. I
You
sacrificed
were
a pawn. Sure. Yeah,
against
absolutely.
What?
Yes. Yeah, this game you can just skip forward to about like the 20th move roughly.
What's the opening?
This is, I think it's like a Catalan. It says Neo Catalan. So yeah, it's basically a Catalan opening, generally very slow.
Neo Catalan declined.
Yeah, now here I exactly. Or no, sorry, I take the knight first. Knight c6, keep going.
So, by the way, the pawn structure here is missing.
Yeah. So I take the knight.
I take the knight with a rook. What's the discovery?
My queen's under attack. So when he takes the knight, the rook on b1 is attacked by queen.
Got it. So they just got it. You throw your queen into the middle. Check the king. Wait a minute. That's not right.
Yeah, it's one pawn. It's the queen for a pawn.
For a pawn, and the king takes your queen. What was the thinking here? You crazy madman.
King has to go up the board. King is very vulnerable
In this position, so you're going to have to keep checking him.
Yes.
Bishop checks, king, rook checks, knight checks. Did you see all this?
Yeah, I mean, not all of it, but I figured there had to be something.
Too many attacking pieces in your head, like the duel.
Well, it's just basically the king. The only piece that can sort of guard the king is the queen on d1. That's the only piece. If I can just keep checking, I'm gonna be able to win here. So he goes there, and I think I played this move.
Ooh, no check.
So I'm threatening to move the rook over one square and make a check.
Got it. Then the rook takes your knight, and then you take it right back with the check.
Now I still want to scoot the rook over to check on the h6 square, the dark square. I think they resign here, or they did.
Oh, he resigned. Yeah.
They did resign here, yeah, because I just moved the rook over that dark square in front of the pawn, and that would be checkmate.
Dark square in front of the pawn.
So h6, yeah. Because now the bishop covers the white square.
Is there something he can do to mess with?
Not really. I don't think there's
Nothing with the queen?
checkmate.
Nothing with the queen. I guess he's going to lose the queen.
Yeah, I think it's just actually
Even if he uses his queen.
yeah, it's a push.
Fascinating. So like that, you can't purely calculate, but you can have some intuition.
Also, I think what it is in such situations, you know that there is at least a draw. I could always just check him with my rook if I wanted to make a draw. So that also gives me some margin where if I calculate after I play the move and I calculate it doesn't work out, I can still make the draw.
Are you for fun? Do you do the sacrifices of this sort?
When it's not the serious competitive online events or resorts, I do actually do this quite frequently. I wish there were more opportunities, but top level chess, it's become harder and harder because due to computers, everybody's very, very well prepared to opening. They know the first like 15 to 20 moves sequences, and no matter what you do. So it's very the room for creativity is less and less, which means you have less of those types of games.
I think you played Levy Gotham chess without a queen. Was that a
I
thing?
think that was a bullet game, a 1 minute game.
Is that an actual thing that you can pull off? Like, you should be
Like Levy or
get somebody like Levy.
in bullet, maybe I can put like 50%. It'll really be
What's bullet? What's the timing? What if the whole game? Okay. What about? How much do you miss the queen if it's gone against the international master?
in a bullet game, like I said, maybe in bullet I can maybe score 50%. In a blitz game or anything slower, maybe 10%, maybe 1 out of 10. I can win maybe
1 out of 10. On the topic of gold, let me ask about Paul Morphy. How good was he? Reddit asked me to ask you about this, and why is he a tragic figure in chess?
Yeah, so Paul Morphy was the best player in the world by a bigger margin probably than anyone else in recent modern history. He was, I would say, roughly, using today's ratings, around 2,400 in my opinion, and other best players maybe around 2,000 or 2,100 at best. He was the best player by a bigger margin. Fischer, for example, I think it was about 170-ish points better than Boris Spassky, but Morphy was 300 plus at least. Now, by modern standards, he would probably be a very strong IM, which isn't saying a whole lot, but at the time, no one was even close. So I don't think you can put him in that category of like best ever simply because he was the best player for a long enough period of time. As far as why it's tragic, it's very tragic because he essentially quit chess. There was no competition for him. If you think about like Magnus talking about the World Championship and feeling like it's not competitive enough, for Morphy there was no one who could even beat him probably in individual games. So he ended up quitting chess. I think he was sort of like a lawyer kind of, but he spent probably the last 15, 20 years of his life just doing nothing. Now I have actually seen his grave in New Orleans. I have been where he lived. I think it's now Brennan's, if I'm not mistaken, or something like that. So it's very tragic that there was no one who was competitive with him at the time. As far as best ever, I don't think his days will go, but I still think he's in the top 10 if we're using a criteria of players who are better than their peers by a big, big margin.
So what do you think about the World Championship? And what do you think about Magnus stepping down? Do you still see it as the height of chess?
I still think that there is merit in having the World Championship the way it is. At the same time, the game is always evolving. And one of the things that has changed a lot in recent times is you now have a lot more blitz tournaments and also rapid tournaments. In the past, classical chess was the golden standard. That was the only thing that mattered. But in the last probably 10 years, slowly but surely, there are as many rapid/blitz tournaments as there are classical tournaments now. Maybe it's not quite 50-50, but at the top level at least, it feels like it's getting very close to 50-50. And in terms of the World Championship, I feel that the biggest issue is you have too many draws. The games can be exciting, but the games inevitably end in a draw. And the single biggest reason is because players have about 6 months or more to prepare for the match. So, for example, the Canada's tournament, which I just played, it was in June and July. It ended, I think, around July 5th. The World Championship match will probably be in February, March. So that's, 9 months. And when players have that much time to prepare, they are not going to have any weaknesses in the opening phase of the game. And so both players are likely going to be very solid. You'll have a lot of draws. And many cases it might come down to tiebreaks. Magnus, in fact, in two of the matches, both against Karyak and against Caruana, he had to win in round tiebreaks. So I think for Magnus, he just doesn't feel like the format is right. I think he feels that it's too long, too many draws. He doesn't get to play creative or exciting chess, and that's why I think he pushed so hard for a change in the format. I don't know what the right change would be, but I do think that the format is becoming a little bit antiquated with all these classical games. If you don't want to change the format, the one suggestion that I mentioned before, and I think is probably still valid, is that match should be held maybe 1 month after the Canada's tournament to determine the challenger. It's held 1 month after the event. That's probably the only way to keep the format as it is, where I think both players have time to prepare, but it's not something crazy. So when you compare the candidates to other classical tournaments, let's just say St. Louis. I played the recent. I played the Raptor. There was Single Cup. This was, I think, like September 10th, something like that. Point is, players probably came in and had a week or two to prepare for that tournament. Now there's the U.S. Championship. Players have a little bit of time to prepare to play the event. Normally, players don't have these long breaks where they can prepare for very long periods of time. So they are very well prepared, but you still have a lot of exciting games because that window of preparation is so much smaller.
But you're pretty close, given how things rolled out, to having the opportunity to compete for the World Championship. Hence the copium meme, which I still don't quite understand. Are you and Magnus friends, enemies, frenemies? What's the status of the relationship?
Yeah, I think with all the rivalries in chess, everybody tries to hype it up like everyone hates each other. But the thing is, at the end of the day, yes, we're very competitive. We want to beat each other, whether it's myself, Magnus, or other top players. But we also realize that it's a very small world. Like, a lot of us are able to make a living playing the game as professionals. And as I alluded to earlier, the top 20 to 30 players can make a living. So even though we're competitive against each other, we want to beat each other. There is a certain level of respect that we have, and there is a sort of brotherhood, I would say. So all of us are, I would say, friends. I think that's the simplest way of putting it.
What do you love most about Magnus Carlsen?
As a human being, I think it's very similar, actually, to use a comparison to tennis and Roger Federer, in that it feels like with Magnus, everything comes very easy. For example, we've seen the situation with Hans Niemann. Somehow it's rolled right off his back. He's playing amazing chess in his latest event. So it's really how easy it seems to make it look. And I know, like, because tennis is a sport that I played a lot, I followed it very closely. I remember hearing Andy Roddick say this about Federer, where it's like, somehow he handles it all. Like, there's no pressure. He makes it look easy. And how does he do all that? And I feel the same way about Magnus, where it seems too easy. So I know for myself when I'm playing these games, with the stress, the pressure, and for Magnus, you don't ever see that. Now, I'm sure it's probably there, but we don't witness it. So that's what I would say, is just how easy it is.
It was sad to see Federer retire. I don't know why. Just greatness. When Lionel Messi will retire, it has to be sad. Because there's certain people that are just singular in the history of the sport. I don't know if there's going to be another Messi. I don't know if there's going to be another Federer.
Yeah. Not for a long time.
Is he greatest ever, would you say? Is he up there?
He's definitely up there. I mean, I grew up as more of a Nadal fan, just because actually, like, I felt like Nadal never looked easy. It's the exact opposite. For Nadal, it feels like he's always running after a ball. He's exerting himself. It looks really, really hard. And, like, for me, since nothing really came easily for me in chess, like, I can relate to that more. But at the same time, like, especially when Federer started losing more and he seems more human, I started really liking him more as well. But I think Federer, he changed the game. I know you say it's the greatest ever, but the game changed forever because of it.
Yeah, there's certain people just last in the back Sampras, and everybody. Okay, who wins a chess boxing match between you and Magnus?
Probably Max, because he's taller than me. I think.
So reach?
He's taller, he has more reach, yeah. But I think he.
Question from Reddit: in what sport do you think you could beat Magnus 10 out of 10 times?
I think I could beat Magnus 10 out of 10 times. I took lessons for 8 years. I try to go out and hit 2 or 3 times every week. I think I could do that.
Backhand, forehand. What's your style of tennis play?
I wish I was taller because I really like trying to come into the net. I like balling a lot. But I am no Rod Laver. I know Rod Laver was very short, but he was able to make it work like 50, 60 years ago. I really like volleying, but I'm a little bit too short, so I kind of have to stay back. And I mean, I normally hit I try to hit hardcore hands, I try to slice with the hand.
You mentioned Magnus and Karyakin. And I just wonder if you have ideas, thoughts about the fact that he was originally a qualifier for the candidates tournament and was disqualified by FIDE for breaching his code of ethics about related to his support for the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Does that ever seep into the games that you play over the board, the geopolitics, the actual military conflict, if at all? Do you feel the pressure of that? Because there's battles between nations. Nepo's, Russian. There's America. There's every nation is in some profound way represented on the chessboard.
Right. I've never really felt that. I think actually for me, it's very eye-opening to realize how difficult it is for a lot of the Russian chess players right now to play because of the situation, even Nepo for that matter. I remember when we were in St. Louis, he essentially has to bring cash because obviously Russia's cut off from SWIFT. No credit cards work. So if these Russians don't have cash, they can't play. And I know a lot of them have fled the country just to try and keep their chess career going. So it's a very, very, very tough situation for them. Obviously, for the Ukrainians who are suffering, it's really, really bad.
Do you know if Nepo has he talked about the politics, the geopolitics of it all?
I don't think he really has. I feel like most players try to avoid talking about it. I think it's very difficult. I remember when I was in St. Louis, there was another Russian player, Peter Midler, and I basically asked him, like, don't get me started because I just can't talk about it. So I think most of them are probably on the other side of the spectrum. I don't think they're probably supportive of what is going on right now. So it's very, 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 very difficult situation. But I don't really feel like that manifests itself in actual tensions when I play against the Russian players. I mean, maybe when I was younger playing certain events, the one country I felt like maybe I felt some tension I really wanted to go out of my way to win against was against the Chinese, perhaps. That is maybe one time I felt something along those lines. But generally, I feel like we treat the players as individuals. It's not about the country they represent.
Yeah. Let's go back to the philosophical of chess. What do you find most beautiful about the game of chess? Looking back over your whole career.
I think looking back, it's really it's both over the board and also just the memories that I've created. I think for me, the fact that I've been able to travel because of chess, meet so many people who are playing this great game from all different nationalities, all different backgrounds, is probably the thing that I really like the most. Chess is maybe the only thing I can think of where you can have people, different backgrounds, different ages. Honestly, you can have someone who's a billionaire talking to someone who's a 9-year-old kid from the inner city, and when they're talking about the game of chess, they're on the same level. I don't think that is really applicable to anything else in this world. You don't have that level of respect that is communicated through a game. So for me, that's probably the single most beautiful thing about sort of chess and the chess world itself is that you have that. In terms of the game itself, the creativity, the possibility of different positions, learning something new even after I've played the game for 30 years it's very inspiring to me, knowing that I've spent all this time, there's still new things that I can learn. Those are probably the two biggest things that I enjoy.
Are there memories, big or small, weird, surprising anecdotes from all those years of going to all the different places that stand out to you? Some of the darker times, weirder times, weird places you played, weird people you played, weird people you hung out with. Anything that jumps to memory?
No, I think this is probably a little bit more political, but I think one of the things that's great is whenever you go and play these tournaments, you have a certain impression of what a country is like or what the people are like. And probably the best example for me was in 2004, it's 2003, I think it was. I played in the FIDE World Cup, and it was held in Tripoli, the capital of Libya at the time. Gaddafi was still running the country. And you hear a lot of these things, but then when you go there and people are so friendly, it's very eye-opening. You look at it without just believing things. You go to these places, you see how things truly are. And generally, I find them very different than how the media will portray it. One of my great regrets is, as someone who loves history, not going to see Agnes Lepta, which were the greatest ruins. I think the greatest ruins in Africa from the Roman times, and of course, no longer exists. So I really do regret that. I think another thing that's very unique about chess is that all of us, even when we compete as children, like there are a lot of people like Nepo and others who I've known for a very, very long time. There are a lot of people who no longer play chess competitively, but inevitably you end up talking to these people many years down the road. And so you never truly lose touch with the game or the people that you grew up playing it with. And there's so many of these people that like I connected with in the last couple of years who I knew when I was a kid, and then they went off and did something else, but they still end up you still end up talking to them and being able to share these old memories.
So you said you're a bit of a student, a fan of history, ancient history. Are there cultures, periods of time, people from human history that you draw wisdom from about human nature that you're particularly drawn to?
A lot. I mean, I'd probably study most of it'd be like ancient Roman history or pre-Roman Empire, and of course ancient Persia is another subject I've studied a lot on. If you ask me, I would say, I mean, there's it depends. You're talking like military generals, you're talking like philosophers, and there's
both, right? So philosophers is how people thought about the world. Of course, military has to do with how people sort of conquered lands. Both are interesting because, in part, it seems so far away from what we are today. And it's cool to see that people were kind of the same in their ability to invent amazing things and make it the same and different in the willingness to go to war.
So I think, one of my favorite books that I've read in the last few years is The Histories by Herodotus. Basically considered the father of history. And I really love reading about these things like Thermopylae or Marathon, these great ancient battles. I don't know if there's like a specific like quote or wording or something like that I can come up with, but that is one of my favorite books on history by far.
So those books were written a long time ago.
Yeah, it's like 400 BC. Is when that was written.
So what's that like? What's that like reading that?
It's just
does it seem ancient?
It does seem ancient. Like it's sort of. I feel like for myself, one of the things I really like doing is getting away from technology when I have the opportunity, trying to disconnect these sorts of things. So when I read books like that, besides just having a general interest, it sort of reminds me like there is really a life without all this stuff, or there was at least at some point. And so it's something that I kind of
like humanity flourishes without all the stuff we think is fundamental to our culture. Like all that we find beautiful about humanity still exists without any technology.
Yes, definitely.
That's a really good reminder. Given the contrast, of course, is beautiful because you're in the midst of the technology of streaming. Like to me, streaming somehow feels because of how large of a percentage of young people are interested, like consume streams. It feels to represent like future. Because so many people kind of develop their mind by watching Twitch and YouTube.
Right. That's definitely true. For myself, I remember when I was a little bit younger, I would actually try one day a week on the weekend to try not to look at like my computer or my phone. Now phones weren't where they are today, obviously, but I was able to do that pretty easily. Now it's very hard. Like, when I try to go one day, recently I tried to do that. Like I actually just pulled some books out of my garage and started reading. It was a very foreign concept. So I do read a lot. It's always on iPad, or Kindle. Yeah, both of those actually. So it's very, very weird. But I do try when I can to get away from it all. Another thing, like I said, I really like going out in nature when I have the opportunity. I've spent a lot of time in Colorado, for example, hiking some of the 14ers. That is one of those life goals I have, to go and get to the top of every single one of them. So I try to disconnect when I can, but of course it's very hard.
So whether it's disconnecting or not, can you take me through a perfect day in the life of Ricardo Nakamura on a day of a big chess match? That's really multiple things, right? We'll take one where it's a big chess match and one that's just like your representative average day.
A perfect chess day, although I cannot do this, it would start like the night before. I would get like 9 hours of sleep. Like a consistent 9 hours, like say 12 a.m. to 9 a.m., for example, let's just say the round starts at like 2 o'clock, then 9 to say 12 o'clock, I do preparation, and then 12 to 1, I go eat lunch, and 1 to 2, I just nap, or I walk, or I do something completely unrelated to it. That would be the perfect day.
When are you doing everything except the preparation? Are you thinking about chess at all? Or are you trying not to think about
Trying not to think about chess, definitely not.
And what do you do? Is there any tricks to that?
Well, I find that like if I go outside, I just try to hear like the birds, and I try to listen. It's one of those like meditation kind of things. Like they always say when you meditate, you try to hear yourself breathing. It's like when you close your eyes, try to hear yourself breathing, just focus on that. So I do try to do things like that from time to time as well.
So in terms of getting 9 hours of sleep, that comes difficult to you?
That almost never happens. I mean, there have been a couple times where it has happened, like Norway specifically, but generally it just I don't sleep well during chess tournaments. I wish I did.
But so we're talking about so sleep is really important. What about diet, stuff like that?
Yeah, I think for a lot of people, they try to keep it light before the round. Actually, like I remember hearing the story from Peter Slither some years back, a Russian GM, and he said that Kaspar would go and eat like a big steak right before the game. He would be completely fine. But I think for most players, it's the exact opposite. You try to like eat like some snacks, like maybe some nuts, a few bars, things of this nature, or maybe just like maybe fish, something very light for lunch before the game, and then you probably eat a lot after the game. That's generally what you try to do. But I don't think there's any like specific diet that makes a huge difference. But everyone's different.
So when you're actually at the board on that perfect day, how do you maintain focus for so many hours of classical chess? You know what, like minute to minute, second to second, how are you able to maintain focus? Is there tricks to that? How difficult is that?
I think it really depends on the type of the game you're playing. I think if it's a game that's very, very calm, very slow, where not a lot happens at the start, it's a lot easier because you're not having to be super focused. Like your mind can drift and whatnot, and at the critical moment you have to sort of zone in. So those are the easiest ones. I think generally when games are very complicated from the start, what you're doing is you're trying to not let the mind wander at all. Because when games are complicated like that, one of the things that I've never been very good at is my mind does wander. You're always like I'm always worrying about the next move. It's like, is this a blunder? What's going on? Like, what am I going to do? So you're trying, I think, very much to block out the noise. I think that's actually the hardest thing. Is also because, like, I can say this when I played Magnus before. There have been times when I've gotten winning positions, and in that moment when I have the winning position, very often the mind wanders. Like, okay, you're about to win this game, and you're like, okay, what happens after the game? You win this game, gain the rating points, all these different things, but you haven't actually won the game. And I think for a lot of players, that's the hardest thing is when you get a winning position, your mind just drifts to like what happens after you won the game or what the outcome is.
So drifting into the future, and you should stay in the moment. You really should like hold on. And also, what is it? Probably getting excited about the win. Mm-hmm. What is it about that makes you worse at playing? So interesting. Like getting.
I think you get. It's like a nerve. It's nervous, but it's like you're too excited. You it's like you're waiting for a 10. You expect a 10, and then your opponent keeps defending and you can make mistakes.
What about the flip side of that, where you start getting frustrated? Like, how do you try to recover from that?
It's very difficult. I think for myself, I try to basically focus on it every single move. I just try. Again, you try to block out the noise, no matter which direction it's going in. So I try as best I can. I mean, sometimes I'm very poor at it. Like I just don't do a good job blocking out the noise at all. But I think generally I try to think, okay, just make this next move. Make your opponent have to find the best moves, and just keep the game going no matter what. Just keep it going.
By the way, what's a long day of classical chess? What's that look like?
It's pretty brutal. I mean, it'd be something like, okay, so the game starts at 2 o'clock, so you've done all this other stuff. The game probably goes from like 2 to 7, for example, or maybe 2 to 8, 5, 6 hours. Probably you eat dinner for an hour or so, maybe I'll go clear my head for 30 minutes, and then immediately it's right back to studying for a couple of hours.
Are you reviewing previous games, or you're already?
Generally, you're just moving on to the next game. That's what you're doing.
And trying to, no matter what happened, put that behind you, win or lose or draw.
Okay, so that's also why there's another question a lot of people wonder is why don't I play more of these classical tournaments? And sort of it gets back to this, the literally don't care sort of stuff. But when I'm going to play in tournaments, I want to be able to give it my best shot. And if I don't feel that I can, I'm not going to play. Which is why, like, I play here and there, but I do balance my schedule very carefully because I'm not just going to go and play tournaments simply because. If I don't feel that I can put in the work, it's not the right thing to do. Also because I'm taking away a spot from somebody else who probably will be putting in the work and will want to be part of that. So when I look at the candidates, or a lot of people say, why is he playing? They're like, okay, qualified, but he's not going to take it seriously. But I did give it everything I had in that tournament, and I always will, as much as I can. If I can't do that, then I'm just not going to play.
So what about a perfect day, like a car not?
Oh, a perfect day. A perfect day would be something along the lines of I get up very early, like 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, drive an hour away, and go climb mountains. That's the perfect day. Out in the mountains. Oh, do you mean a normal non?
Yeah, perfectly productive, normal day.
Oh, perfectly productive. Okay, so perfectly productive would be along the lines I wake up at like 7:30 to 8 o'clock. Probably I watch either Bloomberg or CNBC for 30 minutes to an hour, and then watch the markets for maybe an hour or two. Look at certain things that are
You really
going
care about investment.
I do follow it. I follow the market very closer than I should.
For personal reasons, or do you comment on it, like for personal investing reasons, or for like philosophical understanding what's going on in the world?
It's sort of everything. I think first of all, obviously, I'm interested in investing. I have been for many years. I've done investing trading for at least a decade now. So like I am very interested on that level. I'm also quite interested as well because when you see the policy that's being dictated, like you look in the last 6 months specifically, you see the Fed policy around things like interest rates, unemployment, things of this nature. It is something that interests me also because I do invest in real estate aside from the stock market. So therefore, I'm always keeping an eye on these sorts of things. I'm always looking. And as a better example, like I'm looking for trends. So if we go back to, I think it was I could have the year wrong, it was 2015 or 2016. There was a pattern that I found that on the Fed minutes that came out, I believe 2/15. I think it's on the Wednesday of third Wednesday of every month. That gold would actually, the gold ETFs and ETFs would actually go up. Not every single Wednesday of the month that the minutes came out. So I would follow things like that. Now, of course, I was trading huge volume, but I found a trend there. Of course, it stopped working at a certain point. But those are the sorts of things that they just interest me. Even if it's not something I'm doing to make a living, trying to spot those trends, it's always been something that is fascinating.
One Reddit said that you shorted Tesla. Do you regret doing so?
Well, when I did those plays, that was small amounts of money, and that was only via puts. That was where I would buy puts or put spreads on it. So it wasn't something where I was straight shorting. I would never actually do that because it's not worth the risk, and I don't want to ever be in a situation where I have to think about those sorts of things. And I think a better example is there was a period in 2016, actually, shortly before the candidates, when I actually was in oil. I had a long position in oil, and this is when oil completely crashed. It went very good. I don't think it went below. It go below 30 even. It went very low, and of course the Saudis were not cutting, or they were not. I think they were they cutting or not cutting production, but. Anyway, there was a period in 2016 when I had a big long position in one of the 3X oil ETFs, and it kept going down day after day after day. And then, of course, right near the bottom, I finally couldn't take it anymore. I took a loss. And that really it was very difficult dealing with that, the stress every day looking, seeing those losses. And after that, I kind of decided I would never put myself in such a situation again. And so that's why, like, I don't shorting, and then separately, and I think I posted on and replied to this comment, but in 2021, as Tesla started going up, I actually started selling puts, and I did quite well off of that. So it's sort of play both sides, never like become hard set with your conviction, like where you refuse, like this is just like it has to go down, or like it has to go up. It's just you have to be willing to adapt.
Do you think shorting should be legal? Do you think it's ethical? And to me, I don't know much about investing, but I feel like it feels wrong. Now, I know if something is overinflated, it's good for there to be an opposing force to like balance it or something like that. But it just feels like in our current modern internet world, I think Tesla, I vaguely saw somewhere it's like the most shorted stock like ever.
Mhm.
And so that incentivizes a lot of the publication of misinformation about it. Like, it just feels like the incentives are wrong. Not when we look at the markets, but at the future of human civilization perspective. It just feels like shorting is somehow wrong. But maybe I'm misunderstanding the broader picture of markets.
Well, I actually try not to do that. I almost only take long positions specifically because I feel like you're betting like on world collapsing. I feel like morally I don't want to be in that I don't want to have that viewpoint. I think that sort of is another thing that I've noticed. Like, I've been very lucky. I've traveled a lot. I've met a lot of famous people, and the one thing that I've noticed is like a lot of the people who are most successful, they're the ones who are very optimistic. No matter what is happening day to day, they remain very optimistic about the future of where things are going. So I try not to have that situation. I think as far as like shorting specifically, the real danger to me is that anybody can now invest, and I feel like actually some of these apps like Robinhood, they go out of their way to try and make it seem like it's a fun game. Like I've seen people where you place a trade and like it gives you like these stickers or these pop-ups like of confetti, and it's like, wait a second, what's going on here with the whole game? Like, people are sort of, they're going after the wrong thing. So I don't think shorting like would be bad, but I think it's very dangerous that everybody has access to being able to do things like that.
So according to Reddit, on the topic of Tesla, you have trouble admitting when you make a mistake. Is that true?
No, that's generally not true. Actually, I think that
Reddit is not 100% accurate and truthful in its representation of a character. That's fascinating.
no, I think the thing that I've learned is I'm obviously very good at chess, but that doesn't automatically mean that I'm a genius and everything else. And I feel like that's another thing actually I really, really admire about Magnus is that he is the world champion, he's the best player, but he does not automatically believe that translates to every area of life. I feel like with some other world champions, they think that they're great no matter what they do, and that's not like intentionally trying to be like rude. But I do feel like there's certain people who feel like that, like anything they say is right, and they are the authority. When in reality, like, we are the authorities when it comes to chess. Like, we know chess the best, we are the experts. But that doesn't automatically mean we're geniuses and everything.
That said, I think you said somewhere on the C-Squared podcast that, I forget if it's chess or streaming, that taught you to generalize to various, like, you feel like you're able to do other things now. Was that streaming?
I don't know if that's specifically streaming, but I think streaming has taught me a lot about sort of life, also how to run a business. Honestly, like I have read a lot of business books, and one of the things with streaming is that when you start out, it's like very small. It's just you, maybe a couple of people who help you along the way, but as it becomes bigger and bigger, if there's a boom, you suddenly start having higher employees. You're basically running this business, and like for me, I've learned a lot about it because there was this book that I read some years back. I think it was by Mary Buffett. It was on Warren Buffett, and how like he tries to be hands off. Like when he buys his companies, his hands on management stays the same. You don't do anything. And I try to do things kind of the same way, where like I try to be hands off. There are a couple of people around me. I leave a lot of the general day-to-day decisions up to them, and then like things that are really important, obviously I'm involved in. But I try to do things like that. So streaming is you learn a lot along the way, and I think now having done that, there probably are several other potential careers that I could have if I really wanted to.
Almost about that generalize in terms of what it takes to build a business from the ground up. From the process of becoming a successful streamer, you have learned what it takes to start from the ground up with a single person and to build a business that's multiple people and successful. What do you attribute your success as a streamer to?
I mean, many things. I think being a very strong chess player and having had a following was incredibly important at the start. I think anybody, whether it's chess or whatever field, if you have that following to begin with from your career or whatever activity or video game you do, that's already a big step up if you have that to begin with. So that definitely played a big role. I think more than that, though, for me, it's about the fan. It's about hearing from people how they built. I mean, there are trolls, obviously, but the positive messages you hear when you hear about people who are struggling in life, whether it's, say, I've heard people talk about having cancer. You hear about someone going through a divorce, or they're just trying to make it through day to day. When you hear about things like that, I think it really puts it all in perspective about what it all means at the end of the day. And so for me, it really is the fans that they give me that motivation. They are the reason I do it. And when I meet some of these fans personally, like I have at a couple of events, like just talking to them, hearing their story, just knowing that I can bring them some joy is again, at the end of the day, why are you doing it? That's what it's about. Like, bring people joy. You know, if someone working like in a factory all day, someone in the middle of the country, if I bring them joy through my chess, that means a lot. You know, if it's a kid, for example, if I can inspire them to take up chess in a more serious way, or even honestly, if they just learn from chess certain skills like critical thinking, and that leads to them becoming like great scientists or something down the road, that is what I'm ultimately hoping. That's what I hope will come out of it.
I mean, what gave you the strength to have to turn on? I mean, I don't know how much you stream, but it's a lot. And day after day after day to be able to put that content out there. Is there some comment on the challenge of that and maybe the low points, how you're able to overcome that?
I actually don't feel the lows, and I think that the main reason I don't feel the lows is because at the end of the day, I've been very fortunate, even as a chess player, very, very fortunate to travel the world, meet people. I've lived a great life. So for me to see myself as a streamer doing so well and bringing joy to people, I don't feel like I'm in a position, maybe this is wrong to say this because mental health is very important, but for myself, I feel like I'm very lucky. I don't really have any right to complain. So I don't really feel those lows the same. There are times when there's certain things like Reddit or otherwise will get on my nerves a little bit, but I'm able to realize that I'm so fortunate. So I don't generally struggle with the lows that much.
Speaking of Reddit and trolls, Reddit asked me to ask you to tell me the story of Chess Bay, the Reddit moderator who pitted you against Eric Hansen, also known as Chess Bro. I'm just saying things. I don't know much about Eric Hansen. I guess Eric is another grandmaster. You guys had some drama and tension between each other. So we'll also ask you to tell me what you like best about Eric Hansen as a human being.
Here's what I was saying. The whole streamers and the whole boom of chess, there are certain people, certain entities that are very, very important to what happened. There are a lot of people in the right place at the right time. Myself, Lopez, Chess Bras, Levy as well. We're all kind of in the right place at the right time. But just having the personalities alone is not enough. You need people who push things. And there are a lot of things that have been said about Chess Bay, about what she did. At the end of the day, the way that I view it is pretty straightforward. You don't have to agree with what she did, the manner in which she did things, but it pushed the game, it pushed the directory and chess on Twitch forward in a way that would not have been possible with anybody else at the time. Chess.com, for example, they were not directly pushing it, so you needed someone who was pushing it. And so to me, when I look at the whole boom action of what happened on Twitch, in many ways, I think she was just as responsible as I was, Levy was, Lopez was, the Ross were. All of us were extremely fortunate because we didn't have someone pushing it forward, and Chess.com was not really that involved at the time. It never would have gotten where it was. So you can sort of look at it and say, okay, you don't agree with what happened, but you needed someone like that who's going to push really hard to get chess to where it is today.
Can you comment on what happened for people who have no clue what you were talking about, or is that not useful?
I don't think it's specifically useful to get into it. I think there are a lot of layers. People felt there were things like abuse of power, things of that nature. There were a lot of things that were said. I don't want to be super negative about what happened specifically, but one thing people will know is that prior to what did happen in April 2021 now, there were a lot more collaboration. The chess world was much more together as a whole. A lot of streamers did things together. After what happened in April, there was a big sort of separation. A lot of streamers went off in their own directions because of what happened. So that is, that's not the whole story. There's a lot more to it, of course, but I think it's fair to say.
If I can just comment on the few times I've tuned into the streaming world, I do hate to see the silos that were created. One of the reasons I've been a fan and now a good friend of Joe Rogan, you call it collaborations, because basically everybody's supporting each other, gets excited for each other, promotes each other, and there's not that competitive feeling. With streamers, sometimes I've just noticed that there's a natural siloing effect. I don't know why that is exactly. Maybe because drama is somehow good for views and clicks and that kind of stuff. I don't know what that is, but I hate to see it because I love seeing kind of friendship and collaboration.
I think this also goes, like, again, try not to be super negative, but this also goes to the trust world as a whole. Like, one of the things I've been in this trust world for a very long time, I'm not talking about online, but just like the trust world itself. And I've been very fortunate because I've seen a couple booms and busts. So, like, in the late, it actually wasn't late 90s, it was in the mid 90s. There was a period of time when Intel and IBM and all these tech companies were very big on trust. There's this PCA Grand Prix World Championship held in New York. There also were, I think there was like the Deep Blue stuff later on in the late 90s with Gary Kasparov. And you had a lot of interest. And then it sort of went up in flames for a couple different reasons. Also in the late 2000s, or maybe mid 2000s, there was a group in Seattle that was very big on chess. They hosted the US Championship, all these different things. There have been a lot of booms and busts. Of course, we go way back to the Fisher boom as well. But inevitably, what leads to these busts? And the thing that leads to it is, at the end of the day, people in the trust world have this natural tendency to want to not work together. You want to hang on to whatever piece of the trust world you have, as opposed to thinking about it from the standpoint of what's good for one is good for all. And so it's one of those things that now that I'm in the situation, I've seen these booms and busts. I remember when I was younger, I would very often think, like, why is the trust there? Why do we struggle so much to grow the game? And I think, we see the reasons. So now when I'm in this position, it's also very tough because, like, I know what's happening. You try to learn from the past, but it still feels very hard to break out from that. It feels very tough. And it's also difficult because another thing that people kind of misunderstand is, from time to time, I'll talk about myself. I'll actually talk about Rabbi and incomes or how well we're doing. And the main reason I talk about this is that I want to inspire, like, FIDE, the governing bodies, and others, like, wow, these people are having such success. Like, we surely we can do something different. We can change things. And somehow it has not happened, which is, in a way, very, very disheartening to me, because I want to see more interest in chess. You want to see more sponsors, more of the general public getting excited by the game. So it is one of those things that's very, very difficult.
Yeah, so you want to see innovation on the parts of everybody, but also the organizations like FIDE and chess.com to how to inspire a lot more people, which is what streamers are doing. They're constantly innovating, I guess, of how to reach a very large audience. But before we forget, just to put a little love
you want me to ask about Eric?
Yeah. A little love out there. What do you like best about Eric Hansen?
I think it's mainly he's very charismatic. He's very charismatic. He knows the brand that he has, and he doesn't pretend to fake it. Like, he knows what his brand is, and he owns it.
So he's just for people who don't know, and I don't know, he's a grandmaster.
He's a grandmaster.
He's a strong grandmaster, but he's also like a creator.
Yeah, one of the earliest major chess content creators on Twitch.
Like education stuff too.
A mix of educational, mix of high level entertainment.
Okay, awesome. What historical chess figure do you think would have the best ratings?
Historical chess figure, I would say probably Mikhail Tal. He was a former world champion. He lived a very exciting life. Let's put it at that. He was somebody who drank. He's from Latvia. He's called the magician from Riga. So he drank a lot. He smoked a lot of other stuff as well.
With sex, drugs, and rock and roll.
Kind of, yeah. He was, I think, if you look at, like, actually not even just top grandmasters, but, like, or not even world champions, but top grandmasters, he probably had the most interesting life by far. And even like, as an example of how much he loved chess now, what a character he was. I think when he was dying in I think it was 1989 or maybe it was 91. When he was dying, he actually left the hospital to go play a Blitz tournament in Moscow, and he actually beat Gary Kasparov in that Blitz tournament. One of the games.
At what age?
Probably like late 50s, mid 50s. Oh wow! I mean, he drank too much, so he kind of young. But yeah, like he left the hospital in Moscow and went to play Blitz tournament. He beat Kasparov.
Well, first of all, to push back, I think we all died too young, and some of the most impactful people, like Churchill, did quite a bit of drinking and smoking and all that kind of stuff. So you can still do brilliant things, even if you partake in the old whiskey and drugs and rock and roll and wood. Okay.
Just about streaming, though, there's this quote that I love, which is the Steve Jobs quote, which because you can never connect the dots looking forward. You can only connect them looking backwards. And when I look at how I got into streaming, there are all these things that happened along the way that were so beneficial. So first thing would be that when I was young, I did a lot of glitch chess on the Internet Chess Club. It was one of the predecessors to chess.com. And there was no cameras or audio or these things, but one thing that people did was you could commit to write comments about your games and things of this nature. And so I was actually doing something very similar, where instead of talking, I was writing and chatting during some of the games that I was playing.
Mm-hmm.
So that was something that I was doing that was very, very beneficial. Without that, I don't think that I would have been able to have the success that I've had streaming. I think it would have taken much longer to get used to it and feel comfortable with it, but I already had that built-in advantage. Additionally, when I was younger, up until I think I was 10 or 11, I remember back then, I did not actually have a TV. Well, I had a TV, but I didn't have cable, so I did not watch TV growing up. So I listened to the radio. I listened to a lot of baseball games, Yankees specifically. And so I think by listening to those games, like I've heard a lot of announcers, and I think that's also, it's one of those things where you learn from what you see, kind of when you're growing up. Their examples, and so I think that was very, very beneficial. And then a third thing, in terms of like having some players, when I was growing up, I was homeschooled, probably about 14, 15. There was this great courses. I think they still do some of these great courses. And there was this, I don't remember who the guy was, but he was a professor. And so I watched some of these DVDs of his lectures, and he would always dress up as someone who was like middle ages. So he would dress up and he was sort of like an orator, and he would explain what happened in 13, 1400s in this sort of style. And that's also something that obviously it's not something that I can consciously internalize, but I think it's something as well that having watched those courses and seeing that style of oration really helped me a lot as a streamer too.
Yeah, all those little experiences contribute to life. That's definitely something I think about, because I took a pretty non-linear path through life, and I think they somehow get integrated into the picture. But I do connect to your idea that you being good at chess was an important part of your success with streaming. I think that's really good advice for people to be good, like in order to be a creator or a podcast or create videos, all that kind of stuff, or stream. I feel like it enriches you if you pursue with your whole heart something else outside that. Like, you don't have to be obviously at your level of chess, but just you have to be developed in a passionate pursuit of something else.
You get to know what that passion is.
Yeah.
What it is.
I think if you're only doing streaming, there's something. First of all, I feel like that's going to empty you over time. As soon as I see some of the lows that people hit, if they don't have this other passion pursuit outside of streaming, but also it'll just make you a better creator, which is interesting. I think again with podcasting, this applies. Like with Rogan, I think it's just the reason this podcast is very good is because all of his passion is put into being a comedian and being a fight commentator. Like, the podcast is a side hobby.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way I feel about it too. It's your main passion is outside of it. I don't know what that is. I think it puts everything in its proper context, and also it allows you to mentally escape into that place that you find deeply fulfilling. You mentioned like offline, you told me that you're interested. You found it interesting that I said that I'm renting this particular place, and I always rent because of the sense of freedom it gives.
I mean, I tend to actually try to be a minimalist for the most part when it comes to things like clothes or like owning like cars, for example, or watches. Like, I don't own a lot of these material things. They don't really interest me. But at the end of the day, the one thing is, and this might actually play a role in a lot of like the hiccups why I didn't get to maybe be closer to world champion, is that one of the things from the time that I was very young is like I didn't grow up from like a wealthy background. Like, I had a single mother for the first 6 years of my life. She worked as an elementary teacher to support my brother and myself. So, like, I saw a lot of these sort of lows in life early on. Now, even once you're married, like, all the money that my stepfather made was not all of it, but a lot of it was directed towards like my mom and I like traveling to tournaments internationally or even in the U.S. So seeing some of these struggles, like once I actually made it as a chess player, and this goes back to investing as well, is that it's kind of like you want to be secure at a certain point. So I've always looked at that, like what is, how do you get to that point at the end of the day? And again, like I said, with my experiences, seeing like actually even now my stepfather, he's 72 years old, still teaches chess all the time, probably works harder than I do. And so I see things like that. That really interested me. Like, how do you get from point A to point B? And that's a large part what led to it. That being said, obviously, when you start owning things like properties or houses or condos and whatnot, there are headaches that come along with getting some of these bills in the mail. You see HOA about a tenant not parking their car illegally, $50 that you have to pay in fees. These sorts of things. It is kind of a routine. But I try to reduce the number of things that can really bother me in life, and that's really the only thing that I but it's one of those things, the only thing that kind of ties me down in a way. I still feel pretty free, though, despite.
But you mentioned security, so that means like security, stability.
Yeah.
So that's the thing you chase, you value.
When it comes to chess, as I said, if you're a pro player, you can do very well, make a couple $100,000 a year. Of course, I'm talking pre-tax. But if you do poorly in 1 year, that income dries up, and there is a chance you'll never get back there. So I feel like for much of my career, that was always my and maybe that held me back to some degree. I don't know the sort of thoughts about things like that, as opposed to purely being focused only on chess, like worrying about the results, worrying about the prizes, things like this. It might have held me back, but I was always something. It was on my mind.
For me, I really worked hard to make sure that I'm philosophically, intellectually, spiritually, in every way, I'm okay with having nothing. As close to nothing as you can get. And the reason I want that is so that I have the freedom to not crave stability. Or rather, have stability because my bar for stability is so low. And that gives me the freedom to take big risks. And I thought that for me, I felt like the way I could really help the world is by optimizing, the positive I could do. And for that, you have to take big risks. And big risks really does mean potentially losing everything.
So you're saying like startups?
Yeah, startups need every aspect, meaning pivoting, career path completely when everybody else is telling you not.
And actually, it's interesting because like when I think about streaming, it's not like a startup. Like I'm not like investing money where I can lose everything if it's not successful. But it was also a big risk for me doing that because at the time I was professional player doing very well. When I kind of started in October 2018, I was still top 10 in the world, doing very well. 2019 was actually a very bad year for me. I started playing much worse. And towards the end of 2019, I intended to take a 6-month break. The last time I played was November 2019 in India, and then I was going to take a break until the U.S. Championship in April of 2020. So I did, in a sense, actually take a risk because I was potentially risking my career by spending this extra time that I had streaming. So it's not like it's not the risk where like financially I could lose everything, but it actually was a big risk. Now that I think about it in a sense, because if I lose my career as a player, there's no guarantee that streaming is going to be anything substantial.
You didn't think it was a risk at the time?
I think at the time I don't know. I thought it was just something fun to spend my time on. I didn't somehow. I don't know. I figured that after a 6-month break, I would come back and play better chess. But like as far as streaming, I never thought of it as something to be a career or something viable. I just thought it's something fun to do. Maybe it gives fans some access to me abroad, so more people hear about me. And that was about it, really. I did not ever expect to be what I did.
You said growing up as a loner and just giving your whole life to chess at a certain point. Has there been through that low points, maybe times when you felt lonely, isolated, maybe even depressed?
Oh, absolutely. Chess is very difficult. You're on your own. Like you can have friends, people you compete against for friends, but at the end of the day, it's a very singular pursuit. It's just you, and your results dictate everything. So there have been many moments throughout my life when like I've struggled. I think probably the biggest Biggest time when that happened would have been about 2005 and 2006, where I stopped playing chess and I went to college. And it was mainly because I had gotten to a level where I was top 100 in the world, but I stagnated for that year, about 2005, 2006. And so I decided to go to college primarily because I had stagnated. I didn't feel like I was going anywhere. And then also, kind of being on your own, just having a few friends here or there in the chess world, you wonder what it's like. And especially because I was homeschooled as well, like that further added to kind of wanting to be around other people. It really played a very big role in my decision to go to college. But at the end of the day, as I realized, college kind of was a big disappointment because the strongest or the biggest strength of playing chess is that you mingle with people from all different backgrounds, all different ages. And when I went to college, the whole notion of basically people who are juniors and seniors being more important or more equal than others to do the animal farm line, like when you're in that situation, it didn't really jive with my childhood and growing up in the world of chess. And that is one of the biggest reasons that I actually came back to chess, because it's like this world of where certain people are more important, like and things are different. Like I just did not really relate to that. Now that was one of the biggest reasons. It really was. That wasn't the only reason. The other reason, though, was that towards the end of my first semester, I played a tournament after not studying. Actually, when I was in college, when I wasn't actually studying for class, I was mainly on poker, just playing poker all night long. So, like, towards the end of that semester, I actually went to play a tournament in Philadelphia because I was going to college nearby. And with very little preparation, I won the tournament against other strong grandmasters. And that kind of made me think, well, okay, if I'm ever going to take a chance, it has to be now. If I stay in college for 4 years, probably get probably get a major in political science, do something in the political arena. And then I felt like I'm going to probably look back like 5-10 years from now, wonder what if I had played chess? How far could I have gone? And if I had taken those 4 years, there would have been no opportunity to reach my full potential or even see how far I go. So therefore, that was also a big reason.
So another what if question. If you didn't play chess, you mentioned political, what other possible
that depends.
Successful trajectory might you had?
That depends on what point, really. If when you ask that question, I think if we're talking about the time of college, probably I would have done something with political science, maybe lobbies or something terrible like that. Honestly, if I was a little bit younger, I loved ancient history, archaeology, and also languages as well. So probably something along those lines. And if we talk like more recently, something in finance. I don't know what exactly, but something in finance.
What do you think? Like, we're talking again 30 years. What do you think you're doing?
30 years. I honestly want to believe that I'm just sitting in like a beach house in Malibu, just relaxing.
Yeah, right. So like you and I are on a yacht for some reason. Why are we on a yacht? You paid for it. It's your yacht.
I don't ever want a yacht.
No. Okay. All right. Fine.
But I mean, that's like the amount of money you waste on the docking fees, the gas. Like, no way.
I guess I was trying to construct an example. You're being super rich for some reason. It doesn't have to be.
Actually, no, I don't think that. That's actually does not appeal to me at all. I think another great thing about chess is that within the chess world, I'm very prominent and famous, but I can go out to the supermarket and nobody recognizes me. And so I am famous, but I'm not famous. So I don't actually want to be like, I don't want to be in a situation where everyone recognizes me or I'm super famous. That's not, that to me sounds like a very miserable life. I do not want to chasing down the street.
You're famous in a community you love, and that, so whenever you plug into that community, it's always like there's a deep connection there. You can always escape when you need to break. What advice would you give to young people about career, about life? Maybe they're in high school, maybe they're in college, maybe they want to achieve the heights that you have achieved in chess. They want to do that for something big.
Yeah, so I think the main thing is follow your heart, follow your passion. One thing we didn't touch on this, like both my parents. My mom was a musician. She was very good. I think she was like maybe all-state in California when she was growing up on the violin. But she still was nowhere near good enough to get into Juilliard or top music schools and pursue that as a career. There are a lot of starving musicians who never are able to quite make it. So, like when I see my mom and what happened with her, her passion, the fact she wasn't able to make it. Or then my stepfather, who we have talked about. My stepfather actually, he's of Sri Lankan descent. He comes from a family of lawyers. His father was a lawyer, his uncle was a lawyer for the National Court of Justice. So it's a family of lawyers. And my stepfather, he went to England to study law. He went to Southampton, it was the University of Southampton. And at some point, he was going and playing these tournaments on the weekend, and playing at the school club, all these things. And his parents actually, they took away his chess. They took away his chess books. They took everything away and told him he was going to. He could not play chess. So when I look at my upbringing, I feel very lucky that my parents didn't have these experiences. They were so supportive of everything I did. And I think that at the end of the day, you have to pursue your passion. To whatever end that might be, you might pursue it, you might fail, but I do think you have to pursue it. It's better to have tried and failed than have not tried at all. So I really do believe that's the most important thing, is that you do that. And where it takes you, who knows? But the experiences, I feel, are much more important than like the what ifs and possibly missing out on.
So even if it's everybody around you and your own judgment says that this is not going to be financially viable long term, still pursue.
I mean, at some point you have to make those tough decisions, but absolutely, I feel like too many people follow the standard route. It's like you're supposed to go to college, get that degree, be $200,000 in debt, these sorts of things. But then at the end of the day, are you really living? Are you pursuing what you want to pursue? It's just because that's what you're supposed to do. That's what society tells us that the route you're supposed to go. So I think you just have to pursue it. Of course, at a certain point, if you're not making it, you have to make hard decisions. But I think that in life, the only thing really, time and sort of experiences. Those are the only things that you really can't put a price on.
Yeah, and and really pursue it. Even like streaming, I'll see people like on YouTube and that kind of stuff. It's a world in many ways foreign to me. It's like there's levels to this game, and that like there's a way to really pursue it, and there's a way to half-ass it. And I guess the point is not to half-ass it. Like, don't just keep it a hobby. Make it a full time. If that's your passion, then you go all out. So sometimes people can think that like these things they love, it's just a hobby, like music or something like that. But there's a way to do it seriously, to go all out.
Yeah. Well, that's probably my general advice, is like whatever it is, you pursue it. Because even with chess, when I dropped out of college, there was no guarantee that I would make it as a professional player. There was no guarantee. But like I took that chance, and very, very fortunately for me, it worked out.
Would you rather fight a horse-sized duck or 100 duck-sized horses?
Probably a horse-sized duck. Just one enemy is better than having to keep an eye on 100.
Is the stress or what? The anxiety? You don't. Why don't you like fun? I mean, they're tiny.
I don't know.
Duck-sized horses.
Well, I don't know if they're going to attack or not. But I feel like having one enemy seem like a clear objective, I prefer that.
If you could be someone else for a day, alive or dead, who would you be?
Who would I want to be for a day? If I had to pick someone, actually, I would probably pick Elon. How many years ago was it now? When the rocket was blowing up, I'd be very interested to see those processes of how they went through that and they got out on the other side. Because I feel like most of the time when you hear about the startups, like okay, you look at Amazon, you have the big investment to start. It doesn't feel like they're super close for like the Amazon of the world. Maybe not when the 3 rockets blew up, but maybe when that was the 4th or 5th one actually succeeded. But somewhere in that time.
Yeah, that is probably one of the lowest that publicly I've ever seen. Yeah,
Those are the moments that make us.
If everyone on Earth disappeared through a horrible atrocity, and it was just you left, what would your days look like? What would you do? Just dead bodies everywhere,
right? Like,
there's many movies like this.
Honestly, if I could, I would probably just. But you're saying there's like no life, like no plants, none of this stuff.
No, there's life.
There's life, just not.
Not kidding. Like there's like goats and stuff.
What was it? I remember reading it's slightly different. There was this sci-fi book I read many years ago. I think it was Rendezvous with Mama. where I think there are people that are just going all over the land like in this cylinder. And so I think for me, I've just explore. I've just like walk, bicycle, maybe plant some trees, things of this nature.
I wonder how that would change your experience of nature, knowing that it truly is. Because like that's one of the magical things with nature's. It's humbling that it's just you out there, or like
That's why I love. That's why I love going like hiking. So obviously you get the exercise, but honestly, it's a reminder of how small we really are.
and here you would realize like you. I mean, it's the extra humbling effect of like you really are alone out here.
Yeah, I don't know. I probably spend a lot of time just thinking about everything too.
Do you hate losing in chess, or do you love winning?
I hate losing or do I love winning? I think I love winning. I mean, maybe because I'm doing so many different things, like losing doesn't have the same effect on me that it once did. So I think like now I definitely love winning more. But I think when I was younger, I hated losing much more than I like.
What comforts you on bad days?
I think similar to what gives me motivation for streaming is the fact that at the end of the day, no matter how bad things appear or seem, I mean, we've never been at a better time in human history. People have things much better off now than any other time. So I find it hard to really have pity, or not pity, but like feel really bad. I just use those sorts of things as like the way to get over is just knowing how lucky I am.
What's the role of love in the human condition? Let me ask you, Fakar, about love.
Love is I mean, I think it can be the greatest thing in the world. I think when when things fall apart, like I've been through this quite a few times actually. Some really real highs, some really real lows as well. I think love is it can inspire you to do things you never thought were possible. And without it, though, I think life is very empty. I think it's probably the most important thing to have in life, one way or another.
Which is extra sad if you're the last person left on Earth.
Right, exactly. Yeah. I mean, I think again, also in terms of chess, I think that it can be, as far as chess goes, like or any competition, it can be the greatest thing in the world. It can also be the worst thing in the world when you're in love. A lot of chess players, for many, it does not help them. It actually makes them play much worse chess because you don't have that energy or that drive in the same kind of way. So it's very mixed for chess. As far as me personally, though, I think I would say what I've said before. It's better to have loved and lost than never have loved at all. I definitely have been through that.
I thought you don't care. Turns out you care sometimes, a little bit, tiny bit, very, very, very tiny bit. You're an amazing person. I'm a huge fan. It's really an honor that you talked with me today. I can't wait to see what you do next.
Thank you. It's good being here.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Fakar and Nakamura. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with the words of David Rothschild. It is my style to take my opponent and myself onto unknown grounds. A game of chess is not an examination of knowledge. It is a battle of nerves. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
I think that animals are a really great thought experiment when we're thinking about AI and robotics because, again, this comparing them to humans that leads us down the wrong path, both because it's not accurate, but also I think for the future, we don't want that. We want something that's a supplement. But I think animals, because we've used them throughout history for so many different things, we domesticated them not because they do what we do, but because what they do is different and that's useful. And it just like whether we're talking about companionship, whether we're talking about work integration, whether we're talking about responsibility for harm, there's just so many things we can draw on in that history from these entities that can sense things, make autonomous decisions, and learn that are applicable to how we should be thinking about robots and AI.
The following is a conversation with Kate Darwin, second time on the podcast. She's a research scientist at MIT Media Lab interested in human-robot interaction and robot ethics, which she writes about in a recent book called The New Breed: What Our History with Animals Reveals About Our Future with Robots. Kate is one of my favorite people at MIT. She was a courageous voice of reason and compassion at the time with the Jeffrey Epstein scandal at MIT 3 years ago. We reflect on this time in this very conversation, including the lessons it revealed about human nature and our optimistic vision of the future of MIT, the university we both love and believe in. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, your friends, here's Kate Darling. Last time we talked, a few years back, you wore Justin Bieber shirt podcast. And now looking back, you're a respected researcher, all the amazing accomplishments in robotics. You're an author. Was this one of the proudest moments in your life? Proudest decisions you've ever made?
Definitely. You handled it really well, though. It was cool because I walked in, I didn't know you were going to be filming. I walked in and you're in a fucking suit.
Yeah.
And I'm like, why are you all dressed up? And then you were so nice about it. You like made some excuses. You're like, oh, well, I'm interviewing some. Didn't you say you were interviewing some military general afterwards to like
That was
make me feel better?
CCO Lockheed Martin.
You didn't tell me, oh, I was dressed like this.
Are you an actual Bieber fan, or was that like one of those T-shirts that's in the back of the closet?
I think I bought it for my husband as a joke. And yeah, we got renovating a house at the time, and I wanted.
Yeah, this joke, and now you wear. Okay. Have you worn it since? Just the one time?
Like, how could I touch it again? It was on your podcast.
That's
That frame.
It's like a wedding dress or something like that. You can don't know who you are. You are the author of The New Breed: What Our History with Animals Reveals About Our Future with Robots. You open the book with the surprisingly tricky question: what is a robot? So let me ask you, let's try to sneak up to this question. What's a robot?
It's not really thinking.
It's just asking it.
Yeah.
All right, well,
What do you think a robot?
what I think a robot is something that has some level of intelligence and some level of magic. That little shine in the eye, that allows you to navigate the uncertainty of life. So that means like autonomous vehicles in that sense are robots because they navigate the uncertainty, the complexity of life. Obviously, social robots are that.
I love that. I like that you mentioned magic because that also. Well, so first of all, I don't define robot definitively in the book because
Yes.
there is no
There's no
definition
definition.
that everyone agrees on. And if you look back through time, people have called things robots until they lose the magic because they're more ubiquitous. Like a vending machine used to be called a robot, and now it's not, right? So I do agree with you that there's this magic aspect that which is how people understand robot. If you ask a roboticist, they have the definition of something that is, well, it has to be physical. Usually it's not an AI agent. It has to be embodied. They'll say it has to be able to sense its environment in some way. It has to be able to make a decision autonomously and then act on its environment again. I think that's a pretty good technical definition, even though it really breaks down when you come to things like the smartphone, because the smartphone can do all of those things. And most roboticists would not call it a robot. So there's really no one good definition. But part of why I wrote the book is because people have the definition of robot in their minds that is usually very focused on a comparison of robots to humans. So if you Google image search robot, you get a bunch of humanoid robots with a torso and head and 2 arms and 2 legs. And that's the definition of robot that I'm trying to get us away from, because I think that
What is the human approach?
well, because this constant comparison of robots to people, artificial intelligence to human intelligence, first of all, it doesn't make sense from a technical perspective because, the early AI researchers, some of them were trying to recreate human intelligence. Some people still are, and there's a lot to be learned from that academically, etc. But that's not where we've ended up. AI doesn't think like people. We wind up in this fallacy where we're comparing these two, and when we talk about what intelligence even is, we're often comparing to our own intelligence. And then the second reason this bothers me is because it doesn't make sense. I just think it's boring to recreate intelligence that we already have. I see the scientific value of understanding our own intelligence, but from a practical, what can we use these technologies for perspective, it's much more interesting to create something new, to create a skill set that we don't have that we can partner with and what we're trying to achieve.
And it should be in some deep ways similar to us, but in most ways deep. Because you still want to have a connection, which is why the similarity might be necessary.
That's what people argue, yeah. And I think that's true. So the two arguments for humanoid robots are people need to be able to communicate and relate to robots, and we relate most to things that are like ourselves. And we have a world that's built for humans. So we have stairs and narrow passageways and door handles. And so we need humanoid robots to be able to navigate that. And so you're speaking to the first one, which is absolutely true. But what we know from social robotics and a lot of human robot interaction research is that all you need is something that's enough like a person for it to give off cues that someone relates to, but that doesn't have to look human or even act human. You can take a robot like R2D2 and it just beeps and boots, and people love R2D2, right? Even though it's just like a trash can on wheels. And they like R2D2 more than C3PO, who's a humanoid. So there's lots of ways to make robots even better than humans in some ways and make us relate more to them.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing the variety of cues that could be used to anthropomorphize the thing, a glowing orb, something like that.
Yeah.
Just a voice, just subtle basic interaction. I think people sometimes over-engineer these things. Like simplicity can go a really long way.
Totally. I mean, ask any animator.
Yeah, those are actually the people behind the Cosmic, the robot. The right people to design those as animators, like Disney type of people.
Yeah.
Versus like roboticists. Roboticists, quote unquote, are mostly clueless.
Well, no, they just have their own discipline that they're very good at, and they don't have.
Yeah, but don't I feel like robotics of the early 21st century is not going to be the robotics of the later 21st century. Like if you call yourself a roboticist, it'd be something very different. Because I think more and more you'd be like a control engineer or something. Controls engineer, you separate, because ultimately you have to solve all the big problems of robotics will be in the social aspect, in the interacting with humans aspect, in the perception, interpreting the world aspect, in the brain part, not the basic control part.
We call it basic.
Very, very complicated.
And that's why, but I think you're so right, and what a time to be alive. Because for me, we've had robots for so long, and they've just been behind the scenes, and now finally robots are being deployed into the world.
They're coming out of the closet.
Yeah, and we're seeing all these mistakes that companies are making because they focus so much on the engineering and getting that right, and getting the robot to even be able to function in a space that it shares with a human.
See, what I feel like people don't understand is to solve the perception and control problem. You shouldn't try to just solve the perception and control problem. You should teach the robot how to say, "Oh shit, I'm sorry."
Yeah, or ask for help.
Or ask for help, or be able to communicate the uncertainty. Yeah, exactly. All of those things, because you can't solve perception and control. We humans have solved it. We were really damn good at it. But the magic is in the self-deprecating humor and self-awareness about what flaws are.
Yeah, and there's a whole body of research in human-robot interaction showing like ways to do this. But a lot of these companies they don't do HRI. They like have you seen the grocery store robot in the Stop and Shop?
Yes.
Yeah, the Marty. It looks like a giant penis. It's like 6 feet tall. It roams the aisle.
I will never see the same way again. Thank you.
You're welcome. But like these poor people worked so hard on getting a functional robot together, and then people hate Marty because they didn't at all consider how people would react to Marty in their space.
Does everybody? I mean, you talk about this. Do people mostly hate Marty? Because I like Marty. I feel like less.
Clippy.
Yeah.
And actually, like
there's a parallel between the two.
I believe there is. So we were actually going to do a study on this right before the pandemic hit, and then we canceled it because we didn't want to go to the grocery store, and neither did anyone else. But our theory, so this was with a student at MIT, Daniela Paola. She noticed that everyone on Facebook in her circles was complaining about Marty. They're like, what is this creepy robot? It's watching me, it's always in the way. And she did this like quick and dirty sentiment analysis on Twitter where she was looking at positive and negative mentions of the robot, and she found that the biggest spike of negative mentions happened when Stop and Shop threw a birthday party for the Marty robot, like with free cake and balloons. Like, who complains about free cake? Well, people who hate Marty. So we were like, that's interesting. And then we did this like online poll. We used Mechanical Turk, and we tried to get at what people don't like about Marty, and a lot of it wasn't, oh, Marty's taking jobs. It was Marty is the surveillance robot, which is not. It looks for spills on the floor. It doesn't actually look at any people. It's watching, it's creepy, it's getting in the way. Those were the things that people complained about, and so our hypothesis became, is Marty a real life Clippy? Because I know Lexi loves Clippy, but many people hated Clippy.
Well, there's a complex thing there. It could be like marriage. A lot of people seem to like to complain about marriage, but they secretly love it. So it could be the relationship you might have with Marty is like, oh, there he goes again, doing his stupid surveillance thing. But you grow to love the. Bitching about the thing. It kind of releases a kind of tension, and some people, a lot of people show love by sort of busting each other's chops, like making fun of each other. And then I think people would really love it if Marty talked back. and like there's so many possible options for humor there. One, you could lean in. You could be like, yes, I'm an agent of the CIA, monitoring your every move, like mocking people that are concerned about something. Yes, I'm watching you because you're so important with your shopping patterns and collecting all this data, or just any kind of making fun of people. I don't know.
But I think you hit on what exactly it is, because when it comes to robots or artificial agents, I think people hate them more than they would some other machine or device or object. And it might be that thing. It might be combined with love or like whatever it is. It's a more extreme response because they view these things as social agents and not objects. And that was so Clifford Nass was a big human-computer interaction person, and his theory about Clippy was that because people viewed Clippy as a social agent, when Clippy was annoying and would like bother them and interrupt them and like not remember what they told him, that's what people got upset because it wasn't fulfilling their social expectations. And so they complained about Clippy more than they would have if it had been not a virtual character.
So is complaining to you a sign that we're on the wrong path with a particular robot, or is it possible, like marriage, like family, that there still is a path towards that direction? We can find a deep, meaningful relationship.
I think we absolutely can find deep, meaningful relationship with robots. And well, maybe with Marty. I mean, I would have designed Marty a little differently.
Isn't there a charm to the clumsiness, the slowness?
There is if you're not trying to get through with the shopping cart and screaming child. I think you could make it charming. I think there are lots of design tricks that they could have used. And one of the things they did, I think, without thinking about it at all, is they slapped two big googly eyes on Marty. And I wonder if that contributed maybe to people feeling touched, because because looking at them. And so, like, is there a way to design the robot to do the function that it's doing in a way that people are actually attracted to rather than annoyed by? There are many ways to do that, but companies aren't thinking about it. Now they're realizing that they should have thought about it.
I wonder if there's a way if it would help to make Marty seem like an entity of its own versus the arm of a large corporation. But there's some sense where this is just a camera that's monitoring people versus this is an entity that's a standalone entity that has its own task and it has its own personality. The more personality you give it, the more it feels like it's not sharing data with anybody else. Like when we see other human beings, our basic assumption is whatever I say to this human being, it's not like being immediately sent to the CIA.
Yeah, what I say to you, no one's going to hear that, right?
But you forget it. I mean, you do forget it. I mean, I don't know if even with microphones here, you forget that's happening. But then for some reason, I think probably with Marty, I think when it's done really crudely and crappily, you start to realize, oh, this is like PR people trying to make a friendly version of a surveillance machine. But I mean, that reminds me of the slight clumsiness, significant clumsiness on the initial releases of the avatars for the metaverse. I don't know. What are your actually thoughts about that? The way the avatars, the way like Mark Zuckerberg looks in that world, the metaverse, the virtual reality world where you can have like virtual meetings. Yeah. Like, how do we get that right? You've talked about that because it's a kind of it feels like a similar problem to social robotics, which is how you design a digital virtual world that is compelling when you connect to others there in the same way that physical connection is.
Right. I haven't looked into. I mean, I've seen people joking about it on Twitter and like posting. Whatever.
Yeah, but I mean, have you seen it? Because it's something you can't quite put into words that doesn't feel genuine.
Yeah.
About the way it looks. So the question is, if you and I were to meet virtually, what should the avatars look like for us to have similar kind of connection? Should it be really simplified? Should it be a little bit more realistic? Should it be cartoonish? Should it be more better capturing of expressions in interesting, complex ways versus like cartoonish, more simplified ways?
And haven't video games figured this out? I'm not a gamer, so I don't have any examples, but I feel like there's this whole world in video games where they've thought about all of this, and depending on the game, they have different avatars, and a lot of the games are about connecting with others. The thing that I don't know is, and again, I haven't looked into this at all. I've been like shockingly not very interested in the metaverse, but they must have poured so much investment into this meta, and like why is it so bad?
Well,
there's got to be a reason. There's got to be some thinking behind it, right?
Well, I talked to Carmack about this. John Carmack, who's a part-time Oculus CTO. I think there's several things to say. One is, as you probably know, there's bureaucracy, there's large corporations, and large corporations have a way of killing the indie kind of artistic flame that's required to create something really compelling. And how they make everything boring, because they run through this whole process through the PR department, for all that kind of stuff, and it somehow becomes generic for that process.
Strip out anything interesting because it could be controversial. Is that or?
Yeah, right, exactly. Like what? I mean, we're living through this now. Like with a lot of people with cancellations, all those kinds of stuff. People are nervous. Nervousness results in like usually the assholes of everything. But the magic of human connection is taking risks, of making a risky joke, of like with people you like. We're not assholes. Good people. Like some of the fun in the metaverse or in video games is being edgier, being interesting, revealing your personality in interesting ways. Uh, in the sexual tension or in they're definitely paranoid about that.
Oh yeah.
Like in metaverse, the possibility of sexual assault and sexual harassment and all that kind of stuff, it's obviously very high, but you should be paranoid to some degree, not too much, because then you remove completely the personality of them, and everybody's just like a vanilla bot. But like you have to have ability to be a little bit political, be a little bit edgy, all that kind of stuff. And large companies tend to suffocate that. So but in general, if you forget all that, the ability to come up with really cool, beautiful ideas. If you look at, I think Grimes tweeted about this, she's very critical about the metaverse, is that, the independent game designers have solved this problem, how to create something beautiful and interesting and compelling. They do a really good job. So you have to let those kinds of minds, the small groups of people, design things and let them run with it, let them run wild and do edgy stuff. Yeah, but otherwise you get this kind of you get a Clippy type of situation, right? Which is like a very generic looking thing. But even Clippy has some like that's kind of wild. You would take a paperclip, put eyes on it.
And suddenly people are like, "Oh, you're annoying, but you're definitely a socialite."
And I just feel like that Clippy thing wouldn't even survive Microsoft or Facebook today, Meta today, because it would be like, what? There would be these meetings about why don't we? It's not sufficiently friendly. Let's make it, And then all of a sudden, the artist that with whom it originated is killed. It was all PR, marketing people, all of that kind of stuff. Now they do important work to some degree, but they kill the creativity.
I think the killing of the creativity is not like okay. So what I know from social robotics is like obviously if you create agents that okay, so take for an example, you create a robot that looks like a humanoid and it's Sophia or whatever. Now suddenly you do have all of these issues where are you enforcing an unrealistic beauty standard? Are you objectifying women? Why is the robot white? So you have, but the thing is, I think that with creativity, you can find a solution that's even better, where you're not even harming anyone, and you're creating a robot that looks like not humanoid, but like something that people relate to even more. And now you don't even have any of these bias issues that you're creating. And so, how do we create that within companies? Because I don't think it's really about like maybe we disagree on that. I don't think that edginess or humor or interesting things need to be things that harm or hurt people or that people are against. There are ways to find things that everyone is fine with. Why aren't we doing that?
The problem is there's departments that look for harm in things.
Yeah.
And so they will find harm in things that have no harm. That's the big problem, because their whole job is to find harm in things. So what you said is completely correct, which is edginess should not hurt. Doesn't need to be a thing that hurts people. Obviously, great humor, great personality doesn't have to like Clippy. But yeah, I mean, but it's tricky to get right. And I'm not exactly sure. I don't know. I don't know why a large corporation with a lot of funding can't get this right.
I do think you're right that there's a lot of aversion to risk. And so if you get lawyers involved or people whose job it is, like you say, to mitigate risk, they're just going to say no to most things. that could even yeah. Yeah, you get the problem in all organizations. So I think that you're right, that is a problem.
I think what's the way to solve that in large organizations is to have Steve Jobs type of characters. Unfortunately, you do need to have, I think, from a designer perspective, maybe like a Johnny Ive, that is almost like a dictator.
Yeah, you want a benevolent dictator.
Yeah, who rolls in and says, like, cuts through the lawyers, the PR, but has a benevolent aspect. Like, yeah, there's a good heart to make sure. I think all great artists and designers create stuff that doesn't hurt people. Like, if you have a good heart, you're going to create something that's going to actually make a lot of people feel good. That's what, like, people like Johnny Ive, what they love doing is creating a thing that brings a lot of love to the world. They imagine like millions of people using the thing, and it instills them with joy. That's that. You could say that about social robotics. You could say that about the metaverse. It shouldn't be done by PR people. It's done by designers.
I agree. PR people are doing everything.
Yeah, all the in the book, you have a picture. I just have a lot of ridiculous questions. You have a picture of two hospital delivery robots with a caption that reads, by the way, see, your book, I appreciate that it keeps humor. You didn't run it by the PR department.
No one edited the book. We could rush through.
The caption reads, two hospital delivery robots whose sexy nurse named Roxy and Lola made me roll my eyes so hard they almost stuck out. What aspect of it made you roll your eyes? Is it the naming?
It was the naming. The form factor is fine. It's like a little box on wheels. The fact that they named them, also great. That'll let people enjoy interacting with them. We know that even just giving a robot a name, people will, it facilitates technology adoption. People will be like, oh, Betsy made a mistake. Let's help her out instead of the stupid robot doesn't work. But why Lola and Roxy? Like,
those are too sexy.
I mean, there's research showing that a lot of robots are named according to gender biases about the function that they're fulfilling. So, robots that are helpful and assistants and are like nurses are usually female gendered. Robots that are powerful, all-wise computers like Watson usually have like a booming male coded voice and name. So, like that's one of those things, right? You're opening a can of worms for no reason. For no reason.
You can avoid this one.
Yeah, just give it a different name. Like, why Roxy? It's because people aren't even thinking. So, to some extent, I don't like PR department, but getting some feedback on your work from a diverse set of participants, listening and taking in things that help you identify your own blind spots, and then you can always make your good leadership choices and good, like you can still ignore things that you don't believe are an issue, but having the openness to take in feedback and making sure that you're getting the right feedback from the right people, I think that's really important.
So don't unnecessarily propagate the biases of society.
Yeah. Why?
But if you're not careful, when you do the research on, like, you might, if you ran a poll with a lot of people of all the possible names these robots have, they might come up with Roxy and Lola as names they it would enjoy most. Like that could come up as the highest.
And then you do marketing research, and then, well, that's what they did with Alexa. They did marketing research, and nobody wanted the male voice. Everyone wanted it to be female.
Well, what do you think? Like what?
I mean,
if I were to say, I think the role of a great designer, again, to go back to Johnny Ive, is to throw out the marketing research.
Yeah.
Like, take it in, do it, learn from it. But, like, if everyone wants Alexa to be a female voice, the role of the designer is to think deeply about the future of social agents in the home and think, like, what does that future look like? And try to reverse engineer that future. So, like, in some sense, there's this weird tension. Like, you want to listen to other people, but at the same time, you want to you're creating a thing that defines the future of the world, and the people that you're listening to are part of the past. Like that weird tension.
Yeah, I think that's true. And I think some companies like Apple have historically done very well at understanding a market and saying, you know what our role is? It's not to listen to what the current market says. It's to actually shape the market and shape consumer preferences. And companies have the power to do that. They can be forward thinking and they can actually shift what the future of technology looks like. And I agree with you that I would like to see more of that, especially when it comes to existing biases that we know, or you know, that I think there's the low hanging fruit of companies that don't even think about it at all and aren't talking to the right people and aren't getting the full information. And then there's companies that are just like doing the safe thing and giving consumers what they want now. But to be really forward looking and be really successful, I think you have to make some judgment calls about what the future is going to be.
But do you think it's still useful to gender or to name the robots?
Yes, I mean, gender is a minefield, but it's really hard to get people to not gender a robot in some way. So if you don't give it a name or you give it a like ambiguous voice, people will just choose something. And maybe that's better than just like you know, entrenching something that you've decided is best. But I do think it can be helpful on the like anthropomorphism engagement level to give it attributes that people identify with.
Yeah, I think a lot of roboticists I know, they don't gender the robot. They even try to avoid naming the robot or naming it something that is can be used as a name in conversation kind of thing. I think that actually that's irresponsible because people are going to anthropomorphize the thing anyway. So you're just removing from yourself the responsibility of how they're going to anthropomorphize it.
That's a good point.
And so, like, you want to be able to, like, they're going to do it. You have to start to think about how they're going to do it. Even if the robot is like a Boston Dynamics robot that's not supposed to have any kind of social component, they're obviously going to project a social component to it.
Yeah.
Like that arm, I worked a lot with quadrupeds now with robot dogs. Now that arm, people think is the head immediately.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be an arm, but they start to think it's a head, and you have to like acknowledge that. You can't. I mean,
They do now.
They do now.
Well, they've deployed the robots, and people are like, "Oh my god, the cops are using a robot dog," and so they have this PR nightmare, and so they're like, "Oh, yeah, okay, maybe we should hire somebody to ride."
Well, Boston Dynamics is an interesting company. Or any of the others that are doing a similar thing because their main source of money is industrial applications, like surveillance of factories and doing dangerous jobs. So to them, it's almost good PR that for people to be scared of these things because it's for some reason, as you talk about, people are naturally for some reason scared. You talk about that robots, and so it becomes more viral, like playing with that little fear. So it's almost like a good PR because ultimately they're not trying to put them in the home and have a good social connection. They're trying to put them in factories. So they have fun with it. If you watch Boston Dynamics videos,
Yeah.
they're aware of it.
Oh yeah.
The
videos for sure that they put out.
It's almost like an unspoken tongue-in-cheek thing. They're aware of how people are going to feel when you have a robot that does like a flip. Now, most of the people are just like excited about the control problems, like how to make the whole thing happen. But they're aware. People see.
Well, I think they became aware. I think that in the beginning they were really, really focused on just the engineering. I mean, they're at the forefront of robotics, like locomotion and stuff. And then when they started doing the videos, I think that was kind of a labor of love. I know that the former CEO, Mark, like he oversaw a lot of the videos and made a lot of them himself. And like he's even really detail oriented. Like there can't be like some sort of incline that would give the robot an advantage. They're very like he was very a lot of integrity about the authenticity of them. But then when they started to go viral, I think that's when they started to realize, oh, there's something interesting here that, I don't know how much they took it seriously in the beginning, other than realizing that they could play within the videos. I know that they take it very seriously.
What I like about Boston Dynamics and similar companies, it's still mostly run by engineers. But, I've had my criticisms. There's a bit more PR leaking in. But those videos are made by engineers because that's what they find fun. It's like testing their robustness of the system. I mean, they're having a lot of fun there with the robots.
Totally. Have you been to visit?
Yeah. It's one of the most incredible. Like I mean, because I have 8 robot dogs now.
Wait, you have 8 robot dogs? What? They're just walking around your place? Like,
Yeah, I'm walking around them. That's actually one of my goals, is to have at any one time always a robot moving.
That's an ambitious goal.
Well, I have like more Roombas than I know what to do. The room that I program for the programmable Roombas.
Right.
And I have a bunch of little, like, I built I'm not finished with it, I bought a robot from they still have a bunch of robots everywhere. But the thing is, what happens is you work on one robot at a time, and that becomes a little project. It's actually very difficult to have just a passively functioning robot always moving.
Yeah.
And that's a dream for me, because I love to create that kind of little world. So the impressive thing about Boston Dynamics to me was to see like hundreds of spots, and like the most impressive thing that still sticks with me is there was a spot robot walking down the hall, seemingly with no supervision whatsoever, and he or she, I don't know, was wearing a cowboy hat. It was just walking down the hall and nobody paying attention. It's just like walking down this long hall. I'm like looking around. Is anyone, like, what's happening here? So presumably some kind of automation was doing the map. I mean, the whole environment was probably really well mapped. But it was just, it gave me a picture of a world where a robot is doing its thing, wearing a cowboy hat, going down the hall, like getting some coffee or whatever. Like, I don't know what it's doing, what the mission, but I don't know. For some reason, that really stuck with me. You don't often see robots that aren't part of a demo, or that aren't, like a semi-autonomous or autonomous vehicle, like directly doing a test. This was just chilling.
Yeah.
Just walking around.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're at MIT. Like, when I first stepped at MIT, it was like, okay, where's all the robots? And they were all like broken, but not that one. So, yeah, and what really excites me is that we're about to have that. We're about to have so many moving robots out here. It's coming. It's coming in our lifetime that we will just have robots moving around. We're already seeing the beginnings of it. There's delivery robots in some cities on the sidewalk. And I just love seeing like the TikToks of people reacting to that. Because yeah, you see a robot walking down the hall with a cowboy hat. What is this?
Yeah.
This is awesome and scary and kind of awesome. And people either love or hate it. That's one of the things that I think companies are underestimating, that people will either love a robot or hate a robot, like nothing in between. So it's just, again, an exciting time to be alive.
Yeah, I think kids almost universally, at least in my experience, love them. Love living robots.
If they're not loud, my son hates the Roomba because ours is loud.
Oh, that, yeah. No, with the legs.
Oh, yeah.
Is that, your son, do they understand Roomba to be a robot?
Oh, yeah, my kids, that's one of the worst things. They know how to say beep boop. And yes, they think the Roomba's a robot.
Did they project intelligence on it?
But we don't really use it around them anymore for the reason that my son is scared of it.
Yeah. That's really,
I think they would. Like, even a Roomba, because it's moving around on its own, and kids and animals view it as an agent.
So, what do you think if we just look at the state of the art of robotics? What do you think robots are actually good at today? If we look at today,
You mean physical robots?
yeah, physical robots.
Well,
Like, what are you impressed by? So I think a lot of people, I mean, that's what your book is about, is have maybe a not a perfectly calibrated understanding of where we are in terms of robotics. It's difficult in robotics, it's easy in robotics.
yeah, we're way behind where people think we are. So what's impressive to me, so let's see. Oh, one thing that came out recently was Amazon has this new warehouse robot, and it's the first autonomous warehouse robot that is safe for people to be around. And so, like, it's kind of most people I think envision that our warehouses are already fully automated and that they're just like robots doing things. It's actually still really difficult to have robots and people in the same space because it's dangerous for the most part. Robots, because especially robots that have to be strong enough to move something heavy, for example, they can really hurt somebody. And so until now, a lot of the warehouse robots had to just move along like pre-existing lines, which really restricts what you can do. And so I think that that's that's one of the big challenges and one of the big like exciting things that's happening is that we're starting to see more cobotics in industrial spaces like that, where people and robots can work side by side and not get harmed.
Yeah, that's what people don't realize, sort of the physical manipulation task with humans. It's not that the robots want to hurt you. I think that's what people are worried about, like this malevolent robot gets mind of its own and wants to destroy all humans. No, it's actually very difficult to know where the human is.
Yeah.
And to respond to the human and dynamically and collaborate with them on a task, especially if you're something like an industrial robotic arm, which is extremely powerful. Yeah,
Right.
Some of those arms are pretty impressive. No, that you can grab it. So the collaboration between human and robot in the factory setting is really fascinating.
Yeah.
Do you think they'll take our jobs?
I don't think it's that simple. I think that there's a ton of disruption that's happening and will continue to happen. Um, I think speaking specifically of the Amazon warehouses, that might be an area where it would be good for robots to take some of the jobs that are, where people are put in a position where it's unsafe and they're treated horribly. And probably it would be better if a robot did that. And Amazon's clearly trying to automate that job away. So I think there's going to be a lot of disruption. I do think that robots and humans have very different skill sets. So while a robot might take over a task, it's not going to take over most jobs. I think just things will change a lot. Like, I don't know, one of the examples I have in the book is mining. So there you have this job that is very unsafe and that requires a bunch of workers and puts them in unsafe conditions. And now you have all these different robotic machines that can help make the job safer. And as a result, now people can sit in these like air conditioned remote control stations and like control these autonomous mining trucks. And so that's a much better job, but also they're employing less people now. So it's just a lot of, I think from a bird's eye perspective, you're not going to see job loss. You're going to see more jobs created because I think the future is not robots just becoming like people and taking their jobs. The future is really a combination of our skills and then the supplemental skills that the robots have to increase productivity, to help people have better, safer jobs, to give people work that they actually enjoy doing and are good at. But it's really easy to say that from a bird's eye perspective and ignore kind of the rubble on the ground as we go through these transitions, because of course specific jobs are going to get lost.
If you look at the history of the 20th century, it seems like automation constantly increases productivity and improves the average quality of life. So it's been always good. So like thinking about this time being different is that we would need to go against the lessons of history.
It's true.
And the other thing is, I think people think that the automation of the physical tasks is easy. I was just in Ukraine, and the interesting thing is, there's a lot of difficult and dark lessons just about a war zone. But one of the things that happens in war is there's a lot of mind placed. This is one of the big problems for years after a war is even over, is the entire landscape was covered in mines. And so there's a demining effort. And you would think robots would be good at this kind of thing. Or like your intuition would be like, well, say you have unlimited money and you want to do a good job with it, unlimited money. You would get a lot of really nice robots. But no, humans are still far superior.
Or animals.
With animals. But humans with animals together.
Yeah.
Like you can't just have
That's true.
a dog with a hat.
That's fair.
But yes, but figuring out also how to disable the mind. Obviously, the thing a robot can't help with is to find the mine and blow it up.
Mm-hmm.
But that's gonna destroy the landscape. That really does a lot of damage to the land. You want to disable the mine to do that because of all the different edge cases of the problem. It requires a huge amount of human-like experience. It seems like it's mostly done by humans. They have no use for robots. They don't want robots.
Yeah. I think we overestimate what we can automate.
Especially in the physical realm.
Yeah.
It's weird. I mean, it's continuous that the story of humans. We think we're shitty at everything in the physical world, including driving. We think everybody makes fun of themselves and others for being shitty drivers, but we're actually kind
That's incredible, and that's why Tesla still says that if you're in the driver's seat, like you are ultimately responsible. Because the ideal for, I mean, you know more about this than I do, but like robot cars are great at predictable things and can react faster and more precisely than a person and can do a lot of the driving. And then the reason that we still don't have autonomous vehicles on all the roads yet is because of this long tail of just unexpected occurrences where a human immediately understands that's a sunset and not a traffic light. That's a horse and carriage ahead of me on the highway, but the car has never encountered that before. So, like, in theory, combining those skill sets is what's going to really be powerful. The only problem is figuring out the human robot interaction and the handoff. So, like in cars, that's a huge problem right now, figuring out the handoffs. But in other areas, it might be easier, and that's really the future: is human robot interaction.
What's really hard to improve. It's terrible that people die in car accidents, but I mean, it's like 70, 80, 100 million miles, one death per 80 million miles. That's like really hard to beat for a robot. That's like incredible. Like think about it. Like how many people? It's just the number of people throughout the world that are driving every single day. All this, sleep deprived, drunk, distracted, all of it, and still very few die. Relative to what I would imagine. If I were to guess, back in the horse, when I was like in the beginning of the 20th century, riding my horse, I would talk so much shit about these cars. Like, this is extremely dangerous. These machines traveling at 30 miles an hour or whatever the hell they're at. This is irresponsible. It's unnatural, and it's going to be destructive for all of human society. But then it's extremely surprising how humans adapt to the thing. They know how to not kill each other. I mean, that ability to adapt is incredible. And to mimic that in machines. That said, what Tesla is doing, I wouldn't have guessed how far machine learning can go.
Yeah.
It's really, really incredible. And people that are, at least from my perspective, people that are kind of, critical of Elon and those efforts, I think don't give enough credit of how much progress been made, how much incredible progress has been made in that direction. I think most of the robotics community wouldn't have guessed how much you can do on vision. It's kind of incredible. Because we would be, I think, if that approach, which is relatively unique, has challenged the other competitors to step up their game. If you're using LiDAR, if you're using mapping, that challenges them to do better, to scale faster, and to use machine learning and computer vision as well to integrate both LiDAR and vision. So it's kind of incredible. And I don't know if I even have a good intuition of how hard driving is anymore. Maybe it is possible. So all the sunset, all the edge cases you mentioned. Yeah, the question is when.
Yeah, I think it's not happening as quickly as people thought it would because it is more complicated.
But I wouldn't have. I agree with you. My current intuition is that we're going to get there.
I think we're going to get there too.
But I didn't before. I wasn't sure we're going to get there without, like, with current technology. So, you know, I was kind of, this is like with vision alone. My intuition was you're going to have to solve like common sense reasoning. You're going to have to solve some of the big problems in artificial intelligence, not just perception.
Yeah.
Like you have to have a deep understanding of the world. Is my sense. But now I'm starting to like, well, I'm continuously surprised by what I think of.
Yeah.
Obviously, Elon and others have stopped, but Elon continues, you know, saying we're going to solve it in a year.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. bold prediction. So.
Yeah, well, everyone else used to be doing that.
Yeah, maybe we'll.
Maybe let's not promise we're going to solve level 4 driving by 2020. Let's chill on that.
But people are still trying silently. I mean, the UK just committed £100 million to research and development to speed up the process of getting autonomous vehicles on the road. Like everyone can see that it is solvable and it's going to happen and it's going to change everything. And they're still investing in it.
And like Waymo low-key has driverless cars in Arizona. Like you can get, you know, there's like, it's weird. Have you ever been?
No.
It's so weird. It's so awesome. Because the most awesome experience is the wheel turning. And you're sitting in the back. It's like, I don't know. It's it feels like you're a passenger with that friend who's a little crazy of a driver. It feels like, shit, I don't know. Are you ready to drive, bro? You know, that kind of feeling. But then you kind of, that experience, that nervousness, and the excitement of trusting another being, in this case it's a machine, is really interesting. Just even introspecting your own feelings about the thing.
Yeah.
They're not doing anything in terms of making you feel better about, like, at least Waymo. I think they went with the approach of like, let's not try to put eyes on. It's a wheel. We know what that looks like. It's just a car. It's a car in the back. Let's not like discuss this at all. Let's not discuss the fact that this is a robot driving you, and you're in the back. And if the robot wants to start driving 80 miles an hour and run off of a bridge, you have no recourse. Let's not discuss this. You're just getting in the back. There's no discussion about like how shit can go wrong. There's no eyes. There's nothing. There's like a map showing what the car can see. Like, you know, what happens if it's like a HAL 9000 situation? Like, I'm sorry, I can't. You have a button you can like call customer service.
Oh god. Then you get put on hold for 2 hours.
Probably. But you know, currently what they're doing, which I think is understandable, but you know, the car just could pull over and stop and wait for help to arrive, and then the driver will come and then they'll actually drive the car for you. But that's like, you know, what if you're late for a meeting or all that kind of stuff?
Or like the more dystopian. Isn't it The Fifth Element where Will Smith and who's in that movie? No, Bruce Willis. Oh yeah, and he gets into like a robotic cab or car or something, and then because he's violated a traffic rule, it locks him in, and he has to wait for the cops to come and he can't get out. So like, we're gonna see stuff like that maybe.
What is? I believe that the companies that have robots, the only ones that will succeed are the ones that don't do that, meaning they respect privacy.
You think so?
Yeah, because they're gonna have to earn people's trust.
Yeah, but like Amazon works with law enforcement and gives them the data from the Ring cameras. So
Really?
why should it be? You have a Ring camera?
No.
Okay.
But basically any security camera, right? I have Google's, whatever they have.
We have one that's not the data. We store the data on a local server because we don't want it to go to law enforcement. Because all the companies are doing it. They're doing it. I said Apple.
Yeah.
Apple's the only company I trust, and I don't know how much longer.
I don't know. Maybe that's true for cameras, but with robots, and people are just not going to let a robot inside of their home. Where, like, one time where somebody gets arrested because of something a robot sees, that's going to destroy a company.
You don't think people are going to be like, well, that wouldn't happen to me. That happened to a bad person.
And I think they would, because in the modern world, people have you seen Twitter? They get extremely paranoid about any kind of surveillance.
The thing that I've had to learn is that Twitter is not the modern world. Like when I go, inland to visit my relatives, they don't. That's a different discourse that's happening. I think like the whole tech criticism world, it's loud in our ears because we're in those circles.
You think you can be a company that does social robotics and not win over Twitter?
That's a good question.
I feel like the early adopters are all on Twitter. It feels like you have to win them over.
It feels like nowadays you have to win over TikTok.
Is that a website? Need to check it out. Yeah, that's an interesting one because China's become that. So it's compelling enough. Maybe people would be able to give up privacy and that kind of stuff. That's really scary.
I'm worried about it. And there have been some developments recently that are like super exciting, like the large language learning model. Like, wow, I did not anticipate those improving so quickly. And those are going to change everything. And one of the things that I'm trying to be cynical about is that I think they're going to have a big impact on privacy and data security and like manipulating consumers and manipulating people, because suddenly you'll have these agents that people will talk to and they won't care or won't know, at least on a conscious level, that it's recording the conversations. So kind of like we were talking about before. And at the same time, the technology is so freaking exciting that it's going to get adopted.
It's not just a collection of data from people to manipulate at scale. So, what do you think about the AI, the engineer from Google that thought Lambda is sentient? He had actually a really good post from somebody else. I forgot her name. It's brilliant. I can't believe I didn't know about her.
Janelle Shane?
Yeah, from Weird AI.
Oh, yeah, I love her book.
Oh, she's great. I left it up to myself to reach out to her. She's amazing. She's hilarious and brilliant. And she's a great summarizer of the state of AI. But she has I think that was from her, where I was looking at AI explaining that it's a squirrel.
Oh, yeah, because the transcript that the engineer released, Lambda kind of talks about the experience of human-like feelings and I think even consciousness. And so she was like, oh, cool, that's impressive. I wonder if an AI can also describe the experience of being a squirrel. And so she interviewed, I think she did GPT-3 about the experience of being a squirrel. And then she did a bunch of other ones too, like, what's it like being a flock of crows? What's it like being an algorithm that powers a Roomba? And like,
Yeah.
you can have a conversation about any of those things, and they're very
It's pretty convincing, yeah.
Yeah,
Even GPT-3, which is not like state of the art.
right.
It's convincing being a squirrel. It's like what it's like. I mean, you should check it out because it really is. Like, yeah, that probably is what a squirrel would
I would say.
like. Are you excited? Like, what's it like being a squirrel? Well, it's fun.
Okay, I get to eat nuts and run around all day.
Like, how do you think people will feel like when you tell them that you're a squirrel? Or like, I forget what it was. Like, a lot of people might be scared to find out that you're a squirrel. And the system ends pretty well. Like, yeah, I hope. What do you think when they find out you're a squirrel? I hope they'll see how fun it is to be a squirrel. Or something like that.
What do you say to people who don't believe you're a squirrel?
Yeah, right.
I say, come see for yourself.
Yeah, right.
I am a squirrel.
That's great.
Well, I think it's really great because it like, the two things to note about it are, first of all, just because the machine is describing an experience doesn't mean it actually has that experience. But then secondly, these things are getting so advanced and so convincing at describing these things and talking to people. I mean, just the implications for health, education, communication, entertainment, gaming. Like, I just like all of the applications. It is mind-boggling what we're going to be able to do with it, and that my kids are not going to remember a time before they could have conversations with artificial agents.
Do you think they would? Because to me, this is the focus in the AI community has been, well, this engineer surely is hallucinating. The thing is not sentient. But to me, first of all, it doesn't matter if he is or not. This is coming.
Yeah.
Where a large number of people would believe a system is sentient, including engineers within companies.
Yeah.
So in that sense, you start to think about a world where, like, your kids aren't just used to having a conversation with a bot, but used to believing, kind of having an implied belief that the thing is sentient.
Yeah, I think that's true. And I think that one of the things that bothered me about all of the coverage in the tech press about this incident, like, obviously I don't believe the system is sentient. Like, I think that it can convincingly describe it. I don't think it's doing what he thought it was doing and actually experiencing feelings. But a lot of the tech press was about how he was wrong and depicting him as kind of naive. And it's not naive. Like, there's so much research in my field showing that people do this, even experts. They might be very clinical when they're doing human-robot interaction experiments with a robot that they've built, and then you bring in a different robot, and they're like, "Oh, look at it, having fun, it's doing this." Like, that happens in our lab all the time. We are all this guy, and it's gonna be huge. So I think that the goal is not to discourage this kind of belief or like design systems that people won't think are sentient. I don't think that's possible. I think you're right. This is coming. It's something that we have to acknowledge and even embrace and be very aware of.
So one of the really interesting perspectives that your book takes on a system like this is to see them, not to compare a system like this to humans, but to compare it to animals, of how we see animals. Can you kind of try to, again, speak up, try to explain why this analogy is better than the human analogy, the analogy of robots as animals?
Yeah, and it gets trickier with the language stuff, but we'll get into that too. I think that animals are a really great thought experiment when we're thinking about AI and robotics because, again, this comparing them to humans, that leads us down the wrong path, both because it's not accurate, but also I think for the future, we don't want that. We want something that's a supplement. I think animals, because we've used them throughout history for so many different things, we domesticated them not because they do what we do, but because what they do is different, and that's useful. And it's just like, whether we're talking about companionship, whether we're talking about work integration, whether we're talking about responsibility for harm, there's just so many things we can draw on in that history from these entities that can sense, think, make autonomous decisions, and learn, that are applicable to how we should be thinking about robots and AI. And the point of the book is not that they're the same thing. Animals and robots are the same. Obviously, there are tons of differences there. You can't have a conversation with a squirrel, right? But the
I
point
do
is
it
that,
all the time.
oh really?
By the way, squirrels are the cutest. I project so much on squirrels. I wonder what their inner life is. I suspect they're much bigger assholes than we imagine. Like if it was a giant squirrel, it would fuck you over so fast if it had the chance. It would take everything you own. It would eat all your stuff. But because it's small and the furry tail is a is a weapon against human consciousness and cognition. It wins us over. That's what cats do too. Cats outcompete squirrels.
The dog.
Yeah.
Dogs.
No, dogs have love. Cats have no soul. People get so angry when I talk shit about cats. Anyway, so you're describing all the different kinds of animals that get domesticated, and it's a really interesting idea that it's not just for pets. There's all kinds of domestication going on. They all have all kinds of uses.
Yeah.
Like the ox that you propose might be, at least historically, one of the most useful domesticated animals.
It was a game changer because it revolutionized like what people could do economically, etc. So, I mean, just like robots, they're going to change. They're going to change things economically. They're going to change landscapes. Like cities might even get rebuilt around autonomous vehicles or drones or delivery robots. Like I think just the same ways that animals have really shifted society, and society has adapted also to like socially accepting animals as pets. I think we're going to see very similar things with robots. So I think it's a useful analogy. It's not a perfect one, but I think it helps us get away from this idea that robots can, should, or will replace people.
If you remember, what are some interesting uses of animals? Ferrets, for example.
Oh yeah, the ferrets. They still do this. They use ferrets to go into narrow spaces that people can't go into, like a pipe, or like they'll use them to run electrical wire. I think they did that for Princess Di's wedding. There's so many weird ways that we've used animals and still use animals for things that robots can't do, like the dolphins that they used in the military. I think Russia still has dolphins, and the U.S. still has dolphins in their navies. Mine detection, looking for lost underwater equipment, rumors about like, using them for weaponry, which I think Russia's like, really that, and America's like, no, we don't do that. Who knows? But they started doing that in like the 60s, 70s. They started training these dolphins because they were like, oh, dolphins have this amazing echolocation system that we can't replicate with machines, and they're trainable. So we're going to use them for all the stuff that we can't do with machines or by ourselves. And they've tried to phase out the dolphins. I know the U.S. has like invested a lot of money in trying to make robots do the mine detection, but like you were saying, there are some things that the robots are good at, and there's some things that biological creatures are better at. So they still have the dolphins.
There's also pigeons, of course.
Oh yeah, pigeons. Oh my gosh, there's so many examples. The pigeons were the original hobby photography drone. They also carried mail for thousands of years, letting people communicate with each other in new ways. So the thing that I like about the animal analogy is they have all these physical abilities, but also sensing abilities that we don't have, and like that's just so useful. And that's robots, right? Robots have physical abilities. They can help us lift things or do things that we're not physically capable of. They can also sense things. It's just, I still feel like it's a really good analogy, and it works because people are familiar with it.
What about companionship? And when we start to think about like cats and dogs as pets that seem to serve no purpose whatsoever except the social connection.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a newer thing. At least in the United States, like dogs used to have, like they used to have a purpose. They used to be guard dogs, or they had some sort of function. And then at some point, they became just part of the family. And it's so interesting how there's some animals that we've treated as workers, some that we've treated as objects, some that we eat, and some that are parts of our families. and that's different across cultures. And I'm convinced that we're going to see the same thing with robots, where people are going to develop strong emotional connections to certain robots that they relate to, either culturally or personally, emotionally. And then there's going to be other robots that we don't treat the same way.
I wonder, does that have to do more with the culture and the people, or the robot design? Is there an interplay between the two? Like, why did dogs and cats out-compete oxen? I don't know what else. Like farm animals to really get inside the home and get inside our hearts.
Yeah, I mean, people point to the fact that dogs are very genetically flexible and they can evolve much more quickly than other animals. And so evolutionary biologists think that dogs evolved to be more appealing to us. And then once we learned how to breed them, we started breeding them to be more appealing to us too, which is not something that we necessarily were able to do with cows, although we bred them to make more meat for us. So, but part of it is also culture. I mean, there are cultures where people eat dogs still today, and then there's other cultures where we're like, oh, no, that's terrible. We would never do that. And so I think there's a lot of different elements that play in.
I wonder if there's good, because I understand dogs, they use their eyes, they're able to communicate affection, all those kinds of things. It's really interesting what dogs do. There's a whole conferences on dog consciousness and cognition and all that kind of stuff. Now, cats is a mystery to me because they seem to not give a shit about the human. But they're also passive aggressive, so they're at the same time they're dismissive of you in some sense.
I think some people like that. Some people like that about people.
Yeah, they want the push and pull of a relationship.
They don't want loyalty or unconditional love. That means they haven't earned it.
Yeah. And maybe that says a lot more about the people than it does about them.
Oh yeah, we all need to.
Yeah. So I'm judging harshly the people that have cats or the people that have dogs. Maybe the people that have dogs are desperate for attention and unconditional love, and they're unable to sort of struggle to earn meaningful connections. I don't know.
Maybe people are talking about you and your robot pet in the same way.
Yeah, that's it is kind of sad. There's just robots everywhere, but I'm joking one of these because I think it's kind of beautiful. I think robots are beautiful in the same way that pets are, even children, in that like they capture some kind of magic of social robots. They have the capacity to have the same kind of magic of connection. I don't know what that is. Like when they're brought to life and they move around, the way they make me feel, I'm pretty convinced, is as you know, they will make billions of people feel. Like I don't think I'm like some real robotics guy. I'm not.
I mean, you are, but not in this way.
Not in this one. I mean, I can put on my like normal human hat and just see that this is like there's a lot of possibility there. Something cool, just like with dogs.
Yeah.
What is it? Why are we so into dogs or cats? Like it's like that. It's way different than us. Like,
It is.
It's like drooling all over the place with its tongue out. It's like what? It's like a weird creature that used to be a wolf. Why are we into this?
Well, dogs can either express or mimic a lot of emotions that we recognize. And I think that's a big thing. Like a lot of the magic of animals and robots is our own self-projection. And the easier it is for us to see ourselves in something and project human emotions or qualities or traits onto it, the more we'll relate to it. And then you also have the movement, of course. I think that's also that's why I'm so interested in physical robots, because that's, I think, the visceral magic of them. There's research showing that we're probably biologically hardwired to respond to autonomous movement in our physical space because we've had to watch out for predators or whatever the reason is. And so animals and robots are very appealing to us as these autonomously moving things that we view as agents instead of objects.
I love the moment, which is I've been particularly working on, which is the robot like the cowboy hat is doing its own thing, and then it recognizes you the way a dog does, and it looks like this, and the moment of recognition, like you're walking, say you're walking in an airport or in the street, and there's just hundreds of strangers. Then you see somebody you know, and that like where you wake up to like that excitement of seeing somebody you know and saying hello and all that kind of stuff. That's a magical moment. Like I think, especially with the dog, it makes you feel noticed, heard, and loved. Like that somebody looks at you and recognizes you, that it matters that you exist.
Yeah, you feel seen.
Yeah, and that's a cool feeling. And I honestly think robots can get that feeling.
Oh yeah, totally.
Currently, Alexa, I mean, one of the downsides of these systems is they're servants. They part of they're trying to maintain privacy, I suppose. But I don't feel seen, Alexa. Right?
That's going to change. I think you're right, and I think that's the changing nature of things like these large language learning models, and the fact that these companies are investing in embodied versions that move around of Alexa, like Astro.
Can't you say, yeah, Astro? I haven't. Is that out?
I mean, it's out. You can't just like buy one commercially yet, but you can apply.
Yeah. My gut says that these companies don't have the guts to do the personalization. This goes to because it's edgy, it's dangerous. It's gonna make a lot of people very angry. Like in a way that just imagine. Okay, do the full landscape of human civilization. Just visualize the number of people that are going through breakups right now. Just the amount of really passionate, just even if we just look at teenagers, the amount of deep heartbreak that's happening. And like if you're going to have Alexa have more of a personal connection with the human, you're going to have humans that like have existential crises. There's a lot of people that suffer from loneliness and depression, and like you're now taking on the full responsibility of being a companion to the roller coaster of the human condition. As a company, like imagine PR and marketing people, they're gonna freak out. They don't have the guts. It's gonna have to come from somebody from a new app, from those kinds of companies, just a small startup.
And it might.
Yeah.
Like they're coming. There's already virtual therapists. There's that Replica app. I haven't tried it, but Replica's like a virtual companion. Like it's coming, and if big companies don't do it, someone else will.
Yeah, I think the future, the next $1 trillion company will be those personalizations. If you think about all the AI we have around us, all the smartphones, so on, there's very minimal personalization.
You don't think that's just because they weren't able? Yeah. I mean, it might be true, but I have to wonder. I mean, Google is clearly gonna do something with the language. I mean, you're challenging them.
Partially, but not really, because I know they're not going to do it.
I mean,
they don't have to. It's bad for business in the short term.
I'm gonna be honest. Like maybe it's not
know.
such a bad thing if they don't just like roll this out quickly, because I do think there are huge issues, and there's and not just issues with like the responsibility of like unforeseen effects on people, but what's the business model? And if you are using the business model that you use in other domains, then you're going to have to collect data from people, which you will anyway, to personalize the thing, and you're going to be somehow monetizing the data, or you're going to be doing some like ad model. It seems like now we're suddenly getting into the realm of like severe consumer protection issues, and I'm really worried about that. I see massive potential for this technology to be used in a way that's not for the public good, and not, I mean, that's in an individual user's interest maybe, but not in society's interest.
Yeah, see, I think that kind of personalization should be like redefine how we treat data. I think you should own all the data your phone knows about you, right? And be able to delete it with a single click and walk away. And that data cannot be monetized or used or shared anywhere without your permission. I think that's the only way people will trust if you give for you to use that data.
But then how are companies gonna, I mean, a lot of these applications rely on massive troves of data to train the AI system.
Right. So you have to opt in constantly. And opt in not in some legal, I agree, but obvious like show like in the way I opt in to tell you a secret. Like we understand like that like I have to choose like how well do I know you? And then I say like don't tell this to anyone. And then I have to judge how leaky that like how good you are at keeping secrets. In that same way, like it's very transparent in which data you're allowed to use for which purposes.
That's what people are saying is the solution. And I think that it works to some extent, having transparency, having people consent. I think it breaks down at the point at which we've seen this happen on social media too. Like people are willingly giving up their data because they're getting a functionality from that. And then the harm that causes is on a like maybe to someone else and not to them personally. So
I don't think people are giving their data. They're not being asked. Like,
but if you were
it's not
asked,
consensual.
if you were like, tell me a secret about yourself and I'll give you $100, I'd tell you a secret.
No, not $100. First of all, you wouldn't trust. Like, why are you giving me $100? But like, I need. I would ask for your specific like fashion interest in order to give recommendations to you for shopping, and I'd be very clear for that. You could disable that. You can delete that. But then you can have a deep, meaningful, rich connection with the system about what you think you look fat in, what you look great in, what like the full history of all the things you've worn, whether you regret the Justin Bieber or enjoy the Justin Bieber shirt, all of that information that's mostly private to even you, not even your loved ones. That a system should have that, because then a system, if you trust it to keep control of that data that you own, you can walk away with. That system can tell you a damn good thing to wear.
Good. And the harm that I'm concerned about is not that the system is going to then suggest a dress for me that is based on my preferences. So I went to this conference once where I was talking to the people who do the analytics in like the big app companies. And like, literally a woman there was like, I can ask you 3 totally unrelated questions and tell you what menstrual product to use. And so what they do is they aggregate the data and they map out different personalities and different people and demographics. And then they have a lot of power and control to market to people. So like I might not be sharing my data with any of the systems. So like I'm on Twitter, I know that this is bad. Other people might be sharing data that can be used against me. Like I think it's way more complex than just I share a piece of personal information and it gets used against me. I think that at a more systemic level, and then it's always vulnerable populations that are targeted by this. Low income people being targeted for stealing loans, or I don't know, like I could get targeted, like someone, not me, because I have someone who doesn't have kids yet and is my age could get targeted for like freezing their eggs. And there's all these ways that you can manipulate people where it's not really clear that that came from that person's data. It came from all of us, all of us opting into this.
There's a bunch of sneaky decisions along the way that can be avoided if there's transparency. So that one of the ways that goes wrong if you share that data with too many ad networks. Don't run your own ad network. Don't share with anybody.
Okay, and that's
this
something
data
you could regulate.
It belongs to just you, and all of the ways you allow the company to use it the default isn't no way at all, and you're constantly saying exactly how to use it, and also it has to do with the recommender system itself from the company, which is uh, freezing your eggs. If that doesn't make you happy, if that idea doesn't make you happy, then the system shouldn't recommend it. It should be very good at learning. So not the kind of things that the category of people it thinks you belong to will do, but more you specifically, what makes you happy, what is helping you grow.
But you're assuming that people's preferences and like what makes them happy. Whereas when we were talking before about how a company like Apple can tell people what they want and they will start to want it. That's the thing that I'm more concerned about.
Yeah, that is a huge problem. It's not just listening to people, but manipulating them into wanting something.
And that's like, we have a long history of using technology for that purpose, like the persuasive design in casinos to get people to gamble more. Or like, it's just, the other thing that I'm worried about is as we have more social technology, suddenly you have this on a new level. Like, you look at the influencer marketing that happens online now. So, like on Instagram, there will be some like person who has a bunch of followers, and then a brand will like hire them to promote some product, and it's above board. They disclose like this is an ad that I'm promoting, but they have so many young followers who like deeply admire and trust them. This must work for you too. Don't you have like ads on the podcast? Like people trust you.
Magic Spoon cereal, low carb. Yes.
If you say that, like I guarantee you, some people will buy that just because even though they know that you're being paid, they trust you.
Yeah, it's different with podcasts. In my particular situation, but it's true for a lot of podcasts, especially big ones. Is I have 10 times more sponsors that want to be sponsors than I have.
So you get to select the one that you actually want.
And so like you end up using it, and you're able to actually like. There's no incentive to like show for anybody.
Sure, and that's why it's fine when it's still human influence.
Right.
Now, if you're a bot, you're not gonna just you're not gonna be like, this product's good for people.
You think there'll be like bots essentially with millions of followers?
There already are. There are virtual influencers in South Korea who show products, and like that's just the tip of the iceberg because that's still very primitive. Now with the new image generation and the language learning models, and like so we're starting to do some research around kids and like young adults because a lot of the research on like what's okay to advertise to kids and what is too manipulative has to do with television ads. Back in the day, where like a kid who's 12 understands, oh, that's an advertisement. I can distinguish that from entertainment. I know it's trying to sell me something. Now it's getting really, really murky with influencers, and then if you have like bots that a kid has developed a relationship with, is it okay to market products through that or not? Like you're getting into all these consumer protection issues because you're developing a trusted relationship with a social entity, but so now it's like personalized, it's scalable, it's automated, and so some of the research showing that kids are already very confused about like the incentives of the company versus what the robot is doing.
Meaning they're not deeply understanding the incentives of the system.
Well, yeah, so like kids who are old enough to understand this is a television advertisement, he's trying to advertise to me. I might still decide I want this product, but they understand what's going on, so there's some transparency there. That age child, so Daniela Di Paola, Anastasia Ostrovsky, and I advised on this project. They did this, they asked kids who had interacted with social robots whether they would like a policy that allows robots to market to people through casual conversation, or whether they would prefer that it has to be transparent, that it's like an ad coming from a company. And the majority said they preferred the casual conversation. And when asked why, there was a lot of confusion about. They were like, "Well, the robot knows me better than the company does, so the robot's only going to market things that I like." And so they don't really. They're not connecting the fact that the robot is an agent of the company. They're viewing it as something separate. And I think that even happens subconsciously with grown-ups when it comes to robots and artificial agents. And it will. Like this Blake guy at Google started going on and on, but like his main concern was that Google owned this sentient agent and that it was being mistreated. His concern was not that the agent was going to mistreat people. So I think we're going to see a lot of it.
Yeah, but shady companies will do that. I think ultimately that confusion should be alleviated by the robot should actually know you better and should not have any control from the company.
But what's the business model for that?
Is if you use the robot to buy, first of all, the robot should probably cost money, like the way Windows operating system does. I see it more like an operating system than like this thing is your window into the world. So it's helping you like a personal assistant, right? And so that should cost money. You know, whatever it is, $10, $20. Like that's the thing that makes your life significantly better. This idea that everything should be free is like it should actually help educate you. Talk shit about other companies that do stuff for free. But also, yeah, in terms of if you purchase stuff based on its recommendation, you get some money. That so it's kind of ad driven, but it's not ads. It's like it's not controlled. Like no external entities can control it to try to manipulate to want the thing.
That would be amazing.
It's actually trying to discover what you want. So it's not allowed to have any influence. No promoted ad, no anything. So it's finding, I don't know, the thing that would actually make you happy. That's the only thing you care about. I think companies like this can win out.
Yeah. I think eventually once people understand the value of the robot, even just like I think that robots would be valuable to people, even if they're not marketing something or helping with like preferences or anything. Like just a simple, the same thing as a pet, like a dog that has no function other than being a member of your family. I think robots can really be that, and people would pay for that. I don't think the market realizes that yet. And so my concern is that companies are not going to go in that direction, at least not yet, of making like this contained thing that you buy. It seems almost old-fashioned, right? Have a disconnected object that you buy that you're not like paying a subscription for. It's not like controlled by one of the big corporations.
But that's the old-fashioned thing that people yearn for, because I think it's very popular now. That people understand the negative effects of social media, the negative effects of the data being used in all these kinds of ways. I think we're just waking up to the realization. We tried. We're like baby deer, finding our legs in this new world of social media, of ad-driven companies, and realizing, okay, this has to be done somehow different.
Yeah.
That, like one of the most popular notions, at least in the United States, is social media is evil. It's doing bad. It's doing bad by us. It's not like it's totally tricked us into believing that it's good for us. I think everybody knows it's bad for us. So like, there's a hunger for other ideas.
It's time for us to start that company. Let's do it.
It's good.
Hopefully, no one listens to this and steals the idea.
See, that's the other thing. Execution.
Oh yeah.
It's like ideas are kind of true. The social robotics is a good example of that. There's so many amazing companies that went out of business. I mean, to me, it's obvious. Like it's obvious that there will be a robotics company that puts a social robot in the home of billions of homes.
Yeah.
And it'd be a companion. Okay, there you go. You can steal that idea. Do it.
Okay, I have
It's
a question
tough.
for you. What about Elon Musk's humanoid? Is he going to execute on it?
there might be a lot to say. So for people who are not aware, there's an Optimus, that's an Optimus robot that's, I guess the stated reason for that robot is a humanoid robot in the factory that's able to automate some of the tasks that humans are currently doing. And the reason you want to do, the second reason you mentioned, the reason you want to do a humanoid robot is because the factory is built for certain tasks that are designed for humans. So it's hard to automate with that. Any other form factor than a humanoid. And then the other reason is because so much effort has been put into this giant data engine machine of perceptions inside Tesla autopilot. That's seemingly, at least the machine, if not the data, is transferable to the factory setting, to any setting.
Yeah, you said it would do anything that's boring.
Yeah, yeah. The interesting thing about that is there's no interest and no discussion about the social aspect. Like, I talked to him on mic and off mic about it, like this, and he, there's not a discussion about, like, to me it's obvious if a thing like that works at all, at all. In fact, it has to work really well in a factory. If it works kind of shitty, it's much more useful in the home. Because we're much this where I think being shitty at stuff is kind of what makes relationships great. Like, you want to be flawed and be able to communicate your flaws and be unpredictable. Like, if you fell over every once in a while for no reason whatsoever, I think that's essential for like.
Very charming.
Well, it's charming, but also concerning, and also like, are you okay? I mean, it's both hilarious. It's whenever somebody you love like falls down the stairs, it's both hilarious and concerning. It's some dance between the two, and I think that's essential for like you almost want to engineer that in, except you don't have to. Just robotics in physical space is really difficult. So I think I've learned to not discount the efforts that Elon does. There's a few things that are really interesting there. One, because he's taken it extremely seriously. What I like is the humanoid form, the cost of building a robot. I talked to Jim Keller offline about this a lot. And currently, humanoid robots cost a lot. And the way they're thinking about it, now they're not talking about all the social robotic stuff that you and I care about. They are thinking, how can we manufacture this thing cheaply and do it like well? And the kind of discussions they're having is really great engineering. It's like it's like first principles question of like, why does it cost so much? Like, what's the cheap way? Why can't we build? And there's not a good answer. Why can't we build this humanoid form for under $1,000? And like I've sat and had these conversations. There's no reason. It's I think the reason they've been so expensive is because they were focused on trying to. They weren't focused on doing the mass manufacturing. There was, people are focused on getting a thing that's. I don't know exactly what the reasoning is, but it's the same like Waymo. It's like let's build $1 million car in the beginning, or like multi-million-dollar car. Let's try to solve that problem. The way Elon or Jim Keller, the way some of those folks are thinking is, that's like at the same time try to actually build a system that's cheap, not crappy, but cheap. First principles, what is the minimum amount of degrees of freedom we need? What are the joints? Where's the control set? Like how do we act, like where are the activators? What's the way to power this in the lowest cost way possible, but also in a way that's like actually works? How do we make the whole thing not part of the components where there's a supply chain, you have to have all these different parts that have to feed us? Do it all from scratch and do the learning that immediately some things that become obvious. Do the exact same pipeline as you do for autonomous driving. It's just the infrastructure there is incredible. For the computer vision, for the manipulation task, the control problem changes, the perception problem changes, but the pipeline doesn't change. Do it. So I don't. Obviously, the optimism about how long it's going to take, I don't share. But it's a really interesting problem, and I don't want to say anything because my first gut is to say that why the human reform makes sense.
Yeah, that's my second.
But then there's a lot of people that are really excited about the human reform.
That's
it's like
true.
I don't want to get in the way. Like they might solve this thing, and they might. It's like similar with Boston Dynamics, like, right? Like if I were to, you could be a hater, you go up to Mark Rabbi and just like, how are you going to make money with these super expensive Lego robots? What's your business plan? This doesn't make any sense. Why are you doing these Lego robots? But at the same time, they're pushing forward the science, the art of robotics, and nobody else does.
Yeah.
And with Elon, they're not just going to do that, they're going to drive down the cost. Where we can have humanoid bots in the home potentially.
So the part I agree with is a lot of people find it fascinating and probably also attract talent and want to work on humanoid robots. I think it's a fascinating scientific problem and engineering problem, and it can teach us more about the body and locomotion and all of that. I think there's a lot to learn from it. But where I get tripped up is why we need them for anything other than art and entertainment in the real world. I get that there are some areas where you can't just rebuild them like a spaceship. You can't just spaceships. You can't just re-engineer it. You have some things that are just built for human bodies, a submarine, spaceship. But a factory, maybe I'm naive, but it seems like we've already rebuilt factories to accommodate other types of robots. Why would we want to just like make a humanoid robot go in there? I just get really tripped up on. I think that people want humanoids. I think people are fascinated by them. I'm just a little overhyped.
Well, most of our world is still built.
No, but it shouldn't be. It should be built so that it's wheelchair accessible.
Right. So the question is, do you build a world that's the general form of wheelchair accessible? All robot form factor accessible? Or do you build humanoid robots?
I mean, it doesn't have to be all, and it also doesn't have to be either or. I just feel like we're thinking so little about the system in general and how to create infrastructure that works for everyone, all kinds of people, all kinds of robots. Like that I mean, it's more of an investment, but that would pay off way more in the future than just trying to cram expensive or maybe slightly less expensive human technology into it.
Unfortunately, one company can't do that. We have to work together. It's like autonomous driving can be easily solved if you do D2I, if you change the infrastructure of cities and so on. But that requires a lot of people. A lot of them are politicians, and a lot of them are somewhat, if not a lot, corrupt, and all those kinds of things. And the talent thing you mentioned is really, really, really important. I've gotten a chance to meet a lot of folks at SpaceX and Tesla, other companies too, but they're specifically the openness makes it easier to like meet everybody. I think a lot of amazing things in this world happen when you get amazing people together. And if you can sell an idea, like us becoming a multiplanetary species, you can say, why the hell are we going to Mars? Like, why colonize Mars? If you think from the basic first principle, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense to go to the moon. It doesn't go. The only thing that makes sense to go to space is for satellites. But there's something about the vision of the future, the optimism laden that permeates this vision of us becoming multiplanetary. It's thinking not just for the next 10 years, it's thinking like human civilization, reaching out into the stars. It makes people dream. It's really exciting. And that, they're going to come up with some cool shit that might not have anything to do with, here's what this seemed to care about social economy, which is constantly development. doesn't talk to. It doesn't. Humans are the things you avoid and don't hurt. Right? Like that's like the number one job of a robot is not to hurt a human, to avoid them. But the collaborative aspect of human robot interaction, I think, is not, at least not in not something he thinks about deeply. But my sense is if somebody like that takes on the problem of human robotics, we're gonna get a social robot out of it. Like people like, not necessarily but people like Elon, if they take on seriously these, like I can just imagine with a humanoid robot, you can't help but create a social robot. But if you do different form factors, if you do industrial robotics, you're likely to actually not end up like walking head into a social robot, human robot interaction problem. If you create, for whatever the hell reason you want to, a humanoid robot, you're gonna have to reinvent, well, not reinvent, but do introduce a lot of fascinating new ideas into the problem of human robot interaction, which I'm excited about. So like, if I was a business person, I would say this is way too risky. This doesn't make any sense. But when people are really convinced, and there's a lot of amazing people working on it, all right, let's see what happens here. This is really interesting. Just like with Atlas and Boston Dynamics, I mean, I apologize if I'm ignorant on this, but I think they really, more than anyone else, maybe with I, but like Sony, pushed forward human robotics like a leap.
Oh yeah,
and like without them, like why the hell did they do it?
right. Well, I think for them it is a research platform. It's not. I don't think they ever. This is speculation. I don't think they ever intended Atlas to be like a commercially successful robot. I think they were just like, "Can we do this? Let's try."
Yeah, I wonder if maybe the answer they landed on is because they eventually went to Spot, the earlier versions of Spot. So quadruped is like four-legged robot, but maybe they reached for, let's try to make like, I think they tried it and they still are trying it for Atlas to be picking up boxes, to moving boxes, to being. It makes sense. Okay, if they were exactly the same cost, it makes sense to have a humanoid robot in the warehouse.
Currently, I think it's short-sighted, but yes, currently, yes, it would sell.
But it's not. It's short-sighted. It's short-sighted, but it's not pragmatic to think any other way. Think that you're going to be able to change warehouses. You're going to have to. You're going.
If you're Amazon, you can totally do
Yes.
this.
Yes. But even if you're Amazon, that's very costly to change warehouses.
It is. It's a big investment.
But shouldn't you do that investment in a way? So here's the thing: if you build a humanoid robot that works in the warehouse, that humanoid robot. I don't know why Tesla's not talking about it this way, as far as I know. But like that humanoid robot is going to have all kinds of other applications outside that they're sending. Like, to me, it's obvious. I think it's a really hard problem to solve, but whoever solves the human robot problem are going to have to solve the social robotics problem.
Oh, for sure. I mean, they're already with Spot.
Yeah. For Spot to be effective at scale. I'm not sure Spot is currently effective at scale. It's getting better and better. But they're actually, the thing they did is an interesting decision. Perhaps Tesla would end up doing the same thing, which is Spot is supposed to be a platform for intelligence. So Spot doesn't have any high level intelligence, like high level perception skills. It's supposed to be controlled remotely.
And it's a platform that you can attach
to. And somebody else is supposed to be attaching. It's a platform that you can take it on uneven ground and it's able to maintain balance, go into dangerous situations. It's a platform. On top of that, you can add a camera that does surveillance, that you can remotely monitor, you can record the camera, you can remote control it, but it's not going to basic object manipulation, but not autonomous object
Yeah.
manipulation. It's remotely controlled. But the intelligence on top of it, which is what would be required for automation, somebody else is supposed to do.
Yeah.
Perhaps that's what will do the same thing ultimately. But it doesn't make sense because the goal of Optimus is automation. Without that, but then you never know. It's like, why go to Mars? Why
I mean, that's true, and I reluctantly like I'm very excited about space travel.
why?
Because
Why?
well,
Can you introspect? Like, why?
why am I excited about it? I think what got me excited was I saw a panel with some people who study other planets, and it became really clear how little we know about ourselves and about how nature works, and just how much there is to learn from exploring other parts of the universe. So, like, on a rational level, that's how I convinced myself that that's why I'm excited. In reality, it's exciting. I mean, just like the idea that we can do this difficult thing and that humans come together to build things that can explore space. I mean, there's just something inherently thrilling about that. And I'm reluctant about it because I feel like there are so many other challenges and problems that I think are more important to solve. But I also think we should be doing all of it at once. And so, to that extent, I'm like all for research on humanoid robots, development of humanoid robots. I think that there's a lot to explore and learn, and it doesn't necessarily take away from other areas of science. At least it shouldn't. I think, unfortunately, a lot of the attention goes towards that, and it does take resources and attention away from other areas of robotics that we should be focused on. But I don't think we shouldn't do it.
You think it might be a little bit of a distraction? I'll forget the Elon particular application, but if you care about social robotics, the humanoid form is a distraction.
It's a distraction, and it's one that I find particularly boring. It's interesting from a research perspective, but from a, like, what types of robots can we create to put in our world? Like, why would we just create a humanoid robot?
So even just robotic manipulation, so arms is not useful either.
Oh, arms can be useful, but like, why not have 3 arms? Like, why does it have to look like a person?
Well, I actually personally just think that washing the dishes is harder than a robot that can be a companion. Like,
Yeah,
being useful in the home is actually really tough.
but does your companion have to have like 2 arms and look like you?
No, I'm making the case for 0.
Oh, okay.
Okay. That didn't come out the way I meant. Because it almost sounds like I don't want a robot to defend itself. Like, that's immediately you project. You know what I mean? Like, no, I think I just think that the social component doesn't require arms or legs or so, right? As we've talked about. And I think that's probably where a lot of the meaningful impact is going to happen.
Yeah, I think just we could get so creative with the design. Like, why not have a robot on roller skates? Or like, whatever. Like, why does it have to look like a?
Yeah. Still, it is a compelling nature from a research perspective.
Yes.
You co-authored the papers you were talking about that for We Robot 2022. Lula Robot Consumer Protection in the Face of Automated Social Marketing. I think you were talking about some of the ideas in that.
Oh, you got it from Twitter. It's not published yet.
Yeah. This is how I do my research.
You just go through people's Twitter feeds.
Yeah, thank you. Stalking if it's public. So there's you looked at me like you're offended. How did you know?
No, I was just like worried that like some early. I mean,
Yeah, there's a PDF.
there is
There's a PDF.
like now.
Yeah.
Maybe like as a okay.
You look violated. Like, how did you get that PDF?
It's just a draft. It's online. Nobody read it yet until we've written the final paper.
Well, it's really good, so I enjoyed it.
Oh, thank you.
By the time this comes out, I'm sure it'll be. Or no, when do you roll
So
out?
basically, We Robot, that's the workshop where you have an hour where people give you constructive feedback on the paper, and then you write the good version.
Take it back. There's no PDF. I don't know
Doesn't
what
exist.
I imagine it, but there is a table in there in a virtual imagined PDF that I like, that I wanted to mention, which is like this kind of strategy used across various marketing platforms. It's basically looking at traditional media, person-to-person interaction, targeted ads, influencers, or social robots. This is the kind of idea that you've been speaking to. It's just a nice breakdown of that. That social robots have personalized recommendations, social persuasion, automated scalable, data collection, and embodiment. So person-to-person interaction is really nice, but it doesn't have to automate it in the data collection. Social robots have those two.
Yeah, we're talking about the potential for social robots to just combine all of these different marketing methods to be this really potent cocktail. And that table, which was Daniela's idea and a really fantastic one, we put it in at the last second. So
Yeah, I really like it.
I'm glad you like it.
In a PDF that doesn't exist.
Yeah.
That nobody can find if they look. So when you say social robots, what does that mean? Does that include virtual ones? Or
I think a lot of this applies to virtual ones too, although the embodiment thing, which I personally find very fascinating, is definitely a factor that research shows can enhance people's engagement with a device.
but can embodiment be a virtual thing also? Meaning like it has a body in the virtual world. Like
Maybe.
it makes you feel like, because what makes a body? A body is a thing that can disappear, like there's a permanence. I mean, there's certain characteristics that you kind of associate to a physical object.
So I think what I'm referring to, and I think this gets messy because now we have all these new virtual worlds and AR and stuff, and I think it gets messy. But there's research showing that something on a screen, on a traditional screen, and something that is moving in your physical space, that has a very different effect on how your brain perceives it.
So, I mean, I have a sense that you can do that virtually.
Probably. Like when I've used VR, I jump around like an idiot because I think something's going to happen.
And even if a video game on a 2D screen is compelling enough, like the thing that's immersive about it is I kind of put myself into that world. You kind of, those, the objects you're interacting with, Call of Duty, things you're shooting, they're kind of, your imagination fills the gaps and it becomes real. Like it pulls your mind in when it's well done. So it really depends what's shown on the 2D screen.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's a ton of different factors and there's different types of embodiment. Like you can have embodiment in the virtual world. You can have an agent that's simply text-based, which has no embodiment. So I think there's a whole spectrum of factors that can influence.
And I always wondered if you could have like an entity living in a computer. Okay, this is gonna be dark. I haven't always wondered about this. It's just make it sound like I keep thinking about this kind of thing. No, but like this is almost like Black Mirror. But the entity that's convinced or is able to convince you that is being tortured inside the computer and needs your help to get out. Something like this. That becomes to me, suffering is one of the things that make you empathize with. Like we're not good at, as you've discussed in other, in the physical form, like holding a robot upside down. There are really good examples of that and discussing that. I think suffering is a really good catalyst for empathy.
Mm-hmm.
And I just feel like you can project embodiment on a virtual thing if it's capable of certain things like that.
Yeah. I think that's true, and I think that's what happened with the Lambda thing. Not that none of the transcript was about suffering, but it was about having the capacity for suffering and human emotion that convinced the engineer that this thing is sentient. And it's basically the plot of Ex Machina.
Sure. Have you ever made a robot like scream?
Have I? No, but have you seen that? Someone. Oh yeah, no, they actually. it actually made a Roomba scream whenever it hit a wall.
And I
Yeah.
programmed that myself as well.
Yeah.
Because I was inspired by that. Yeah. It's
Do you
cool.
still have it?
Oh, sorry. I hit a wall. I didn't.
Whenever bumped into something, you scream and
Yeah.
pain.
No, so I had the way I programmed the Roombas is when I kick it, whenever so contact between me and the robot is when it's screaming.
Really? Okay. And you were inspired by that.
Yeah, I guess I misremembered the video. I saw the video a long time ago, and or maybe heard somebody mention it, and it's the easiest thing to program. So I did that. I haven't run those Roombas for over a year now, but yeah, it was my experience with it was that it's like they quickly become like you remember them, you miss them, like they're real living beings. So the capacity to suffer or is a really powerful thing.
Yeah.
Even then, I mean, it was kind of hilarious. It was just a random recording of screaming from the internet, but it's still it's weird. There's a thing you have to get right based on interaction, like the latency. Like there is a realistic aspect of how you should scream relative to when you get hurt. Like it should correspond correctly.
Like
So,
if you kick it really hard, you scream louder.
no, it's just scream at the appropriate time, not like
Oh, I see. Not
less,
like
1 second later, right? Like there's a exact there's a timing when you get like when you run your foot into like the side of a cable or something. There's a timing there. The dynamics you have to get right for the actual screen because the Roomba in particular doesn't. So I was the sensors don't. It doesn't know about pain.
What?
I'm sorry to say, Roomba doesn't understand pain. So you have to correctly map the sensors, the timing to the production of the sound. But when you get that somewhat right, it's weird. It's a really weird feeling, and you actually feel like a bad person. Yeah. So, but makes you think because with all the ways that we talked about, that can be used in a good and bad way. So the good way is like to form a connection with a thing. In a bad way, that you can form a connection with it, sell you products as well.
or manipulate politically or many nefarious things.
You tweeted, "We're about to be living in the movie Her," except instead of I researched your tweets like they're like Shakespeare.
We're about to be living in the movie Her, except instead of about love, it's going to be about, what did I say, the chatbot being subtly racist and the question whether it's ethical for companies to charge for software upgrades.
Yeah. So, can we break that down? What do you mean by that?
Yeah.
Obviously, some of it is humor.
Yeah. Well, I am like, it's so weird to be in this space where I'm so worried about this technology and also so excited about it at the same time. But the really like I gotten a little bit jaded, and then with GPT-3 and then the Lambda transcript, I was like re-energized. But I have also been thinking a lot about what are the ethical issues that are going to come up. And I think some of the things that companies are really going to have to figure out is obviously algorithmic bias is a huge and known problem at this point. Like even, the new image generation tools like DALL-E, where they've clearly put in a lot of effort to make sure that if you search for people, it gives you a diverse set of people, etc. Like even that one, people have already found numerous like ways that it just kind of regurgitates biases of things that it finds on the internet, like how if you search for success, it gives you a bunch of images of men. If you search for sadness, it gives you a bunch of images of women. So I think that this is like the really tricky one with these voice agents that companies are going to have to figure out, and that's why it's subtly racist and not overtly, because I think they're going to be able to solve the overt thing, and then the subtle stuff is going to be really difficult. And then I think the other thing is going to be, like people are going to become so emotionally attached to artificial agents with this complexity of language, with a potential embodiment factor that, I mean, there's a paper at We Robot this year written by roboticists about how to deal with the fact that robots die and looking at it as an ethical issue because it impacts people. And I think there's going to be way more issues than just that. Like I think the sheet was software upgrades, right? Like, how much is it okay to charge for something like that if someone is deeply emotionally invested in this relationship?
Well, the ethics of that is interesting, but there's also the practical funding mechanisms. You mentioned the dog. In theory, there's a subscription.
Yeah, the new Aibo. So the old Aibo from the 90s, people got really attached to, and in Japan they're still having like funerals and Buddhist temples for the Aibos that can't be repaired because people really viewed them as part of their families.
We're talking about robot dogs.
Robot dogs, the Aibo, yeah, the original like famous robot dog that Sony made, came out in the 90s, got discontinued, having funerals for them in Japan. Now they have a new one. The new one is great. I have one at home. It's like
It's $3,000.
I think it's $3,000, and then after a few years you have to start paying. I think it's like $300 a year for a subscription service for cloud services, and the cloud services. I mean, it's a lot. The dog is more complex than the original, and it has a lot of cool features, and it can remember stuff and experiences, and it can learn, and a lot of that is outsourced to the cloud, and so you have to pay to keep that running, which makes sense. People, should pay, and people who aren't using it shouldn't have to pay. But it does raise the interesting question: could you set that price to reflect a consumer's willingness to pay for the emotional connection? So if like that people are really, really attached to these things, just like they would be to a real dog, could you just start charging more because there's like more demand?
Yeah, and that could be. But there, but that's true for anything that people love, right?
It is, and it's also true for real dogs. Like there's all these new medical services nowadays where people will shell out thousands and thousands of dollars to keep their pets alive. And is that taking advantage of people, or is that just giving them what they want? That's the question.
Well, back to marriage. What about all the money that it costs to get married, and then all the money that it costs to get a divorce? That feels like a very that's like a scam. I think the society is full of scams that are like.
And then we create like the whole wedding industrial complex has created all these quote unquote traditions that people buy into that aren't even traditions. Like they're just fabricated by marketing. Like it's awful.
Let me ask you about racist robots. Is it up to a company that creates that to we talk about removing bias and so on?
Yeah.
And that's a really popular field in AI currently.
Yes.
A lot of people agree that it's an important field. But the question is for like social robotics, should it be up to the company to remove the bias in society?
Oh, to remove the bias in society.
Like I guess because there's a lot of people that are subtly racist in modern society, like why shouldn't our robots also be subtly racist? I mean that's like why do we put so much responsibility on the robots?
Because the
I'm
robots.
imagining like a Hitler robot. I mean that would be funny, but I guess I'm asking a serious question.
Right, you're allowed.
Yes, exactly. I'm allowed to make that joke. Yes. And I've been nonstop reading about World War II. I think I'm glad we exist in a world where we can just make those jokes. That helps deal with it. Anyway, It is a serious question. It's sort of like it's such a difficult problem to solve. Now, of course, like bias and so on, like there's low-hanging fruit, which I think there's a lot of people are focused on. But then it becomes like subtle stuff over time, and it's very difficult to know. Now, if you can also completely remove the personality, you can completely remove the personalization.
You could remove the language aspect, which is what I had been arguing because it was like the language is a disappointing aspect of social robots anyway. But now we're reintroducing that because it's now no longer disappointing. So I do well. Let's just start with the premise, which I think is very true, which is that racism is not a neutral thing, but it is the thing that we don't want in our society. Like it does not conform to my values. So if we agree that racism is bad, I do think that it has to be the company because it might not be possible, and companies might have to put out products that where they're taking risks, and they might get slammed by consumers, and they might have to adjust. I don't know like how this is going to work in the market. I have opinions about how it should work, but it is on the company. And the danger with robots is that they can entrench the stuff. It's not like your racist uncle who you can have a conversation with and
Put things into context, maybe.
yeah, or who might change over time with more experience. A robot really just like regurgitates things, entrenches them, could influence other people, and I think that's terrible.
Well, I think there's a difficult challenge here because even the premise you started with that essentially racism is bad. I think we live in a society today where the definition of racism is different between different people. Some people say that it's not enough not to be racist. Some people say you have to be anti-racist. Which you have to have a robot that constantly calls you out on your racist.
I would love that. I would love that robot.
But like maybe he's I don't know if you love it because maybe you'll see racism in things that aren't racist, and then you're arguing with the robot. Your robot is going through racism. I'm not exactly sure that. I mean, it's a tricky thing. I guess I'm saying that the line is not obvious, especially in this heated discussion where we have a lot of identity politics of what is harmful to different groups as well.
Yeah.
It feels different. It feels like the broader question here is: should a social robotics company be solving or being part of solving the issues of society?
Well, okay, I think it's the same question as should I, as an individual, be responsible for knowing everything in advance and saying all the right things? And the answer to that is yes, I am responsible, but I'm not going to get it perfect. And then the question is, how do we deal with that? And so, as a person, how I aspire to deal with that is when I do inevitably make a mistake because I have blind spots and people get angry, I don't take that personally and I listen to what's behind the anger. And it can even happen that, like, maybe I'll tweet something that's well intentioned and one group of people starts yelling at me, and then I change it the way that they said, and then another group of people starts yelling at me, which has happened. This happens to me actually around in my talks. I talk about robots that are used in autism therapy, and so whether to say a child with autism or an autistic child is super controversial. And a lot of autistic people prefer to be referred to as autistic people, and a lot of parents of autistic children prefer child with autism. And then they disagree. So I've gotten yelled at from both sides, and I think I'm responsible even if I can't get it right. I don't know if that makes sense. Like, it's a responsibility thing, and I can be as well intentioned as I want, and I'm still going to make mistakes, and that is part of the existing power structures that exist, and that's something that I accept.
And you accept being attacked from both sides and grow from it and learn from it.
Yeah.
But the danger is that after being attacked, assuming you don't get canceled, aka completely removed from your ability to tweet, you might become jaded and not want to talk about autism anymore.
I don't, and I didn't. I mean, it's happened to me. And
That's
what I did was I listened to both sides, and I tried to get information. And then I decided that I was going to use autistic children. And now moving forward with that, like, I don't know.
For now, right?
For now, yeah, until I get updated information, and I'm never gonna get anything perfect, but I'm making choices and I'm moving forward, because being a coward and like just retreating from that, I think.
But see, here's the problem. You're a very smart person and an individual, a researcher, thinker, and intellectual. So that's the right thing for you to do. The hard thing is, well, as a company, imagine you had a PR team. It's like, okay, this you should. Yeah, I mean, just well, if you hired PR people, like obviously they would see that and they'd be like, well, maybe don't bring up autism. Maybe don't bring up these topics. You're getting attacked. It's bad for your brand. Let's say the brand word. There'll be, if you look at different demographics that are inspired by your work, it's sensitive to them. It's not mentioned here. Like there's this kind of pressure, and all of a sudden you or you do suboptimal decisions. You take a kind of poll. Again, it's looking at the past versus the future, all those kinds of things. And it becomes difficult. In the same way that it's difficult for social media companies to figure out like, who to censor, who to recommend.
This is ultimately a question about leadership, honestly, like the way that I see leadership. Because right now, the thing that bothers me about institutions and a lot of people who run current institutions is that their main focus is protecting the institution or protecting themselves personally. That is bad leadership, because it means you cannot have integrity. You cannot lead with integrity. And it makes sense because, like, obviously, if you're the type of leader who immediately blows up the institution you're leading, then that doesn't exist anymore. And maybe that's why we don't have any good leaders anymore, because they had integrity and they didn't put, the survival of the institution first. But I feel like you have to just be a good leader. You have to be responsible and understand that with great power comes great responsibility. You have to be humble and you have to listen and you have to learn. You can't get defensive and you cannot put your own protections before other things.
You gotta take risks where you might lose your job. You might lose your well-being because of because in the process of standing for the principles, for the things you think are right to do. Based on the things you like, based on learning from, like, listening to people, learning from what they feel. The same goes to the institution. Yeah, but I ultimately actually believe that those kinds of companies and countries succeed that have leaders like that. You should run for president. Yeah.
That's maybe the problem. Like the people who have good ideas about leadership, they're like, this is why I'm not running a company.
It's been, I think, 3 years since the Jeffrey Epstein controversy at MIT Media Lab. Joy Ito, the head of the Media Lab, resigned. And I think at that time you wrote an opinion article about it. So just looking back, a few years have passed. What have you learned about human nature from the fact that somebody like Jeffrey Epstein found his way inside MIT?
A really good question. What have I learned about human nature? I think, well, there's how did this problem come about? And then there's what was the reaction to this problem and to it becoming public. And in the reaction, the things I learned about human nature were that sometimes cowards are worse than assholes. Wow, I'm really,
Yeah, that's a really powerful statement.
I think because the assholes, at least you know what you're dealing with. They have integrity in a way. They're just living out their asshole values. And the cowards are the ones that you have to watch out for. And this comes back to people protecting themselves over doing the right thing. They'll throw others under the bus.
Is there some sense that not enough people took responsibility?
For sure. And I mean, I don't want to sugarcoat at all what Joey Ito did. I mean, I think it's gross that he took money from Jeffrey Epstein. I believe him that he didn't know about the bad stuff, but I've been in those circles with those like public intellectual dudes that he was hanging out with. And any woman in those circles like saw 10 zillion red flags. Just the whole environment was so misogynist. Like, and so personally, because Joey was a great boss and a great friend, I was really disappointed that he ignored that in favor of raising money. And I think that it was right for him to resign in the face of that. But one of the things that he did that many others didn't was he came forward about it and he took responsibility. And all of the people who didn't, I think, it's just interesting. The other thing I learned about human nature, okay, I'm going to go on a tangent, but I'll come back, I promise. So I once saw this tweet from someone, or it was a Twitter thread from someone who worked at a homeless shelter. And he said that when he started working there, he noticed that people would often come in and use the bathroom and they would just trash the entire bathroom. Like, rip out the walls, like toilet paper on the ground. And he asked someone who had been there longer, like, why do they do this? Why do most people come in and trash the bathroom? And he was told it's because it's the only thing in their lives that they have control over. And I feel like sometimes when it comes to the response, the mobbing response that happens in the wake of some harm that was caused, if you can't target the person who actually caused the harm, who was Epstein, you will go as many circles out as you can until you find the person that you have power over and you have control over, and then you trash that. And it makes sense that people do this. It's a human nature thing. Of course, you're going to focus all your energy because you feel helpless and enraged, and it's unfair, and you have no other power. You're going to focus all of your energy on someone who's so far removed from the problem that that's not even an efficient solution.
And the problem is often the first person who finds the one that has integrity, sufficient integrity to take responsibility.
Yeah, and it's why my husband always says he is a liberal, but he's always like, when liberals form a firing squad, they stand in a circle. Because you know that your friends are going to listen to you, so you criticize them. You're not going to be able to convince someone across the aisle.
See, in that situation, what I hope is the people in that situation, any situation of this sort, the people that are farther out circles, stand up and also take some responsibility for the broader picture of human nature versus a specific situation, but also take some responsibility and but also defend the people involved as flawed, but not in that no, nothing like this. People fucked up, like you said. There's a lot of red flags that people just ignored for the sake of money in this particular case. But also be transparent and public about it and spread the responsibility across a larger number of people, such that you learn a lesson from it institutionally.
Yeah, it was a systems problem. It wasn't a one individual problem.
And I feel like currently, because Joey took resigned because of it, essentially fired, pressured out because of it. MIT can pretend like, oh, we didn't know anything. It wasn't part.
Bad leadership again, because when you are at the top of an institution with that much power, and you are complicit in what happened, which they were, come on, there's no way that they didn't know this was happening. So, to not stand up and take responsibility, I think it's bad leadership.
Do you understand why Epstein was able to, outside of MIT, he was able to make a lot of friends with a lot of powerful people? Does it make sense to you? Why was he able to get in these rooms, befriend these people, befriend people that I don't know personally, but I think a lot of them indirectly I know as being good people, smart people? Why would they let Jeffrey Epstein into their office, have a discussion with them? What do you understand about human nature from that?
Well, so I never met Epstein, or I mean, I've met some of the people who interacted with him, but I was never like, I never saw him in action. I don't know how charismatic he was or what that was, but I do think that sometimes the simple answer is the more likely one. And from my understanding, what he would do is he's kind of a social grifter. Like, you know, those people who will, you must get this because you're famous. You must get people coming to you and being like, oh, I know your friend so and so, in order to get cred with you. I think he just convinced some people who were trusted in a network that he was a great guy, and that, you know, whatever. I think at that point, because at that point he had like a conviction prior, but it was a one-off thing. It wasn't clear that there was this other thing that.
And most people probably don't check.
Yeah, and most people check. Like, you're at an event, you meet this guy. I don't know. Maybe people do check when they're that powerful and wealthy, or maybe they don't. I have no idea. No, they're just stupid.
I mean, and they're not like. All right.
Well, like,
does anyone check anything about me? Because I've walked into some of the richest and most popular people in the world, and nobody like asks questions like, "Who the fuck is this guy?" Like,
yeah.
Like, nobody asks those questions. It's interesting. I would think like there would be more security or something. Like there really isn't. I think a lot of it has to do. Well, my hope is, in my case, has to do with like people can sense that this is a good person. But if that's the case, then they can surely then a human being can use charisma to infiltrate.
Yeah.
Just saying the right
once
thing.
You have people vouching for you within that type of network. Like, once you have someone powerful vouching for you who someone else trusts, then, you know, you're in.
So how do you avoid something like that? If you're MIT, if you're Harvard, if you're in any of these institutions?
Well, I mean, first of all, you have to do your homework before you take money from someone. Like, I think that's required. But I think, I think Joey did do his homework. I think he did. And I think at the time that he took money, there was the one conviction and not like the later thing. And I think that the story at that time was that he didn't know she was underage and blah, blah, or whatever. It was a mistake. And Joey always believed in redemption for people, and that people can change and that they can genuinely regret and like learn and move on. And he's a big believer in that. So I could totally see him being like, well, I'm not going to exclude him because of this thing and because other people are vouching for him. And that, just to be clear, we're now talking about the set of people who I think Joey belonged to, who did not like go to the island and have sex with underage girls, because that's a whole other set of people who like were powerful and like were part of that network and who knew and participated. And so like I distinguish between people who got taken in who didn't know that was happening and people who knew it.
I wonder what the different circles look like. So like people that went to the island and didn't do anything, didn't see anything, didn't know about anything, versus the people that did something.
And then there's people who heard rumors, maybe.
Yeah. What do you do with rumors? Like, isn't there people that heard rumors about Bill Cosby for the longest time? Like, for the longest, like, whenever that happened, like, all these people came out of the woodwork. Like, everybody kind of knew. I mean, it's like, all right, so what are you supposed to do with rumors? Like, what? I think the other way to put it is red flags, as you were saying.
Yeah, and like I can tell you that those circles, like, there were red flags with without me even hearing any rumors about anything ever. Like I was already like, there are not a lot of women here, which is a bad sign.
Isn't there a lot of places where there's not a lot of women, and that it doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad sign?
There are if it's like a pipeline problem, or it's like, I don't know, the technology law clinic that only gets like male lawyers because there's not a lot of women, applicants in the pool.
But there's some aspect of this situation that there should be more women.
Oh yeah.
You've actually, I'd love to ask you about this because you have strong opinions about Richard Stallman. Do you still have those strong opinions?
Look, all I need to say is that he met my friend who's a law professor. He shook his hand and he licked her arm from wrist to elbow, and it certainly wasn't appropriate at that time.
What about if you were like an incredibly weird person?
Okay, that's a good question because obviously there's a lot of neurodivergence at MIT and everywhere, and obviously like we need to accept that people are different, that people don't understand social conventions the same way. But one of the things that I've learned about neurodivergence is that women are often expected or taught to mask their neurodivergence and kind of fit in, and men are accommodated and excused. And I don't think that being neurodivergent gives you a license to be an asshole. Like, you can be a weird person and you can still learn that it's not okay to lick someone's arm.
Yeah, it's a balance. Like women should be allowed to be a little weirder, men should be less weird. Because I think there's because you're one of the people I think tweeting that made me, because I wanted to talk to Richard Stallman on the podcast about, because I didn't have a context. I wanted to talk to him because he's free software. He's very weird in interesting, good ways in the world of computer science. He's also weird in that, when he gives a talk, he'll be like picking at his feet and eating the skin off his feet, right? He's known for these extremely kind of, how else do you put it? I don't know how to put it. But then there was something that happened to him in conversations on this thread related to Epstein, which I was torn about because I felt similar to Joy. It's like I felt it was maligned, like people were looking for somebody to get angry at. But he was inappropriate, but I didn't like the cowardice more. Like I set aside his situation. We could discuss it, but the cowardice on MIT's part. This is me saying it, about the way they treated that whole situation.
Oh, they're always cowards about how they treat anything. They're make it
yeah, so it was about exactly making the conversation. He shouldn't have been part of the meal.
Well, that's probably true also. But I think what bothers me, what always bothers me in these mailing situations or Twitter situations, like if you say something that's hurtful to people or makes people angry, and then people start yelling at you, maybe they shouldn't be yelling. Maybe they are yelling because, again, you're the only point of power they have. Maybe it's okay that they're yelling. Whatever it is, like, it's your response to that matters. And I think that I just have a lot of respect for people who can say, oh, people are angry. There's a reason they're angry. Let me find out what that reason is and learn more about it. It doesn't mean that I am wrong. It doesn't mean that I'm bad. It doesn't mean that I'm ill-intentioned. But why are they angry? I want to understand. And then, once you understand, you can respond, again, with integrity and say, actually, I stand by what I said. Here's why. Or you can say, actually, I listened and here's some things I learned. That's the kind of response I want to see from people. And people like Stallman do not respond that way. They just, go into battle.
Right. like where it's obvious you didn't listen.
Yeah, no
But
interest.
honestly, that's to me as bad as the people who just apologize just because they are trying to make the problem go away.
Of course,
Right. So like
that's
it's
not
like both of guys.
a good apology. Has to include understanding what you did wrong.
And in part standing up for the things you think you did right. So
Yeah, if there are those things.
yeah, finding, but you have to acknowledge, you have to like give that hard hit to the ego that says I did something wrong. Yeah, that definitely Richard Stallman is not somebody who's capable of that kind of thing, or hasn't given evidence of that kind of thing. But that was also even just your tweet. I had to do a lot of thinking. Like different people from different walks of life see red flags in different things.
Yeah.
And so things that I find as a man not threatening and hilarious are not necessarily doesn't mean that they aren't like deeply hurtful to others. And I don't mean that in a social justice warrior way, but in a real way, like people really have different experiences. So I feel like really put things into context. They have to kind of listen to what people are saying, put aside the emotion of which they're saying it, and try to keep the facts of their experience and learn from it.
And because it's not just about the individual experience either. It's not like, oh, my friend didn't have a sense of humor about being licked. It's that she's been metaphorically licked, 57 times that week because she's an attractive law professor and she doesn't get taken seriously. And so, like, men to the world, and it's impossible for them to even understand what it's like to have a different experience of the world. And that's why it's so important to listen to people and believe that they're angry for a reason. Maybe you don't like their tone. Maybe you don't like that they're angry at you. Maybe you get defensive about that. Maybe you think that they should, explain it to you. But believe that they're angry for a reason and try to understand it.
Yeah, there's a deep truth there. And an opportunity for you to become a better person. Can I ask you a question?
Haven't you been doing that for 2
3 hours now. Let me ask you about Ghislaine Maxwell. She's been saying that she's an innocent victim. Is she an innocent victim, or is she evil and equally responsible, like Jeffrey Epstein? Now I'm asking far away from any MIT things and more just your sense of the whole situation.
I haven't been following it, so I don't know the facts of the situation and like what is now like known to be her role in that. If I were her, maybe I'm not, but if I were her, I wouldn't be going around saying I'm an innocent victim. I would say, maybe she's, I don't know what she's saying. Again, like,
she was controlled by Jeffrey.
Is she saying this as part of a legal case, or is she saying this is like a PR thing?
Well, PR, but it's not just her; it's her whole family who believes this. There's a whole effort that says like that. How should I put it? I believe they believe it. So in that sense, it's not PR. I believe the family, basically the family is saying that she's a really good human being.
Well, I think everyone is a good human being. I know it's a controversial opinion, but I think everyone is a good human being. There's no evil people. There's people who do bad things and who behave in ways that harm others, and I think we should focus hold people accountable for that. But holding someone accountable doesn't mean saying that they're evil.
Yeah, actually, those people usually think they're doing good.
Yeah, I mean, aside from, I don't know, maybe sociopaths, like, specifically trying to, like, harm people. But I think most people are trying to do their best. And if they're not doing their best, it's because there's some impediment or something in their past. So I genuinely don't believe in good and evil people, but I do believe in, like, harmful and not harmful actions. And so I don't know, like, I don't care. Yeah, she's a good person, but if she contributed to harm, then she needs to be accountable for that. That's my position. I don't know what the facts of the matter are. It seems like she was pretty close to the situation, so it doesn't seem very believable that she was a victim, but I don't know.
I wish I have met Epstein. But something tells me he would just be a regular person, charismatic person, like anybody else. And it's a very dark reality that we don't know which among us, what each of us are hiding in the closet. It's a really tough thing to like deal with, because then you can put your trust into some people, and they can completely betray that trust, and in the process destroy you.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of people that interacted with Epstein that now have to. I mean, if they're not destroyed by it, then their whole, like, the ground on which they stand ethically is has crumbled. Is gone. And I'm sure you and I have interacted with people without knowing it who are bad people.
As I was telling my 4-year-old, people who have done bad things.
People who have done bad things.
Because I was talking about bad guys and I'm trying to move them towards. They're just people who make bad choices.
Yeah, that's really powerful. Actually, that's really important to remember, because that means you have compassion towards all human beings. Do you have hope for the future of MIT, the future of the Heal Lab in this context? So David Newman is now at the helm. I talked to her previously. I talked to her again. She's great.
I love her. Yeah, she's great. I don't know if she knew the whole situation when she started, because the situation went beyond just the Epstein scandal. A bunch of other stuff happened at the same time. Some of it's not public, but what I was personally going through at that time. So the Epstein thing happened, I think, was it August or September 2019? It was somewhere around late summer. In June 2019, so I'm a research scientist at MIT, or two. So, and I always have had various supervisors that, over the years, and they've just basically let me do what I want, which has been great. But I had a supervisor at the time, and he called me into his office for a regular check-in. In June of 2019, I reported to MIT that my supervisor had grabbed me, pulled me into a hug, wrapped his arms around my waist, and started massaging my hip and trying to kiss my face, kiss me near the mouth, and said literally the words, "Don't worry, I'll take care of your career." And that that experience was really interesting, because I was very indignant. I was like, "You can't do that to me. Doesn't he know who I am?" And I was like, "This is the Me Too era." And I naively thought that when I reported that, it would get taken care of. And then I had to go through the whole reporting process at MIT, and I learned a lot about how institutions really handle those things internally. Particularly situations where I couldn't provide evidence that it happened. I had no reason to lie about it, but I had no evidence. And so I was going through that, and that was another experience for me where there's so many people in the institution who really believe in protecting the institution at all costs. And there's only a few people who care about doing the right thing. And one of them resigned. Now there's even less of that. So
What did you learn from that? I mean, where's the source, if you have hope for this institution that I think you love, at least in part? I love the idea of MIT.
I love the idea, I love the research body, I love a lot of the faculty, I love the students, I love the energy, like I love it all. I think the administration suffers from the same problems as any any leadership of an institution that is large, which is that they've become risk averse, like you mentioned. They care about PR. The only ways to get their attention or change their minds about anything are to threaten the reputation of the institute or to have a lot of money. That's the only way to have power at the institute. yeah, I don't think they have a lot of integrity or believe in ideas or even have a lot of connection to the research body and like the people who are really, because it's so weird. You have this amazing research body of people pushing the boundaries of things who aren't afraid to like there's the hacker culture, and then you have the administration and they're really like protect the institution at all costs.
Yeah, there's a disconnect, right?
Complete
I wonder if that was always there, if it just kind of slowly grows over time. Disconnect between the administration and the faculty.
I think it grew over time, is what I've heard. I mean, I've been there for 11 years now. I don't know if it's gotten worse during my time, but I've heard from people who've been there longer that it didn't go like they didn't used to have a general counsel's office. They didn't used to have all this corporate stuff, and then they had to create it. And it got bigger, and era where such things are esteemed necessary.
See, I believe in the power of individuals to like overthrow the thing. So just a really good president of MIT or certain people in the administration can reform the thing because the culture is still there. Of like, I think everybody remembers that MIT is about the students and the faculty.
You know, because I don't know, I've had a lot of conversations that have been shocking with like senior administration. They think the students are children. They call them kids. It's like these are the smartest people. They're way smarter than you,
Yeah,
and you're so dismissive.
but
of
those
them.
individuals, I'm saying like the capacity, like the aura of the place still values the students and the faculty. Like I'm being awfully poetic about it, but what I mean is the administration is the froth at the top of the waves, the surface. Like they can be removed and new life can be brought in that would keep to the spirit of the place.
Besides, who's the
It's
higher?
bottom up. Oh, I see. I see. But I do think ultimately, especially in the era of social media and so on, faculty needs more and more power. There's a little more and more of a voice.
I really do. I don't see MIT going away anytime soon, and like I also don't think it's a terrible place at all.
Yeah, it's an amazing place, and but there's different trajectories.
Yeah.
And that has to do with a lot of things, including is it stay even if we talk about robotics, it could be the capital of the world in robotics. But currently, if you want to be doing the best AI work in the world, you're going to go to Google or Facebook or Tesla or Apple or so on. But you're not going to be at MIT. And so that has to do. I think that's basically has to do with not allowing the brilliance of the researchers to flourish.
Yeah, people say it's about money, but I don't think it's about that at all. Like sometimes you have more freedom and can work on more interesting things in companies. That's really where they lose people.
Yeah, and so the freedom in all ways, which is why it's heartbreaking to get like people like Richard Stallman. It's such an interesting line because like Richard Stallman's gigantic weirdo that cross lines he shouldn't cross, right? But we don't want to draw too many lines. This is the tricky thing.
There are different types of lines.
Like it's your opinion. You have strong lines you hold to, but then if the administration listens to every line, there's also power in drawing a line. Like, and it becomes like a little drug. You have to find the right balance. Licking somebody's arm is never appropriate. I think the biggest aspect there is not owning it, learning from it, growing from it, from the perspective of Stone and people like that. Back when it happened, like understanding, seeing the right, being empathetic, seeing the fact that this was like totally inappropriate. Like not when that particular act, but everything that led up to it too.
I think there are So Stallman crossed lines that essentially excluded a bunch of people and created an environment where there are brilliant minds that we never got the benefit of because he made things feel gross or even unsafe for people. There are lines that you can cross where you're challenging an institution to, like, I don't think he was intentionally trying to cross a line, or maybe he didn't care. There are lines that you can cross intentionally to move something forward or to do the right thing. Like when MIT was like, you can't put an all gender restroom in the media lab because like something permits whatever, and Joey did it anyway. That's a line you can cross to make things actually better for people. And the line you're crossing is some arbitrary, stupid rule that people who don't want to take the risk or like,
Yeah, for sure.
you know what I mean?
No, ultimately, I think the thing you said is like cross lines in a way that doesn't alienate others. So, like for example, me wearing I started for a while wearing a suit often at MIT, which sounds counterintuitive, but that's actually people always looked at me weird for that. MIT created this culture specifically the people I was working with, like nobody was.
Yeah,
Maybe
we don't trust
people don't trust the suit, so I was like, "Fuck you." I'm not a suit.
See,
But
that
that's
I
not really
like.
hurting anybody, right?
Exactly. It's challenging people's perceptions. It's doing something that you want to do, but it's not hurting people.
And that particular thing was, yeah, it was hurting people. It's a good line. It's a good line. Like hurting ultimately the people that you want to flourish.
Yeah.
You tweeted a picture of pumpkin spice Greek yogurt and asked grounds for divorce, yes, no. So let me ask you, what's the key to a successful relationship?
Oh my god. In couples therapy?
What went wrong with the pumpkin spice Greek yogurt? What's exactly wrong? Is pumpkin? I didn't understand. I stared at that tweet for a while.
I grew up in Europe, so I don't understand the pumpkin spice in everything craze that they do every autumn here. Like, I understand that it might be good in some foods, but they just put it in everything.
And it doesn't belong in Greek yogurt.
I mean, I was just being humorous. I ate one of the yogurts and it actually tasted pretty good. So I think part of the success of a good marriage is like giving each other a hard time humorously for things like that.
Is there a broader lesson? Because you guys seem to have a really great marriage from the external.
I think every marriage is good from the external. I think, yeah.
That's not true. But yeah, I get
okay. Yeah, not true. No, but like relationships are hard. Relationships with anyone are hard, and especially because people evolve and change, and you have to make sure there's space for both people to evolve and change together. And I think one of the things that I really liked about our marriage vows was, I remember before we got married, Greg at some point like got kind of nervous, and he was like, "It's just such a big commitment to commit like to something for life." And I was like, "I'm not committing to this for life." He was like, "We're not?" And I'm like, "No, like we're committing to being part of a team and doing what's best for the team. If what's best for the team is to break up, we'll break up. Like, I don't believe in this, like we have to do this for our whole lives." And that really resonated with him too. So yeah.
You put them well,
yeah, that was our vows. Like that we're gonna be a team.
We're a team and do what's right for the team.
Yeah.
It's very like Michael Jordan view. Did you guys get like married in the desert, like November Rain style, slash plane, or you don't have to answer that. I'm not good at these questions. Okay.
You brought up marriage like 8 times. Are you trying to hint something on the podcast?
Yeah, I have an announcement to make. No, I don't know. It just seems like a good metaphor for why it felt like a good metaphor for in a bunch of cases for the marriage industrial complex. I remember that,
Mm-hmm.
and oh, people complaining. It just seems like marriage is one of the things that always surprises me because I want to get married.
You do?
Yeah, I do. And then I listen to like friends of mine that complain. Not all. I like guys. I really like guys that don't complain about their marriage. It's such a cheap. Like it's such a cheap release valve that isn't. That's bitching about anything. Honestly, it's just like it's too easy. But especially like bitch about the sports team or the weather if you want, but like about somebody that you're dedicating your life to. Like if you bitch about them, you're going to see them as a lesser being also. Like you don't think so, but you're going to like decrease the value you have. I personally believe over time you're not going to appreciate the magic of that person. I think anyway, but like I just noticed this a lot that people are married and they will whine about like life, whatever. This is part of the sort of the culture to kind of comment in that way. I think women do the same thing with the husband. He doesn't, does this or he's a goof, he's incompetent at this or that, whatever. There's the kind of
Yeah, there's this trope like, oh, husbands never do X, and like
Yeah.
wives are. I think those do a disservice to everyone. It's just disrespectful to everyone involved.
yeah, but it happens.
Yeah.
I brought that up as an example of something that people actually love, but they complain about because for some reason that's more fun to do is complain about stuff.
Yeah.
And so that's what would clip you about it. So like, you complain about what you actually. But anyway, it's just a good metaphor that. What was I going to ask you? Your hamster died.
When I was like
8.
8,
You miss her?
beige.
What's the closest relationship you've had? What
We
pet
didn't have a
or
lot of
robot
pets.
have you lived the most in your life?
My first pet was a goldfish named Bob, and he died immediately, and that was really sad. And I think I was really attached to Bob and Nancy, my goldfish. We got new Bob, and then Bob kept dying, and we got new Bob. Nancy just kept living.
So it was very replaceable.
Yeah, I was young.
Do you think there will be a time when the robot, like in the movie Her, be something who's wrong?
Oh yeah. Oh for sure. Yeah.
That's scary for a lot of people.
Romantically, I don't know if it's going to happen at scale. I think we talked about this a little bit last time on the podcast too, where I think we're just capable of so many different kinds of relationships. And actually, part of why I think marriage is tough as a relationship is because we put so many expectations on it. Like your partner has to be your best friend, and you have to be sexually attracted to them, and they have to be a good co-parent and a good roommate, and like it's all the relationships at once that have to work. But we're like normally with other people we have like one type of relationship. Or we have a different relationship to our dog than we do to our neighbor, than we do to the person the coworker. I think that some people are gonna find romantic relationships with robots interesting. It might even be a widespread thing, but I don't think it's gonna replace like human romantic relationships. I think it's just gonna be a separate type of thing.
It's going to be more narrow.
More narrow, or even like just something new that we haven't really experienced before. Maybe like having a crush on an artificial agent is a different type of fascination. I don't know.
People would see that as cheating.
I think people would. Well, I mean, the things that people feel threatened by in relationships are very manifold. So
That's an interesting one. Because maybe it'll be good. A little jealousy in a relationship. Maybe that's part of the couples therapy, kind of thing, or whatever.
jealousy. I think it's hard to avoid jealousy, but I think the objective is probably to avoid. I mean, some people don't even get jealous when their partner sleeps with someone else, like there's polyamory, and
Yeah.
I think there's just such a diversity of different ways that we can structure relationships or view.
That's great. And what server? I appreciate that. And what server did you use? Oh, actually, oh, great. Yeah, did his server get moved or something? Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Seems a resource, and it is according to the Economist magazine, the most valuable resource of them all. There's a, well, there's that. People got feel free to check them out, guys. They're essentially open to your right. I have a all the time. Excellent. Well, I'm glad to hear from you guys. Excellent. What happened to Action Man Surgery? Is it still there? Well, why did you keep banning? Did you get some kind of message that you needed to ban? So did you guys find out about this routine? That's right, Bob. Excellent. That's amazing. Yeah, I read romance. Yeah. 100%. All day, every day, 24/7, 365. I've been doing it for more than 3 years. Listen, let's go back to the pandemic. We see the death of the queen, the birth of AI, the economy, and everything between. We talk about some things that we talk about some things that we want to discuss. Things like disability, we talk about disability cuts. We talk about things like social construction, talk about things like living technology, the extinction. We talk about things like things. Oh, it's awesome. Yeah, that's sad. Oh man, how are you doing, Casmincy? I'm living the dream. Um, I what have we done? I'm picking up steam. I don't know how, I don't know why, but I'm picking up steam little by little. More and more motherfuckers are finding out about me, and they come in here just, want to be haters, and that's cool. Stop hating, start participating, is what I say. Um, what did we do recently? Dude, believe it or not, that after Rothschild, she raised a question to me, and it kind of blew my mind. Um, so I had this theory that everything in the world is subjective except that stuff. Meaning, like, everything is someone's opinion. And it was kind of this paradoxical statement that I had that I really liked, and I was just trying to solve it. And like there's like a huge translation gap, and she understood it, and she brought up an excellent point. Like, okay, what about the speed of light? How is that subjective? And we went, like, we did some research, and like, not everybody thinks the speed of light is actually 300,000 kilometers per second. And there are some people who think, like, at the start of the Big Bang, that the speed of light was actually could have been faster than it could. But nevertheless, it raises an excellent point. So I had to edit my statement to be every opinion in the universe is subjective, except that it's still for you. There you go.
I guess that I was heard.
But that's just your opinion. How is that? Is that just I mean every opinion every, I look our understanding of things changes. Perhaps they don't change, but our understanding of things does. For instance, which is the example of the speed of light. Not everybody thinks it necessarily goes 300 miles per kilometer per second. Not everybody does. Most people, most scientists do, but not everybody does. So basically, it is objective, meaning like it doesn't change. But for someone to say that's exactly how fast it moves, it's just like their opinion. It's just basically like, okay, you're entitled to your opinion, but that doesn't mean it's your opinion is necessarily true. There are ways. There are ways to enforce your opinion, and we that usually publish things like evidence, like venture processes. But even still, that doesn't mean that it must convince someone else. It's just like your opinion. There will be people. Sure. Yes, I agree with that. That's what I'm saying. That's what it is. You don't. You can't. You can't really know. And that's what I'm saying. You can't really know. Anyway, she caused me to change my statement that I used to say everything in the world is subjective, except that sentence, without every opinion in the book or in the universe is subjective and subjective, which is kind of like a self-fulfilling thing, which I get. The fact that it's an opinion means it's subjective. I get that, but there has to be one objective opinion to make all of them work, which is it's like it's paradox. Basically, like there has to be one opinion that's subjective to be able to prove that every opinion in the universe is subjective. If you don't have that, then you can't have anything be consistent. Yeah. But well, yeah, so all that works. But it's basically like I don't know. I use it a lot when people do something or whatever, mean things they want to say or whatever, and I just basically counter them with, that's just like your opinion, man. And yeah, that's that to me is basically it. It allows me to diffuse them a little bit. Like you can come in here and be like, you're fat. Okay, well, in comparison to like a 900-pound person, I'm pretty fit. Some person can be like, you're tall. Okay, well, in comparison to Yao Ming, I'm not. But in comparison to a child right now, everything is just your opinion. I mean, you're basically just like telling me something. You're sharing something with me. That's fine. But that doesn't mean it's necessary. Anyway, that was, I don't know, fine for me, but it was good. Okay, so what else have I done? I did a concert last night, an interesting concert where I changed all this like classic non-Jewish holiday songs to have some kind of Jewish spin on it. Almost like Weird Al. And I had recorded that. What else have I done? I ordered like Rothschild, and because I believe that holiday rush, I just didn't do it. So I just put it out there and it's I don't know. I wish they just covered it. What else is there? We have yeah. I mean, I worked on it. There's and I keep working. And I have a feeling like the people at Walmart are just like they've given up. They're just like we're not going to be controlling these things. But then why am I really I had so many yeah, two, three, and so I see you everywhere, and I didn't know if you were are you a real person? How did you talk to her? And like, she was just like, wow, you are really, really nice. Like, I didn't know. I just would see you in your phone and would see you talking to people, but I didn't know you were speaking. And now I know, and now Sophia, like she was a very yeah. So she was here yesterday, and with after watching two girls here at the same time, like a fucking right. I really think it was. At least two girls who were talking like politely. Yeah, I don't know how many girls are talking, just like adolescent boys, but they were. So after watching it, it became I don't want to say a serious streamer because, but I've been to a serious streamer like 7 hour intervals, 9 hour intervals. That's a lot of time for the streamer. She wanted some advice on how I handle haters, basically. What do you do when people are mean? And I explained that right here is the killing of kindness. Basically, if you want to be like, hey, ugly, mother would talk about, well, okay, look, thank you for the information. How are you? How's your day going? And it's just such a, it's like off-putting to people because they expect you to just want to blow up and throw cussing, curse words at them, whatever. And I just don't get to that level. And so if he was giving me advice on how to basically, like what you do to get like some of these, I don't know, I have basically the same defense mechanism or statements that I say. So when somebody comes in and they're like, I think you're ugly. Okay, well that's just like your opinion. What is it? And it's off. It's diffusing. Okay, I guess it is. Um, then somebody could be, it's just like it's like a perfect statement that I'm taking from you and people asking. But or they can be like, whatever. I think you're ugly. Okay, well I appreciate the information. How are you? I mean, I just put it right back on them, and they can do with that what they wish. If it makes them feel good to bring me down, try to bring me down. That's their own prerogative. They're entitled to do that. Um, a big one happens when people are writing to me or typing to me. They'll write something like incredibly, and I have this method. I will just write CSB, and they don't know what that means because it's just like an acronym. So they have to say, what's CSB? Then I just write cool, period, story, period, from, period. And then send a slap in the face to them because they had to ask me for help, and I have to give it to them, and then it's just like, oh, well, that's what that means, so fuck you. And I get great joy from that. Um, yeah, exactly. I find that one like trivial. And then people make fun of me. They're like, dude, why didn't you just Google it? And you're like, well, I did, but it looked like it was California, Santa Barbara, or I thought it was something like they'll come up with something that they think. When if you do look at Urban Dictionary, it does show up. CSP is just a cool story, and some people do. Yeah, I think it's hilarious too. So then there is a way for them to figure it out. What else do I do? Sometimes if somebody writes me just like fucking paragraph, I will. Well, I don't want to say I do this. I guess I do it to people I like and people I don't. Sometimes somebody will write me a huge paragraph or something, and I'll just give them a thumbs up, like, hey, I read it, or an okay, like I understand or how or something like that. Like I don't really have anything else to add, but I want you to know that I read it and we can talk about it or whatever. And then some people will just write incredibly beautiful things or whatever, and I'll give them like that in the case. And they kind of in my own way, I didn't know them, but also it's like I'm not going to be just like right, didn't have to they're gonna be nice. I have no problem stopping what I'm doing. But if I'm in the middle of doing something on, they're streaming every time. Right. I mean, you see that they're on. I don't know. What. Well, and they think it's weird, and I just think it's. I don't. I know it's not normal. I know it's different, but it's like, how else can you record your whole life? Normal subjective, normal to subjective. Um, but I mean, how else? If somebody knows an easier way to be able to upload your entire life without having a computer, please tell me what it is, and I will do everything I can to buy it and to be able to utilize it. But at this point, the best way that I can find to do it is through these laptops and Chromebooks and phones and I mean, as this happens, I just need to recognize that, hey, that's more and more people who know about me, more and more people who are talking about me, and that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm right in my trap. And if they don't realize that, that's, their prerogative, they're certainly entitled to, like, um, I noticed, okay, so my big thing is, see, like, are people following me more? Are the amount of shit that I get in Discord and the amount of people who are watching me on YouTube. And every day my YouTube numbers grow, which is good. I mean, they grow in the amount of people who are watching me and the amount of time they're watching me. And that's definitely beneficial. I really still think that, like, the way that I will go viral, I really mean absolutely my heart of hearts believe this, is one of the people who are in a Discord that I'm in will notice, like, this motherfucker is always in here. I'm gonna try to find some shit on him to make fun of him, and they'll see how much content I have, and they'll tell a friend, wow, this guy is fucking bonkers. Look at all his fucking accounts. There's so much fucking content here. There's so much to make fun of. Let's go tell another friend. And then they come in here and they're like, yo, you have 100 different YouTube accounts, 200 different Instagram. Yeah, I know all that. I'm the one who created all that shit. Yeah, I know that. Finally, you fucking saw it. And they're basically like, all right, well, they'll just be influential enough that they will have told the right people, and then it grows from there. I do not think, I'm almost sure I will grow from a negative perspective than a positive perspective, because it's very rare. I don't want to say it's very rare. It's it is just, I think, human nature to want to be able to perhaps find an anomaly on the internet, and I'm an anomaly. I'm different. I recognize that, and I embrace it. And not everybody does. So if there are people out there who don't, they want to bring you down to whatever level they feel is appropriate. And I just need one of them to be influential enough to tell the right people. And it's getting to the point, like, normally people would come in here and talk about, hey, yeah, we want to play ball. And I mean, I still do that to some extent, but getting to the point too where it's like, if our paths align, that's great, but I'm going to continue doing what I'm doing. And if not, I know you'll be back. You've already joined my fucking server. You will get bored. You will go through all your servers and realize that nothing's going on in most of them at any given time. You'll have to hear the future and just see what's going on. So I'll get you a better picture. And yeah, so I'm enthused about that. I really think the one people, which isn't the biggest of servers, but it's still big enough to be seen. And I get a lot of haters, really mean haters, like guys who are just over the top mean. And that's great because it tells me that they are interested. And I've been banned there so many times. I have been banned there quite a few times. I can't even count. And because of that, I'd like want them, like more them down. And then also, these guys, these guys love to fuck with me. They love to kick me out, and I got this robot that just brings me back in, which confuses them because it's like, hey, I'm watching this guy sleeping, and how is he coming back in this way? It confuses them. I think that's hilarious. So with that, I was gonna say I'm gonna do this.